Now the batting order.
We will begin with batting in that leadoff spot.
KNBR 680 presents
Hitting leadoff.
the leadoff spot.
And that ball is gone! A home run, leading it off.
Live from the KNBR studios with your host, the Waterboy.
Hey, Waterboy!
Marcus Boucher.
Waterboy, do your thing.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And that's how this game gets started.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive. Left field. That's way back, and that is gone. Nick Castellanos, 2 homers yesterday, and his blast here in the bottom of the fourth has tied this one up. It is 1-1. And the pitch to Turner. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. That one's back on its way and gone. Trey Turner hammers one out. The 1-2. Drilled left field on its way. Gone! Nick Castellanos. Oh, brother. And this place is going crazy. Swing and a fly ball out towards left center field. Well struck. Rojas on the move. Reaches out and he makes the grab. The 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Ball game. And the Phillies have won the series.
Peace, love, Rojas, baby.
Garrett Stubbs in a beer shower, given to him by himself. Go Phil! Against the wall! All night! The Braves!
Oh, wow. We got some blank talking mother blankers in Philadelphia. The Phillies eliminate the Braves last night. And the wild card teams are moving on to the championship series. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher from the Murph and Mac Show, or should I say from the Murph and Marcus Show today, because for the next 5 hours, it's going to be the Waterboy live coming from your speakers. So go ahead and rip that knob off right now, starting off with the leadoff spot with my guy, Overnight Greg Silver, running the board before Overnight Dave finally makes his triumphant return next week. Overnight Dave is finally coming back, and NFL football is back in your action with Thursday Night Football kicking off last night and the Chiefs taking care of business against the Denver Broncos and what really was a snooze fest. So today on a Football Friday, we're actually going to start the show talking a little baseball and talking about those talking mother blankers out in Philadelphia and these Philly fans that were out here taunting the Atlanta Braves day in and day out. We talked about 2 days ago when the fan base was out here drunk as a skunk, doing the tomahawk champ, falling over in their chairs essentially, and pretty much heckling the entire Braves team after the Braves had the story leaked about how they were kind of mocking Bryce Harper for being doubled up in Game 2, of course, with the now infamous Attaboy Harper chant. Well, yesterday the Philly fans were chanting during the game, Attababe, Attaboy, Attaboy. I mean, I know we talk a lot about the Philly fan base, especially with the Philadelphia Eagles and the matchup last year in the NFC Championship game, but I gotta say, as much kind of that people talk about them, I kind of embrace the Philly fan base. I went out to Philadelphia last year for the Army-Navy game, and I love just walking around the city and hearing people drop F-bombs on the sidewalks, F-bombs at the corner store, F-bombs when I'm ordering a Cheese Whiz with no onions on top of it. And so that's why I love to see that passion in Philadelphia last night. Hell, it's passion that these Philly fans have had throughout the entire postseason, and now they're going to carry some of that energy into the NLCS to take on the Diamondbacks. How about yesterday we were talking about the matchup between Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker in the ALCS? How about the NLCS being a matchup between Zach Wheeler and Evan Longoria? And I was about to hit a laugh track, but I realized I'm on Paulie Mac's laugh page right now, so maybe I'll just hit one of his. Don't know who that is. Don't know why they're not firing off. Greg, make sure our satellites are turned up so I can hit some of these Paulie Mac sound bites this morning. But man, oh man, the sound bites you need to hear out of Philadelphia last night was them dropping F-bombs, them basically saying blank the Braves, and Major League Baseball pretty much saying blank all of these 100-win teams. Because the Braves were the only team that actually won a game in the postseason after winning 100 games. We saw what happened to the Dodgers. We saw what happened to the Baltimore Orioles. And now in a day and age with Rob Manfred adding all these extra wild card teams, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get these teams taking bye weeks, coming out of the bye weeks, pretty damn rusty, and now losing ball games. All wild card teams facing off in the championship series. And it all starts this weekend with Sunday's matchup between the Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy versus Dusty Baker. That'll be your first game on Sunday, going head-to-head with the NFL schedule. And then on Monday, the NLCS will kick off also. So we'll make sure to talk plenty of baseball next week. And, of course, the Bochy versus Dusty matchup. But it is a football Friday, so we do got to start getting ready for the 49ers matchup against the Cleveland Browns. But before we get to Sunday, we can take a quick look at last night's Thursday night game between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Denver Broncos. And somehow, some way, the Chiefs ended up actually covering the 10.5-point spread, ended up winning 19-8. That's 11 points. By my math, that's a quick cover, and it's something that the Kansas City Chiefs have not been great at doing so far this year, but it's also a Broncos team that they've beat now 16 consecutive times. And last night at Arrowhead, yes, in front of Taylor Swift, the Chiefs did it again. And that's probably the biggest storyline of the game. Seems like it is any time that the Chiefs play. It's Taylor Swift. And I get it. Even I was getting a little annoyed with all the Taylor Swift sweet shots a couple weeks ago on Sunday Night Football. But you know what? Yesterday I was actually sitting and thinking about it. And something hit me during the Steve Young interview with Tolbert and Copes. And I started to think about how the NFL is bragging about how they're getting this new young demographic of like teenage girls from age 12 to 18. And of course, everybody thinks like, oh, well, these teenage girls don't care about football. How about the fact that Steve Young is currently coaching his daughter's flag football team? I'm sure they like football. Maybe some girls will see Taylor Swift at the games and be like, hey, I want to go play for Coach Steve Young. Or even just like on a level further than that. If this gets like a 14-year-old girl to sit down for Sunday Night Football with her dad to watch a game, that's a pretty damn cool experience. I'm not a father. I don't have kids. I know Murph does. I know probably people listening right now have daughters who are a teenager and are having trouble with connecting with them. But how cool is that? To have a moment like that, to have your 15, 16-year-old daughter want to sit down and watch a football game with Pops. So that's why I'm actually fine with Taylor Swift taking over, even though they do show her way too much. And she is probably pumping up those commercials for her new movie tour, whatever the hell's going on. But there she was in the suite last night. I apologize for the people who don't want to hear my Taylor Swift takes. I bring it up yesterday like it was breaking news. Like, oh, Taylor Swift's going to be in the building. And there was a Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line. Waterboy, why do you even mention Taylor Swift? It's for the kids. It's for the children. Wu-Tang is for the children. And so is the Waterboy. And apparently so is Taylor Swift. And there she was cheering on her man, Travis Kelce. Even with a bum ankle yesterday, had over 100 receiving yards in the first half. Started the game off with a little pitch pass to the other tight end. I thought the Chiefs were just going to roll over the Denver Broncos, and they essentially did, shutting them out for the majority of the game. Broncos almost had a backdoor cover in that fourth quarter. Cortland Sutton makes a nice one-handed touchdown catch in the back of the end zone, but Harrison Butker comes through with the field goal, kicks those 3 points through. Chiefs ended up covering, get the win, and they also cover the spread. But that was not a game that I was touching with a 10-foot pole, Greg, but there are some gigs that I will pick this morning with Bobby Boucher's bets right around the corner. We'll break down all the top games this weekend, not just the 49ers and the Browns, but also some big games like the Seattle Seahawks coming off their bye against the Cincinnati Bengals. We've got more London action this weekend with the Ravens taking on the Titans. We've got a Monday night matchup between the Cowboys and the Chargers. See if the Cowboys can bounce back after that beatdown last week against the San Francisco 49ers. And we even have a revenge game this week between the Las Vegas Patriots and the New England Patriots. Yes, of course, I'm talking about guys like Jimmy Garoppolo, Jacoby Myers, Josh McDaniels, Dave Ziegler, Tom Brady, the minority owner from the Las Vegas Raiders. I hate the fact that there's so much Patriot influence on the Raiders organization. Well, guess what? This weekend they're squaring off against Bill Belichick, against the Lord and Savior that gave all these guys jobs. And now we're talking about two of the worst offenses in football. Maybe that will be one of Bobby Boucher's best bets. After going 1-1-1 last week, we're 10-5-1 on the season, and we'll try to continue to pick you some winners, not just today, next week, this weekend, hell, all season long. We did it last year. We'll do it again this year. We'll get you some best bets this morning and start breaking down that 49ers and Brown matchup where we already got the breaking news that Deshaun Watson will not be playing this weekend. And this is something that I indicated earlier this week when we started paying attention to that spread on Monday and Tuesday morning. Watching it jump from 3 points to 3.5 to 5.5 to 6 to 7. Now it's up to 9.5 this morning. And that's why I warned you all earlier this week. Get your Bobby Boucher's best bets in earlier, so we'll see if the 49ers are one of our best bets. And we'll see if they go out and win by double digits against P.J. Walker, who's quarterback in the Cleveland Browns this weekend. But we all know the big matchup is against Myles Garrett and that defense, and also a big matchup between Kyle Shanahan and Jim Schwartz. A really, really interesting dissection into this weekend's matchup and the advantage that Jim Schwartz has had over Kyle Shanahan in his career. We'll dive into that kind of narrative on the other side. Kyle did speak to the media yesterday down at Levi Stadium, address the matchup against Jim Schwartz and his Cleveland Browns defense. And we also got some great sound from guys like Trent Williams, who's going to be going one-on-one with Myles Garrett this weekend. I think the biggest key to the game is to keep Brock Purdy off the tombstone. It is the month of October. Myles Garrett is kind of known for his legendary Halloween decorations that he always puts out every year. He literally has a graveyard in his front yard of all the quarterbacks that he sacks. Well, the 49ers' goal this weekend is, again, to keep Brock Purdy off of those tombstones, keep him out of Myles Garrett's Halloween decorations. And if they do that, they get a good chance of winning this weekend and covering the spread to improve to 6-0 to remain undefeated. Again, two teams remain undefeated in the NFL, the 49ers and the Eagles, who are taking on the New York Jets. How about this stat that I heard earlier this week? The Philadelphia Eagles have never lost to the New York Jets ever in their franchise history. They're undefeated against the New York Jets. They're a 7-point favorite this weekend, and maybe that will be one of our Bobby Boucher's best bets. But since we're talking so many bets this morning, let's hop into the NFL action on the other side so we can start giving you this preview for this weekend's Browns and 49ers game. 49ers taking a 2-week road trip. Will be in Minnesota next week. Vikings squaring off against the Bears this week without Justin Jefferson. We'll see how that offense looks, and we'll see how much longer Kirk Cousins is the quarterback. But there are plenty of NFL storylines to get into this morning, plenty of baseball storylines to get into with the ALCS and the NLCS. And we'll even show a little bit of love this morning to the San Jose Sharks, who kicked off their season last night. It started with a 4-1 loss to the Las Vegas Knights. But the Sharks are back skating at the tank. The Waterboys back on the leadoff spot. And the 49ers are back in your life this weekend against the Cleveland Browns. So let's break down that matchup and dive into the numbers of the success that Jim Schwartz has had against Kyle Shanahan. We'll hear from Kyle on the other side. It's the Waterboy on a Football Friday on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Peace, love, Rojas, baby.
I'm going to go on a bender. I'm telling you.
Carrot Stubbs in a beer shower, given to him by himself. Go Phil! The Braves!
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues
Check with Waterboy. All right?
Check with Marcus.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's J.P. Mason sweeping left, cut back run, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
The closer, Jordan Mason, perimeter run. The 49ers have just been making a living tonight with house calls up the gut. This time they do the old pin and pull. They block down. Kittle gets an unbelievable block to unseal the edge on Micah Parsons.
Leighton Vander Esch is hurt.
And look, Kittle just clears it out with a huge little chip block on Parsons, then takes Donovan Wilson. With Donovan Wilson, the safety, and just opens up the edge on him. Jordan Mason downhill, wicked cut on Malik Hooker. House call.
The closer, Jordan Mason, closes it out against the Dallas Cowboys last Sunday night, putting the final nail in the coffin. 49ers win 42-10, and now they turn around this week to take on the Cleveland Browns this Sunday. Everybody, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Friday. And I think it's actually worth noting that on that final play, on that final touchdown from Jordan Mason, you heard Tim Ryan mention the George Kittle block. That's also the play where George Kittle ran down to the end zone, lifted up his shirt, and revealed the blank Dallas t-shirt. A t-shirt that we've been talking about a lot this week. Had an interview earlier with Gary Plummer to find out the origin stories. Shout out to my guys Lamont and Tonelli down the hallway back when they sent out the shirts when they were still working at KSJO. Well, those storylines have lingered all the way into this week, so much so that Adam Schefter reported yesterday that George Kittle is expected to be fined nearly $10,000, which, of course, led to the riff I made yesterday that the NFL is fine with Taylor Swift up in the suite saying, let's blank and go, but you're not allowed to put that 4-letter F word on the front of your t-shirt, even though it is paying homage to the former rivalry, the current rivalry between the Cowboys and the 49ers. But I guess that's the question now going into this week's matchup against the Cleveland Browns. Are we still focusing too much on last week's matchup against the Cowboys? Because there was George Kittle in the locker room yesterday still being asked questions about it. And Kittle kind of doubling down, just like he did earlier this week with Murph and Mac when he joined our show as a 49er Player of the Week, and saying, yeah, I'd do it again. I'm a troll. This is what I do. And that's why I said earlier this week, I'm absolutely fine with the t-shirt. I hope he does wear it again if the 49ers square off against the Cowboys in the playoffs later this year. Shout out Michael Parsons, laugh now, cry later. We'll see if the 49ers are laughing again this year if they face off against the Cowboys. But will they be crying if they lose this weekend against the Cleveland Browns? Well, A, I don't think they're going to be crying regardless, and B, I don't think they're going to lose against the Cleveland Browns because now they are a 9.5-point favorite on the road against P.J. Walker. And maybe that's something we got to break down to start the entire breakdown this morning with, is the fact that Deshaun Watson is not playing. And we told you guys, we read between the tea leaves. We figured this out on Tuesday when the spread jumped from 3 points to 5 points. We figured that out on Wednesday when the spread jumped from 5 points to 7 points. Hell, we figured it out yesterday when the news was finally broken that Deshaun Watson would not be playing. Now, there were some back and forth reports. Jake Trotter from ESPN stopped by the Murph and Mac show yesterday and said, yeah, Deshaun Watson might be out this week, and he might be out next week also, of course, dealing with that shoulder injury. But I also heard Greg Papa go on air yesterday saying that the medical doctors out in Cleveland actually cleared Deshaun Watson to play. He's just choosing not to play. Well, whatever the reports are, whatever the medical reports is, we do know that Deshaun Watson will not be playing this weekend. And instead of going with the rookie out of UCLA, DTR, they're going with P.J. Walker, a man that's bounced around in the NFL a little bit, spent a few seasons playing with Christian McCaffrey and the Carolina Panthers, and then was on like the Houston Roughnecks in the AFL. Well, guess what? Now he's back. And maybe because of his rushing ability, maybe that's why they're going with P.J. Walker over DTR. Again, head-scratching since P.J. Walker just got cut for being the backup quarterback of the Chicago Bears for some guy's name who I have no idea who the hell he is. But hey, this weekend, you're going to get P.J. Walker against one of the best defenses in the league, and that's the reason why we're nearly looking at a double-digit point spread. But the question is, will the 49ers be able to cover it since they are also facing off against one of the best defenses in the league. And if you want to dive into the stats, yes, it is nitpicking a little bit since it's only 5 games into the NFL season, but the Cleveland Browns currently have the number 1 overall defense. I say that with an asterisk because last week the Dallas Cowboys had the number 1 overall defense, before they allowed 42 points to the San Francisco 49ers. So here we are going against what Kyle Shanahan said earlier this week, the biggest test for this 49ers offense. But this is also a 49ers offense that's been scoring 30 points against everybody and anybody. I think it's now 8 straight games. And coincidentally, how many regular season games has Brock Purdy played? 10. How many has he lost? 0. And so who is going to slow down Brock Purdy and this 49ers offense? Is it going to be Myles Garrett? He's got the ability to. This is a guy that Pro Football Focus has rated as the number 2 pass rusher only behind Nick Bosa this season. And it's a guy that I've been talking about all week with his one-on-one matchups, whether it's going to be on the left side versus Trent Williams or whether it's going to be on the right side versus Colton McKivitz, or if you're going to move him around, maybe send him straight up the middle versus Jake Brendel and Aaron Banks, who is back at practice in a limited fashion. Of course, we all got the scare last week with a reported bicep injury, which you never want to hear for an offensive lineman. That was then updated to a shoulder injury, and he actually got in a limited practice yesterday, so he should be good to go. And also Elijah Mitchell was back in action yesterday with the limited practice. He's been out with a knee injury. Something to keep an eye on, though. Dre Greenlaw did not practice yesterday with that hamstring injury, so maybe 57 won't be on the field. It might just be all pro Fred all by himself in the middle of that defense. Well, so we'll see how that affects the game. But getting back into the matchups that I was just talking about, I think it all starts up front with this 49ers offensive line versus Myles Garrett versus Zadarius Smith versus this Cleveland Browns front 7. And here was Kyle Shanahan breaking down that matchup yesterday, talking about this Browns defense and what this matchup is going to look like for the 49ers this Sunday.
I mean, I think it's pretty simple, this game, and we're going against the number 1 defense in the league, and you turn on the tape, and that's what they look like. They're going to be there at the end of this year because this defense is that good. And when you have a defense like that and a team who's dedicated to running the ball, and that's a very good recipe to get to the playoffs and win in the playoffs. And I know it hurts them not having Chubb and stuff, but regardless of the back, they still commit to it, and they got guys who can do it. That's why they're top 5 in that, and they've been that for a long time. And Deshaun, the plays he can make, hopefully for us he's not out there. But these other guys can come in and do stuff just like you guys saw Dobbs do. Right. And when you play good defense and you run the ball, that gives any quarterback an opportunity to make plays.
Play good defense and run the ball. That's what the Cleveland Browns want to do. And trust me, we're going to spend plenty of time talking about that defense that is allowing a league best 196.8 total yards per game and only 15 points per game. But we also got to talk about that offense that he was just talking about. The offense that's going to be led by P.J. Walker. An offense that's not going to have Nick Chubb. Hell, Jerome Ford was on the injury report with an ankle injury. Sounds like he's going to play this weekend. They still got the veteran Kareem Hunt. He hasn't done anything this year. But you're also going up against a front 7 in the San Francisco 49ers that are only allowing nearly 60 yards per game. That's it, 64.2. Number 2 in the NFL, only behind the Philadelphia Eagles. And I think a big piece of that is the addition of guys like Javon Hargrave. Hell, I think a big piece this year is Eric Armstead playing well. And I think another underrated piece is Javon Kinlaw, who's really stepped up and is finally starting to break out in year 4 now after the 49ers did not pick up his 5th-year option. And then you're talking about a defensive line that's always led by Nick Bosa. But how about Randy Gregory potentially making his 49er debut? He was out at practice yesterday. I saw some footage from the practice field of him going over some pass rush moves with Nick Bosa. Shout out for Randy Gregory for showing up to town and saying, yeah, no one's using number 5 anymore. Go ahead and give me Trey Lance's number. So maybe you will see number 5 out there this weekend. Of course, that being Randy Gregory, not Trey Lance. We did see Trey last week, number 15 for the Dallas Cowboys. I guess, he never really relayed the playbook over to the Cowboys. That didn't work out too well. But maybe he'll relay it over to Jim Schwartz. Maybe that's the secret all along. Maybe that's why Jim Schwartz has had so much success against Kyle Shanahan. He's got Trey Lance working undercover. And, of course, I'm riffing. But I'm not riffing about the fact that Jim Schwartz has had success against Kyle Shanahan. Of course, Jim Schwartz, former head coach of the Detroit Lions, a man that's now the defensive coordinator for the Browns. Kevin Stefanski is their offensive coordinator, is their offensive line coach, is their head coach overall. But this weekend's matchup between Kyle Shanahan and that defense led by Jim Schwartz, is highly intriguing because these guys have faced off 8 different times, and Jim Schwartz has a 7-1 record against Kyle Shanahan, either as a head coach or as an offensive coordinator. Now, that to me kind of had me stopping in my tracks because we're always talking about the Kyle Shanahan system. That's why there's been this narrative this year of Brock Purdy only being a system quarterback. I've broken it down a million times. I think Kyle does have one of the best systems in the league. I also think Andy Reid has one of the best systems in the league, and no one's out here talking about Patrick Mahomes being a system quarterback. It's probably because of all that arm talent, and, those 3rd and 15 plays in the Super Bowl are pretty damn good, too. That wasn't a systematic play, but I digress. I think Kyle Shanahan has shown the ability to draw plays against any defense, but for whatever reason, he has not had success against Jim Schwartz. So maybe that will be a big factor into this weekend's game. Here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday talking about that head-to-head coaching matchup and how Jim Schwartz runs one of the best defenses in the NFL.
Jim's as good as it gets. He's been one of the best that I've gone against over my career. He's everywhere he's been. I started out my career in Houston as a coordinator, going against him when he was in Tennessee, and then when I was in Washington, going against him in Detroit, and Atlanta, and here, gone against him when he was in Philly. Jim always has a very sound, aggressive defense. It's always one of the top defenses in the league. But anytime Jim has talent, he's usually one of the top 1, 2, or 3 in the league, and that's what he has this year. He's got the pass rushers, got some good linebackers, some really good corners and safeties, and that's why they are number 1 in almost every single category right now. We got a huge challenge for us, and we did last week versus Dallas and came up big for that, and it's only getting harder this week.
And this is the talented Browns defense. Whether it's guys like Denzel Ward out on the outside, who's probably going to be going one-on-one with Brandon Ayuk. We've talked about Grant Delpit, safety, who will play in the box kind of as a linebacker. Zadarius Smith, the former pass rusher from the Green Bay Packers, also was on the Baltimore Ravens last year, I believe, now playing with the Cleveland Browns. And then, of course, everybody's going to be looking at the matchup of Myles Garrett versus this offensive line. Whether it is lining up against Trent Williams, which, if you look into the stats, the analytics, it'll show you that Myles Garrett actually lines up predominantly against left tackles. But we also said the same thing about guys like TJ Watt. And what happened week 1? They flipped him over to the right side against Colton McKivitz to get that one-on-one matchup. 3 sacks that game. And since then, I got to say, McKivitz has played better. Michael Parsons wasn't a factor last week. Aaron Donald was not a huge factor a couple weeks ago. But this weekend, I think Myles Garrett is going to be a factor regardless of where he lines up. And here was Trent Williams actually yesterday in the locker room talking about that one-on-one matchup against Myles Garrett and if he thinks he's one of the best defensive players in the NFL.
We got our work cut out for us. That's for sure.
You ever faced him before?
I haven't.
Wow.
I haven't faced him before. So.
What jumps off the film?
Everything. The size, the speed, the craftiness, the agility. I mean, what doesn't hop off on the film is a better question. I think he's one of those few players that has everything. Literally has everything. Can run around you, can run through you, can make you look stupid with agility moves. I mean, he's a juggernaut.
He's a juggernaut. And I absolutely agree with Trent Williams. I feel like Myles Garrett is a guy that doesn't get enough love. We talk a lot about Nick Bosa, obviously. We talk about his brother Joey Bosa. Hell, we were talking about Khalil Mack and his 6-sack performance against the Raiders. You can throw Myles Garrett into that conversation with TJ Watt, with Aiden Hutchinson, as one of the best pass rushers in the league. And not just a pass rusher. Myles Garrett's an all-around player. Hell, this might be a hot take. I think Myles Garrett might be a better player than Michael Parsons. Because we saw, not just last week with the 49ers, but a couple weeks ago, the Cardinals ran the ball straight at Michael Parsons. You can't run at Myles Garrett. He's a monster. He's huge. He's one of the few guys that's physically maybe more jacked and more built than a Nick Bosa. He's going to be a game record this weekend. And as I mentioned, the game plan for this 49ers offensive line is to keep Brock Purdy off that tombstone, to keep him out of his Halloween decorations so that Brock Purdy does not end up in Myles Garrett's front yard. And to do that, they need to keep Garrett out of the 49ers' backyard. Here's Trent Williams going more into this matchup and talking about how Myles Garrett reminds him of his earlier matchups against a Hall of Famer named DeMarcus Ware.
Of course. This is like, I was just telling, just saying, like, it was more like for me, it's like one of those old DeMarcus Ware matchups where, I'm a young stud, and he's a Hall of Fame player, and he opening night, I lost some sleep behind that one, but it kind of reminds me of one of those because he, DeMarcus was one of those guys that didn't have a weakness, and one of those guys that literally could embarrass you in multiple ways. So for me, it kind of goes back to those days with we talk about 95.
I mean, this is the best offensive lineman in football. Trent Williams, a future Hall of Famer. And just hearing him be so open and honest about those young matchups against a guy like DeMarcus Ware where he used to have nightmares, and to put Myles Garrett into that same sentence, that's why I'm feeling like for the first time in 8-9 games, the 49ers might not score 30 points. I think the streak might be coming to an end. But also, I think the 49ers might go out and win this game like 20-3 because I don't think the Browns are going to score any points unless they get a defensive touchdown. There's been a lot of talk this week about Brock Purdy's interception streak. Shout out to Alex Smith. He came on the Murph and Mac show earlier this week. We talked about how Brock's going after Alex Smith's 49er record for the most passes thrown without an interception. He has not thrown a single one this year. But this Browns defense can create turnovers, especially if Myles Garrett is in that backfield. Here's one more cut for you breaking down this Browns defense from Chris Forrester, the offensive line coach for the 49ers, comparing how this Myles Garrett matchup compares to some of those earlier matchups against guys like TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, and Aaron Donald.
He looks like all the great rushers we face. I mean, when you face Aaron Donald, you face TJ Watt, you face Micah Parsons. I mean, I don't want to miss anybody. Everybody you face, you find somebody on the team that has an elite rusher. And Myles Garrett has always been one of the most talented pass rushers in the NFL since the minute he walked in the league. And he continues to do that. The style of defense that they play, how Schwartz coaches, how they coach the D-line there is a little bit different than what he's done in the past, I think. And it's been to his benefit. And he looks better than ever.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I have him in the conversation this year for Defensive Player of the Year. That's why I have him in that conversation every year. And that's why I actually thought the Browns would potentially be a playoff team this year going into the season. With Deshaun Watson still not looking like the Deshaun Watson that he was with the Houston Texans. But 2 weeks ago, he probably had his best game as a Brown. But as we mentioned earlier, Deshaun Watson will not be on the field this weekend. It'll be P.J. Walker versus Brock Purdy. Not really the most high-stakes quarterback matchup. I think this weekend it comes down to the defensive battles between these two teams, and it's a defense that maybe Brock Purdy will have some success against because of his prior experience, not just against the Steelers and the Cowboys, but also against his 49ers defense. I think that's a big reason why Brock Purdy stepped into this 49ers offense last year and had a lot of success, because he was the third-string practice quarterback running these plays, running the scout team against the 49ers defense week in and week out. And I remember hearing comments all the time from guys like Fred Warner and Charvarius Ward saying, who's this guy that's tearing us up in practice right now? Well, guess what? It was Brock Purdy. And now he's channeling some of that experience against his 49ers defense for a reason why he's performing so well this year and a reason why he's in the MVP conversation all of a sudden. Well, here was Brock Purdy at the podium yesterday talking about that exact thing, about how he did get reps against his 49ers defense and how that improves him overall and gets him ready for tough matchups like this Browns defense.
Yeah, at camp, we obviously go against that every single day, or we did go against that every day, and it was a great challenge for us. So when we watched the film, it's like, all right, yeah, we got another great challenge in front of us this week with these guys. So they're, I think, one of the best, in the league, and a really talented group. So excited to go against them.
Yeah, it's going to be a great defensive matchup. I'm looking at a low-scoring game. The over-under is only at 36. And, of course, that's an over-under that has dropped 3 or 4 points since the news broke that P.J. Walker will be the starting quarterback this weekend. But you're telling me the Browns are going to roll out here with a third-string quarterback with Jerome Ford. Shout out Amari Cooper, was one of my favorite receivers with the Raiders. I'm sure he'll still get plenty of targets running a bunch of slants against Charvarius Ward. But I don't expect this Browns offense to get into the end zone, if I'm being honest with you. I said it earlier. I think the only way they score is maybe on a defensive touchdown. Maybe Brock Purdy does throw a pick. Maybe Myles Garrett gets a strip sack. But I honestly think this is going to be like a 20-3 victory for the 49ers this weekend. I do think their streak snaps at scoring 30 points per game. But hey, who's going to complain if they win by 17 points? Because that would cover the 9.5-point spread. But maybe if you listened to the show earlier this week, you might have got that spread at 5 or 6 at 7. We'll discuss those spreads on the other side and let you know whether or not the 49ers are one of our best bets of the week, and also give you our other best bets for every other NFL game going on this weekend. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Football Friday on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Man, your fantasy team, man.
This is the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Friday morning. It's Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the water boy, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher. And it's a Friday morning at 5:40, so you know what time it is. It's time for Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, where we take a look around the entire NFL and pick our 3 best bets against the spread. Last week, kind of treaded water a little bit. Went 1-1-1. Got a push with the Houston Texans against the Atlanta Falcons. Younghoe Koo with the game winner. I really thought the Texans were going to win that game. It was looking good in the fourth quarter, but guess who else was looking good in the fourth quarter? Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. That was before the Ravens wide receivers decided to drop 7 different passes. They should have been up like 24-3 in that fourth quarter. Next thing you know, Steelers get a defensive touchdown. I think it was a block punt. Lamar throws an interception, and I end up losing that bet as the Steelers take down the Ravens 17-10. But we did cover on the Cincinnati Bengals as a 3-point favorite last week against the Arizona Cardinals. And I told you guys Monday morning, there was a lot of haters out there, whether it was a Triple E, whether it was a Paulie Mack. And I got to clarify, my man on the board this morning, Greg Silver, was not one of those haters. He was one of the riders with Bobby Boucher's Best Bets. He also went with the Bengals last week, and he told me he's thinking about taking the Bengals this week against the Seattle Seahawks as a 2.5-point favorite. That's one of the big marquee games this weekend, and we'll see if it is one of Bobby Boucher's Best Bets. But to start the segment today, we can pretty much replay the segment that we just played on the other side. It's the 49ers versus the Cleveland Browns. And for the first time this year, I believe, the 49ers are one of Bobby Boucher's best bets. Took you long enough, Waterboy, because the Niners are 4-0-1 against the spread, I believe. Now, that depends if you got 7 or 7.5 in that game where Sean McVay came in and kicked that backdoor field goal to get the cover. Well, I'll take it as a push, and I'll take the 49ers each and every week until they prove me wrong, because Brock Purdy is 10-0 in the regular season. I think he's nearly covered almost every single game. How could you not go with Purdy? How could you not go with this 49ers offense, especially when they're facing off against P.J. Walker? Come on, folks. This one's easy. This one's simple. Take the 49ers and lay the points. Now, the big controversy here this morning is, where did you get the line at? Because if you listened to the leadoff spot earlier this week, I told you Tuesday morning to put money on the 49ers. I told you Wednesday morning to put money on the 49ers. And I told you yesterday to put money on the 49ers. So I took my own advice, and I laid the 6 points. I've got the 49ers -6 this week against the Cleveland Browns. Guess what? If you snooze, you lose. Now that spread is up to 9.5 points. And I mentioned earlier, I think the 49ers win 20-3, so I'll probably cover that 9.5 also. But our official Bobby Boucher best bet is the 49ers -6. Yeah, people, breaking news. The lines move. We told you earlier Deshaun Watson's not playing. Lay down that money with the 49ers to cover and to win by double digits this weekend. If you're looking for some side action, the under might hit. That's down to 36 points. I don't think the Browns are going to score too much, and I think Jim Schwartz leading that defense could slow down this 49ers offense a little bit. I like the under, but our Bobby Boucher best bet is the 49ers -6 points for our first bet. Bet number 2. I'm going to the Raiders. That's right. I'm doing it for my guy Overnight Dave, for all the members of the Raider Nation that still reside here in the Bay Area. And a couple guys that maybe took the Raiders last week against the Green Bay Packers. I know I did. We'll see if they double down now and go back-to-back wins against the New England Patriots. And it's something that I was joking about earlier in the show. It's the New England Patriots taking on the Las Vegas Patriots. Because look at that Patriot influence that's taken over the Raiders. It absolutely pains my heart. Whether it's that, I was going to say a bad word. It's that bad guy, Tom Brady, who, the tuck roll and all that, the butterfly effect, that spiraled out of control, led to John Gruden being traded, blah, blah, blah. We don't need to go down the whole dark history of the Raiders and the Patriots. But now Tom Brady's a minority owner. So now he's facing off against Bill Belichick. Now the Raiders have Josh McDaniels. The only reason why he's got a head coaching job is because of Bill Belichick. Hell, say the same thing about Dave Ziegler, the GM from the Raiders. Of course, used to work for the New England Patriots. So it's a revenge game for all those guys. It's a revenge game for not Chandler Jones, because he's not on the roster anymore, but Jacoby Myers is. Jimmy Garoppolo is. Feels like people forget that he once was a New England Patriot. It's actually one of my favorite caveats to throw out there, that outside of Patrick Mahomes, Jimmy Garoppolo has the most Super Bowl rings as an active starting quarterback. He's got 2 of them. Of course, he got them both as a backup, but this week he's a starter for the Las Vegas Raiders, and the Raiders are a 2.5-point favorite. Now, you might be thinking, Waterboy, you're really going to bet on Josh McDaniels against his daddy, Bill Belichick? No, I'm not going to. And I'm not taking the Patriots either. I'm taking the under, folks. For the first time this year on Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, we're taking an under. Now, I did mention as one of my side bets last week, I was taking the Saints and the Patriots on the under. That under last week was 38 points. Guess what? The Saints won 34-0. The Patriots have scored a combined 3 points in the last 2 weeks. The Patriots are one of 2 teams this season who have not scored more than 20 points. You know who that other team is? The Las Vegas Raiders. Both of these teams can't put up over 20 points. Both of these offenses are pretty stagnant. We've got Mac Jones versus Jimmy Garoppolo. Raiders can't even really establish a run game with Josh Jacobs because people are stacking the box so much against Jimmy G. Jimmy leads the league in interceptions. This is going to be a bad game. This is an ugly game. And I was actually surprised to see this over-under still be in the 40s. It's 42 points. I'll lay them, and I'll take the under. Follow me to the land down under. We're taking the under in the Raiders and Patriots game. A little bit of revenge for Josh McDaniels and Jimmy Garoppolo. I might end up taking the Raiders in that game too, but I just can't trust Josh McDaniels against Bill Belichick. Nobody knows him better. But McDaniels actually had some success against Bill Belichick before, has beat him, but we're staying away from the spreads, and we're taking the under 42 points. But just because we're taking over-unders doesn't mean we're running from the truth, doesn't mean we're running from the people, doesn't mean we're running from the biggest spreads of the week. Because look at this weekend's matchup between the Miami Dolphins and the Carolina Panthers. The Dolphins that are running maybe the most prolific offense in football right now with Mike McDaniel.
Who?
That's right, Mike McDaniel, former offensive guru for the San Francisco 49ers that's killing it now with the Miami Dolphins. And whether it's Raheem Mostert in the backfield, whether it's Jeff Wilson who could be back this weekend, or whether it's a guy like Devon Achane who's now on the IR, I don't think it's going to affect this Dolphins offense too much because I think they're going to absolutely boat race the Carolina Panthers this weekend. The Panthers have not won a single game this year. And even worse than that, they haven't covered a single spread. 0-5 straight up, 0-5 against the spread. This week, they're getting 13.5 points, and I'm still not laying them. I'll take it because I think the Dolphins put up 40 against the Panthers. Their defense is not good. Yeah, maybe with the simplified offense this week for Bryce Young, maybe they'll score a touchdown or two, but I think this is like a 40-14 victory. I'm looking at an absolute blowout this week. I'm taking the Miami Dolphins minus 13.5 points as my third Bobby Boucher best bet, and there they are, our three best bets of the week. 49ers minus 6 against the Browns, Raiders and Patriots under 42 points, and we're laying the biggest spread of the week, the Miami Dolphins minus 13.5 against the Carolina Panthers. And actually, I should correct myself because there's one spread bigger than the Miami Dolphins and the Carolina Panthers this weekend. It's the Buffalo Bills squaring off against the New York Giants on Sunday Night Football. And I've got to ask the question again. What the hell are the New York Giants doing in primetime? It's week 6 of the NFL season. They've played at least 4 primetime games now. Who the hell wants to see Danny Jones and the New York Giants? The answer is nobody. Well, luckily for everybody, it sounds like Daniel Jones won't be playing this weekend. It's actually going to be Tyrod Taylor. Daniel Jones is dealing with a neck injury right now. And that's why I almost thought about laying the 14.5 with the Buffalo Bills. But I think this Giants team could be better this weekend with Tyrod Taylor having himself a little bit of a revenge game against the Buffalo Bills. Hell, Tyrod Taylor played for like every team in the NFL, so every game could be a revenge game, but I stayed away from that one because it is more than 2 touchdowns. I prefer the 13.5 with the Miami Dolphins. But there are also some other really good games on the slate this weekend, whether it is the Seattle Seahawks coming off a bye to take on Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and all of a sudden the red-hot Cincinnati Bengals? I don't know if we can call them red-hot yet, but they did win last week. They covered, and as Jamar Chase told everybody, he's always open on every single play. So maybe Joe Burrow and the Bengals will just keep feeding Jamar Chase. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, a shootout against DK Metcalf and the Seattle Seahawks offense that's been resting up all week and has had 2 weeks to prepare coming off that bye. But I also like the Bengals here, minus 2.5, because they got a chance to go into their bye week 3-3 and reset and come out on the second half of the season as a 500 ball club. We all know it was a terrible start for the Bengals. I think they continue to turn around their season, and it's always nice to see the Seahawks lose. I like the Seahawks to lose this weekend against the Bengals. I would take the 2.5 points, and so is my guy, Greg Silver. It's one of his best bets he liked this week. Shout out Greg putting in the extra effort, giving us a few extra Bobby Boucher's best bets. We'll probably dive into the Cowboys and Chargers game on Monday. Surprised to see the Cowboys a 2-point favorite at SoFi, but we all know they train down there in Oxnard anyways. They're going to take over SoFi Stadium just like the Eagles did last week when they beat the Rams and covered that 4.5-point spread. But now the Eagles are actually a 7-point favorite against the New York Jets. And, dude, I was intrigued to take this game, I got to tell you, because we all know how bad this Jets offense is with Zach Wilson playing quarterback. Now they're talking about getting Breece Hall more carries, but as I alluded to earlier, there's only one rushing defense better than the 49ers right now. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. And even losing Javon Hargrave, all they do is replace him with a guy like Jalen Carter and a couple other Bulldogs out of Georgia. Eagles not blowing anybody out of the water. That's why I stayed away from the spread. I mean, hell, they had to go to overtime against the Washington Commanders a couple weeks ago. And now they're taking on a New York Jets team as a 7-point favorite. But it's the stat that blew my mind earlier this week. The Eagles have never lost a game in franchise history to the New York Jets. So I'd feel pretty confident betting on the Eagles again this weekend. Going to be interested to see who loses first between the Eagles and the 49ers. Tough stretch of ball games coming up for the Eagles. Meanwhile, here's the 49ers this week against P.J. Walker. And then next week they get to take on the Minnesota Vikings without Justin Jefferson. I guess we'll get a preview of what that offense looks like this week as the Vikings are a 2.5-point favorite on the road to take on the Chicago Bears. People starting to feel a little bit of Bears hype with Justin Fields, DJ Moore balling out a couple weeks ago, hanging 40 points on that Washington Commander defense. I'm staying away from that game. I'd probably take the Vikings minus 2.5. I think they're the better overall team, but it's hard to bet on Kirk Cousins, especially without Justin Jefferson. That might be a high-scoring game. Maybe look into the over in that one. Or, if you're like me, you'll be betting money on the under with the Raiders and the Patriots. You'll be betting money on the 49ers against the Browns this weekend, and you'll be betting on the Miami Dolphins to win by 2 touchdowns against the Carolina Panthers. Those are our 3 Bobby Boucher's best bets. And maybe we'll talk about some of those bets in the Friday football forecast coming up in just 1 hour on the Murph and Mac Show, a.k.a. the Murph and Marcus Show. Paulie Mac is off for the weekend, so I'm filling in for Murph on the other side. Excuse me, filling in for Mac. It's Marcus and Murph, Murph and Marcus, whatever you want to call it. Call it some winners with Bobby Boucher's best bets. Those are our 3 best bets, and we'll get Murph's opinion on the other side, not only about this weekend's game between the 49ers and the Browns, but the ALCS and NLCS matchups being set. It's Bochy versus Dusty. And, it's Zach Wheeler versus Kevin Pillar. No, excuse me. Pillar got bounced. It's Zach Wheeler versus Evan Longoria. A couple forever Giants in the postseason squaring off, and that action starts on Sunday. Big weekend in sports. And I do got to wrap up the show giving a shout-out to the San Jose Sharks, who's kicked off their season last night at the Tank. Yeah, they lost to the Vegas Knights. Probably a good bet to bet against the Sharks this year, since David Quinn came on our show earlier this week and said, yeah, we suck. We suck. That's what the media tells us. Well, hey, hopefully Bobby Boucher's picks don't suck for you this weekend, and we win you some money. Let's kick off the Marcus and Murph Show on the other side. It's the Waterboy Bobby Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
We're going to be championship.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, happy Friday, everybody. And look who's here to my left. That ain't my hippie deadhead friend, Paulie Mack. That's my G-Eazy looking UFC friend, Marcus Boucher.
What's up, Murph?
What about we're going to rip the knob off?
Rip that knob off for the next 4 hours. It's the Marcus and Murph show, baby. What's up, Murph?
I love it when I'm driving in and you're like, hey, man, we got content. I don't know. You're on one of your riffs. You just say, if people listen to their leadoff spot, they'll hear Marcus say, so just rip that knob off, and it never fails to make me chuckle, dude.
That's it. You got the water boy for a clean hour. You got Bobby Boucher's best bets. You got John Lynch coming up today. Greg Papa, Dante Whitner. Rip that knob off.
So here's
Murph.
the catch, though. But if I actually did rip the knob off, then I'd be literally stuck on this station for the rest of my life.
That sounds absolutely fantastic to me, Murph. You should always be listening to KNBR 680 AM and 104.5 FM.
That's pretty darn good, buddy. And then you'd get a lot of cars for kids and a lot of mediocre Giants baseball.
A little too much cars for kids.
and you get a 79-win baseball team on your radio all summer long.
Nothing like it, Murph. Nothing like it.
Oh, man. Well, we'll have fun today getting ready for the 49ers and the Cleveland Browns. By the way, Paulie just off today. He'll be back Monday. Having a little 3-day weekend with the fam. So good for him. Go enjoy. Paulie Mack. Don't think Paulie Mack didn't leave, though, without recording a Friday football forecast.
Well, if Paulie Mack misses the forecast, he's going to die, Murph. That's why.
That's it. Rip the knob off and die.
Yeah,
there you go. But anyway, bro, so good. Catch me up, man. Thursday night, I had a big old day. I will be, listen, we share everything on this show personally, family-wise. That's what we try to do is create a family, create a neighborhood. We all, we like to share. And so I had told you guys a couple months ago about one of my oldest, if not my oldest friend in life, Brian Harmsy, the beloved Harmsy, who tragically died of cancer at the age of 54. Yeah. And that was in July. I shared that with you guys. But yesterday was the memorial. Okay. Yesterday was the funeral, for lack of a better word. It's weird to say. I guess funeral seems so heavy.
Yeah.
But we had the memorial, and then we had a huge reception at his brother's house, and then we had a huge, I'll call it a family dinner, but lifelong friends. That's family, right?
Yeah, everybody, yeah.
And it went deep into the night. So that's a long way of saying, A, treasure your friends.
Of course.
Always, always, always. B, love up your friends, all right? And C, I need you to catch me up on what happened yesterday, buddy.
Murph, there was a lot going on yesterday.
So we did go to the classic old school Italian restaurant in Mill Valley called Lodge and Esther for a big 16-person dinner at the end. And in the corner, the Braves game was on. So I was able to catch, interestingly, they went Braves over Chiefs, which maybe was because that Chiefs game was so dull.
Because it was awful. I got to tell you, Murph, I did the same thing too. Because Thursday Night Football, it seems like you're always going to lock in on Amazon to watch that matchup. But last night, I was way more entrenched in the Phillies-Braves matchup. Way more than Thursday Night Football.
Is a baseball head, or just because of the product was more entertaining?
A, because I am a seam head. B, because I hate the Broncos and the Chiefs, so it really didn't matter. But it was just a bad matchup. Now, I did have 2 TVs in my living room, so I had both games on, but I was way more locked in on the Phillies, and that fan base is going crazy once again.
Did it again. And they remain. By the way, good luck, Arizona.
Oh,
good luck walking into that Lions den.
Good luck dealing with those fanatics, dude.
I mean, on paper right now, you look at Arizona as a team, you want to talk about the classic, quote-unquote, just happy to be here. I mean, they are truly just happy. Whereas the Phillies, coming off a World Series loss, we're talking about the Niners being fueled by painful losses in their past. The Phillies are that team that's like, we nearly tasted it. Arizona's like, wow, I can't believe we're here. Phillies like, the fans are going to be like,
See, that's the thing.
You're going to die!
I think the Diamondbacks are a good story with our guy Turnip Torrey out here partying every blinking night, but it seems like the Phillies this year are kind of like a team of destiny. It's a team that made the World Series last year and then added Trey Turner, and that place is absolutely electric every single night. I don't know if there's a bigger home field advantage in baseball.
Well, destiny's one thing until you look across the dugout and see me over there, and, Oh, we'll see what happens. What happens if they run into the unstoppable force that is Boch?
I mean, that's the thing. Boch hasn't lost a game, but now he's got to square off against Dusty this weekend on Sunday.
By the way, that starts Sunday, yeah. So just to get everybody right, Sunday, I got written it down here, Waterway. Sunday at 5:15, Boch and Dusty. And then they don't play, the NL doesn't go till Monday.
Yeah.
Doesn't go till Monday. So anyway.
that means Torn Up Tory's got a couple days of party.
Oh, dude, well, he said he was going on the 24-hour bender.
It might be a 48-hour bender.
And he had the room to do it.
He might still be in the pool in Arizona right now, Murph.
I mean, they don't got to fly to Philly till like Sunday, so he's good. Okay, so that TV was on at the bar, and I did just my instinct in my brain was like, I can tell something big is happening. So I caught the 7th inning when the Braves rallied and got the bases loaded, and Acuna was up. Pretty good drama. Now, let me ask you a question here, buddy. And of course, we'll get to the Niners in just a sec, and obviously last night, Tay-Tay doing her thing. But let me ask you, this was exactly the kind of moment that people who don't like the pitch clock said, but what about October? What about those moments when I want to just milk the moment? And last night was when Kimbrel's on the mound, and I think it was Darno was up first, and then Acuna next. Those two at-bats were so climactic. Did you feel like the pitch clock rushed it, or were you good?
I didn't. In the moment, I will say I didn't feel like it was too rushed, but I was one of those guys that made that argument where in the postseason, I think we should just let these moments breathe. But then here was Rob Manfred saying, oh, we don't want to change the rules from the regular season to the postseason. But then here he is taking away the ghost runner in the postseason, even though they use it in the regular season, Murph. I would prefer to not have the pitch clock.
That's your boy, Rob Manfred.
Oh.
But you didn't feel that. It was interesting to me because I was like, it does feel like that. Those are the kind of moments that would have lasted like a minute in between pitches.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I wasn't thinking about it as much just because I watched so much baseball. I honestly don't even really notice the pitch clock.
Did you notice the Twins fans were doing a countdown on who was it?
I did hear that the other day. They were doing the shot clock. The 5, 4, 3,
a hell of a
2,
chant, right?
1.
Hell of a chant. But anyway, so I did see the climactic moment. Darno draws the walk to load him up. Then there was a near wild pitch that maybe Kevin Pillar should have scored on?
I thought so, and that was almost a disaster because he puts on the brakes midway down to home. Next thing you know, here's the runners on first and second going all the way to third and second. I thought for sure there was a backdoor moment there, but they got out of it, but Ronald Acuna flies out.
Yeah, it looked like off the bat he got it.
That ball was carrying. Yeah. It kept going and going, but that rookie center fielder made the play and saved the day.
Not quite enough. And so the Phillies win. Now they're singing that Euro dance song, Dancing on My Own. You guys down with that? Everybody down with that?
Oh, I think I know the song you're talking about.
I actually don't, but I actually had to look it up before the show. It's I guess it started as some ballad by some guy named Callum Scott, and then this on some British reality show or talent show, some Swedish person sang it.
London's Got Talent? What are we talking about here?
Something like that. Something like that. And now it's like their banger. But anytime you have like a song that the fans know and the club, that's when you got a vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was no song with Farhan this year, brother.
No, there was just magic wands being waved back and forth. No songs and no chants like you're seeing with the Phillies. It seems like every game they have a new chant. I don't know because you were at a restaurant yesterday.
I heard you saying this on the way in. Were they dropping the attaboys?
So they were chanting attaboy.
So they take
attaboy
to Arcia or to
Orlando Arcia while he was batting, dude. And then, dude, check this out because I don't think they showed this on the broadcast, but I saw on Twitter Orlando Arcia was yelling at Philly fans during the game.
Oh,
he was in the dugout yelling, "Cállate, cállate, cállate," which means shut up, shut up in Spanish. And then, dude, he went with the full, like, 5th grade, like, nah, and started sticking out his tongue at him.
They broke him.
It was bad. And Ronald Acuna's, like, trying to, like, settle him in, like, dude, don't do this. Don't do this.
Philly won again.
You don't want this smoke.
Philly won again. Now, you do understand. Everybody understands this is what we're going into December 3rd.
Yeah.
You do understand that, right?
These are the same Philly scumbags.
These are the people that Brock Purdy is going to have to. You got it?
Brock Purdy!
On your board. God bless. Sitting right there. What do I have at my disposal with a Marcus board here?
Oh, so I've got my board. Well, Murphy, if you're curious.
What do you got access to here?
I've got an entire board of just Brian Murphy.
That's what Daddy does to pay the bills. Okay,
so we can fire through all those.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
One, right?
Check with Candace.
And then I've got some other ones that don't get played as much. That one's a little creepy. That one's named Murph the Big O.
What was I doing that for?
I don't even know because these were all preloaded.
Tasty Giants win.
This was all preloaded before by Cope, so I got like
Post it.
I've got coughs on here. I've got
cough is pretty good.
I've got all kind of stuff on here, Murph.
Why don't you just ease up? Those are kind of funny.
That's Gucci, bro.
We can do this all day, Murph.
Actually, it's kind of wacky to hear all these cuts of yourself, but I will say a couple of them do make me laugh. That's not Gucci, bro. Makes me laugh.
That's not Gucci, bro.
There it is. That's the one.
This one always gets me, Murph.
Let's get racial up in this piece.
Well, there you go.
That's always a good idea. That's always a good idea.
How about
no? So then I guess my other two-parter on Thursday night was filling me in on the football. Broncos Chiefs. I mean, dude, she's all in. She's going to a Thursday night. But then again, literally, this was the most brazen marketing move she's made yet. Because her movie literally drops today. Like, it's the concert film on this summer tour she did.
The Eras tour.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And so this was straight up marketing.
Oh, 100%.
This was straight up marketing.
I mean, it's no surprise that because she skipped one game, but she was there for Sunday Night Football. She's there for Thursday Night Football. All the primetime games she's going to be
I'm going to get Coastal Elite. Let's get Coastal Elite up in this piece.
All right,
here we go. I wonder, a big star like Taylor Swift, who probably just goes from New York to L.A. and L.A. back to New York and back to L.A. and back to New York. How's she feeling about having to, hang in Kansas City?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Do you think Taylor Swift is a barbecue girl? Because they got great
she's a tall,
briskets, they got
slender
burnt
gal.
ends.
She's a tall, slender gal. I don't see her crushing the combo plate.
I don't think so either, but she's
Yeah.
also a Pennsylvania, Philly girl, right? So does she get down with the cheesesteak?
And then she spent time in Nashville, but I see her more as the Coastal Elite. And now I got to tell you, listen, I got love for Kansas. I've had some great times in Kansas City. The Negro League Museum is one of my favorite things in the world. Bob Kendrick, the whole deal. It's such a great piece of American history. Dude, you just said it. The barbecue, forget it.
Hands down. Some of the best in the country.
It's freaking 15 out of 10. You know what I mean? So you got that, and you got the Jazz Museum, too. But I can be honest now, it's a little slow.
But honestly,
it's a little slow.
How long?
If she's out there hey, where's the party? She's got to bring Blake Lively to the party. I don't know.
I mean, that's the thing. How long do you think she's staying in Kansas City? I think she's on a PJ in and out. I don't think she's
back
staying
to LA
too long.
last night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Might have took Kelsey with him.
You don't think she spent the night with Travis?
I don't think so. Or maybe they flew back to her place. Who knows, man?
So do you think it's official?
I really don't even know because it does seem to me like it is a little marketing purposes, but there she is chopping up with Mama Kelsey once again on my TV.
Dare I ask? You think they're think they're getting intimate there, buddy?
You think they're making the
sign of the two-backed beast?
There it is, Murph. Right. I got to get that one on my board. The sign of the two-backed beast.
Should I be asking that question? That's very inappropriate. Very inappropriate.
That's so personal.
Isn't that what you ask around the water cooler about two people that you know?
It seems like
hey,
everybody.
I mean, Murph.
Here we are on a morning sports radio show, and we've been talking about Taylor Swift for the past 2-3 weeks.
Oh gosh. Well, anyway, the game stunk to high heaven.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was.
What's up with the Chiefs? The Chiefs ain't going anywhere this year, huh?
I don't know. They put up 18 points. Their defense is looking good. They finally got Chris Jones back on the field. He's got 4 or 5 sacks already. He played really good yesterday, but I don't know. Against the Denver Broncos, you would think they would blow them out of the water.
The Broncos had a historically bad defense. They were giving up historically bad yards and points.
And they put up 19 points.
19 points.
And Mahomes threw a couple interceptions. I don't know. It wasn't a great
Or are they the kind of team they're at that point in their evolution where they're so bored they don't really start playing until late November?
I think so. And just the fact that they've beaten the Denver Broncos now 16 times in a row. It's a division matchup. They know them pretty well. And it's a Thursday night, which makes it a little funky
Tripoli says there were 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts last night that played a severe role. Well, then run the rock, baby.
Dude, you got Isaiah Pacheco against one of the worst rushing defenses in the league.
Yeah, man. I don't know. That said, they are not giving off many Super Bowl vibes, but again, they're right there. They only have one loss.
And that's the thing, too, about this Kansas City Chiefs offense. I don't hear too many people talk about it. It's been struggling a little bit with the loss of Eric Bieniemy, who's now with the Washington Commanders.
And the Commanders' offense is doing
nothing. They got Sam Howell, so I don't know how much of a factor he is.
This has been brought up before. Relegation is the concept in English soccer where if you finish in the bottom 2 or 3, they kick you out of the freaking league. They kick you out of the league, Waterboy. And then they bring up a couple teams from the top of the bottom league. Relegation. It's a hell of a thing, right? Yeah. Honest to goodness, the Broncos should be relegated. They have been so bad for so long, and they're so dull, and they're awful, and they're poisonous, and they're just uninspiring, and they suck. relegate their asses.
I second that opinion, Murph. Get the hell rid of the Denver Broncos. But the thing is, they're not even the worst team technically in the league. You got the Carolina Panthers, who haven't won a game yet this year.
And they're playing who again this weekend?
They're going against the Miami Dolphins as a 13.5-point underdog.
Any given Sunday, baby. Except that Sunday, right?
The Carolina Panthers that got rid of Christian McCaffrey and also got rid of P.J. Walker, who you'll see this Sunday.
P.J. Walker. There it is. He finally put the breadcrumb out for the Niners. We will get into the Niners and the Browns as there is developments. They talked yesterday. We got a little Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Brock. One more?
Purdy.
Purdy.
Oh, there's an echo in the studio.
I kind of like that.
Triple E's got access to my board, too.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so that's the deal. We got the kid out of Homestead High, Mission College, and Sonoma State, Marcus Boucher. You got your boy Murph here. So it is the Murph and Mac Show with Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mac. Paulie back on Monday. We got the standard features of a guest list coming your way next. Stay tuned. It's a good one. It's a Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Na.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's Sports Leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Deshaun Watson, the Cleveland Browns starting quarterback, missed their last game, then went into the bye dealing with a shoulder, dealing with a rotator cuff bruise, I should say. It's actually kind of an odd injury, and I know they really thought he was going to go last game and then go into the bye, and you say, all right, well, Deshaun Watson likely going to be fine. Has not practiced yet this week. Not a good sign for his availability for Sunday, and it's not going to be DTR when Deshaun Watson is officially ruled out, likely later today. It's going to be P.J. Walker, who's been elevated to back up plenty of starting experience. He is expected to be the Cleveland Browns starter for this weekend.
Okay, lot going on here. Number one, there's Ian Rappaport on the Browns. But number two, I told you guys yesterday I was completely out of pocket, spending the entire day with beloved loved ones and friends, mourning the passing of one of my oldest and dearest friends. I did not know that Rudolph Isley of the Isley brothers died at the age of 84. Triple E just informed me. Waterboy, this is some of the best music this country's ever produced, my friend.
Yeah, Murph, that kind of took me by shock, too. I wasn't aware of that news either.
This guy wrote, the Isley Brothers are going to go all the way back to the song Shout that you hear in Animal House and then everything here. So thank you, Triple E, and what a great life, Rudolph Isley, founding brother of the Isley Brothers. So I'll take more today. No more Reggae Friday?
No. Reggae Friday,
well, if it
gone with the wind.
If it gets us the Isleys, that's okay.
We're going to turn into an Isley Brother Friday.
I want to say the Isley Brothers sample is what's used in It Was a Good Day, I want to say.
You might be right, dude.
I think I am.
And how about the fact...
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, how about the fact that the Isley Brothers were still out here doing like songs with like 2 Chainz like a couple years ago? Like they're still putting out hits.
I've used them in a Pop Culture Showdown because I think they're from the Columbus, Ohio. I think I used them for Ohio State one time. Or no, Cincinnati when the Bengals.
Oh, okay.
They're from
that's right.
They're
I think
from
you
the
did in a Pop
Ohio
Culture
region.
Showdown, yeah.
And I think I was able to use them in the Cincinnati Bengals Pop Culture Showdown. But yeah, dude. Well, if I am right about the sample of the Isley Brothers used in It Was a Good Day, which Triple E says I am, Footsteps in the Dark. Yeah. There's another thing we got to get right.
Yeah.
Is the stat about Jim Schwartz and Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
Without getting too into it.
Yeah, let's dive into it, Murph.
Let's just go right to the heart of it. Jim Schwartz has dominated Kyle Shanahan.
Absolutely
which
dominated.
Is shocking, right?
Which apparently Jim Schwartz is Kyle Shanahan's kryptonite.
Has anybody factored this in this weekend?
I don't think so, because yesterday we were talking about the matchups, and even Jake Trotter came on. He's like, yeah, Brown's got no chance. Jim Schwartz, good defensive coordinator. But if you dive into the numbers, they faced off 8 times. Whether it's as a head coach or an offense coordinator versus defense coordinator, Jim Schwartz has beat Kyle Shanahan 7 out of 8 matchups, Murph.
And now it's up to 9.5, the spread?
And now the spread's at 9.5.
Is the smart bet to take the Browns plus 9.5?
Well, that depends on when you put that bet in, Murph.
Yeah.
Because obviously the line has changed with the news from Ian Rappaport and all the other NFL beat writers out there with the announcement that Deshaun Watson will not be playing this weekend and we will be seeing P.J. Walker.
So when the line opened, I'm in this pool every week trying to win big money for the family. That's what Daddy does to pay the bills.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 4.5. That's what I had. So it's gone up from 4.5 to 9.5. That's, over the course of a week, that's, obviously only an injury generally does that. Yeah. That's never money never moves the spread 5 points.
And it's always an injury at the quarterback position. Quarterbacks affect the spread more than any other position. See, you saw when Nick Chubb got hurt with the Browns, the next week the line dropped like a point or two, but Deshaun Watson's out, and now the spread has moved at least 5 points this week, Murph, and we've kind of tracked it all week long. Whether it was on Monday when the line opened up at 3.5, 4.5, Tuesday morning we were talking about it at 5, yesterday we were talking about it at 7, and then the news came out, now it's up to 9.5. Hell, it might be up to 10.5, 11 by the time we reach Sunday.
Damn. Hey, listen, the last time Kyle Shanahan beat a Jim Schwartz system was in 2008. Were you in freaking high school in 2008?
Dude, 2008 was when I was in high school. I was a sophomore in high school, Murph.
Well, do you remember the Houston Texans beating the Tennessee Titans 13-12?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I've got no recollection whatsoever.
I was on the air and I don't remember that. I don't think we touched that one on the forecast that day. That was the only time Kyle's ever gotten him was in 2008 when Kyle was a young Houston Texans coordinator, and he got Jim Schwartz at Tennessee 13-12.
Dude, and how about
That's the only time.
And how about in those 8 matchups, Kyle Shanahan has only put up 20 points one time against the Jim Schwartz defense.
And in addition to all that, he's got personnel. I mean, they have a legit. It's not just that he has a scheme and he knows what Kyle wants to do. It's that he's got horses this year.
Well, yeah, Myles Garrett is one of the best defensive players in the league, hands down, year in and year out. He's in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. Denzel Ward is great on the outside. Zadarius Smith, former Packers pass rusher as well. They got talent on this defense, and that's why they're the number 1 defense in the NFL right now.
So a couple more times they've been, Schwartz went to Detroit, Buffalo, and Philadelphia. He got Shanahan twice in Philly, 2017 and 2020. In 2014, Shanahan was the Browns OC. Schwartz was the Bills DC. Do you have a nemesis out there, Baltimore? Is there somebody who owns you?
Ooh, me personally? I don't know who we're talking about. Jock Peterson taking me deep in high school?
That's what I'm looking for.
Devontae Adams tearing it up on the football field?
I'm owned by certain like CYO and Little League coaches. I'm like, yeah, that guy owns me.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, a guy walks in the gym. I'm like, oh, I'm toast.
Yeah,
this guy owns me.
Shout out to that Little League coach from Sunnyvale.
Now you're going to get me all riled up again.
You going to talk about that on the radio, Murph? You're going to talk about that?
Unbelievable. Well, that guy had the horses.
Yeah.
All right, you know what I mean? That guy, when you got the horses, you can talk.
Well, Murph, as you know, we play some ball in the South Bay.
They do. Oh, there's no question about that. I will never talk mess about South Bay baseball. All right, thank you, young Tony. He ran in. We got the nice staff today. We got Triple E on the board. We got Marcus here in the studio, and we got young Tony running in PJ Walker information.
Nice.
So,
need that Walker information.
By the way, I feel like, I honestly feel like some sort of elder today. I mean, it's me and you three.
Oh, Murph, don't say that. Murph, don't say that because we actually have that drop on our soundboard.
Dude, I'm not old.
You're not old, Murph. You're not old.
Don't play that one.
Wait, no, you don't like it when I play this one.
I am old. Don't play that one.
I like playing this one instead.
I'm not old. Don't stop playing.
All right, it's over.
All right, stop playing. I don't like those. Those sound bad. They're not funny. They're not good.
All right, we'll delete it from the board.
Let's move on to the guest list here. Let's go Horns on a guest list. Are you doing the guest list?
I've got the guest list Horns.
Okay,
and Triple E can't find it, but he's got it.
You have him on the board? Mm-hmm. And now I hold up the... This is, I don't know. Do I do this one? I mean, he put a little PG-13 picture on here.
Oh, wow. I don't know if we show off these pictures. Well, First of all, we got Dante Whitner all oiled up.
Oiled up and shirtless.
After he was talking S on Twitter to not only Dak Prescott, but also Tyreek Hill sliding into his DMs. And we should mention that Dante Whitner will come on the show at 9:35. But, Murph, we got to start at the top of the guest list.
What if Paulie and I... As you know, KNBR is doing these clever Instagram bits. What if Paulie and I did a shirtless, oiled up session?
Oh, we're talking hits, Murph.
And then
we're
we put
talking
on Instagram?
Thousands and thousands of views.
Put on Instagram, just if we went shirtless and oiled up and then flexed and took pictures of ourselves?
I remember we used to always riff about Paulie Mack starting an OnlyFans page.
Yeah,
but it was just like him like shirtless rolling up joints.
He's done a bit where he does, if you got on, I think it's on Bush, there's a male review at the Nob Hill Theater up there. Paulie has talked about if his career takes the wrong turn of becoming he would wear a light pair of shoulder pads, eye black, and come out in a Tom Brady jersey and do a little strip tease. So we have discussed that.
Yeah, we have.
All right, I'm holding it up here. What do we got today?
All right, so the show starts off today with the Friday football forecast where you will hear from Paulie Mack. He's off today, but he does not miss a forecast. He's got his picks today at 6:50.
There's a lot of psychology going on there because usually when Paulie Mack's out the door, he's out the door.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder, does he love the forecast that much? If you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die. He doesn't want to die.
He's dedicated to his picks, Murph.
But also, as you pointed out, he wants to live.
He's got a responsibility to the people. He's not running from the truth. He's not running from the people. He ain't running from the picks, Murph.
And if you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die.
That's it. No Paulie Mack today, but we still got a Friday football forecast, 6:50 a.m. this morning. We'll give you all of our best bets from this weekend's NFL games, and of course, the Couch Potato Guide, so you know what to watch.
Wait,
and then
the FFF, the other F on Friday football fabulous freaky forecast is 500. because Paulie and I are both 500 on the
Hey,
year.
treading water. You're not losing
Hey,
money, Murph.
As I tell you, Friday football forecast, it's not going to hurt you.
It's not going to hurt you.
Although you have to play the VIG. What do they call it? The VIG? The juice? If you make a bet, a small portion of it goes to the house.
They're going to hit you like minus
So
110.
if you push every bet, you wind up losing a little bit of money along the way.
You lose a couple bucks, Murph, but it's better than losing big money. Haven't lost money yet so far this year. We'll give you our Friday football forecast, fabulous picks at 6:50 this morning. And then 7:35, it's time to come to Papa on a Friday.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
It's football season, which means Friday power hours are now home of Greg Papa.
This is incredible news. Does he know? Is he going to be up at 7:35?
I told him last week. Papa's up at like 4 a.m. every day.
Honestly.
I swear. I told Papa he's got to
Grinding
come
film?
into the leadoff spot one time.
Is he grinding film?
He's always up breaking down footage. I remember I did a show with him on a Monday morning. He's like, yes, Marcus, I watched this 49er game 4 times. I'm like, 4 times? It happened last night.
You gotta love the work ethic.
Yeah, we'll get the breakdown from Greg Papa, 7:35 today. Then 8 a.m., our big hit is, of course, 49ers GM John Lynch stopping by the program.
By the way, he was playing. We're gonna call him on this because literally, like when he was talking to us, he was probably texting with Sean Payton of the Broncos because he nailed that Randy Gregory deal down shortly after he hung up. Mm-hmm. I was like, I'm gonna ask him. Were you texting that trade during our conversation?
Possibly. And then how about Randy Gregory being on the practice field yesterday? I saw some highlights of him getting in some pass rushing work with Nick Bosa, and he also showed up to town and said, hey, nobody's wearing that number 5 anymore. Hand it over.
Dude.
He came in and took Trey Lance's number.
Paulie and Copes had that bit about Wilmer Flores. Just give me Jeremy Affeld's number and I'm going to hit bombs.
That's it.
Randy Gregory says, give me Trey Lance's number and I'm going to sack some
That's
fools.
it. Give me number 5. I'm going to go get some quarterbacks.
I wonder how many plays how many snaps he'll play.
He'll be on the field for sure, but
Did
that's
Kyle
a good
address
question.
that? We don't know. We'll find out.
We'll talk to John Lynch this morning at 8 a.m. to get some answers on Randy Gregory. Then we'll hit the cooler of content to wrap up the power hour. And then 9:35, as we mentioned earlier, it's the hitman Dante Whitner talking some 49er and Browns matchups before this weekend's game.
You guys see the picture he used for Papa? That's our old pal Bonnie Jill and Papa,
who was in the building last week for the Cowboys-Niner game. Excuse me.
Hi, Bonnie Jill. She's a sweet gal. She red knee-high boots, and Papa's holding the.
I think that's on Radio Row a couple years ago.
Well, there it is. He found it, and Triple E put it on there. It's a heck of a picture.
Gotta love Triple E's artwork.
It's a heck of a picture.
His best contribution to the show.
And by the way, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. The forecast is coming, y'all. Run for cover on KNBR 104.5 at 680, the Sports Leader. If you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jim's as good as it gets. He's been one of the best that I've gone against over my career. He's everywhere he's been. I started out my career in Houston as a coordinator, going against him when he was in Tennessee, and then when I was in Washington, going against him in Detroit, and Atlanta, and here, gone against him when he was in Philly. Jim always has a very sound, aggressive defense. It's always one of the top defenses in the league. But anytime Jim has talent, he's usually one of the top 1, 2, or 3 in the league, and that's what he has this year. He's got the pass rushers, got some good linebackers, some really good corners and safeties, and that's why they are number 1 in almost every single category right now. We got a huge challenge for us, and we did last week versus Dallas and came up big for that, and it's only getting harder this week.
There he was, Kyle Shanahan on KNBR yesterday afternoon, in the afternoon with Tolbert and Copes, addressing this story that for some reason, well, we don't need to get into the details of it, but for some reason kind of slept on all week. And now it seems to have gotten a little momentum the last 2 days, at least in the media circles, that Jim Schwartz is a freaking problem for Kyle Shanahan. And it ain't no joke either. It's the real deal. And guys do own certain guys. What if Krukenkuip have told us? They've taught us many lessons over the last 30 years, and one of them is ownage is ownage.
100%. Ownage is ownage, whether it's one-on-one matchups on the field or off the field or between these two coaches. Again, Jim Schwartz, 7-1 against Kyle Shanahan. But you know who Kyle Shanahan did not have in those 8 games? Christian McCaffrey.
And Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. I was just telling Marcus. And by the way, good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Mac Show with Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mac, who's in a little getaway with the fam. Good for him.
It's a waterboard for one night and one night only.
Well,
Murph.
and for 5 hours and 5 hours only, because you started at 5 a.m.
That's right. Rip that knob off.
And Waterboy urged you to rip the knob off your car, which is a little violent, number one. Two, it could cause some some sort of a mishap on your dashboard.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you got the sports leader leading the way, Murph, you're fine.
And 3, God bless you if you still have a knob that gets you AM radio in your car.
God bless you if you still have AM radio in your car. Shout out to Tesla trying to take away AM radios.
Triple E says he does. He has that knob, and that's usually, I should go check when I hear the hood crackling when I come in.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
morning.
Shout out to the 1%ers who don't have knobs.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. The 1%ers do not have knobs.
They got the touch screens. Yeah, that's right.
My buddy gave me a ride in his Rivian. You guys been in a Rivian lately?
I have not. I've heard about it. I see him on the freeway like every day.
Millennium Falcon.
Electric trucks, dude. Yeah. Electric trucks.
Oh, Triple E with a disparaging comment in my ear. Yeah, an electric truck. It's a big, bold, beautiful thing, brother. I got to tell you. I said, look at you, buddy. He admitted when he got in, he goes, it's really expensive. I'm kind of freaking out about my payments. Yeah. But enjoy the ride.
Yeah, good luck. You'll save on gas money. You don't got to pay $6 a gallon.
This is all true. By the way, Andrew Siciliano joins Papa and Lund today at noon, as we always love to forward tease other shows on the Murph and Mac Show. So a little bit of sound on the Niners before we get to the forecast. 10 a.m. kick Sunday. How's that going to suit for you, by the way? Are you good with a 10 a.m. kick?
I'm perfectly fine, Murph. I'll be up at 6 a.m. watching the game in London between the Ravens and the Titans.
I got to be honest. I won't watch those 6 a.m. games unless they have a Toy Story alternate channel.
We are missing the Toy Story. But
that thing was awesome.
It's phenomenal. And even when I was out in Las Vegas, just my body clock automatically wakes me up that early. Even on the weekends. I mean, I wake up at 3 a.m. every day.
The dirty little secret of morning radio is... people say, do you adjust on weekends?
No.
The answer is no. Sadly.
I get like 2 extra hours of sleep. I'm up at like 5 or 6 a.m.
It's tough.
Which is great when we got London
games. You try to force yourself back, and then it's a little awkward. And hey, what's a body... why not just sacrifice a body clock for your career?
That's it, Murph. As our old PD told me when I started working on the Murph and Mac Show, it's a lifestyle, not a job.
That's a great call. And you do know the legendary Tony Salvador, the man who built this empire, right, that we all reside in today. When Paulie and I were just starting out, and we would have to sit in our office to make sure that Tony saw us, quote, working after the show, quote unquote, really just kind of like sitting there saying, has he seen us?
Yeah,
Did he see we're in our office?
Let's pretend like we're talking.
Did he see that we're still here? And so he walked by one time, and one of us made a slight remark about being maybe vaguely a little bit tired that day or something, which is a no. Never admit that. Never. You gotta barge through. He goes, I get it. You get up early. He goes, you must be falling down. That's what he said, the legendary line. We were like, Never talk about that in front of Tony.
Never. And especially
you must be falling down.
Yeah, and especially like in the line of work that we work in. Of course, we're waking up early, but there's people out here working right now who are city workers, who are essential workers,
Real
firefighters,
workers.
cops, all those guys. Like, that's one reason why I will never complain about waking up at 3 a.m. to talk about sports. My dad was a city worker for the city of Palo Alto, would wake up every day at 3 a.m. I got no problem waking up to talk sports, Murph.
Your dad is that guy in the song Money for Nothing, talking about you as like the rock and roll guy. Maybe get a blister on your little finger, maybe get a blister on your thumb. Money for nothing. And whatever, can I say it in 2023? Your chicks for free. Can I say that?
I'll take it, Murph. I got you.
Get canceled. Okay, so we just did Schwartz and Kyle on the afternoon show talking about Jim Schwartz. We got other sound from the day, including yesterday, Trent Williams spoke. And Trent Williams, dude, once again, I want to remind everybody, the Washington Commanders traded Trent Williams.
Why?
I want to remind everybody that.
How?
I want to remind everybody the Carolina Panthers traded Christian McCaffrey. I want to remind everybody the Boston Red Sox traded Mookie Betts. All right? What are these people doing?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, too, because like everybody pays attention to what the 49ers gave up to get Christian McCaffrey. How about the trade for Trent Williams? I mean, what was it, like a 4th and a 5th rounder?
I don't even know.
You got him for pennies on the dollar. Nobody even talks about those details.
Why, Novak? Why? There it is. That's
it was a 5th round draft pick, Murph.
So here's Trent Williams going against, okay, the number is 95. Myles Garrett as part of this Jim Schwartz defense, which is, by the way, I got the stats for you. Number 1 in the NFL in yards allowed. Number 1 in the NFL in passing yards allowed. So, I mean, Kyle likes to pass, right? Number 2 in the NFL in points allowed. And number 4 in the NFL in rushing yards allowed.
Yeah, it's a good defense, Murph.
So here's Trent Williams on Myles Garrett. Showdown.
You know, we got our work cut out for us. That's for sure.
You ever faced him before?
I haven't.
Wow.
I haven't faced him before. So.
What jumps off the film?
Everything. The size, the speed, the craftiness, the agility. I mean, what doesn't hop off on the film is a better question. I think he's one of those few players that has everything. Literally has everything. You can run around, you can run through, you can make you look stupid with agility moves. I mean, he's a juggernaut.
Okay, that was, by the way, Vern Glenn, KPX's own, asking those questions there. Talking about Myles Garrett, who, of course, was the number 1 overall pick in the draft in 2017, delivering the goods.
And I said it earlier on my show. I don't know if this is considered a hot take or not, but I think Myles Garrett is a better overall player than what we saw last week from Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is always in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. Now, we talked a lot with guys like Greg Cosell, how you can run at Micah Parsons as part of his weakness. There is no weakness with Myles Garrett. He's like one of the few players in the NFL that's actually built bigger than Nick Bosa and competes at every single play, every single snap. He's a problem in the pass game and in the rush game, Murph.
I think, NFL heads know this, but casual NFL fans who kind of just come in and out on Sundays wouldn't, because he's played with the Browns his entire career, and the Browns have really never been on the big stage.
No, ever. And this is a guy where, I said it earlier, one of my keys to the matchup this week against this Browns defense and against Myles Garrett and also Zadarius Smith, who's a great pass rusher as well, is to keep Brock Purdy off the tombstone. Because, Murph, I don't know if you know about this story that Myles Garrett, every year for Halloween, which is coming up in a couple weeks, he decorates his house, his front yard, with tombstones of quarterbacks that he has sacked in his career. So we got to keep Brock Purdy off that tombstone.
That's pretty good, though, I got to say. That's pretty good.
It's good decoration.
Put a little pro wrestler touch there from Myles Garrett, too, who's a Texas kid. Came out of Texas A&M. Here's, by the way, more Brock Purdy on... Well, he's got to go against this Jim Schwartz defense. What does he have to say about it?
Purdy! Yeah, camp. We obviously go against that every single day, or we did go against that every day, and it was a great challenge for us. So when we watched the film, it's like, all right, yeah, we got another great challenge in front of us this week with these guys. So they're, I think, one of the best, in the league, and a really talented group. So excited to go against them.
Okay, Brock's just playing it chill. No Orlando Arcia mess talk. And by the way, Copes, who's up, by the way, listening. What's up, Copes?
Early morning Copes.
Maybe his body clock is screwed up, too. Sent me the video of the Arcia on the dugout. Oh, my God. I retweeted it if you need to see it. Oh, my God. It's incredible. They broke him.
Dude,
Philly broke him.
He is straight up screaming at the crowd.
Cállate. They flat out broke him. But anyway, the point being is that I forget what I had. The point was, anyway, it was about Purdy being so chill. He will not be broken in Philadelphia. That was my point. He's so chill. Last one here is Purdy asked about these quarterback rankings where some people do not believe in him, and they would rank him. What does Brock Purdy think about a power ranking of a quarterback?
Yeah, I could care less. So.
Anybody send to your friends?
No, nothing. Yeah. It's all about the Browns this week. So
listen to this kid.
That's it.
Are you kidding me? This kid's, he's Buster Posey, right?
It kind of is.
He is Buster Posey. Purdy. There he is. All right. Well, it'll be fun, man. Sunday morning, 10 a.m. I'm open. I'm clear.
Wow.
I do have an afternoon. I have an afternoon family event.
Okay.
But Sunday morning, baby, just late. I mean, I don't know. Maybe get one of those. We have a Bob's now. Do I drive down and get a fritter?
Well, I drove past that Bob's when I went to Mount Tim a couple weeks ago for Sound Summit. And the place was packed, Murph. How do you not go with Bob's?
You didn't pop in for a fritter?
I almost thought, but there was a line out the door, Murph.
All right, here's the deal. You know the time. You know what time it is, baby. It's time for me to sing Axl Rose because we are going into the forecast, the Friday football forecast, an event so momentous that Paulie Mack, even being off today, recorded his picks. I'm fascinated by this.
This is groundbreaking.
I've known this guy. I've been on the air with this guy for 17 and a half years. So when he's taking time off, he takes time off. The fact that he wanted to, this man cares about his forecast.
I mean, I got Paulie Mack out here doing homework on his off days. He's not even working today.
Sometimes, by the way, you'll catch him on a Monday through Thursday drifting into the studio during a break and start picking Marcus's brain on picks.
Yeah. It's like Waterboy. What do you think about this game? Stay tuned. Maybe we'll get some of those.
I think we're witnessing the evolution of a degenerate.
It's Paulie Mack. Paulie'sPicks.com. PaulieWins.com.
Okay, so PaulieWins.com. I'll do mine, and then we'll have Bobby Boucher visit.
We'll sprinkle in some best bets from Bobby Boucher.
Bobby Boucher is usually only featured 5 to 6. Mm-hmm. We'll make an appearance in what we'll call prime time.
Prime time. We're making it
do you guys
personal.
remember? So I got to educate the kids. Back when Dion was on the playing field in the 90s, and the show was the Sunday night highlights with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson, and Dion would frequently make a big play, and when he would make a big play, right before the play, as the play was enveloping, Tom Jackson and Chris Berman would say, they would start going, prime time, prime time, prime time. Oh, there, and then Berman goes, there he goes with the pick all the other way. So Bobby Boucher comes to prime time. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You know where you are? You in the forecast, baby.
You know what I said to him, Paul? I said, welcome to the forecast. I said, it's going to bring you to your knees.
KNBR presents Murph and Mac's Friday Football Forecast.
Football.
Oh, yeah, it's true. It's real. And I need some applause because Paulie Mac usually hits the applause button like crazy right now. And that's not the applause button. There it is. It's the forecast, baby. You know the deal. Many years ago, Paulie and I said, well, we got to do something on Fridays. And we invented the half-baked Friday football forecast in which we kind of said, well, why don't you pick a couple games and I'll pick a couple games? And that was pretty much it going forward. And here we are 17 and a half years later. And yet, there's no Paulie Mac today. Oh, wait, is there?
Uh-oh.
Because if you're watching on YouTube.
Where you see?
Or Twitch, you see a young, handsome man to my left.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kid, Marcus Boucher. Marcus the Kid Boucher.
What up?
The water boy who's doing 5 hours of radio gold today.
That's nothing, Murph.
He started at 5 a.m. He'll do another 5 if he needs to.
I've done it before. I've done the leadoff spot, Murph and Mac, and I hosted a show with Papa one day. I did like 8 hours straight on the radio.
Incredible, dude. Yeah, listen, this is the kind of talent Marcus Boucher brings to the table. You know what I mean?
The best ability is availability, Murph, and I'm always available.
As they say, you can't make the club. You heard their one. You can't make the club in the tub.
No.
You heard that one?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, when your guys rehabbing in the whirlpool tub all the time.
That's it, Murph. And now I'm out of the tub, and now I'm in the middle of the Friday football forecast, Murph.
And
dare I say, you've brought me to my knees.
That was your version of the Lund intro there in the when you do 10 to 2.
There it is.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So Paulie's off today for a 3-day weekend. He'll be back on Monday. Marcus is in. It's great to have him. We got Triple E behind the glass running things. We got young Tony running in PJ Walker information as needed. So here's the deal. Paulie Mac usually makes 2 pro picks, but he's gone. But he's so addicted to the forecast, he pre-recorded his picks. I have not heard these. Have you?
No, I have no idea what we're about to get, Murph.
Triple E, have you? Okay.
We're essentially getting a Paulie Mac exclusive from the Paulie Mac podcast, making picks a day or two before. I hope that's all right, unless the spreads have moved since then, Murph.
I mean, yeah, well, see, you walked right into it with the spreads and the Niners and the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the deal. Paulie Mac is just living his best life. Last Friday, he stood tall. He came on the air, and he told us he was taking the Buffalo Bills to cover against the Jacksonville Jaguars. How'd that work out? The Jags won the game, right?
In London, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But then Paulie said, give me Brock Purdy, and the Cowboys, and he won with that one to move to 5-5. So Paulie Mac is 5-5 on the year. He keeps waiting for that magical week when he goes 2-0. Is this the week? I guess, Marcus, we'll find out right now.
All right, a lot of people said that it wouldn't be done, it couldn't be done, it probably shouldn't be done. But you know what? We're doing it anyway. I don't care. I'm not even here physically, but I'm leaving Friday football forecast picks with all of y'all because the forecast doesn't stop for anybody. It's fearless. It's fantastic. It's fabulous. Any other F word you want to drop in there as well. They're all appropriate. So let us begin. Let's talk about a team nobody wants to talk about. We're going to talk about the 4-1 Detroit Lions. I never thought it would come to this, but that's what's happening. I've become a little bit of a Lions head, starting with that great regular season ending win on the road in Lambeau last year when Jared Goff showed Aaron Rodgers to the exit door. Nice loss in his last ever start in Green Bay. He kind of won me over right then and there. So I look at this game, the 4-1 Lions rolling down to Florida. Kind of an interesting game. A team literally nobody is talking about. The 3-1 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Very interesting. I do a little research on this one. I came up with this. The Detroit Lions, they're 4-1 against the spread. The Tampa Bay Bucks, they're 3-1 against the spread. This is shaping up to be a pretty interesting game. So let's get into it. Look, we got Marin County's own Jared Goff now. That's the home of Bob Weir. That's the home of that KNBR Murph. That's the home of Red Devil Records on 4th Street. You got to work with me. I'm shooting from the hip here. 3.5-point spread. The Lions are giving to the home Bucks. I don't care. I'm going blue all damn day. Lions ball, it's back. And I dedicate this pick to Overnight Dave. Haven't seen him in years, but I know he's from Detroit. I'm going to take the Lions on the road. They put a lot of points up on the board. I don't think the Bucks are ready for that. As I say on the streets, I'm looking at Creative Tony right now. Tony, they ain't about that life. On to pick number 2. So anyway, take the Lions. Give the 3.5. We're all going to have a good time with that one. Marcus, This one's for you, kid. Don't say I never did nothing for you because I'm doing all of this for the water boy, Marcus Boucher. I'm quite fond of that kid. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the 1-4 Pats going into Vegas. The 1-4 blanking Pats taking on Marcus's 2-3 Raiders. Interesting. Okay, so you say, what's the spread? Nothing too crazy. The Raiders are giving the Pats 3 points. I can deal with that. Listen, I've won a lot of games on the forecast thanks to Bill Belichick. Sorry, Tony, as I kick his headphones across the room. I didn't mean to do that. I've won a lot of picks on the forecast thanks to Bill Belichick, but, dude, it is just not happening this year. First of all, listen, the Pats can't score. They can't defend. They really can't do anything right now. I almost feel bad for New England, but I don't, Marcus. This one's for you, bro. You know what, Jimmy G? Stand up. Get up. I saw you last week. Hey, you got to build on that. I know it was an ugly win over the Green Bay Packers, but maybe the Raiders are going to build on that. Listen, the Raider defense, they give up a lot of points. I know that, but they're pretty good against Green Bay. Maybe they're going to build on that. And again, as I said, even if the Raider defense isn't up to snuff, dude, that Pat offense is atrocious. I feel kind of bad for Mac Jones. I think the clock is ticking on him as a starting quarterback. So at the end of the day, the smoke clears. Murph, I turn it back to you after I say, take the Raiders, give the 3. My name's Paul. That's between y'all.
There it is. Paulie Mack from the great beyond. On his 3-day weekend, he recorded that. Look at that. The guy's addicted to his picks.
So Paulie Mack putting in his picks and giving a shout-out to the water boy and rolling with Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders against the Patriots this weekend.
And the magnetism of the Honolulu Blue of the Detroit Lions. I'll tell you this. They are magnetism. There is a magnetism there. Now, what's interesting is the spreads are always controversial, never more so than this week.
Oh, they're always moving, Murph. The lines are always Murph.
Waging war with the crew this morning because the Niner-Brown game is up to 9.5 with the story that P.J. Walker's going to be quarterbacking instead of Deshaun Watson, and Waterboy's out here saying he got it at 6, was it?
Yeah, I put the bet in on Wednesday at 6. It was one of my Bobby Boucher's on best bets on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I told you to hammer the spread before
we got people lashing out on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying, Waterboy's taking the Niners, giving 6. Where is he? He said he's getting time spread. He's a time traveler, getting spreads from the future.
That's it. I'm going back to the future to take better bets. That's why I never lose, Murph.
So here's the deal. Paulie Mack, that was interesting. Detroit -3. But what's interesting, both spreads he picked, he had different spreads than they are this morning on ESPN. He had Detroit -3.5. Right now, this morning, it's only -3.
Yeah, chop that hook off.
So what should we give him?
Well, let's give him 3 because obviously if he's betting on the lines, he should take the 3 points. You don't want that hook to kill you in the chance of a field goal deciding this game.
You ready for this one? The Raiders-Pats one, he had 3. This morning, it's 2.5.
Give him the 2.5.
Okay.
You got to give him the better spreads. That's what you're always trying to do. You're trying to hunt for the best value, whether or not you have to buy a point or half a point, or if you have to put in the bets earlier in the week, you're always looking for that value, Murph.
Okay, so Paulie Mack just got a half a point on both bets. He's loving life.
And honestly,
look at us giving you gifts.
That's it. We'll give a couple gifts to Paulie Mack, and I don't hate his bets too much. I'm a little worried about the Detroit Lions going into Tampa. Tampa Bay coming off a bye week. Baker Mayfield playing pretty well with the Buccaneers, so I don't love that pick too much, Murph.
Is this the time for Bobby Boucher?
But this is where Bobby Boucher hops in because this morning I did go into the land of the Raiders and Patriots game this weekend, but I did not take the Raiders minus the points. I did not take the Patriots minus the points.
Okay, see, now you going over-under?
So I went under in this matchup.
This is a great debate now. The forecast, for whatever reason, we always just did point spreads. Now, I don't know why. I don't know why. We just don't touch over-unders.
No reason.
No touch over-unders. And so once we kind of started that, we just kind of went with it. So I've never done an over-under. You can do it.
Oh,
you're Bobby Boucher.
Well, that's the thing, Murph. I'll go into over-unders. I'll go in the prop bets. I'll bet anything you give me a line on. And this weekend, I love the line on the under 42 points between the Raiders and the Patriots. Because, Murph, there's only 2 teams in the NFL that have not scored 20 points this season. It's the Patriots. It's the Raiders.
It's hard to hear.
We got a matchup between Mac Jones and Jimmy Garoppolo, and I know everybody loves Jimmy G. He leads the league in interceptions this year. Raiders have not been able to run the ball with Josh Jacobs because they're stacking the box against Jacobs and Jimmy Garoppolo. And you got Josh McDaniels facing off against his daddy, Bill Belichick. I don't want none of those problems. I'll take the under. I'll turn the game off, turn it on at the end, and cash in on that bet. I don't think either of these teams.
42?
42 points. And neither team has scored more than 20 the entire season.
Doesn't that mean that one of them is ripe to go for it's going to be like 30? It's going to be like 35-31?
Well, here's the thing. I took the under last week in the Patriots game, and the Saints beat them 34-0. It was a 30-point under, still went under.
Okay.
The Patriots have scored 3 points in the last 2 weeks.
Waterboy's going with the limbo, going under the bar. All right, what's the other one? What's your other one, buddy?
So my other Bobby Boucher best bet that that I went with this morning was the controversial one because I took the 49ers minus the 6 points,
This is controversial.
Murph, and it's highly controversial.
Somebody cue a Prince controversy,
That's
please.
it,
Yes,
because I tried telling people all week long. I know people tune in at 5:40 every Friday for Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, but I told him on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, smash this line before the official news comes out that Deshaun Watson's not playing. I got the bet in at 6 points.
We're ripping knobs off and we're smashing lines.
That's
There's
it,
some
Murph.
Great violent imagery with Waterboy this morning, or the old Batman ads where it would go pow, smash, bam.
That's
rip.
how I
All
make
right,
my
yes.
bets. I pull out the hammer and I hammer my bets down. I hammered it in on the 49ers minus 6. But honestly, Murph, I'm feeling good. For everybody out there looking for a Friday pick from Bobby Boucher, I'll lay the 9.5 with the Niners. I'll do it. I think this is like a 20-3 victory. I don't think this Browns offense is going to score a touchdown, Murph.
Okay, so 9.5.
I think the only way the Browns can score is if they get a defensive touchdown with Jim Schwartz.
Okay.
PJ Walker and Jerome Ford, give me the Niners minus 9.5. Hey, and yes, I got the bet in at minus 6 earlier this week.
Look at the boldness of a Marcus Boucher.
They're going to cover both anyways.
Because he says he takes the Wednesday spread. He's got the betting slip to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
They attack him. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials attacks him.
They got the water boy.
He says, fine, guess what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and lay 9.5.
That's it. Let's ride.
That's how you become great, man. Hang your balls out there.
Beautiful, baby.
I'll put them
All
on the
right.
table, Murph.
Well, good.
Put
All
them
right.
on the
well,
table.
Bobby Boucher is in. Paulie Mack is in. In absentia. And now I come in with yet another 1-1 week last week. I don't know what's going on, man. I guess it's because I'm going to all these water polo games where they tread water all the time. That's me, just treading water. And last week, it was the Colorado Buffaloes prime time. They let me down. I laid the 4 at Arizona State. They were up 7 late. I said, just make a stop. They didn't. They had to win in overtime, so I lost that game. But here they were. We've been here all along, dude.
Never left you, Murph.
Like that girl who's waiting for you to be the love of your life, dude. I went UCLA for the first time all season. Was it the first time? I don't know. I'll say it was. And I laid 3, and they beat Washington State, a good Washington State team.
Of course they did, dude.
And went 1-1. So I'm 5-5 walking into this week, and here we go. You know me, baby. I like West is best, baby. West Coast is best coast. You know, every week, there's the SEC, Nah. You find me, you're going to find me on the West Coast, baby, all right? And that's where I like to stay for this last year of the Pac-12. Oh my gosh.
The sadness.
And you want to talk about 7 teams ranked in the top 25.
Dude.
The Pac-12's literally having like its best year ever. It's got Coach Prime blowing up, and we're blowing the whole thing up.
Dude, you want to talk about one hell of a farewell tour?
Oh,
this
man.
is the Pac-12 right now.
And this one is it. I mean, well, I'll start with the smaller game first, and I'm sticking with the visor. Chip Kelly, unbelievable. Now, I may have no more contentious relationship with a college football coach than I have with Chip Kelly. He pisses me off. He angers me. I think he's underachieved. I think the program is basically mediocre. I don't like mediocre. I seen a baseball team down at 3rd and King that was mediocre for the last 2 years.
Don't go into that, Murph.
And the Bruins have been mediocre. You know, yeah, they'll win a game. Yeah, they'll lose a game. Well, they're at Oregon State on Saturday. And this is actually low-key a very good game. 2 one-loss teams going at it. DJ Ungalele might have found his footing last week in Berkeley when nobody was watching because nobody watches Cal football. He had his best game. Are you ready for the breaking news, though? For the first time ever, Chip Kelly has a defense. It's DeAnton Lynn is Anthony Lynn's son. All right? Anthony Lynn's son is a star. He's the UCLA defensive coordinator. Dude, the Washington State coach, after playing the Bruins, called them creatures. Whoa. He goes, and I mean that in a positive way. They're creatures. UCLA's defense has incredible numbers this year. We're one of the top 3 defenses in the nation.
Wow.
In the nation. They are flying around the ball. They've held nobody's gained 300 yards on them yet. Wow. Nobody's gained 300 yards. This is crazy. We've been a terrible defensive team for the longest time. So, you're going to give me 3.5 at Oregon State, and I'm just going to make a gesture to my guy Chip, because last week we smoked the peace pipe and he delivered. And I respect Oregon State. You guys know I'm a Jonathan Smith guy. I've gone on record saying
everybody knows that, Murph.
And so going into Reser Stadium is never easy. 5 o'clock kick. I'm going to ride that defense and get 3.5. I mean, UCLA might lose a 1 or 2 or 3 point game. It's going to be a close game, but I'm taking the points. And as you like to call it, Waterboy, that hook. I get 3.5.
It's always a hook.
I'm getting the hook, baby. So give me the hook. Give me the Bruins riding that defense. 3.5 points at Oregon State. Then, dude, literally the biggest game in the country tomorrow is a West Coast game. Literally the biggest game in the country. Oregon at Washington. This thing is juicy, baby. It's the number 7 team in the nation. Washington against number 8 team in the nation, Oregon. Those of us here in the great state of California, with our wonderful neighbors to the north, we all have a relationship with Oregon and Washington on some level. Mm-hmm. Well, you been to a Crater Lake? Check.
Oh,
fantastic.
I have, Murph.
Have you gone to a Seattle, chuck some salmon around a Pike Place Park market? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Everybody has some sort of foot in Oregon or Washington. Boucher family camping trips, perhaps?
I've gone up to Portland. I've been up to Spokane. I've been all over the West Coast, Murph.
Dare I reveal Polymac's travel itinerary? I think he's in Portland, Oregon today.
That's it.
So
particles, Murph.
So here's the whole thing. We in the great state of California, I don't think we understand the Oregon-Washington rivalry. This thing is, you know what? They done messed around and made it personal.
Up
in those two teams freaking hate each other. It is low-key one of the most bitter rivalries in the nation. And it's been going for 114 years, and there's any number of landmark moments throughout. This one is set up to be one of the best games in the 114-year rivalry, Oregon-Washington. 2 unbelievable teams, 2 national championship contenders, 2 Heisman Trophy candidates, Bo Nix in Oregon, Michael Penix at Washington. So who's going to win, they say? They say, Murph, I'm at the forecast for the win. What's the spread? Waterboy, the Washington Huskies in the regal colors of purple and gold are laying 3 points to Dan Lanning's. They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins, Ducks.
They'll mess around and made it personal.
That's the Oregon-Washington rivalry. Okay, so here's the deal. I got to tell you, Dan Lanning, when he got hired in Oregon, I was like, what are they doing hiring Dan Lanning? This guy's pretty good. And Oregon, like UCLA, has a defense for the first time in forever. So, with respect to that Ducks program, Bo Nix, Dan Lanning in the defense, Michael Penix is that guy.
Wow.
Michael Penix, as the kids would say, is him, Marcus. And Michael Penix will win this game. And he will win this game and continue his Heisman candidacy. What they're doing up there, I got nothing but respect for Coach DeBoer. He's doing exactly what I thought Chip Kelly should be doing at UCLA. They are elite. They're doing their thing. And actually, no joke, I'm getting word, I didn't know this. Triple E's telling me that Penix's NIL includes access to a PJ, and we're not talking PJ Walker, Browns quarter, a private jet?
Dude, we got college kids in private jets now?
How sad is it that Brock Purdy's making less money than Caleb Williams? How sad is that?
Not just Caleb Williams. You could probably get a list of like 20 quarterbacks, 20 players in college football making more money than
Triple E says there's data that says Penix makes $1.8 million.
Brock Purdy makes like $800,000, $900,000.
He makes $900,000.
Yeah.
Dude. Can we get Brock a PJ?
Can we get Brock Purdy? A private jet, a signing bonus, an extra, some endorsement
He has to drive
deals?
his own car to Montara State Beach to take pictures with Jenna. He's got to drive his own truck there.
Shout out to Toyota taking care of him.
Yeah, at least he got the Toyota.
He got the Toyota.
Anyway, I am going to ride with the Huskies. Bow down. Maybe it's because this summer when we had the family trip up to Seattle, we did walk the campus, and I got to say, I got a nice vibe. UW's nice campus, and I just think Penix is him, and I do think Washington at home wins this game by 4, maybe more, and I'm laying the 3 with the Huskies. So I'm taking points with the Bruins, laying the 3 with the Huskies, and that leads us, Waterboy, to the Couch Potato Guide, your 5-star TV guide for the weekend. I'm going to spill over and give you a couple honorable mentions.
Oh, good. I need to know what to watch, Murph.
The honorable mentions didn't make the top 5, although I look at my top 5 now and I'm second-guessing it. But anyway, Raiders, Pats, Sunday.
Honorable mention, huh?
CBS, just for storyline.
Your boy Jimmy G is not on the top 5 Couch Potato Guide, huh?
You remember what happened the last time the Pats went to Vegas?
Yeah, the Jacoby Meyer game.
Yes.
The Sin City Miracle.
The Chandler Jones. It was Chandler Jones, wasn't it?
It was. But now Chandler Jones is off the team. Jacoby Meyer's on the team for the Raiders.
So Myers is the one who threw the ball back?
To Chandler Jones,
and
yeah.
Chandler Jones now has had his share of problems.
Oh, I don't even want to get into that.
Myers is now a Raider.
And now he's a Raider. It's a revenge game for Jacoby Myers. It's a revenge game for Jimmy Garoppolo, Josh McDaniels, Dave Ziegler, and even the new minority owner, Tom Brady.
Will you be watching that game?
Of course I will. I always watch Raider games. Reluctantly. I'll be betting on the under, Murph.
The other honorable mention is the aforementioned UCLA-Oregon State game at 5 o'clock on Fox. It's the low-key game. While Oregon-Washington is the headliner, low-key, the UCLA-Oregon State game is a really good game. And I can't believe I did this. This is 2 weeks in a row I'm being nice to my friends over in the 510. I mean, because your Cavs Cal, and you'll always be Cal.
You guys are Cal,
and you'll forever be Cal. This is true, by the way. Although, what I'm going to say is they're at Utah tomorrow, and the game is at noon on the Pac-12 network. And the only reason I'm bringing this game up is because Cal made a quarterback change, and people should pay attention because the dude is actually pretty good. His name is Fernando Mendoza.
Ooh, Fernando.
I know, right?
I like that name.
Am I right? How many QBs you got named Fernando? And is this an excuse for Triple E to come back with an ABBA rejoin, Fernando? There was something in the air that. Do you know that ABBA tune?
I've heard the song. Weren't they singing it at an award show earlier this year or 2 years ago? I think they were.
There was something in the air that night. ABBA. Taylor Swift wishes she could write songs like ABBA. All right?
Shout out to the dancing queen, Murph.
I bet if you went into Donna Kelsey's suite and said, "Hey, Taylor Swift, when are you going to write a song as good as ABBA?" She'd just hang her head in shame. Is what she would do. So anyway, Fernando Mendoza is interesting. He's actually got a little flavor. So anyway, I gave that my 1-star pick at Utah. They're still 11-point dogs. I mean, they're not going to win the game, but I'm throwing Fernando a bone as my 1-star pick. Noon on the Pac-12 network, also on 810 The Spread. 2-star pick, we haven't even talked about it, USC Notre Dame.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to hit that game.
Well, I stayed away from it. Spread-wise, that thing was just trouble everywhere. There was nothing to like about the spread in that game because there's anything can happen. USC could go, Caleb could go off, right? Or USC's defense could continue to choke their guts out.
I mean, where is the defense for the Trojans?
And I don't know what to think about Notre Dame. They've been all over the map. Yeah. So I stayed the hell away from that game, all right? But doesn't mean it's not going to be a great watch. And listen, you know how much in my soul, how much I loathe USC. But I do think that's a great-looking game.
Oh, it's hands down in college football one of the best helmet games.
And always best when it's at South Bend because it's played in October. When they play in L.A., they always do it in late November, and it's like the season's kind of over. It's kind of an add-on game. So this is a great matchup. Notre Dame good enough to beat them. USC good enough to have Caleb go off. The game is at 4:30 on NBC. Great helmet game, as you said. That's my 2-star pick. Believe it or not, I mean, my 3-star pick, I'm going Eagles-Jets because I think it's time we start ramping up our Eagles awareness. I do. I think I've mentioned this a couple times this week. I feel like the Eagles are just sitting back going, all right, you just keep talking about your Niners.
Yeah, here they are, still undefeated,
They're
Murph.
Unblanking defeated.
And check this out. I heard this stat earlier this week. They're actually undefeated in franchise history against the New York Jets. They've never lost a game in franchise history to the New York Jets.
Do the Jets have a chance in this game?
Are you talking about winning the game or covering the spread?
Winning.
No, they don't got no chance to win this game.
But anyway,
Zach Wilson's going to turn the ball over.
125 kick on Fox and 810 The Spread. But I just think you should start ramping up your Eagles awareness, everybody. Start boning up on your Eagles. Jalen Hurts 22-1.
You're the Eagles. You've won one Super Bowl.
22-1.
22-1 as a regular season starter.
4-star pick is that game I told you about. They done messed around and made it personal between.
They messed around and made it personal.
Oregon, Washington. I just hope these two teams don't just devolve into an open brawl on the field, dude. I mean, this thing is revving at a high level. High stakes, great game. Oregon, Washington, 2 top 10. They've never both been top 10 at the same time. 12:30 ABC, Saturday. 12:30 ABC, Saturday. You should watch it. And then, of course, come on. They're always my number one pick. My Niners. 49ers, Browns, 10 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Oh, gosh, I didn't even check to see. Is it on Fox or NBC? It's on Fox, isn't it?
Oh, I would believe so. It's a Niner game.
Yeah, it's
usually
Fox
on Fox.
Game.
It's on Fox.
Game. So there you go. Niners, Browns, 10 a.m. PJ Walker versus Brock Purdy. That is a 5-star pick because the Niners are forever my 5-star team. There's your extra long, extra juicy, extra Paulie Mackey, extra Bobby Boucher Friday football forecast.
I mean, we just got like Paulie Mack from like the Cumulus Cloud or something. He just popped in out of nowhere and gave his picks.
Don't you remember the scene in Creed when Creed tells Rocky, no, man, it's in the cloud. And Rocky looks up. He goes, the cloud. What's up? It's up there.
That's where Paulie Mack is right now, in the clouds.
All right, guys.
In more ways than one.
Let's do this. Let's get ready for Greg Papa at 7:35. Come to Papa on a Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Because I'm doing all of this for the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
I don't like calling you water boy, by the way. Maybe on their show you are, and my show you're a starter.
Oh, thanks, Papa.
And you play heavy minutes.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. 3-1 Phillies, top 7. Acuna back in, awaiting a 2-2. Kimbrel kicks, fires. Swing and a fly ball out towards left center field. Well struck. Rojas on the move, reaches out, and he makes the grab. Rojas able to snare that one just up against the wall to the right of the 387 marker. Acuna hit it hard, and the Braves leave him loaded.
Peace, love, Rojas, baby. That's it. That's just a big-time player making a big-time play in a big-time situation. Shout out to Ro.
Man, in my next life, I'm going to come back as a October Philly fan. I don't think any human beings have had more fun in life. Maybe the Irish rugby fans singing Zombie about it, but these Philly fans, man.
And Murph,
wow.
It's a baseball crowd.
Yeah.
And we know the Phillies are fanatics for all their fan bases, but it's something that we were talking about earlier this morning. These are the same fans that root for the Philadelphia Eagles, and as much as it pains me to say, I kind of love it.
I agree.
Because I love when people love baseball, and you're seeing that right now in Philadelphia.
Totally. By the way, shout out Triple E. By the way, that voice you hear, none other than Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy, a.k.a. El Chico de Agua, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher.
Tell him, Murph.
Paulie Mack off today, enjoying a nice 3-day weekend. The fam, good for him. He'll be back on Monday. He did record it. Where is he? He recorded picks. Paulie Mack recorded his picks. That's how addicted he is to the forecast, because if you miss the forecast, baby, you're gonna die. He didn't want to die.
He didn't want to die. And that's why every morning when I wake up, I say peace, love, and Paulie Mack.
There you go. Also, earlier in the day, we were talking about the controversy of you taking the Niners -6 when the spread's now 9.5.
Yeah.
I said just offhandedly last hour, I said somebody cue up Prince's controversy. So Triple E did.
Thank you,
buddy.
We got controversy on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Materials.
Sounds as good or better than ever, I got to add. So Prince doing his thing. Listen, the baseball last night, just a quick word on it, because obviously we're so focused on football with the Niners. A whole hour coming your way with Greg Papa and John Lynch. What more do you want, baby? You got to come to Papa with the play calls, and then the gentlemanly nature of a John Lynch coming our way.
He's a good man.
He may be engineering another trade like he was the Randy Gregory trade last week. We talked to him last week. He never told us. By the way, guys, I'm engineering the Randy Gregory trade right now.
Yeah.
And so anyway, to the baseball. I mean, what are you going to say? Another 100. Don't win 100, kids.
That's it.
Don't win 100. Orioles, Dodgers, and Braves all won 100 or more, all gone.
Yeah, and now we're talking about the ALCS, NLCS being represented by 3 wildcard teams and only 1 division winner.
So, I mean, the big question is, is that good for baseball?
Well, if it's the Dodgers being eliminated back-to-back years, then it is good, Murph.
I mean, you feel sad for the Orioles. They were a cute little story. I mean, what's crazy is we all thought the Braves were one of the best teams we've ever seen.
Maybe ever. Like, historically this year with the OPS, like the team stats, they were dominant this year.
I mean, there are like literal stats that prove out they were one of the best offenses in the history of baseball. Phillies, something about these Phillies. They did this last year. They've knocked out the Braves 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it. Whether or not the atmosphere can truly make a difference, it appears to be making a difference, right?
Dude, with the Philly fans 2 days ago pulling out the tomahawk chop, the chant against the Atlanta Braves, using their own weapons against them, and then last night going with the attaboy chant while Orlando Arcia is at the plate because of the comments that Orlando Arcia said about Bryce Harper.
I love so much is they're so into it that they pick up on things like that. Like that was a story that Orlando Arcia was heard off camera saying attaboy Harper, attaboy for getting doubled off. it gets back to Philly that, hey, Arcia was saying this off camera. Now, Kevin Gosman sent out a tweet. See that? Saying, I tell you what, I think things that are said in our clubhouse should stay in our clubhouse.
I get that,
interesting. It is an interesting debate about, like, should Arcia be roasted for something that was not said on camera or for a mic? And we're at that point now where cameras are so prevalent. I mean, we got Dan Lanning, you're fighting for click. I mean, everything's pre-game, post-game. Smack talk is now reaching our social media.
Murph, we say it probably once a week on the Murph and Mac show. Someone's always rolling tape.
There it is. That's the Paulie Mac
Somebody's
rule in life.
always rolling
Yes,
tape.
somebody's
So,
rolling.
yeah, it happened in the clubhouse. It leaked.
And if you're good enough, maybe if you're Orlando Arcia and the Braves, you're like, good. I'm glad you heard it. Let's go. We're going to go kick your A.
Yeah,
Instead,
if anything, if you're going to say it behind closed doors, say it to his face.
Well, first of all, let's talk about the Phillies. They're a great team. This is not, like, to me, the Diamondbacks, they are a good team. I'll give them that.
But they're just hot at the right time, it feels like.
They feel like they're a year too early. The Phillies are, the Phillies they won 90 games.
Yeah.
That's legit. I mean, you win 90, you're fairly legit.
I mean, they went to the World Series last year and then added Trey Turner to the middle of the lineup.
I mean, you got Kyle Schwarber, who, you don't want a batting average, but you want him to hit home run.
You'll take the 40-plus bombs.
In the 2-hole, you got Trey Turner. I mean, the guy's literally one of the best players in the game, right? In the 3-hole, you got this beast named Bryce Harper. I'm looking at a text from 209. Said, where's my Bryce Harper?
Oh, Murph, what you're trying to say is that the Phillies don't pinch hit for Bryce Harper in the 3-hole.
The 4-hole's Alec Baum. I mean, I don't know. 5 holes, Bryson Stott. 6 holes, JT Realmuto, who might be the best catcher in baseball.
Yeah, I think he is.
7 holes, Nick Castellanos, who just made history by homering twice in back-to-back games. Nobody's ever done that in postseason history.
And the fact that he did it a second time against Spencer Strider yesterday, 100-mile-per-hour fastball knocked Strider out of the game. We're talking about one of the best pitchers in the bigs. Castellanos took him deep twice and had some awesome bat flips with his kid sitting in the front row.
Strider was not terrible. 5 2/3, 3 runs. I mean, that's not terrible. It's just the fact that the Braves only scored 1 run in the game. So anyway, the story is that Philly broke the Braves in many ways, including the Arcia. And I sent it out on my Twitter. Cope sent it to me this morning. There's footage of Orlando Arcia breaking in the dugout, screaming at Phillies fans, "Kayate, Kayate." He actually resorts to this kindergarten move of the see Waterboy on the camera, dude. He's doing that. And dude, Acuna's like, dude, that's a guy broken by the city of Philadelphia.
And Acuna's like trying to grab him, like, bro, don't engage with these fans. You don't want to go down this road. And there was Arcia back and forth. Philly fans were swimming in his dome last night, Murph.
And Triple E, did we have talking about somebody rolling tape in their celebration? Somebody yells a blank the Braves, right? We got this?
Go Phil! Against the wall! All night! The Braves!
So that's Dixieland Delight, by the way. I hadn't heard that's Dixieland Delight by Alabama. That's the song that they sing at every Alabama Crimson Tide game.
Oh, okay.
And they say roll Tide, and then they say blank. I think they say blank Auburn or blank LSU or whatever. And then the administration had to come in and say you can't play that song anymore because the kids are saying F words. I know.
Come on.
It's a little bit of a banger. I'll say that. It's one of those country songs that everybody sings along to. So, but after you sing each lyric, there's a pause for you to add an ad lib.
The Braves!
There it is. Like, are you familiar with the song Moni Moni?
Ooh, not off the top of my head. No.
All right. Probably Mac knows. Moni Moni was a song. First came in the 50s and 60s. Then Billy Idol recorded it in the 80s. And then in the 90s at house parties, when you would play Moni Moni, you'd say Moni Moni. And then kids would yell little profane things in between the lyrics. You know what I mean?
I got you, Murph. I got you.
Speaking of Irish Rugby World Cup tomorrow, then they sing Fields of Athenry. They ad lib in between perhaps some things about the Queen of England.
Ooh.
The Braves!
Pretty much.
That's it.
Anyway, they're having fun, right? They're having too much fun.
They're having fun and they're winning ball games.
And you were saying earlier, I know we got to go, we got Papa, and I'm looking forward to it. But you said earlier, you go, this is maybe a team of destiny? I said, well, they got a lot of destiny, but I'll see how we do. We came here in 2010, it went okay. Can you imagine Boach?
The Phillies might have some destiny, but they got to come through me and Dusty
first. Can you imagine Boach versus the Phillies?
I think that's my pick. I think it's going to be Rangers-Phillies World Series.
Oh, my God. And a listener wrote in and said, all those Philly fans you guys are talking about, they weren't too loud when B. Weezy froze Ryan Howard.
Ooh, you're right. And they also weren't that loud when Paul Heyman walked into Philadelphia and told him about
Purdy. Very good. Speaking of which, it's time to come to Papa on a Friday. All Niners for the next hour. Greg Papa and John Lynch. next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I mean, yeah, with Philly.
Let's talk about Marin Health. Let's talk about the North Bay. Let's talk about, we know, world-class beauty. Let's talk about world-class care. Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Hey, Murph and Mac, time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
All right, we got Marcus Boucher in for Polymac today, Polymac Monday. Great to have Marcus here to talk 49er football with the voice of the Niners, who, by the way, his other voice, Tim Ryan, going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 4:30. But this voice at 10 a.m. Sunday morning will be live in Cleveland, Ohio. Greg Papa. Good morning, Greg.
What's up, Pop?
The producer on Tolbert and Copes, a guy named Derek.
Yes.
I don't think Tim's going to be able to make that. He'll be on an airplane flying with us. So
you know what?
Did they tape that? Maybe they taped it.
I'm really glad you said that, and now we get to go put our foot in the rear end of somebody who didn't know the schedule.
Well, maybe it's taped because Derek said maybe he's just so on top of it.
How about if we go pending? What they used to say pending availability. Is that one of those phrases?
I think there's a chance it was taped, so maybe it was taped before we take off. But I'll do the radio show from Levi's today, and then we leave right when the show's over about it. We don't land, and I love Cleveland, Terminal Tower, the Flats. I grew up about 180 miles away, 3 hours away, in western New York, and Cleveland's in northeast Ohio. So we don't get to the hotel till like midnight, 11:30. So I don't think Tim will be available at that time, but we'll figure it out.
There is, people don't know this about that northeast corridor, that little Lake Erie situation. There is
the Rust Belt.
There's a kinship between Buffalo and Cleveland. They're like,
really?
I don't want to say like sister cities, but wasn't the Indians AAA affiliate in
Buffalo?
But
they've had everybody.
Oh, have they? Wasn't it for a long time, wasn't it, though?
Yes, Luke Easter led the league in home runs. They were the Reds, though. Johnny Bench played there. They were the Pirates for a long time.
I didn't know.
Rick Lancelotti set an all-time record for minor league home runs. You know, the movie The Natural with Robert Redford was filmed in Buffalo at War Memorial Stadium, so we were there a lot. No, but then there's a rivalry between the Bills and the Browns, to be sure. They met in some championship games before Buffalo went to 4 straight Super Bowls in the 90s. They lost to Cleveland and Cincinnati in the late 80s. But 49ers have not been to Cleveland since 2015. And I can't remember the last time I've been there, to be honest with you.
2 little notes for you, Greg.
Oh, I know, the Warriors. When the Warriors played the Cavaliers every damn year in the finals. That's the last time I was there.
Do you know why I think Buffalo and Cleveland? This is just you and me talking right now.
Yeah, I'm from Buffalo, Murph, so we have an
I know
animosity
that.
with Cleveland. Whatever you're saying about anything involving the Indians AAA team, I'm not buying it. What's your theory?
What my theory is that...
How about the Cleveland Barons, the hockey team? Anyway, go ahead.
The reason why I feel there's a kinship is this is between you and me, buddy.
Right.
When
Diane Daddario.
There you go. She drove to Cleveland. So I felt
in Toronto. No, Toronto.
No. Well, the multiples. But the one was in Cleveland, and she said, no, this is an easy drive from Buffalo.
3 hours.
So that's why I always think the two cities are linked.
Well, it's easier because you don't have to go through customs, but Toronto's actually much closer. You just drive around the Lake Ontario, and you drive to Lake Erie to get to Cleveland. But anyway, the 49ers have not been there since 2015 when Johnny Manziel was the quarterback, and he beat Blaine Gabbert and the 49ers, and that was the year after Kyle was the head coach, and Kyle was there the year before in 2014. So, as far when I just speaking of Buffalo, the Bills were in the All-American Conference, but the 2 best teams in the All-American Conference were the San Francisco 49ers and the Cleveland Browns of Paul Brown and Otto Graham. Cleveland won it every single year, and then went into the NFL and beat the teams in the NFL. It was pretty amazing. And then they lost their franchise. When I look at this franchise, really, to me, they're not the Cleveland Browns. The Baltimore Ravens are the Cleveland Browns when Art Modell moved them. And then they, came back in '99 as an expansion team. And Mike Silver did a nice job detailing their agony as the Cleveland Browns 2.0. It's up and down, and mostly down.
The history is incredible. These two teams literally have played since 1950. These two teams. So
46 when you go back to the All-American Conference before the NFL.
Correct. I looked at the series history, actually. The one I looked at was
They only go back to the NFL. But because they don't acknowledge the All-American. By far, the Niners and the Browns were the 2 best teams in the All-American Conference. That was kind of like the AFL of the 40s that became the NFL. And the amazing thing is, Paul Brown revolutionized football in every way, from Massillon High School all the way to Ohio State and everywhere he coached. And then they came into the NFL, Murph, and look at Cleveland's, championship run in the early days of the NFL, they came right out of the All-American Conference and dominated that league with Otto Graham.
Yeah. It's incredible. By the way, Cleveland was in the Western Division of the All-American Football Conference. By the way, how about that? Yeah, you're right. So this thing goes back to 46. This is kind of incredible.
Yeah.
So all that said, we're going to leave. I love the history, and maybe Fox will use it as their bump graphics. Who knows? Old black and white shots of Otto Graham and Frankie Albert. But the 2023 version, we got the Greg Papa take on the Jim Schwartz stat.
They're good. They're good. I think, we're going to do today on our show is get our friend Jim Washburn on. He is a hoot. Because we're talking to Kyle yesterday, and then it's all wide nine. So Jim Schwartz is their defensive coordinator. He's been around the league forever. And he was the DC in Tennessee when Jeff Fisher was the head coach. And it was Peyton Manning and Edgerrin James in that division. And what did Peyton do with edge? Try to get to the edge. It was all that. And that's where the term stretch run to me came, was Peyton looking. Remember when Peyton would hand off to Edgerrin James? He would literally have to stretch his arm out real wide to get it to go to the edge. So what they came up with in Tennessee, and it was Jim Schwartz as the DC, but it was also this guy, Jim Washburn, who's an insane defensive line coach and really close with Kaczmarek. They came up with just a wide nine where you put your DNs out at nine technique, which is way outside the tight end. New England would do it with outside linebackers like Vrabel and McGinnis, but they didn't call it that. So anyway, that was kind of the genesis of the wide nine. And Kyle was in that division, obviously, with Houston. And their outside zone with Kyle coming from his dad and Alex Gibbs, that's the best I've ever seen. When Matt Schaub was the quarterback and Arian Foster was the running back, the way they ran that stretch, you could not tell if Schaub was going to give it or pull it. And Arian Foster may have been one of the best zone runners ever. It was like he was surfing on a surfboard. He was incredible. But yeah, that's where it all came from. And then Schwartz became the head coach in Detroit, and who was his D-line coach for 4 years from 2010 to 2013? Chris Kaczmarek, who was brought Kyle the wide nine. So the wide nine, to me, is the answer for the outside zone. So just going into the game, I think with both teams, you're just going to see more power, more pullers and more gap scheme and more running downhill, because where they put these ends way outside, and they got Zadarius Smith on one side, and Myles Garrett's just a freak. I mean, he's faster than Micah Parsons, but he weighs 200 and they list him at 272, but I think he's even closer to 280. So I don't know. The 49ers ran at Micah Parsons, and they just bludgeoned him. They just pounded him. And I didn't think he was right coming into the game with a knee injury from the New England game. But in any event, you're going to see these guys get upfield and be in the wide nine. So stylistically, these two defenses, and especially the D-line, play very similar style of football.
Yeah, and Papa, to your point, this Jim Schwartz-led defense is led by Myles Garrett, and I just want to get your take on where do you think Myles Garrett ranks among the pass rushers that the 49ers have faced this year, whether it's T.J. Watt, Michael Parsons, Aaron Donald. Where would you put Myles Garrett on that list?
Well, he's just so big. I mean, TJ's different. He beats you with pure speed, and Mike as well. Aaron Donald is more of an inside guy, but they do move him outside. This guy, to me, is the closest version of Nick Bosa. And Max Crosby, your guy with the Raiders, is a good player as well. Just because of the way they play the run. Yeah. Nick is he's just relentless. You can't run away from him. I mean, the first play of the game against Dallas, he ran down the Tony Pollard run from the backside. You can't run at Nick because he's so damn strong. Myles Garrett, I think you can run at him a little bit. I'm not sure, but you can run at him less than Micah. So as far as if you're talking edge rushers, then TJ and Mad Max and those guys and Micah are right there. But when you're talking, all 3 and 4 down football player, Myles Garrett is just so big and he's so stout in the run. And his get-off, they give you all these analytics on get-offs, and I was talking to John Lynch about it, and he said, yeah, you're right, and Kyle confirmed it as well. Because when you see Micah Parsons play, it looks like who could be faster than that guy, especially winning inside. He's just so he runs like a 4.3 40. But Myles Garrett at 280 pounds, they call it just getting off the line of scrimmage. And the 49ers call it the GTFO, the get the F off. And it's what the whole thing is based on with Kaczmarek, and it's all they practice is getting off. Myles Garrett's at 0.61 seconds, which is the fastest of any player in the NFL, even faster than Micah. Wow. which is really? And then when he actually gets to a pressure where from the snap to him pressuring the quarterback, it's 2.12 seconds, which is also the fastest in football. And again, he outweighs Parsons by like 30, 35 pounds. So I'll be anxious to watch him. We've seen him, obviously, when he came in 2019 and played the 49ers on Monday Night Football, but he's older, and he's just a great player. He's not on a very good team, obviously. They were good a few years ago with Baker and got to the playoffs and beat Pittsburgh, but I think he's a top candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, and it seems like the Niners have one they have to deal with every single game. And this matchup, like the Micah Parsons one, it's Trent Williams. How good is that? Trent Williams against Myles Garrett just about all day on Sunday morning.
Yeah, he coming off of stoning Micah Parsons, as your point. And by the way, Myles Garrett has been the guy all the way. Looking at his background, he was the number 1 or 2 high school recruit in the nation. Goes to A&M, delivers the goods. Because the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, comes to the NFL, delivers the goods. This guy's the real deal all the way through. Greg, we had to ask you about the secondary, though, because we know what Garrett's going to do to Brock. But their secondary seems legit in their passing yards. Totally. And I know part of that is the pass rush, but I got the stat. What is it? Number 2 in the NFL in passing yards allowed? Or number 1, the stingiest.
And they're number 1 overall. And what are they against the run? 4?
Yeah. And number 2 in points.
I mean, that all.
So.
And they really, they've only given up 5 offensive touchdowns all year. And the 49ers scored 6 against Dallas alone. And they did it in like 46 minutes. They called off the dogs for the last 14 minutes of the game. 49ers could have scored 7 or 8 touchdowns. This team's given up 5 all year, and they gave up 4 of the 5 in their last game against Baltimore. So we're going to have to study and see exactly what they did against Baltimore. But their corners, Denzel Ward is a tremendous cover corner, very high draft pick. He's really good in man. They play mostly man coverage. He's a bit undersized. So can you run at him? Greg Newsome, the second on the other side, is a really good player. Then they have 2 good safeties, Juan Thornhill, who Kansas City had, and then Grant Delpit, and he'll be in the box a lot. So, yeah, then, Zadarius Smith's on the other side of Myles Garrett. So it really is the ultimate combination. Some teams build through the D-line like the 49ers, and they've obviously gotten a much better secondary, bringing in the Mooney Man, Charvarius Ward, and the way Ufunga and Gibson and Demo Lenore are playing, and they're even getting really good play from the nickelback, even though it's changing, but mostly Isaiah Oliver. But then you look at how Pete Carroll's built his team, and it's been more secondary, Legion of Boom. Did have a good pass rush, obviously, when they won the Super Bowl and were a yard away from winning the second one. But this team's got both. They got the pass rush, and they're going to play man behind it. So you're going to have to win fast to get away from these corners because, as I say, Myles Garrett can get on you at 2.12. Will he get on Brock against Trent Williams will be the interesting aspect. On the other side of it, Deshaun's not going to play, it sounds like. This guy, P.J. Walker, and I've been watching him since the XFL days. Boucher, are you a big fan of the Houston Roughnecks of the XFL?
That's my team, Papa. You know that.
I know it. That's why I brought it up. That was the first, pandemic XFL. They shut the league down. They've come back, and now they actually merged with the USFL. But for whatever reason, I watched the XFL that year, and I thought he was by far the best player in the league. He led the XFL in passing yards and touchdowns, and they went 5-0. I think that he would have been the XFL's MVP that year in 2020, but they shut it down. And he's had some play in the NFL. I was watching back his first start in the NFL and with Carolina. He actually played against the 49ers last year when Baker Mayfield hurt his ankle. And then the very next week when they fired Matt Rule as head coach, P.J. Walker started that game for Steve Wilkes. And he made some throws. It was amazing. And then I watched him beat Tom Brady in New England through a couple of touchdown passes. He's small at 5'11", so if you can't get to him, you want to get your hands up and block a shot. But he's a good thrower. He's got a big-time arm, good accuracy, smart guy, big arm down the field. And I certainly, they'll run some zone read with this guy. So it sounds like they're going to start P.J. Walker on Sunday.
Now, Papa, I've been trying to figure out all week long why the Cleveland Browns are going with P.J. Walker over someone like Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the rookie that they drafted out of UCLA. DTR did struggle against the Ravens, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts if maybe the Cleveland Browns are buying into the narrative that this 49er defense struggles against mobile quarterbacks, and maybe if the rushing ability of a P.J. Walker factor into this decision.
No, I think he's just better. I mean, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, going back to the preseason, even the first game against the Jets in the Hall of Fame game, he was great in that game. He played well in every preseason game. And then, shockingly, I think the big question, Boucher, is why did they trade Joshua Dobbs? What are they thinking?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason being, they had Deshaun Watson, they had DTR, and they decided to trade Dobbs. Well, when they were in camp, was Dorian Thompson-Robinson the better thrower of the football than Joshua Dobbs? I don't know. Joshua Dobbs, I think right now, to date, and the 49ers are 5-0, I think the team that gave him the toughest game was Arizona. So I don't know why they did that. I mean, if they would have kept Dobbs, he'd be starting in this game. But to your question, I think P.J. Walker's a more refined quarterback. He's made, I think, 7 starts in the NFL. He was in Chicago's camp. They got him right when they traded Dobbs to Arizona. They brought him in, I think, the next day, August 30th. So he's been in the building for about 6 weeks. I like him. I always thought, he was a borderline starter in the NFL just because of the whole package. He's got mobility. He's got a big-time arm. He throws with accuracy, good ball placement. The one thing is he's small. He's 5'11", so there'll be some times where, he looks, I don't even know if he really is 5'11". There'll be times where they're going to be able to bother him by just the size, and if you can't get home, although Javon Hargrave gets home so quickly from inside, but some of the other interior guys, just get your hands up and block a shot. But I think the bottom line is they feel like the best chance to win if Deshaun can't go with the shoulder injury is clearly P.J. Walker over Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Yeah, it's fascinating, man. You got to get on a plane. You got to wing it out. We got John Lynch coming in at 8 o'clock, so we'll let you scoot. The last time we talked to him last week, I think he was organizing the Randy Gregory trade. And then
he made it. He made it later that day.
Yeah, I think he was. So we're going to ask him.
I think he's going to play in this game. Ask him. He looked good in practice. I mean, speaking of Kasarik and the wide 9 and Jim Schwartz, Randy Gregory's made for it. He's 6'5" with 34-inch arms, long. He's got to play low, 3- and 4-point stance. Denver had him standing up and peeling out. So ask John about him, and he'll tell you about the nature of the trade that he made with George Payton. We were talking about it the other day. It was fascinating. Speaking of Denver. What is Sean Payton doing calling a timeout with 18 seconds to go in the half last night to punt the ball back to the butt kicker so he could make a 60-yard field goal? What the hell was that?
Everything's going wrong in the Mile High City, man.
I mean, that's come on. It's not his first game.
No, he's choking.
He's 15 years in the NFL. What's he doing?
We're suggesting relegation for the Broncos. They'll go down. I mean, they're there. They right now are in such a bad way. So bring up Georgia and relegate the Broncos.
Their owners are the richest in American sport. They will figure it out in time. But what is going on with Sean Payton? My God, what was he doing there?
I don't know. Something to talk about 10 to 2 when Papa does his thing, and then off to Cleveland, baby. Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Can't wait, and look forward to it. Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Papa.
Boucher!
Papa.
Take care, Murph. Tell John I say hi.
There he is. Your Houston Roughnecks.
That's it. Me and Papa talk a lot of Houston Roughneck ball on the Papa and Boucher show.
Your guy, Max Crosby.
That's it. I love Max Crosby. I'm a Mad Max head.
John Lynch every Friday at 8 a.m. Last Friday we were talking to him. We had a great conversation with him before the Cowboy game. Turns out he was working on the Randy Gregory trade. We're going to have to get the details on that next. John Lynch, Friday mornings, 8 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to recap the 49ers win over the Cowboys and the preview this weekend's matchup against Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
6, 1, 2, 3, hit. Now this is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mack.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mack.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
All right, Fridays with Johnny Lynch. We're about a minute early so we can set the table here as we tell you you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Great
John
job,
Lynch.
brother.
Yeah, there we go. John Lynch on their way to Cleveland later today, taking on the Browns. And it's true. It's funny, when I looked up the Niners-Browns series history, I went back to the NFL 1950. But if you want to go all the way back, All-American Football Conference, where many of us who've been here for a long time, my mom and dad went to Kezar to see the old AAFC Niners back then. The Niners first made their trip to Cleveland in their very first year in 1946. 1946. Pete Gray playing for the St. Louis Browns. The Niners went there in 1946. That's literally in their first season. So it's literally one of their oldest rivals along with the LA Rams. And so that's, 77 years ago. They went to Cleveland October 27, 1946.
I remember it like it was yesterday, Murph.
There you go, buddy. Black and white. Let's get the black and white. They went to Cleveland Municipal Stadium, the Mistake by the Lake, where Dwayne Kuiper used to play his baseball there.
Yeah, shout out to Kipe.
By the way, this Niner game, it says Mary Kay Cabot. I'm reading Mary Kay Cabot, who was on Pop and Lund yesterday.
Oh, we didn't get the follow-up to the Mary Kay Cabot story.
That story was just
off the record.
That story was not for public consumption.
Don't tell anybody,
All right,
Murph.
So, yeah. That was crazy, man. And they didn't know that they were talking to a kid in sports media. You know, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. They were really nice. They were having a good time.
Okay, I bet they were. Do you remember what drink you served them?
Oh, there's Guinness, yeah.
Nice, you
Yeah,
got it.
Guinness for sure, buddy. What are you going to win?
Win in Rome, right? Win in Ireland.
Why wouldn't you, Waterboy? Why wouldn't you?
You got to get it straight from the source, Murph.
All right, the connection has been made with 49er general manager John Lynch, who we do every Friday at this time. Oh, he dropped. Mm-hmm. Would you want to play the open right now? And he'll call right back. You know he will.
How about we give a shout out to the people, Murph?
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point's sports leader.
And now the open for Johnny.
We actually just played it, Murph. You didn't recognize it. It was a brand new open. No longer do we get the open of he's a man of honor.
No more man of honor?
He's humble.
He flosses twice a day?
He brushes his teeth.
He makes his bed?
He tucks his kids in at night.
We used to laugh at that just for the audience out there, obviously. We used to laugh. Tony makes those opens. And they're great opens usually, but the one on John was really heavy. It
It's
was like,
personal.
He's a man of honor. He's never told a lie. All this stuff. And so we're like, wow, that's a heavy open.
He double knots his shoelaces.
And I guess that open has been replaced. I just didn't notice it because I was too busy scouting out the my question list for Johnny Lynch, which starts with.
That's it, Murph. You're locked in a zone right now.
When did you make the Randy Gregory trade when we were talking to you last week?
And when did you decide to give him Trey Lance's number?
How about that?
All questions we got to ask John Lynch this morning.
Wilmer Flores said, give me Jeremy Affeld's number, going to hit bombs. And Randy Gregory said, give me Trey Lance's number, going to sack some fools.
That's it.
We'll see if he plays on Sunday, 10 a.m. against. And how about the Myles Garrett situation? This Browns thing, I mean, it's funny. I cruised in all week thinking Niners are going to win, Niners are going to win, Niners are going to win. And it's funny. Work expands the time allotted, and predictions expand to time allotted. You just spend enough time previewing a game, you can find an angle that will convince you.
Oh, you can talk yourself into any spread out there, Murph. I mean, how often we go back and forth on lines?
Last night, Broncos Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going
Great
back
example.
and forth, and finally just you got to make a pick. And
That's
I went
it.
with the Chiefs because I thought Denver's defense was historically bad. They hold them to 19 and still don't cover.
And they still
so
win,
there you
yeah.
go. All right, now the connection's made on the UMA guest line. John Lynch, we have Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack, who's off for a 3-day weekend. He'll be back next week. It's great to have you. How you doing?
Morning, John.
I'm doing wonderful. Yeah, it's been a good week. Getting ready to get some good sleep on this plane going out east, and should be a fun weekend against a good team in Cleveland. They're we've studied for these guys all week, and coming off a really good defense against Dallas, that's what stands out with Cleveland. This defense of theirs is playing at a very high level and is legit good on all three levels. So got our work cut out for us.
John, I know we got a million things to ask about the win over the Cowboys, Randy Gregory, the Browns, but you just said maybe the most you can sleep on a plane? I have trouble sleeping on planes. Can you do it?
I used to not be able to, but I guess when I got into broadcasting, it was kind of a must. I was doing a lot of games on the East Coast, and you kind of had to acquire that skill. So I willed it into existence, and fortunately now I'm able to do a little bit. I'm not one of those get on the plane and down the entire time, but I get a hour in there.
All right, looking forward to that hour. Okay, the question I've been dying to ask you since last Friday is, we were talking to you last Friday. Cowboys this, Cowboys that. We're getting ready, and we'll talk about that. And then we signed off with you, and a few minutes later, or a couple hours later, you guys traded for Randy Gregory. I was like, whoa! And my thought was John working on that trade while he was talking to us? When did that Randy Gregory trade come about? How'd you pull it off? What were the particulars? What was the timeline?
Yeah, so the framework of it, a lot of the discussions, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but then going into Friday, there was, it was kind of like, okay, this is what we can do. This is what we will do. And then it was just the final pieces, and I wouldn't say a delay, but I was kind of waiting, and that's why I would have liked to announce it on Murph and Mac, but it wasn't done yet. And the worst thing you can do is talk about one of those things when they're not all the way complete, and you have to get league approval and all those things. So we were kind of waiting for all that, waiting for Randy to sign off, and that's what I got about 2 hours after I got off the phone with you guys, and it turned out to be a really good day for us.
Yeah, and John, I'm curious about this move going out and trading for Randy Gregory. If you guys felt like this was a position of need at defensive end, or if this was just the circumstances of a player like Randy Gregory being available.
We want probably the latter. We want an embarrassment of riches up front. That's the way we're driven. It used to be, I feel like when I played, you could have Warren Sapp, and if you had one dominant player, and then, man, it sure be nice to get a Simeon Rice, which we did in our Super Bowl year. And you had good players to complement, but you didn't have 8 deep. Nowadays, it feels like, in our league, you gotta come in waves, and that's what we believe in. We believe that up front, now obviously our linebackers, and so we kind of include them, Fred and Greenlaw and Oren Burks in that group, but the D line. We want multiple people. We want them coming at waves. We want them playing their heart out and then subbing the next line in like a hockey line and just coming after people. And Randy was too good of a player who was out there. New circumstances, new regime in Denver. And they had some young guys they wanted to start playing as they're figuring their path to success out. So we felt like very low risk, very high opportunity for reward. Chris Kasarik, our D-line coach, has done it with a lot of other players. He gets his hands on them and just cuts them loose, really, and then hones their technique a little. The sky's the limit, and Randy's a very talented young man. We've loved him since he's been in here. He's been awesome to work with, and so we're going to see him, hopefully this weekend cut it loose and see what he can do for us.
So can you at least maybe reveal a little bit, can he get on the field this weekend? Will he play?
I think there's a good opportunity. He's done a really good job. We'll tighten things up, and I think there'll be, probably Kyle meeting with Steve Wilkes and Chris Kasarik at the end of the day, getting a plan for Randy, whether, it involves this week or moving forward. But he's been out on the practice field, been looking good, and really fitting in well with our chemistry of this team.
Okay, well, it'll be great to see him. I just got to tell you, Adam Schefter just tweeted out in the last hour, he ain't the only pass rusher Denver's releasing, and so this wouldn't count as tampering because he's released. Frank Clark has been released, and I'm just wondering, is that something you'd make a call to his agent?
You only have so many spots, and I think we're pretty good. We like our group. Frank Clark has been a really good player, but that's all I'll say to that. We're happy with where our group's at.
And John, now we're in a situation where we're 2 weeks away from the NFL trade deadline. Do you think there's any other positions of needs that you guys will address before that trade deadline?
We're always looking. A lot of those calls have started. The GMs do a good job getting on the phone, asking teams, you got any needs, you got any wants, and we're kind of in that process and just filling things out. We're certainly not opposed to it, but adding something that could help us. And obviously attrition can always happen. Hopefully it doesn't. We've been pretty good in terms of our health of our team, but you keep an eye on those things and never turn down an opportunity to improve yourself, provided it fits within our plan. And I think we've adhered to that. We've made some big pickups, and we'll keep our eyes and ears wide open.
It's funny, just a bigger picture here. I'm old enough to have seen the NFL trade deadline go from irrelevant to quite relevant. Shout out Christian McCaffrey. John, do you remember that time? And what changed in the NFL to go from a very quiet, no-trade league to a pretty darn active trade league? What changed?
Yeah, I'm certainly, it's just like a lot of NFL. You've been a beat writer, Murph. You know that a lot of it's just hanging on to old traditions. It seemingly was for years. Well, we don't do a lot of trades in the NFL. And then it took some young guys coming in and young, fresh minds and saying, why not? Let's start. And I think it probably started in the draft, and then it started including, these type of things, and probably being encouraged by other sports, big deals happening. The NBA is crazy with these three-way trades, baseball, they happen occasionally. And so I think the NFL has just kind of caught on, and I think it makes it more exciting, and you can really help yourself as a team. And a lot of these things are win-wins where, a former team is moving on for a reason and it helps them. And then, you can hopefully help your team. So I think it's good for the league.
Yeah, and John, as Murph just brought up, a lot of attention is paid attention to, of course, the trade last year for Christian McCaffrey, but I feel like people don't talk enough about the trade for Trent Williams. So I'd love to hear your reflection on that since the trade, and what do you think about his matchup this weekend against Myles Garrett?
You think about how little we paid for Trent Williams at the time, and I know he had a hiatus at Washington, and the relationship wasn't in a good place. But, I give Ron Rivera, I remember draft day, it was during the COVID year, being out at my guest house doing the draft and stepping out, and we had been talking for a long time, and then they wanted the draft choice, and we finally pulled the trigger. Knowing that you're getting that talented of a player, Kyle had worked with him, Chris Furster, our O-line coach, had worked with him. But then through the process, just watching and just seeing what a talented player, and I can't believe we were able to get him for what we did. And I say this a lot. I don't like, and I think it's irresponsible to start throwing labels like Hall of Fame player. But I can tell you, when we're watching Trent Williams, we're watching a Hall of Fame player. I think a first ballot Hall of Fame player. And it's awesome to watch every week, and his work ethic matches it, and he's just been a joy to have on this team, and he's made us a lot better.
And is he going against a first ballot Hall of Famer in Myles Garrett Sunday? He just did Micah Parsons, who's up on the rise, and the stats heavily favored Trent. I think I saw a stat that said he was 8 for 8 on him, no pressures. Great job. Now, Myles Garrett. John, we were talking about this. It's rare that somebody delivers on hype everywhere they go, and this goes back to high school. He was the number 1 or 2 recruit in the nation. He goes to A&M. He becomes an All-American. He goes to the draft. He's the number 1 pick. He goes to the Browns. He wrecks shop everywhere he goes. You talk about – he just hasn't been on the big stage because the Browns haven't gotten to a championship game. But, your film shows what, and how much are you looking forward to this matchup?
Our film shows this is the best he's ever played. I think he found a scheme. He found a coach in Jim Schwartz, mentality. Think Jim Schwartz, think Chris Kasarik. They were together for years, and so everything we talk about, getting in your stance and wreaking havoc and cutting it loose and attacking, those are all things that they're talking about, and Myles has really taken to it. He's always been a really high-level pass rusher. This is the best he's played consistently. He's a special talent. He's huge. He's got abs popping out everywhere. Never forget going to Texas A&M and watching him work out, and just seeing this guy going. This is like it's like a comic book, hero that they carved out of that they sculpted. It's like it's what it's supposed to look like, and he's 6'5" to boot, and then he's fast and he's quick and he's all of that. He can bend. So it makes sense why he's been so coveted everywhere he's been, and he's playing at a high level. And on the other side, they got Zadarius Smith, and they've got Dalvin Tomlinson inside. So Maurice Hurst, who we used to have here, who's his issue was always health here, but when he played, he was an explosive player. So they present some challenges up front. They're very good in the secondary as well, really good corners. So we got our work cut out for us. Doing it at third place, passionate fans in Cleveland, so should make for a fun matchup.
And John, we were actually joking earlier about Myles Garrett and his Halloween decorations. I'm not sure if you're aware of the story, how he places tombstones of all the quarterbacks that he has sacked in his front yard. And our key to the game this week is to keep Brock Purdy off a tombstone. So that's going to take Trent Williams, and that's going to take the entire offensive line. So I'd love to get your breakdown on the O-line 5 weeks into the season, and if there's any updates with Aaron Banks ahead of this weekend's game.
Well, I just know that Aaron's had 2 days of practice, albeit in some form of limited fashion. But I think we were all kind of, thanking the Lord, because I think right after the game we were a little worried that it might be a bicep. And if it is a bicep, are you worried about season and all that? And I think as time kind of went into the next week, we got the MRI, saw it was more of a shoulder strain. And he responded really well. He's a guy who loves playing. He's playing really well. So you look at that left side, they're playing really good football. Jake Brindell, probably one of the more underrated players on our team. And, I think Jake's really solidifying himself as a quality starter in this league at the center position, really important to what we do. And, we're thrilled with the way he's playing. Spencer Burford, man, he's a talented dude. He's got ability that can take him to really great heights. He's just got to continue to hone in the consistency. And Chris Furster and Trent Williams and all those guys work with him, hone in those things. And he's doing a really good job. He takes it all in. Colton McKivitz, I thought, had his best game last week. We gave him, there were a number of times during that game where he was Micah one-on-one, and he handled the challenge. And Colton's playing really well for us. So John Feliciano got his first action of the year other than, field goal protection, and he went in and played at a really high level, and it kind of justified why we went out and got him. We like where our O-line is in the quality and then the depth. I think those guys are playing at a high level, as evidenced. When they play at a high level, it gets us a chance to get all that skill and let Brock have the time to do what he does, and that seems to be working well. So those guys deserve a lot of credit.
49er General Manager John Lynch joins us every Friday at this time. A few more minutes with him as the Niners get ready to go wheels up to Cleveland Sunday morning, 10 a.m. on KNBR. John, last week we talked to you. Oh, my God, it was we damn near overheated with this Cowboy hype. It was so exciting. We were talking about it forever. You guys beat them 42-10. I'm going to need a little bit of your processing of that. And now, 5 days later with Cleveland looming, how ancient that seems or how relevant that seems?
It feels like 3 months ago, to be honest with you. But man, that was fun. I give our guys a lot of credit. I give Kyle Shanahan a lot of credit. Saturdays at home games, sometimes, I'll stay away. But this week it was just such a big feel. I said, I got to go down to the hotel and see what Kyle says to the guys. And I just thought he did a tremendous job, as he did all week, of understanding what the opportunity was. And I don't know what Dallas, felt like the game was, but it felt like a whole lot to them. A big litmus test, a big measuring stick. For us, Kyle stated it, and look, we expect to win every game. We want to win every game, but all I want to do is see us get better. If we get better, I think, first of all, that the win will take care of itself. But if we come out of this getting better, it's going to help us moving forward in this season. And I think that our mindset going in, that's all we were focused on. We didn't make it too much. We said, let's execute our assignments. Let's come out a better football team. And when you do that, when you focus on the process, we got too many guys that know the way to work, got too many good coaches. Was really proud of our whole organization with the way we handled that. I said it feels like a month ago, it was a week ago, and you have to turn the page. I mean, that's just the nature of the NFL. I told you about Cleveland and the respect we have for their team. We got to turn the page, go on the road, and stack another opportunity to get better. And I think that's been our focus, and another good week of practice. So it's fun to continue to have these great challenges.
And the precise moment you saw George Kittle's T-shirt, your reaction was?
I guess the laugh says it all. I've had people close to George reach out. Could you talk to, we try not to muzzle our players. There are consequences for actions. We'll see if they're I have not received anything yet. I usually do, but the one thing with George, you never know. You always know there's never like malice. He just likes having fun. He really, he loves he loves like community. He loves looking up at the scoreboard, firing up our fans. And a lot of it's authentic, but George thinks about stuff like this. And that's why Kyle says that's WWE stuff. He likes the show. And what I appreciate about him is he knows his history. I had no idea that Gary Plummer wore that shirt back in the 94 championship. And when I talked to George about it, just passing in the hall, he said, yeah, my inspiration was Gary Plummer in the 94 championship. So I appreciate that he knows and likes his history. We'll see if there's some consequences. He didn't mean anything. You see him after the game. He's like he reminds me of a hockey player. He goes and kicks ass and then hangs out with the guys after the game.
Definitely, yeah. The George Kittle T-shirt was a huge storyline coming out of this past weekend's game. But, John, I wanted to ask you one last question about the storyline going into the game last week, and that was Trey Lance and his knowledge of the 49ers playbook. Obviously, it didn't work out too well for the Cowboys, but I'm wondering if the 49ers are going down that path this weekend with guys like Christian McCaffrey and Steve Wilkes having some familiarity of P.J. Walker with their time in Carolina.
Much like and I want to be clear, my comments that on this show last week, that was nothing against Trey. That was more from my experience as a player. When you try to focus on those things, and absolutely you can get scouting reports, and like you're talking about, Steve Wilkes having knowledge of who P.J. Walker and Christian knowing who P.J. Walker, of course you tap into those things, and you should as a team. But when more to the point of trying to steal plays or steal signals, that's just, I think you get yourself in more of a problem than it is a benefit at some point. And so I thought a lot was being made about that. And, that was just, that's what it was. And, I think, of course, when a player, our pro scouting department does a tremendous job, but any information you can glean is important. But you take it as that, and then you got to go play, you got to go execute, and that's where your focus needs to be on more than any secrets we might have, All
right, John. Well, off you go, man. And the last one I'll hit you with on the way out the door is your comment on the Jim Schwartz, Kyle Shanahan stat that Schwartz has beaten him 7 out of 8 times. Kruk and Kipe, you're a baseball guy too. Kruk and Kipe, our baseball guys, say in baseball, ownage is ownage. So is that on your radar, and is ownage in the NFL?
I wasn't aware of that stat, first of all.
Okay.
But I know that both of those coaches have a great deal of respect for each other. And I know that we're focused on this Sunday, not the history of any matchups or anything. We're focused on this Sunday. We feel really good where we are with our team, very impressed with what they've done. And going to line it up and see if we can go get better again this week and see if we can come home with another win.
In baseball, did you believe in ownage? Was there a pitcher?
Baseball, you feel that a little more, and it's certainly, it's such a stat-driven sport. Man, I've never got a hit off this guy. You starts getting in your head.
But there was
more of a team. Yeah.
Was there some pitcher on the West in the Pac? Was it the 6-pack back then when you played? Was that what it was? The baseball?
No, we were the Pac-10.
Okay. But was there a pitcher that just looked like a grapefruit coming out of his hand? You were.
Oh man, there were a lot of good ones. I got an opportunity. I mean, I think back to the Stanford baseball my freshman year. That might have been and we didn't do it in Omaha, and it pains me to this day. But we had Mike Messina, Paul Carey, Stan Spencer, Jeffrey Hammonds. I mean, the team we were absolutely loaded. I think we lost like 6, 7, 8 games all year, and Georgia beat us down in Omaha, unfortunately. But those were fun times, Stanford baseball.
Oh, I guess last one I lied. You see this Philly situation? The Phillies fans are just absolutely losing their minds and creating absolute havoc for opposing teams. The Braves are the latest team to be victims. You understand those are the same fans who will be at Brock Purdy on December 3rd, right?
Yeah, we'll focus on that when we get to that week. We're focused on Cleveland right now. Yeah, I did see who is the shortstop for the Braves turning around and yelling at the fans.
Yeah, you can't. Brock. I think Brock will not break like that. He will not break like that.
Brock is pretty poised. Brock is about as poised a person as I've ever seen.
But like you said, that's a conversation for a different day. Always enjoy it. It's a great Friday starter for the weekend. A safe journey, great nap on the plane, and then enjoy the heck out of that game Sunday, John. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, thanks, fellas.
There he is, John Lynch, every Friday. It's money.
I mean, what more do you want?
It's money.
You want stories about playing down at Sunken Diamond with Mike Messina with the Moose? Come on.
Still pissed that Georgia baseball got him.
And how about the fact that I go down to Sunken Diamond all the time to watch Stanford games, and there's John Lynch front row watching all these games. He loves his baseball, he loves football, and that's why we love John Lynch.
And then the open should have said he's a man of honor. He loves his college baseball.
He does, dude. He's always down there.
So yeah, we got a couple of news items there. Good opportunity for Randy Gregory to play this weekend. Would they go shopping for Frank Clark, who just got released by the Broncos? Former Chief, right? Former
Correct.
good passer. Basically shut that down.
Yeah.
Trade deadline, always looking.
2 weeks away.
Something could happen.
If there's somebody out there, who knows? Maybe a defensive back.
The long laugh on the Kittle t-shirt.
Yeah. He said my laugh said it all, bro.
Yeah. How about he called him out? Paulie's going to love that quote about the hockey player.
Yeah.
But he just goes, kicks ass, and loves to have a couple beers with the boys.
That's it. That's
some
George
laughs.
Kittle.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe we can get George Kittle to line up for the Sharks.
Who lost their opener?
Last night to the Vegas Golden Knights.
Is it the time we play the, oh no, we suck again?
Oh, Murph, I got that if you want it.
You got it?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Let me find it on my board. Oh, I feel like Paulie Mac scrambling now. Never mind, Murph.
Don't worry about it, buddy.
Let's abort.
Cooler of content on a what? Triple E?
Oh, no! We suck again!
There it
Attitude
is. Triple
trips.
E got it. Cooler of content next. Friday time. Marcus in for Paulie on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now on KNBR.com.
T-Rock, a.k.a. Tim Ryan, stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday for their version of the Power Hour, a.k.a. the Bull Rush, to preview this weekend's matchup against the Cleveland Browns. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Go Sharks.
Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler.
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
right, good to have Marcus in for Paulie Mack. Paulie back on Monday, but not before he dropped his Friday football forecast picks on us. Pre-recorded.
From the clouds, Paul.
From the clouds. Bobby Boucher made his picks. I made my college picks. You got to go back to the KNBR.com podcast if you missed it. But, hey, welcome to the show. I hope everybody enjoyed John Lynch. We always do. How you feeling about this game?
I feel good, Murph. Especially when I'm looking at P.J. Walker. We just talked about it with John Lynch. Steve Wilks has familiarity. Probably knows him better than any other coach in the NFL right now. Of course, Steve Wilks, formerly with the Carolina Panthers, and he also played with Christian McCaffrey. So I just don't think this Browns offense, without Deshaun Watson, and more importantly, without Nick Chubb, I don't think they're going to score against this 49er defense.
Yeah, Mary Kay Cabot of the Cleveland Plain Dealer reported that it will be P.J. Walker. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm going with that out of Cleveland. Speaking of Carolina, you mentioned Carolina with Wilks. Mm-hmm. One of the greatest Panthers of all time, wide receiver Steve Smith. Mm-hmm. Character and a half. Famously came on, what was it? It wasn't on our, well, we had him on our show, but he also famously had that ref where he said it takes the cojones.
The cojones.
We use that one all the time, which is somewhat related to the Jerry Maguire cut we're using.
Yeah, I love
That's
that
how
cut.
You're great, man. Put your cojones out there.
I love that, and I also love the drop of Steve Smith just yelling at DBs, "Ice up, son! Ice up!"
I mean, he's just a character and a half, man. Mm-hmm. He's and he now is a talking. What, you got something?
The cojones.
That's Steve Smith.
That's Agent 89.
So he is a character. He's a funny guy. He's a good sound machine.
Mm-hmm. Great
he's
football player. Great celebrations.
Holding a microphone, doing what we do. Mm-hmm. He's doing the sports media thing. And last night, he was Steve Smith doing Steve Smith thing. The story is that Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos, Steve Smith riffed on him thinking he was having an average season. He saw Jerry Jeudy at the game and wanted to engage with him. Jerry Jeudy was not happy with it and blew him off. Steve Smith's response became instantly viral. Listen to this whole thing right here.
Broncos wide receiver Jerry Jeudy was walking by, and Steve called out to him, and he got a different reaction.
I called out to him because on my podcast, Cut to It, I just talked about guys that maybe have not showed up in a way or in a manner. And so the word that I've used to describe him in the past was a jag, just a guy.
Just a guy.
When I saw him, he's playing well. I wanted to say to him face to face, like, hey, I know I said some things in the past I probably shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. That's what I wanted to say to him. His response, Mike Ra, was ninja.
Ninja?
Yes, I'm using the word ninja. I'm just using the word ninja. I don't mess with you. And it was a curse word. And so I was like, all right. And then he repeated it. So I'll say it again. I'm sorry that I said you were a jag, just a guy who's an average wide receiver they use a first-round pick on that isn't doing anything. I hope today that you actually show up in a way that you haven't showed up in the last couple of years since they drafted you. So if you ever got a problem with Agent 89, I'm sorry for saying that you're an average wide receiver that they eventually will move on. And when teams call me and asking, should they trade for you, I will say no, don't trade for Jerry Jeudy because he's mentally unable to handle constructive criticism from people who watch specifically, can he be a wide receiver? He could be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3. Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Boom! Steve Smith.
Dude, mic drop.
Dropping hammers.
Steve Smith from the top ropes,
I never want to get into a smack talking war with Steve Smith.
Oh, never.
He will take care of you.
I'm not going
back
down
into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
How about it was like a well-reasoned takedown, too. It was like, I tried to engage. He didn't want it, so now I'm going to tell the truth. Boom, 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 boom.
And by the way, Steve Smith is absolutely right. Jerry Jeudy really hasn't done anything with the Denver Broncos. They're now talking about him being on the trade block, but this was a guy that was drafted ahead of CeeDee Lamb, ahead of Justin Jefferson, and also drafted ahead of Brandon Ayuk.
Talk to fantasy owners who drafted Jerry Jeudy. He's been a constant disappointment.
Yeah.
He really has been. One of the many problems in Denver, he's like high up there. Like a big playmaker not making big plays.
He's supposed to be their number one wide receiver. I like Courtland Sutton more than him. But how about the fact that Steve Smith dropped in there? Yeah, whenever an NFL team calls me about a trade, like, do we think John Lynch is calling up Steve Smith for trade advice?
If I was an NFL GM, I would call Steve Smith.
I'd answer his call.
The other slick part of that riff was he got a promo in for his podcast. Yeah. I said on my podcast, Cut 2. Now, like me, as a viewer, I saw that, I was like, oh, I got to go check out Cut 2.
That's it. Once he said that, I was like, damn, Steve Smith's got a podcast?
You're going to get this podcast.
Oh, man. So tremendous work by Steve Smith. I wonder if Jeudy
called me and asking, should they trade for you? I will say no.
Incredible, man. The cojones.
The GM, Agent 89.
The cojones.
Very good. Very good. That's how you get great, man. Put your Steve Smith cojones. By the way, there is a small bug in the studio.
It's been annoying me the entire hour, Murph. You can probably see it on the camera.
First time we've ever had a bug in here.
I keep on swatting at it.
What the hell? Who's letting bugs in the studio?
A little wash on, wash off from Murph this morning.
What the heck is going on,
Come
man?
on, catch that fly, Murph.
All right, we got baseball. It was nuts. Philly. What are you going to do? They're having the party of parties. I mean, guys, Giants fans, we are just like, you want to talk about on the outside looking in, brother, with our nose pressed up against the window, like they're having fun in there, man.
Dude, I'm just salivating for some October baseball right now.
Listen, everybody says Giants, best fans in baseball. I think the Giants have great fans, and I'm one of them. I like to be a Giants fan, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. We're not Philly. They are more electric than we are. I would say the Giants have a top 5 fan base.
That's fair.
But I would say, like, the Yankees when they get going, the Phillies when they get going, the Red Sox when they get going are all more intense. I think the Giants come in after that. That's my opinion.
I don't think that's a bad take, Murph, because everybody always recognizes how harsh Philadelphia fans are, whether it's throwing batteries at Santa Claus on Christmas or whatever. But I don't think people also recognize how much they actually love their players. And, like, how about this story earlier this year when Trey Turner was struggling, instead of booing him out of town, the Philly fans had a standing ovation. Next thing you know, Trey Turner turns back into the Trey Turner we saw in the World Baseball Classic. He's posting billboards, thanking fans all over town, and you see that atmosphere and that electricity.
Who knew Philly could get emo? Like Jimmy Butler. They got all emo. They're like, we love you, man. He's like, I love you guys too. And now they're like,
that's it. Philly fans are like the Grinch. Their heart grew 3 sizes that day, Murph.
I love that. By the way, don't sleep on that double play he made in the Marlins series too.
Oh, dude, the backhand with the flip. Trey Turner.
Anyway, this is all by leading up to some Philly sound here. Nick Castellanos. I can't believe this freaking bug. I may drop an F-bomb on this bug.
Dude, careful.
Nick Castellanos on TBS with Matt Weiner. Weiner doesn't even ask a question here.
Nick, nobody in Major League history has hit 2 home runs on back-to-back postseason games, but you just did, and you guys are headed to the NLCS.
Where's the question on that?
There's no question.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
I thought you'd be happy with that.
I am, man, but we got 8 more wins.
Dude. You know, it's funny. You do these things for a living, and sometimes you give a statement because you feel like you're on conversational mode. And then sometimes when I do that, I'm like, I didn't ask a question. The guy might say, and? Yeah?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, sometimes you just open the mic and let him go, but Castellanos just like, where's the question, bro?
He called him out.
Yeah.
Weiner, he just, usually kind of the unspoken rule is you're doing the hit, so I'll help this guy out and start talking about my 2 at-bats. Instead, he's like, yo, where's the question?
That's it. I just hit 2 home runs. Ask me some damn questions.
Greg Amsinger.
Where's the question on that?
I mean, he's not lying. There was no question. Greg Amsinger asks, is Philly a good fit for you, Nick Castellanos on MLB Network?
You've played many different markets and different teams. I don't know why you in Philadelphia works. It's the best fit. Would you agree with me?
You're asking me?
Yeah, you in Philly is the best fit. Nick Castellanos always needed to play for the Philadelphia Phillies. Am I on to something?
I mean, yeah, with Philly.
Dude, I'm becoming a Castellanos head.
Wait a minute. So I blank with Philly?
I mean, yeah, with Philly.
That's it.
You want to explain this to the slightly over 40 crowd here, buddy?
Just as we heard with Steve Smith, Jerry Jeudy saying, I don't F with Steve Smith, apparently Nick Castellanos does F with Philadelphia.
You can positively F with something.
Oh, yeah, I say it all the time. Like, Murph and Mac, I F with that.
Okay. And that's a good thing.
With Philly.
Yeah, that's a good thing. But I could also use it as a negative, say Triple E, I don't F with him.
Like, are you guys fans of, like, Gambinos across the street?
Oh, I F with it.
So you will F with Gambinos?
I F with it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, with Philly.
Like, what's your best burrito joint? Like, what's your favorite burrito?
Oh, I'm an El Farolito guy. I F
so
with
you F with El Farolito?
I F with El Farolito, Murph.
Will you say that in your everyday life?
Oh, I drop it on occasion. I have to stop myself from saying it on air
Is it my
sometimes.
imagination, or do you guys sometimes add an S to the end?
I do. That's like, for an example, I'll say, I don't Fs with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, yeah, with Philly.
Incredible. Did he say that on the air? Like, it went out? Oh, my God.
Dude, we're in a day and
just
age.
like, forget it.
Everybody's
bro.
dropping F-bombs.
Should we start doing it?
I Fs with it.
Should we start effing with F?
I'm not going into that.
Probably not if we want to keep our jobs, Murph.
Bruce Bochy, we're going to wrap up the cooler content here. Last couple bites here. Bruce. You know, it's funny. Waterboy said, Philly's a team of destiny. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Then I was like, well, we'll show up, maybe see what happens. Dude, it could be Boch versus Philly again.
No.
Yeah.
And so anyway, here he was talking about Bochy Dusty. This is what we talked about all week, and now it's happening. Here's Boch on the differences between him and his predecessor in San Francisco.
You know, I think we're similar in a lot of ways. We enjoy wine. We both love to fish and hunt, and we're both competitive on the baseball field.
Height. I think you have him in
The biggest difference is he was a good hitter.
He says, you think even just minor Bochy riffs were like craving him,
There's
you know
like
what I mean?
throwaway riffs. I'm like, I'm eating out of his palm. Anything he has to say about Dusty or anything vice versa, Dusty says about Bochy, sign me up, Murph. I want to hear it.
So, by the way, Dusty Baker career, 242 bombs, career 278 hitter. It's pretty damn good.
In this day and age, he'd be like one of the top players.
Oh, he'd be making big money. Bruce Bochy, he ain't lying. Bruce was not a big-time player. Let me tell you the exact numbers on that. So I told you 242 career bombs. Boch, 26 career bombs, 239 career batting average.
Yeah, that's fun. It's 26 more than I have, Murph.
He also had 800 at-bats. Dusty over 7,000 at-bats.
Yeah.
So they were different players. Dusty was an all-star.
Yeah.
Back
But
in the
also,
day.
Bochy won 3 rings in San Francisco.
Well, that line, buddy. One guy gave us 3 parades. The other guy gave the ball to Russ Ortiz. Ouch.
Shout out, Cope.
One more? No. Are we good? We good? We're good.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good cooler.
That's good. Murph, I'd say I F with that cooler.
You like with the cooler.
And by the way, shout out to the Golden State Lumbers and Building Materials text line. We got a text this morning from the 415 saying, I F with the FFF, the Friday football forecast.
That's incredible. That's a mic drop right there. That's like Steve You know what Steve Smith would say to that text? Go back to the studio. I'm done. That's all right. We got Dante Whitner coming up at 9:35. It's that Friday vibe on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
I mean, yeah, with Philly.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, so the framework of it, a lot of the discussions, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but then going into Friday, there was, it was kind of like, okay, this is what we can do. This is what we will do. And then it was just the final pieces and I wouldn't say a delay, but I was kind of waiting. And that's why I would have liked to announce it on Murph and Mac. But,
there it is, John Lynch. I love it. I would have liked to announce it on Murph and Mac. He loves radio. That's the thing. His dad was a radio exec down in San Diego. The man loved magic comes out of that box, what Tony Salvador once said to me.
And that's what I love about the old Open that we used to play. It used to be John Lynch talking about when Jimmy Garoppolo got caught lip reading on the game or during the game, and he says, my sources told me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
I think they kept that in this new one.
Is that in the new? I don't know. You didn't even hear it.
Well, you're right. I was too busy shooing away this fly. It's not even a fly. It's like a little.
It's a tiny little gnat.
It's like a fruit fly gnat thingy.
We need to get one of those those salt guns.
I'm all in on that.
The buggerator or whatever the hell it's called.
How are you on your fly swatting technique? Like roll up a magazine, a newspaper.
I usually try to go like Karate Kid and catch it with my hand,
which is
damn near impossible.
Impossible.
But I still
right?
try, Murph.
Do you believe Miyagi was able to? Didn't he get him with the chopsticks? Didn't he get him with the chopsticks?
Chopsticks?
I thought he did. Didn't he?
Wash on, wash off action.
I thought he did.
I thought it was with the hand.
Anyway, you're a Karate Kid guy.
Paulie Mack. Well, that's the thing. Paulie Mack, I know, is a big Cobra Kai guy. We need to call up Paulie for this information.
This is all very true. Paulie off today. Marcus Boucher in on the Murph and Mac show doing his thing. Bobby Boucher visited Friday Football Forecast, and Paulie will be back on Monday. Okay, let's get the clock right. We're building up towards Dante Whitner at 9:35. Who's doing his thing. We always like sometimes to go to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line because you guys send in some good stuff during the morning that we want to hear what y'all are saying.
Yeah, Murph.
Shoot me a text.
Thank you. I was going to say, I don't have the Dave Grohl, but I do have the Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
So right away, first thing I see is 559 saying, what do you give me for pig pen from Peanuts and Triple E bringing flies into the studio?
Oh, dude, we should have known.
He said, I'm not even in there.
Yeah, at least it's not as bad as the one time where he crop dusted the entire studio.
Yeah, that made the Murph and Mackies, by the way.
Bad.
That's going to be in the Murph and Mackies.
At least he's wearing sleeves today.
650 says, Giants Marketing just found next year's motto, we Fs with SF.
That's it.
At this point. Well, 916 says, well, after Verlander's speech, guys, they're flowing. When he said, quote, I wasn't even blanking here.
I mean, essentially, Murph, again, with the whole blank Dallas shirt with George Kittle posting it, and now he's going to get fined. The NFL didn't have a problem with Taylor Swift saying, let's effing go when Travis Kelce was scoring touchdowns. How many times did they replay that clip? But now all of a sudden you can't put F Dallas on your T-shirt?
Did she do that last night?
I didn't see any let's effing goes, but they showed plenty of shots of her up in that suite.
Man, I can't believe she's just going to Kansas City over and over and over again now. It's unbelievable.
Big barbecue.
I saw her and Brittany Mahomes hugging or whatever.
Yeah.
She's got to deal with Brittany now?
No, that's
right?
the problem.
I wonder if she's saying to her friends, get me out of here, man. This Brittany thing is something. By the way, 916 says, Philly fans do not quit. They were all standing the entire game. It's incredible. Were they standing the entire game?
It seemed like every time I looked over at the TV, they were standing up. Whether it was the attaboy chants.
So what happens when the guy behind him says, sit down?
Sit down. I don't think that happens in Philadelphia.
So you can't be the best fans in baseball. It's official. You are not the best fans in baseball. You are not.
Well, Murph, I'll try to tell you a quick little story from last year when I was in Philadelphia for the Army-Navy game. And there was a Philadelphia Eagle fan, and somebody, I don't know if they were rooting for Army or Navy, told the guy in front of him to sit down, and he turned around and said, SMD, welcome to Philadelphia.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'll let you guys figure out those words.
Much.
I
understand. Yeah, that's a little much.
And he looked him in the eye and said, welcome to Philly, bud.
Oh,
welcome to Philly.
See, that's where Philly gets a little.
Yeah.
Little. By the way,
Philly.
The Karate Kid Mafia pouring in, saying indeed there was a chopstick scene. They're saying that Miyagi was trying to, and there was Daniel who actually seized the fly with the chopsticks, making Miyagi very proud that the lad was learning the way.
Way to go, young grasshopper.
All right, very good. Yeah, guys. 818 China City says, guys, can you fly in Jim Harbaugh as an honorary captain to rattle Jim Schwartz?
That's it.
All right, the stat is that Jim Schwartz's defense versus Kyle Shanahan's offense, Jim Schwartz's defense have won 7 times out of 8.
Which is crazy to even think about.
can't even imagine a Kyle offense not just roaming free.
Not
you know
having
what I mean?
any success against Jim Schwartz. But as I mentioned earlier, those are teams with Kyle Shanahan not having Christian McCaffrey on it, not having Brock Purdy in those matchups, and not having the cast of characters that this 49ers team has.
That is correct. I think of a Kyle offense like free-range chickens. There's like just people just roaming around, just free everywhere. Somebody open everywhere.
You think of Kyle Shanahan's offense like this.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. It's fried chicken.
Pretty darn good.
I like fried chicken.
I like Kyle Shanahan's system.
A couple of things, a couple more texts here. 408 says Bryce Harper was a prodigy who was on the cover of Sports Illustrated in high school.
I know. I had the edition.
He says they don't grow those guys on trees.
No.
All right.
I mean, Bryce Harper's a kid that skipped out his last year of high school so that he can go to a junior community college so that he could get drafted early. That's the kind of dedication Bryce Harper had.
925 says this idea of an 84-win Diamondbacks team and a wild card Phillies team making it is not good because Farhan can look at this and think all I need is mediocrity to get in and surprise everyone. That's been my 925. You and I are on the same page. That's why I did not want this. That's why, dude. This was the worst time ever to be a Giants fan, not wanting them to make the playoffs because I did not want
to even say.
I didn't want their style rewarded.
Well, that's the thing because obviously if they would have made the playoffs, Kapler would still be coaching this team.
He's still posting, though, isn't he?
He's still on the search for that burger, Murph.
Oh, dude. There you go, buddy. There you go. And 415 says, Dusty, it's Regina. Dusty brings teams together and turns them around. He's led 5 different teams to division titles. So are we sleeping a little bit on Dusty because it was, 20 years ago that he left town?
Mm-hmm.
And, and Boch was just, 2019, we were crying as the players came out of center field.
It's a little bit of recency bias, for sure.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think people closer to my age and my generation all ride with Bochy, guys with Copes, and that older generation all ride with Dusty.
Sunday night, Bills, New York Giants versus Dusty Bochy. I think you got to go Dusty Bochy,
I'm going baseball. It's not.
Are we in the vast minority?
I don't know because Daniel Jones just got rolled out. He's got a neck injury, so it's going to be Tyrod Taylor as a 14-point underdog against the Bills.
Maybe some totes for my guy Saquon if he's back.
Yeah, I don't even know about his status for this weekend.
He's still questionable, isn't he?
He's been questionable for weeks now, Murph.
Tell the mid-segment reads about it, although, dude, through smoke, mirrors, gum, and cardboard, I'm somehow 3-2.
Dude, Murph.
Dude, I am the most fugazi 3-2 of all time.
Dude, meanwhile, I'm over here as the good luck Chuck as a fantasy league. You play against me, you put up your highest score of the year.
I ain't going to lie. I had a bad draft, all right? I ain't going to lie. I was not prepped going into the draft. And all right, I'm going to say this on the air right now for Copes and for you. The Dan Carlson pick was an absolute loser. All right,
down, man.
An absolute loser.
And here was clanking field goals last week, too.
So anyway, it's got to go on record, all right? You got to wear it sometimes. He's missing kicks now,
That's the thing. And you were the guy that criticized the 49ers for taking Jake Moody in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I still do.
Yeah,
by the way,
I know you do.
I know that. That might be a freezing cold take, too. All right, here's the deal. O'Donnell Financial Group proudly sponsors us, and we're proud to tell you that because planning is a process for loan, insurance, investments, and retirement, you should call them. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Okay, yesterday, Kyle Shanahan addressed his rivalry with Jim Schwartz. Brock Purdy discussed his feelings about power rankings. And John Lynch talked to us about the George Kittle T-shirt. All that coming your way as we get ready for the Dante Whitner hit at 9:35. Marcus in for Paulie. It's the Murph and Mac Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
So it's kind of sneaky good. It's just my thing.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jim's as good as it gets. He's been one of the best that I've gone against over my career. He's everywhere he's been. I started out my career in Houston as a coordinator, going against him when he was in Tennessee, and then when I was in Washington, going against him in Detroit, and Atlanta, and here, gone against him when he was in Philly. Jim always has a very sound, aggressive defense. It's always one of the top defenses in the league. But anytime Jim has talent, he's usually one of the top 1, 2, or 3 in the league, and that's what he has this year. He's got the pass rushers, got some good linebackers, some really good corners and safeties, and that's why they are number 1 in almost every single category right now. We got a huge challenge for us, and we did last week versus Dallas and came up big for that, and it's only getting harder this week.
That's Kyle Shanahan building that case for you to treat the Cleveland Browns as seriously as you treated the Dallas Cowboys, because as Jesse Sapolo told us, if you don't beat the Browns, the Cowboy win doesn't matter.
Nada.
And what you're hearing right here is, of course, one of the more iconic songs in American pop culture, Shout by the Isley Brothers, a tribute to Rudolph Isley, who died at the age of 84. He's the lead vocal on Summer Breeze and That Lady, and he co-wrote this, Shout, which even reached your generation, Marcus?
Oh, yeah. Me and Triple E were just riffing about the Wedding Crasher scene. If you know, you know. I'll leave it at that,
Okay,
Murph.
all right. Giants in 2012 used this. During October, I got to say, it worked for me. It really did.
When does it not work?
I would agree with you. Somebody told me, they're like, oh, I'm burnt on Shout. I'm like, you're not burnt on Shout. I think Oregon, so a little history here, Animal House, one of the more iconic movies of all time, features the toga party scene with this song, and it's like one of the great, just joyous, hilarious John Belushi scenes and all that stuff. And because that movie was filmed in Eugene, Oregon, on the campus of University of Oregon, this is their end of third quarter song at Autzen Stadium.
Nice.
It's a tribute to Animal House being filmed there. And they go off. The kids go off.
I mean, who doesn't want to hear that song, Murph? I'm ready to start shouting right now.
Plus, you're a college kid. You've been maybe killing a couple flasks. You know what I mean?
A couple, Murph.
Maybe you made a new friend.
Hey.
A special new friend.
You never know. Up in Oregon, you might be into some of those gummies too, Murph. You never know.
Well, yeah. Well, so, sounds like a hell of a time.
Yeah,
Don't forget, Oregon, Washington. We picked it in the forecast today.
Ooh.
I'm going with the purple.
I might have to go full Chris Russo this weekend and split a gummy this weekend, Murph.
The noon was when he was going to do it. It's a noon kick.
That's it.
So there you go.
Then I'll eat the other half of the gummy, Murph.
Incredible. A couple things. One, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We got 1 hour left with my man, Marcus Boucher. It's been great having you here, buddy.
Always
Thanks.
a blast.
Oh, we got the deepest bench in Major League Radio.
Dude.
Because we're not pinch hitting for Paulie Mack. We're pinch hitting with Marcus Boucher.
Murph, thank you.
All right, Niners, Browns. We got to get you guys hyped. So I almost feel like the Niners aren't playing the Browns. I feel like they're playing Myles Garrett.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like we're not talking about anybody else. So let's continue the hype.
Yeah, let's talk. Because they have other great defensive players, Zadarius Smith, Denzel Ward on the outside, but nobody compares to Myles Garrett. Like, I think he's on that upper echelon. We talk about Nick Bosa all the time. We talk about TJ Watt, Michael Parsons. Myles Garrett is in that conversation. Hell, I think he's a better player than Michael Parsons.
He's just been playing in Cleveland and hasn't gotten on the big stage.
No.
What do you give me for Myles Garrett and Shohei Ohtani? You know what I mean? Or Mike Trout.
Good
You know what I
call.
mean,
Yeah,
dude?
uh-huh.
So here's Trent Williams, who's obviously one of the greats. He's going to be going up against one of the greats. Trent Williams on his matchup.
We got our work cut out for us. That's for sure.
You ever faced him before?
I haven't.
Wow.
I haven't faced him before. So.
What jumps off the film?
Everything. The size, the speed, the craftiness, the agility. What doesn't hop off on the film is a better question. I think he's one of those few players that has everything. Literally has everything. You can run around, you can run through, you can make you look stupid with agility moves. He's a juggernaut.
By the way, shout out Vern Glenn at KPIX asking those questions there.
Oh, yeah.
He's giving his respect. No smack talk here.
No, not at all. And I think Trent Williams recognizes the matchup that he's going to see a lot this week, because we always talk about Colton McKivitz on the right side of the line. But get this, Myles Garrett, from a snap perspective, this season has taken 121 snaps versus the left tackle, only 19 snaps versus the right tackle. They will move him around a little bit, 9 snaps from inside as an interior rusher, but it seems like the pay-per-view matchup this weekend is going to be Trent Williams versus Myles Garrett.
Good stuff, man. One thing I kind of noticed about Brock, and that is sometimes you got to take the sack.
Mm-hmm.
Don't throw the pick.
Sometimes you just got to go down before Garrett gets his hands on it.
Well, there's that too. But I'm just saying what I've been really...
before Garrett takes off a helmet and starts hitting somebody with it.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, shout out Mason Rudolph.
So that was him.
That's like the biggest time that Myles Garrett has been on the national stage was that play.
Isn't that... Yeah. How many years ago was that?
2, 3, 4 years ago, maybe?
He got suspended, didn't he?
He did,
and he claimed that there was some pretty bad stuff going on. Some words, right?
He claimed a Murph drop.
Let's get racial up in this piece.
That's no
point. So anyway, the point is that he's kind of come out on the other side now and being treated like the stud that he is.
Yeah.
Here's Trent Williams comparing him to DeMarcus Ware, Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is like, I was just telling, just saying, like it was more like for me, it's like one of those old DeMarcus Ware matchups where I'm a young stud, and he's a Hall of Fame player, and he opening night, I lost some sleep, I know, but it kind of reminds me of one of those because he, DeMarcus was one of those guys that didn't have a weakness, and one of those guys that literally could embarrass you in multiple ways. So for me, it kind of goes back to those days when we talk about 95.
It's pretty funny, man. Trent Williams saying losing sleep over these matchups. Now, Chris Foerster, we never really hear from this guy. He's the O-line coach for the. I think it's pronounced Foerster. That's
Forrester, I believe.
Is it Foerster? I heard Lynch say Foerster.
Ooh,
he said that in our interview, and I kind of noted that. Unless I've gotten things wrong before.
Well, Murph, it sounds like a little bit of...
Because it was confusion.
Sounds like a little confusion there, Murph.
That's one of the great bites of all time. Well, here's Foerster, comparing Myles Garrett to the other T.J. Watt, Micah Parsons, and now Myles Garrett.
He looks like all the great rushers we face. I mean, when you face Aaron Donald, you face T.J. Watt, you face Micah Parsons. I mean, I don't want to miss anybody here. Everybody you face, you find somebody on the team that has an elite rusher. And Myles Garrett has always been one of the most talented pass rushers in the NFL since the minute he walked in the league. And he continues to do that. The style of defense that they play, how Schwartz coaches, how they coach the D-line there is a little bit different than what he's done in the past, I think. And it's been to his benefit. And he looks better than ever.
Okay, man. And one last one, as we continue to gush about Myles Garrett here. John Lynch came on an hour ago, and if you're just getting in your car now, you missed him. He's always great. So we asked his take as he gets ready for Myles Garrett.
Our film shows this is the best he's ever played. I think he found a scheme. He found a coach in Jim Schwartz mentality. Think Jim Schwartz, think Chris Kaczmarek. They were together for years, and so everything we talk about, getting in your stance and wreaking havoc and cutting it loose and attacking. Those are all things that they're talking about, and Myles has really taken to it. He's always been a really high-level pass rusher. This is the best he's played consistently. He's a special talent. He's huge. He's got abs popping out everywhere. Never forget going to Texas A&M and watching him work out. And, I mean, just seeing this guy going, this is like – it's like a comic book, hero that they carved out of that they sculpted. It's like it's what it's supposed to look like. And he's 6'5" to boot, and then he's fast and he's quick and he's all of that. He can bend, so it makes sense why he's been so coveted everywhere he's been. And he's playing at a high level. And on the other side, they got Zadarius Smith, and they've got Dalvin Tomlinson inside. So Maurice Hurst, who we used to have here, who's his issue was always health here, but when he played, he was an explosive player. So they present some challenges up front. They're very good in the secondary as well, really good corners. So we got our work cut out for us. Doing it at third place, passionate fans in Cleveland, so should make for a fun matchup.
Okay, so by the way, passionate fans, he knows what I'm talking about. The dog pound will take over Levi's. That's an inside joke. Hey, just while we were talking, by the way, Mary Kay Cabot, our favorite Cleveland Brown beat writer, did say it's official. Deshaun Watson is officially ruled out. Okay. So P.J. Walker will start. And as Cam Inman points out on Twitter, maybe the bigger absence is the longtime interior lineman Joe Bitonio. He'll be out too. So P.J. Walker with maybe pressure from the Eric Armstead
So now
Javon Hargrave.
And now we're talking about a P.J. Walker offense that has Jerome Ford in the backfield, not Nick Chubb, and they're trying to run against the second-best rushing defense in the entire NFL. 49ers only allowing like 64 yards per game. Again, that's why I don't think
missing one of their mainstays on the line.
Yeah, and that's why I don't think this Cleveland Browns team is going to put up really any points.
That's why even though the spread has gone up to 9.5, you're still riding with the Niners because you think Cleveland's not topping the 3 mark?
I don't think so. And the one stat that stands out, we talked a lot about the Jim Schwartz being 7-1 against Kyle Shanahan. Kyle has never had an offense score more than 20 points against Jim Schwartz. Here's the thing. They can score 20 this weekend and win like 20-3, 20-10 and still cover that spread.
It'll be interesting, man. 30 for Purdy for 30. And
is this the first week that Purdy doesn't get 30? I think it's an 8-game streak now.
Seattle got 27.
Correct,
I think, right?
and in the playoffs against the Dallas Cowboys. But regular season, they're on an 8-game streak of 30 points. Do they get it again this weekend, Murph?
Whew. I mean, after all this talk about Jim Schwartz and this Browns defense, I'm like, maybe it's a natural letdown after the Dallas game.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't get 30. Oh, my God, they didn't get 30.
They didn't get 30. Guess what? Their defense hasn't given up more than 15, 17 this year.
Waterboy's got a team out here. They haven't scored 20 this year.
Bro. Let's not even go into that, dude.
So if they have to, quote-unquote, settle for 24, I'll take it.
So, Murph, I'd be dying for a 21-point performance from Jimmy G and the Raiders right now.
24, you'd be like, you'd be losing your mind.
Be popping champagne bottles.
We also asked Lynch about we talk about the McCaffrey trade all the time. Like, how did that happen? Because the trade deadline's coming up in 2 weeks, and John Lynch has proven he'll get you a Jimmy G. He'll get you a Christian McCaffrey. He'll get you a Trent Williams. So Waterboy asked him about the Trent Williams trade being overlooked here.
I mean, you think about how little we paid for Trent Williams at the time, and I know he had a hiatus at Washington, and the relationship wasn't in a good place. But I give Ron Rivera. I remember draft day. It was during the COVID year, being out at my guest house doing the draft and stepping out, and we had been talking for a long time, and then they wanted the draft choice, and we finally pulled the trigger. And I mean, knowing that you're getting that talented of a player, Kyle had worked with him, Chris Furster, our O-line coach, had worked with him, but then through the process, just watching and just seeing what a talented player, and I can't believe we were able to get him for what we did. And I say this a lot. I don't like, and I think it's irresponsible to start throwing labels like Hall of Fame player. But I can tell you, when we're watching Trent Williams, we're watching a Hall of Fame player. I think a first ballot Hall of Fame player. And it's awesome to watch every week, and his work ethic matches it, and he's just been a joy to have on this team, and he's made us a lot better.
Incredible that they were able to acquire him. Yeah,
Murph, they got Trent Williams for a 5th-round draft pick in 2020 and a 3rd-round draft pick in 2021. A future Hall of Famer, the best left tackle in football.
Remember we talked about relegating the Denver Broncos? We can relegate the Washington Commanders, too.
Oh, they could have done that, Murph.
So bring up Georgia and Alabama, or Georgia and Ohio State, all right?
Well, here's the thing. We're talking about relegating the Denver Broncos. Just bump up primetime in the Colorado Buffaloes.
Bring them on.
I'll take them instead of the Broncos.
As we've been saying throughout the morning, prime time. Okay, a couple more here for you. Here as Marcus sits in for Paulie Mack. Paulie back on Monday. It's good to have the one going. Guy did 5 to 6. He's still revving strong at 9, 10 in the morning.
I'm just getting started, Murph.
I'm just getting warmed up. Where were we left it at? I believe Brock Purdy's opinion of quarterback rankings.
Oh, great.
By the way, this kid, he'll drive out to Montera State Beach and take the most adorable engagement photos you've ever seen. He'll drive back to Santa Clara and just say, quarterback rankings? Who cares?
Yeah, I could care less. So.
Anybody send to your friends?
No, nothing. Yeah. It's all about the Browns this week. So
there it is.
It's all about the Browns.
So much for the quarter. When are we going to get this kid to crack?
I don't think so, because, Murph, we were just talking about it during the commercial break. We walk out to the bullpen, and there it is on ESPN. Is Brock Purdy an elite quarterback? I'll remind you, this is the same show a couple weeks ago on First Take that was asking, is Brock Purdy a system quarterback?
I remember Brock Purdy treats it like Billy Beane did. So when I covered the A's, one time I was talking to Billy about something. He goes, yeah, whatever. He goes, what you guys do is just noise anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I go, wait a minute. Wait. He goes, yeah. I mean, we're playing the game. You guys are just noise.
That's it.
I was like, wait. I was like, Billy, man, I'm working hard at my craft. He goes, so yeah, it's irrelevant. And it's like, if you have that attitude, because it is, we're just getting you through your commute, basically.
Mm-hmm.
We're just getting you through we're grinding through the morning. But really, ultimately, for Brock Purdy, a quarterback ranking, Who cares? I try to tell my kids that, but, you better get on power rankings if you want to connect to the young demographic.
Dude, the power rankings is the most useless thing in all of sports.
But, so there's two ways to look at it. One, argue about it, yell about it. No way, man, no way. Or be Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy going, nah, I don't care.
Or you could be like Jeff Kent and just say,
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Enjoy Brock
did not
Purdy
see that
more.
coming.
Enjoy Brock Purdy
You
more.
have that
I
on
got
your
that on
board?
my board,
I did. Jeff Kent, 20 years ago.
Yep.
Playing for Dusty Baker, who's going against Bruce Bochy on Sunday.
right, that's
There's
right.
the connection. There's the connection. And finally, we wanted to play for you guys Lynch's reaction to the... I knew I wanted to ask him about the shirt. I didn't want to open with it. I wanted to relax the conversation and, talk about Cleveland and the Randy Gregory trade and all that stuff. And then later in the conversation, say, hey, man, we got to ask you about the shirt. And we relaxed him enough. Do we have the laugh, too? Yeah, I think so.
Good laugh.
I said, so, John, what'd you think of George Kittle's shirt?
I guess the laugh says it all. I've had people close to George reach out. Could you talk to, we try not to muzzle our players. There are consequences for actions. We'll see if they're I have not received anything yet. I usually do, but the one thing with George, you never know. You always know there's never like malice. He just likes having fun. He really, he loves he loves like community. He loves looking up at the scoreboard, firing up our fans. And a lot of it's authentic, but George thinks about stuff like this. And that's why Kyle says that's WWE stuff. He likes the show. And what I appreciate about him is he knows his history. I had no idea that Gary Plummer wore that shirt back in the 94 championship. And when I talked to George about it, just passing in the hall, he said, yeah, my inspiration was Gary Plummer in the 94 championship. So I appreciate that he knows and likes his history. We'll see if there's some consequences. He didn't mean anything. You see him after the game. He's like he reminds me of a hockey player. He goes and kicks ass and then hangs out with the guys after the game,
He's so good. Lynch is fantastic radio. He really is. So we enjoyed that very, very much. I guess one last cut here. Then we got Dante Whitner coming up at 9:35, guys. Mm-hmm. The calm, cool, composed takes of a Dante Whitner.
The hitman who's worn both the jerseys of the Browns and the 49ers.
Well, because this show is the least serious show going, we got to ask him about the shirtless photo.
Oh, dude, I feel like on behalf of Paulie Mack, I have to ask if he oiled up his head also along with his body.
We may have to ask him. His reaction will be dead serious and calm. Here's the deal. Dan Orlovsky, who's talking about noise, he's one of those noise guys, right? Mm-hmm. Dan Orlovsky, God bless him, he played in the NFL, but he was not a great player at all. But now he's achieved status as a commentator on ESPN.
This was also the same guy that was stepping out of the back of the end zone before Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's correct. But now he's doing his riffs and his takes, and people are giving him increasing weight. He's a good talker. And he was the one who said Mac Jones would be doing the same thing in San Francisco if he was in Brock Purdy's shoes, causing Rex Ryan to lose his mind, and most of us getting defensive about our guy. And so he came out with Papa Lund yesterday. I guess a chance to clarify. Here it is. Walk it back, as they say. I don't know. Let's take a listen.
What I was trying to convey is in more support of Mac Jones than trying to take any form of a shot on Brock Purdy. I like you said, I'm a Brock Purdy backer. I think since the first time we saw him, I think it was against the Dolphins, I've been team Brock Purdy. I think he's a really good player. By no way did I imply or mean to imply that it's a plug and play system right now, or any quarterback could go do what Brock Purdy's doing. That's silly. I think what I was trying to kind of point out is more so in support of Mac Jones, who I, one, think is still can be a really good player in the NFL, and two, is just in an awful situation. And it was just me saying, guys, if Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he'd be playing like that. Do I think that Mac Jones would be, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions, and, obviously ranking high or number one in almost every category? I don't know if I'm there saying that. I think that's silly and reckless to say. But I do think Mac would be playing really good. I think there's probably, 8 quarterbacks that would be playing at a pretty good level in San Francisco right now. I don't know if they'd be operating exactly the way that Brock is. So it was never meant to be like a shot at Brock Purdy. I'm a huge fan of his, always have. I'm the person who said he's changed Kyle Shanahan. So It was more to try and support Mac Jones and have his back in relation to the type of player I think he can be, rather than in any way minimize what Brock has done.
Okay. That was lengthy.
That was long, Murph.
Lengthy.
And you said that was former quarterback Dan Orlovsky or former defensive back Dan Orlovsky? Because the back pedal was strong with Danny O.
Yeah, it really was. But although he kind of still didn't really give a satisfactory answer.
And by the
just
way,
let Brock be Brock. You know what I mean?
It's like this is more about support for Mac Jones. Mac Jones hasn't scored 20 points this entire season. Don't compare him to Brock Purdy.
I F's with that take, Marcus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Purdy! Very good. All right. Well, there you go. Some Niners sound to get you ready for the game on Sunday. 10 a.m. kickoff. I'm excited. I'm free. I'll be on the couch, baby. I'll be checking out the Niners and the Browns, who, by the way, first played in 1946, the very first year of the San Francisco 49ers All-American Football Conference. The Niners went to Cleveland October 27, 1946. 77 years later.
It's orgasmic.
Thank you. Beautiful. Okay, Dante Whitner at 9:35. Did he oil his head?
I'm not asking him that.
A little bit on Dusty and Bochy getting in, and this Philly crowd breaking Orlando Arcia last night. Oh, my God. They're coming for Brock Purdy next, too, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh, my God.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Well, you just heard it. Dan Orlovsky stopped by the Papa and Lunch show to put on his best backpedaling performance. Maybe you should put him in the Olympics as a back swimmer. I don't know. Dan Orlovsky walking back his takes about Mac Jones being as good as Brock Purdy. I'm not buying it. If you want to hear it for yourself, check out that podcast and more. Trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Against the wall! All night! The Broncos! And whoever the fuck is next! And always the best!
Dude.
I got caught.
The Philadelphia Phillies out here singing us back on the Murph and Mac show this morning.
I got caught eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I thought that rejoin was longer.
No, Murph. We're back. We're live. It's Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mac. One morning only.
Thank you, Marcus.
Paulie Mac back on Monday, handing the mic back to Paulie Mac.
And Paulie gets caught sometimes eating that oatmeal, that little granola he brings.
Paulie with his cup of granola.
Well, this is very rare for me. I did not know when we had Cinnamon Toast Crunch in the Circle KNBR.
Oh.
And I was like, well, that sounds good to me. And I was like, hey, Triple E, play that Dixieland Delight Phillies rejoin. And I was like, that's about 60 seconds, so I took a handful.
You're too busy caught up in the Cinnamon Toast Crunch delight, Murph.
By the way, dry Cinnamon Toast Crunch, it's a nice situation.
We went over our power rankings on cereal last week. Yeah. Cinnamon Toast Crunch at the top for me.
Yeah, it's the number one.
It's on the Mount Rushmore cereals.
It's not the Denver Broncos of cereals for you.
No, it's not getting relegated anytime soon.
Wait a minute. The Atlanta Braves were number one. They won 104.
Ooh, what happened
to them?
What happened, Murph?
They're not Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
No.
Man, oh man. Well, this song is a classic from Alabama back in the day, and you hear it. Excuse me. We were talking about "Shout" being the song at Oregon games at the end of the third quarter. You know, Wisconsin plays "House of Pain," "Jump Around."
Jump around.
Alabama, they do this one, and they shout in between because they say there's a lyric and then a pause, and you kind of fill it in with your little ad lib, and that's what the Phillies did last night, including a blank the Braves, another F-bomb. Waterboy, the week of F-bombs.
That's it. Let's just fully embrace it. Come on.
Oh, man.
Like,
George
how many
Kittle's shirt on down.
I mean, how many TV shows do we watch about, like, drug dealers and, like, Making a Murderer or Tiger King or something like this, but we can't say the F word on the radio?
It's an amazing word, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Broncos! The Broncos!
I mean, Murph, I said it on the radio, but I got to censor it.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
It's unbelievable. It's been the week. And then the Verlander speech, of course, entering the lore. So, Marcus, I told you I had my extenuating circumstances today. A great day, an amazing, emotional day honoring my dear friend Brian Harms, who we lost at age of 54 in cancer. But we had a huge emotional day with friends, and we were together the whole day, all the way in deep into the night. And I kind of lost touch with the baseball game, but it was on in the bar at La Ginestra in Mill Valley, and I sensed there was a big moment. Mm-hmm. So one of those things where you can kind of tell on the TV. You're like, wait a minute, something's going on in this game. It's the seventh inning. And Braves load the bases, and Acuna's up, dude. Mm-hmm. Were you watching?
I thought that was going to be the moment, Murph. I was like, oh, Braves are about to come back. We're going to tie this series up. We're going to get a game 5.
What were you rooting for?
I just want more baseball.
Me too.
So I wanted the Braves to come back and
win
agree.
Last night. Me too. I wanted more baseball. Yeah. I want drama. But none of these series have gone the distance. Not one.
No, not a single
one.
None
of them.
I mean, Bruce Bochy hasn't lost a ball game yet. He's 5-0.
And so, like, the wild cards are best of 3. None went to a game 3, right?
Mm-hmm, nope. All sweeps.
The LDS goes to game 5. None went to game 5, right?
I don't believe so, no. Or else they'd still be playing this weekend, Murph.
Games 3, 5, and 7.
I want some baseball, Murph.
No, but
I miss baseball.
That said, there you go. Nice work. That said, I am blown away by what this Phillies crowd is doing. I don't know if I've ever seen a baseball crowd like this. I honestly don't. I mean, I told you about the old Yankee Stadium. Mm-hmm. I got to be fortunate enough to go there in 99 and 2000. I saw October there, and I was like, man, this is the best baseball environment I've ever been in. I think the Philly crowd is exceeding that.
I mean, it's
do.
gotten to a point, especially here in the States with the crowds. Baseball has always been a little bit different versus what it is internationally. And we saw that in the World Baseball Classic this year with fans out there with their vuvuzelas going crazy. Philly is almost at that level right now. Maybe they're even beyond it with the chant and the chomp taunting the other team.
It's almost like European, Irish, English soccer.
It's those hooligans out in Philadelphia.
Seriously.
Yeah.
So, and what makes it more amazing is that the Giants went in there in 2010 and silenced them.
Mm-hmm.
You know who did it? Tim Lincecum.
And that's got to be the best feeling in the world, to silence a stadium that's rooting against you.
I can still remember right now, like Lincecum ending an inning and just walking off the mound and hearing that silence. It's like that, like Fox has everything mic'd up, and it's just kind of quiet. And as he's walking back to do you remember this? They were wolf whistling him. They were giving him this weird. It was some sort of inside Philly thing where they do. Are you able to do this?
I'm not. Where they put the two fingers on their mouth.
I know one person and one person only. The great Terry Reynolds, Kirk Reynolds' wife, is one of the greatest wolf whistlers of all time.
Whistle.
Dude, she could rip that whistle off on the corner of Broadway and Battery, and somebody from the Mission might come over on a bike, say, "Yeah, you called?" Because it's so loud. That's what they were doing to Timmy. And remember Timmy's line?
No.
Timmy said. They said, "What did you think of the wolf whistles?" He goes, "I guess they thought I had a nice butt."
Oh, Timmy, come on,
That's
dude.
what he said. So, the Giants went into that Lions den and did it. They don't underrate that.
Mm-hmm.
They won game 1 there. They lost game 2. And then they won game 6 there.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be done.
It's possible. Murph, I saw my Yankees do it in 2009 against the Phillies.
Do you remember the crowd being that crazy? I think since losing, they won it in 2008, right?
Mm-hmm.
Against the Rays with Pat Burrell.
Mm-hmm. Chase Utley.
You guys got him in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
We got him in 10. And then I think Philly fans felt like that Ryan Howard, Chase Utley group should have won a couple more.
Yeah.
It's funny, like one wasn't enough. So I feel like maybe there's a pent up, and then they went through a dark stretch. Now they're back.
Mm-hmm.
Then last year they break Bryce Harper, who's turning into their guy.
And Bryce kind of struggled his first couple months in Philadelphia also.
Yeah.
And so they've been kind of bloodthirsty for this.
So they get to the World Series last year. They knock off the Braves, and they lose. So this is like there's like a building thing there. You know what I mean? Here's my only concern and question. These are the same fans who will be at the Eagles game on December 3rd against the Niners.
Mm-hmm. Those hooligans at our Citizen Bank are going to be at the link also. And by the way, it's in the same parking lot, Murph.
That's right.
It's awesome.
So we need to tell you guys, Orlando Arcia, the Braves shortstop who got caught saying "Attaboy Harper, attaboy." Marcus, you tell me that the fans were singing "Attaboy" at him?
Dude, he came up to the plate yesterday, and all you heard in the background was "Attaboy."
That's high. That's high level. I approve of that.
Attaboy.
Then there's footage, and I have it on my Twitter. Thanks to Copes, he sent it to me this morning. He cracks.
Dude, he loses his mind.
He cracks. He's on the dugout rail, and he finally just can't. He turns around and starts shouting at the fans. Then he does, as Waterboy's been doing all morning on the Twitch and the YouTube. What do you call it? The moose ears or whatever?
Yeah, it's like the na-na-na-na-na.
He's like losing his mind, this kid. He really is. And that's what Philly will do to you.
Dude, and here's Ronald Acuna trying to bring him back in, don't engage. And he turned around yelling, "Cállate, cállate."
Dude, here's the catch. The people who sit in those seats right behind the dugout, those are the 1%ers. Dude. When the 1%ers are bringing you that kind of heat, can you imagine what it's like out in the bleachers, dude?
Well, Murph, you have the drop.
1%ers are people, too.
Yeah,
1%ers are coming in hot.
That's what I was going to say. In Philadelphia, 1%ers are hooligans, too.
Unbelievable. So, anyway, just got to tip our caps, man. And now it's Philly. I got to think. I'm telling you that I don't think the Diamondbacks have a chance. Dusty Bochy, though, is the other one. Sunday. So just get your baseball schedule for you. Then we'll get to Whitner. Sunday, Dusty Bochy at 5:15. Yeah. You'll watch that over the Bills-Giants, right?
Oh, I'm not tuning in to watch Tyrod Taylor as a 14-point underdog. No.
And then Monday, the Philly Maniacs get back at it.
Here we go,
Is
Murph.
Corbin, are they going to come after Corbin Carroll?
Oh, 100% they are.
All right. Dante Whitner, oiled up, taking on all comers. He doesn't care. He's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Na, 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 na.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nope, I don't believe they'll lose a single game all year. When I look at the opposition and I look at the field, there's nobody that's even playing up to the level and the standard that the 49ers are playing right now. And if we look at the injuries, knock on wood, if we look at the injuries, the 49ers are probably the healthiest team in the NFL right now. And they play a physical style of football. And as all these other teams continue to beat up on each other and try to catch up to the 49ers, they're just going to continue to get stronger.
There he is, Dante Whitner. I want to remind you guys, Andrew Siciliano joins Papa and Lund today at noon. So, hey, it's rare that we get to get Dante on the morning show. And we got him. Mm-hmm. He's with Marcus Boucher in for Paulie Mack today. Paulie back on Monday. So it's the Murph and Mack show with Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. And Dante, I know it's early for you. We appreciate you hopping on. How you doing this morning, man?
What's up, Dante?
I'm doing great. No worries, guys. I've been up since about 5 a.m. I'm actually in Utah right now, Logan, Utah. I'm calling the Utah State-Fresno State game tonight.
You're doing good at that, too, man. We talked about, remember last time we talked to you about that, and you were talking about getting into your craft and really preparing. I mean, people don't understand, but the one thing I've noticed about you, Dante, you're serious about this stuff. You work at it to get good at it. So you're up, like, prepping, right?
Absolutely. You have to give something. You have to give effort and be committed to it. I'm fully committed to it. Right now I'm doing game boards, so I'm writing in statistics and, a few notes on each player, reviewing some film, just so I can go out and, put my best foot forward and call the best game possible. So, yeah, it's a lot of work, but I enjoy it.
I think kids could learn from that right there, man. I thought you were going to say you're up since 5 a.m. working out because...
I did work out. That was the first thing I did, meditation, work out for an hour and a half.
Can we get into...
So I didn't skip it.
Let me talk about meditation for a second. What does that entail?
It entails either guided mantra meditation, where I just lie on my back, I take deep breaths through my diaphragm, and I clear my mind. So a lot of times I go along with the message, and a lot of times in the morning when I wake up, it's a gratitude meditation to start my day. So it actually puts me in a good aura, mood, and frequency, and then I go to the weight room. So that's what I did this morning.
So wait a minute. So you go with a narrator talking to you, or are you going with your own thoughts?
I go with a narrator talking to me in the morning, and then during the afternoon, I do mantra meditation.
Okay,
transcendental meditation.
What's that?
Where you say a mantra over and over and over in your mind, and then it actually clears your mind, and it's the only time your brain actually sleeps. That's the trick with meditation. Your brain doesn't shut off when you sleep, so you have to intentionally shut it off. And a lot of people make the correlation between a cell phone. You know how a cell phone, when your battery goes dead, it's just completely dead? Mm-hmm. And until you plug that adapter in the wall and plug it into the phone, it doesn't come back to full power. Well, meditation and particularly transcendental meditation, it does that for the brain. So I don't know if that made sense.
Yes, it does. What is the mantra you repeat?
Well, you can't really tell it. Right. Everybody has their own mantra based on your birthday, based on your sign, astrological things. So you go to a teacher in a mantra museum place where they give you your mantra and teach you how to do it. And then once you perfect it, almost as if my body glows while I'm doing it.
I'm so down with this. That's exactly what I need. I find it hard,
This is what Kobe Bryant and Oprah and a lot of high-performing people in the arts have been into. The Beatles. Remember when the Beatles went over to India? They brought this back to American and civilization here. So it's a big thing.
They also came back with the song Sister Sadie and The Fool on the Hill, which is pretty good.
Absolutely.
Hey, man, this is awesome. I tell you what, honestly, meditation's hard just for me. I guess maybe you can help us out here. I can't turn my brain off. It's like hard. So do you have to practice it? Like you have to work toward, because it's not easy to do early on, like as a beginner? Huh?
You start gradually. You can do it sitting up. You can do it lying on your back. And then you can start with as little as 2 minutes. And the key is to take a deep breath and to be in the moment. right? We have all of these distractions and noises and outside stimuli that we're addicted to. Yeah. So the only time you can really hear yourself and to get in touch with your soul is when you quiet the mind, quiet the body, and bring it all into unison. So you have to take deep breaths through the diaphragm, and after a few of those deep breaths, you'll start to click in. So you start gradually, maybe a minute and a half, get up to 3, get up to 6. Before you know it, you'll be up to 45 minutes, and it'll seem like it was 2 minutes.
This is fascinating, Dante. And now I'm just sitting here kind of picturing George Kittle in the locker room before a 49er game, thinking to himself, no block, no rock, no block,
absolutely,
no rock.
Well, guys, when I look at meditation, I started doing this, a little bit before I retired. And it really heals and brings equanimity to your frontal cortex of the brain that controls emotions, depression, a lot of those emotions that professional athletes go through when they're done with the game. This is what I use to heal a lot of that stuff. It was hot yoga and it was transcendental meditation. It actually and scientifically does something with the formations of the chemicals in the brain.
Man, oh man, I tell you what, this is only part 1 of our transcendental meditation talk with Dante Whitner, because I'm totally down and I need it. The world moves too fast. There's too much stimulus on our phones. There's kids.
It will slow you down. I promise you. You will be like, wow.
So that's why you're so serene about as we transfer over to football, because you made such a controversial statement last Sunday about Dak Prescott, and then everybody came at you, and your response was very serene, although you did say if you needed to hit somebody, you could hit them. So how do you marry the two of like being a peaceful Dante meditator, but if you need to lay somebody out on a football field, you will?
Well, I feel like I was a totally different person when I played football. And sometimes I look back at the game now and I'm like, man, I can't believe I did that. And then actually standing on the sideline with the 49ers current players at training camp, I'm like, shit. I mean, sorry about that. I'm like, damn, I'm a lot shorter and smaller than a lot of these players out here. How was I actually, and what was I thinking during those times when I was running around and knocking guys over that were 265 pounds and towering over me, right? So I think meditation and yoga did something to that mentality and that type of inside fire that I had for the game. But, with the controversial statements, I only said 4 words. And it got a big uproar. I understand what everybody's saying, be professional, I'll do this. But in the moment, I wasn't really thinking like that. I was thinking like a player in the locker room and talking amongst other players. Because believe it or not, other guys in that locker room that watch that game, they're saying it amongst each other. It just slipped out. And they asked me if I would take it back. I don't feel like I would take it back, but CBS asked me to, to be mindful of it, and I agreed that I wouldn't use it again. So moving forward, I'll find another word or some verbiage to use.
Now, I've got to ask you about the picture you put up about shirtless Dante.
My abs?
Yeah, your abs.
What was my abs? Oh, I was coming out of the gym. I put it on Instagram every day. I just decided to put it on Twitter that day just to show the guys that were saying, oh, you're an old man. I'm like, listen, young boy, I look better than you. You see this 6-pack, this 8-pack? I guarantee you all you people on here attacking me don't have this.
Is there some oil involved there, by the way?
No, man. I got out of the sauna.
Okay, sauna. Yeah, Marcus was wondering if you oil.
Put oil on. I don't need oil. I have definition in my core.
There it is. Say no more.
When you have definition in your core, you don't need oil.
This is it, man. This is it. I'm in. I'm here for it, buddy. So, all right. Inspiring talk from Dak Prescott here. I guess at some point we should ask you a 49er question.
That was so good, though, without football.
Right? I enjoy this, to tell you the truth.
It's phenomenal. But, Dante, I would ask you, how are the 49ers mentally preparing for their matchup against Myles Garrett in this Cleveland Browns defense?
Well, Kyle Shanahan is already using reverse psychology. When he came out in the media and he was saying how worried he is about their defense and how they're ranked high in every statistical category, I think he was blowing smoke. And he's using reverse psychology and probably in a lot of those meetings as well to keep those players locked in, focused, and make sure that contentment or we're supposed to win this game type of feeling type of seep in. But when you look at the Cleveland Browns team, they're dealing with a multitude of different injuries at major positions. From Nick Chubb to Deshaun Watson, they're starting franchise quarterback. Njoku, the tight end, is going to be out. They're down to their third quarterback. They have injuries on their offensive line with Joe Batonio. They haven't been blocking the same since Nick Chubb went out. They're built to block for Nick Chubb. They're not built to block for a drop-back quarterback. So I think they're in trouble. But I like what Kyle Shanahan is doing. He's using the reverse psychology and making sure that the players don't get comfortable. And then with that defense, look at who they face. They faced the Steelers. They faced Cincinnati when they were struggling. Baltimore's offense really hasn't got anything going this year. And there's one other team that's slipping my mind right now that's a bottom quarter of the league offense. So I think that the 49ers go in there and they stick to their DNA, hard-nosed, physical football. This is a team that's at a point in the season early where you can make them probably, give it up a little bit in the second half.
Dante Whitner, man, the voice you're hearing, he's in Utah getting ready for a college football game. Tonight, Dante, Utah State, Fresno State?
Tonight, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be on, I believe, 6 Mountain Time.
All right, check that out. CBS Sports Network, right?
Yeah, it's a national televised game. It'll be a pretty good one. The Utah State Aggies average over 40 points.
That's where Jordan Love went, right?
Yep, Jordan Love went there. They average over 40 points per game, and they have unique formations, and they line all the way up on the sideline. So it should be a shootout.
It's Jordan Love's alma mater against Devontae Adams' alma mater. So players can come out of here and make it to the league for sure. Dante, you talked about Dak Prescott. Let's leave it on this. Last one for you. We'll let you get back to prepping. Is Brock Purdy. So you said your opinion of Dak, and you said that's what the players are saying in the locker room, which is really interesting.
Well, I'm saying that amongst themselves,
right.
They probably wouldn't say it in the media.
Right, amongst themselves. Right.
They were going to say something after looking at that game. They would say it amongst themselves.
Yeah.
They wouldn't say it.
What in their heart of hearts, what are the 49ers saying to each other when the microphones are off and the cameras are gone about Brock Purdy?
You're like, man, he's a lot better than we ever thought he could possibly be. We lucked up on this one. That last pick, that Mr. Irrelevant, we thought we were probably just throwing that pick out the window, and it turned out to be a hidden gem. So amongst each other, they're whispering that. They understand that. And if he continues to play this way, there's no reason why the 49ers shouldn't be hoisting the Super Bowl when it comes time in Vegas.
Can you explain this kid? I mean, what's your take on this story 10 weeks into his career?
Well, he's had a lot of football played and a lot of experience under his belt and preparation when it comes to just the simple things of taking the information that's being given to you as a quarterback, being able to digest it all and make immediate and quick actions on the field. He's sturdy when he's throwing the ball. Oh, that rhymes, sturdy Purdy. He's very sturdy. He's accurate. He understands defenses because of the 4 years of starting at Iowa State. There's a lot to be said about going through a game plan for 4 consecutive years, being the man, understanding and seeing every defense. And, when you add that with what Kyle Shanahan does with the motions, the shifts, to be able to give a quarterback the keys to the test or the answers to the test before the ball is snapped, it makes it even a lot easier. And then you throw a dominant running game in there, it makes it even that much easier. And then you add the playmakers around them that can get it done without having to catch it deep, it adds even more. So I think this is the perfect combination of players, personnel, coaching, and they just have to stay healthy.
That's such great takes. I lied. Last one, 60 seconds. You were a defensive player who ruled by intimidation. It looked to me like Christian McCaffrey was the target of the Cowboys, that they were trying to intimidate him. Was that your opinion, and is that going to be every week, and are you worried?
No, I'm not worried. You can't intimidate a bully. And if you watch Christian McCaffrey for the first quarter of this season, he's been the bully. He's delivered the blows. So in a lot of those defensive meeting rooms, they're not saying let's be dirty or take him out. They're saying look at the extra effort that Christian McCaffrey is giving. You have to give a little more. So I don't think that they're intentionally trying to hurt him, and he's up for the challenge. I like that style of football.
Okay. That was a beautiful answer and beautiful morning and beautiful meditation, and we thank you for your time, Dante.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a great day.
There he is, man. Dude. I'm all in. I put that on the Murphy Mackey ballot, and we got to.
I was going to say top of the list, Murph.
That transcendental meditation Riff was incredible.
Do it straight to a Murph and Mackey.
Can you do radio while taking deep breaths in your diaphragm?
You just gotta breathe pretty loudly, Murph. We don't want that 10 seconds of dead air.
Oh my God, that was awesome. And by the way, that's not oil, Waterboy. He doesn't need oil.
Where's the oil gonna go, Murph? Where's it gonna go? All I see are 6-pack abs.
I have definition in my core. I don't need
Dude, he
oil.
might have like an 8-pack or a 10-pack. Dante is absolutely ripped.
Oh my God. That was awesome.
Dude, all time.
Oh, boy. Great way to end. God, this has been a big week. I just put that down on the Murph and Mackey ballot. This is the same week, by the way, that we had Gary Plummer come on and tell epic stories about the shirt. The same week we had Alex Smith come on and give the heartfelt takes about everything. We had Bochy texting in. And the week started with George Kittle calling in.
Dude, what a week.
Right?
Shout out to our guy Triple E booking some good guests this week. Way to go, Eric.
Really?
I'll give him some love.
You know what?
It's a Friday. We're feeling good. We're trying to put out particles into the air.
I'm going to meditate and appreciate Eric. I'm not even going to call him Triple E. I'm going to call him Eric.
Well, see, here's the thing, Murph. I usually try to meditate before my show starts at 5 a.m., but then I hear this in the background.
Or Overnight Dave with a riff on a 1961 Southpaw boxer. All right, all right, hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm like, listen, young boy, I look better than you. You see this 6-pack, this 8-pack?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, there it is, the traditional Friday smoke two joints in honor of John Capone and Gay Fog, the old days. Marcus, dude, that was fun, man.
Dude, it's always a blast.
Always enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Dante Whitner blew our minds.
Dude, I'm about to go home and immediately just start meditating.
And John Lynch gave some just great takes on Kittle T-shirts and Trent Williams trades and Myles Garrett and all that.
Yeah, and Randy Gregory expected to get his 49er debut this weekend, it sounds like.
And how about Dante just saying, yeah, Kyle's just blowing smoke. He's just blowing smoke.
How about that? He's like, he's hitting him with reverse psychology this week.
Unbelievable.
The mental breakdowns of a Dante Whitner.
All right, we hand our reverse psychology to Papa and Lund doing their thing. Greg's going to be wheels up to Cleveland. Johnny, you there? You
What's
ready?
up, yeah, what's happening?
How you
ready
feeling,
to roll,
bud?
baby.
You good?
Yeah, can't wait.
Are you as hyped as a Philadelphia Phillies fan? Is that what you are?
Oh, man, did you guys see that bar scene with the guys up top and then everybody partying in Philly? I mean, nobody's getting anything done on a Friday morning. Can you imagine being in Philly today? Like, oh, I got meetings today, boss. I can't make it in.
Oh, John, we missed it. Were they celebrating as hard as you guys were for Papa's birthday earlier this week?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah, he made one phone call. He made one phone call, and the booze is flowing. They're making drinks.
So I got to see this video. Where is it? Is it at in that Chicky and Pete's or whatever right there in the parking lot?
So they got it inside the bar, and I don't know, there must be 2,000 Philly fans in this bar, big screen TVs everywhere, and everyone's dancing and bumping, and then they got the players, and they're up like on a stage, like on the second floor.
So the players are in the bar.
Partying, and they're pouring like champagne and beers all over each other still, and there's thousands of fans just partying at this bar after the game. Like they're partying with the fans. It was incredible.
Oh, and the party's going to go all the way until Monday.
Yeah. And that's just to go to the league championship series.
They sing that song "Dancing on My Own."
That was it.
Swedish
they were playing that song.
Pop star Robin.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know, man.
Crazy.
It's a party and a half. All right. Party is Papa and Lund now. Marcus, great weekend, buddy. Have a good time on your trip. Triple E, good job, buddy. And young Tony, thank you. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'm like, listen, young boy, I look better than you. You see this 6-pack, this 8-pack?
Because I'm doing all of this for the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
You know, I would have liked to announce it on Murph and Mac, but
that's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The 1-2. Drilled left field on its way. Gone! Into the second deck in left field. Nick Castellanos. Oh, brother. Everybody standing. First and third, 2 down. 3-1 Phillies. The 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Ball game. And the Phillies have won the series.
Brandon, what do you think about this? It's like a big old party, isn't it?
Hey, this is what it's all about right here, baby. Philly Nation, you already know. Let's go. We ain't done yet. Love you guys. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back to Taylor Swift. She is here, everybody.
Fake the handoff. Mahomes in the pocket. Mahomes slings it downfield. It is caught inside the 10. Terrific grab by Kelsey. Mahomes takes a knee. And that's it. Make it 16 straight wins for the Kansas City Chiefs over the Denver Broncos.
This must be different than the Jamar Chase 7-11 that's always open. This one's always closed. Because right now, they're not playing well on offense.
Can he be a wide receiver? He could be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3. Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
There is great audio. That was Steve Smith, Andrew Whitworth on Thursday Night Football. You got Nick Castellanos with the home runs and the incredible post-game interview. We got that for you. Talk a lot of baseball. Got a ton of 49ers to get you caught up on. The Browns are really banged up, and it's official. Deshaun Watson will not play. Tremendous guest list as always. Get Matty Mayoko early today in the 10 o'clock hour. Good morning, my friend. Happy Friday.
Ask me a question. That wasn't a question.
How great was that?
Was that great? Or
I
was
sent that to my son. I sent that to my son, and I said, how not to ask
I don't
a question.
agree. I think Matt Weiner nailed it. Castellanos is just... Well, and then he went on with Greg Amsinger after on MLB Tonight and did the same thing. I don't get his act. He acted like he lost and he wasn't having any fun. Weiner's setup was fine. He was unflappable. He came right back at him. I've seen a lot of guys make a pose it like that. Let him comment on what he accomplished. So, anywho, it was wild. And just going back and forth last night, I will be interested to see what the ratings are since you got it on Amazon Prime. But it's Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, but really it's Travis Kelce. And despite Al Michaels' proclamation that he would not mention Taylor Swift, he mentioned her every time. Sold out house at Kansas City. Then it got awkward when he said, there's Travis's buddy.
Yeah.
His girlfriend.
He didn't know how to term it.
Yeah, I guess they are now that she's hanging out with a mom. I don't know how. And she gets pretty excited whenever he does anything. 9 targets last night for Travis Kelce. 9 catches for 124 yards. He used to score a lot more, John, when he was not with her.
He's tired.
The friendship bracelet's killing him. He's not scoring as much. Remember the game he had against the Raiders on Monday Night Football where he caught like 3 catches for 6 yards and all 3 were touchdowns?
Yeah.
It's the greatest game ever.
That was.
Would he rather have 9 catches for $124 and not score until, I don't know if he scored after. But anyway, back and forth. And it was fun.
Country.
So what
That's
did you
right.
watch? What did you watch live? Did you watch football live or baseball live? The one element that swayed me is the Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Because if you click off of that, you got to reload it, and it takes a while.
Yeah, they got to fix that. That's the one thing they got to fix that part. And
although
I'm not
I love the
I'm
pause
not get off
and
my
the
lawn
rewind
guy.
and
Yeah,
the jump
that's
in.
nice.
It's so much
Yeah.
better, and I love YouTube TV for that.
Yeah.
But, so I
But
had
you got to go
I
different
watched,
app because I have YouTube TV too.
I watched
and
baseball
I love it,
on the big screen, and then on my iPad I watched football so I could stream
Okay,
it.
if you couldn't cheat, what was more interesting last night?
Well, I like
what was more
But
compelling to you?
I mean, they were both compelling. I went back and forth. You got my guy Brian Anderson, BA, doing the Phillies and Braves, and the Braves
was
are
great,
out.
by
And
the
Craig
way.
Kimbrell coming in, and what did he bring him in the 7th inning?
Yeah,
very Bochy-like.
I love Rob Tom what he did.
That's
I
Bochy
loved
like
that.
That's Bochy like.
Well, you and I talked about that the other day. It's like you got to understand when the high leverage situations are, and then you piece it together later. But what's that? Buck Showalter with the Orioles. Remember that year, a number of years back, and he had that closer who was lights out that year, and he never got to him. And it's like you get, the new age thinking is that
Right.
if 6th inning is high leverage, you do that. Then in the 7th inning, he brings in Kimbrell. He brought in his 2 best relievers in the 6th and the 7th inning. That's what you do. Then you hold on from there.
I like the way he worked it. The one thing is, and I think he's okay based on when, what was the bit in the Philly locker room or the clubhouse when their manager was saying something and that were they shooting a bird up in the air? What were they doing?
Yeah, it's a
Did you see
Castellanos
that?
bird. And then
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, it's the finger?
Yeah, that's kind of the big deal.
Actually, he was doing the ring finger. It's not the middle finger. It's the ring finger.
And then they got the chant and the song, and
So when I saw Bryce Harper in the clubhouse doing that, I thought, okay, his elbow's okay. I thought, what did he do to his surgically repaired elbow when Matt Olson ran by him?
Right.
He looked like he was not going to come back, and then 10 minutes later he's fine. So I think Philadelphia, Arizona will be a worthy opponent. I don't think they'll pitch Zach Gallen in game 1, but Philly's got Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola to come at you. And that lineup from top to bottom, I would favor Philadelphia in the National League Championship Series. And I think Bochy's team is just hotter. I like to your point about the way you have to manage. Bochy just manages October like he's got to win every single pitch. Like Gabe Kapler manages April, May, June, July, August, September. So you can't do that for the whole year. But anyway, I think right now I would say Philadelphia and Texas would be our World Series.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I you know what's weird about sports is that I detest the Eagles. I'm not a 76ers fan, but the Phillies
but
are
you
fun.
like the Phillies, yeah.
They're fun. It's a fun
fans
team.
Are fun.
they're the polar opposite energy-wise of what the Giants are. The Giants seem to be very, just very organized. They do things. And then you got Castellanos and Harper and Marsh and Schwarber and all these guys who, they're just kind of wild. They fit Philadelphia very well. There was a post-game video in a bar that had to be holding a couple thousand people, and then you had the Phillies players way up like on a second floor balcony, and then all these fans on a Thursday night are just raging, and they got their song going on, and it was cool. And so even though in week 13 it's like the Eagles, the Niners and the Eagles, that's the big rivalry probably in the NFC, but then you look at a team from Philadelphia like the Phillies, and I was thinking to myself as I'm watching that game, I'd much rather see Atlanta win, but Philly was so fun to watch that I found myself rooting for Philadelphia in a weird way.
Atlanta can't beat them 2 years in a row. Philadelphia with their energy. And it all started with the Philadelphia Flyers in the mid-'70s. Those fans were crazy because they were Broad Street bullies. They'd fight, and they were coming over the glass. The way they hang over the outfield wall at Citizens Bank Park, it reminds me of Flyers games with Bobby Clark and Reggie Leach and Dave the Hammer Schultz and all those guys were playing. They changed the sport. So you have the energy of that to what has exactly happened to Sean Payton? What he called a timeout with 18 seconds to go in the half to punt the football. Oh, he would have called. They were going to call one anyway. Coach,
he screwed up.
We
the
understand
downs.
that. What is going on with him? And he has this dark, faraway look. How much are they paying him to coach that team?
I
Can I
heard
get the Sean
million.
Payton from New Orleans?
What is?
And Russell played better going into last night's game. Last night's game was not good. Kansas City's defense, I think, is better, and they're going to figure it out. But, I mean, what in the name of John Elway is going on? Patrick Mahomes has never lost to the Denver Broncos. Will he ever? And what has happened to Sean Payton, John? How the guy's coached a decade and a half, and he was an assistant coach all those years with Parcells and the Giants. And what is he thinking? Who told him or who didn't tell him not to? Hey, Coach, why are you calling a timeout before we punt the ball? What are you doing?
And giving it back to Kansas City.
And they the butt kicker makes a 60-yard field goal. And then they were going to call one anyway. He said it was boneheaded, but come on.
Yeah,
if you're going to rip everybody, trade everybody, cut everybody, do all that like Parcells did. Now, he's going to go through that locker room like Parcells will. You just get rid of everybody. But if you're going to do that, you better be on point. That was one of the worst coaching moves I think I've ever seen. It was completely inexplicable what he did.
And what's amazing is, and the Waltons took over, and they're the one who gave him all that money. They didn't make the Russ move, but between Russell Wilson, what they gave up, 2 1s, 2 2s, and a 5, and giving up a 1 and a 2 for Sean Payton, I mean, they've just depleted themselves of talent. And now you look at this team, and with Russ struggling, and they're talking about now everybody's up for sale. Jerry Jeudy. They're talking about that. Steve Smith went on him off on him last night.
So what was Steve Smith saying about Jerry Jeudy? He's not tough? What was he getting on him about?
He went up to him during warm-ups, and he had been critical of him, and he wanted to explain what he wanted to say. And I guess Jerry Jeudy kind of blew him off and said a couple of things to him, so then Steve Smith went fine and went back to the sideline report and just went off on him and basically said, he's a second-tier wide receiver. Don't trade for him. And he can't take criticism. That's essentially, in a nice way. That's what Steve Smith
said. That in a nice way.
Yeah. But
so
he said,
went over
we'll
to
play the audio for
apologize
it,
to him, but he was offended by it.
Yeah, so then he went back and basically doubled down on what he said, and even worse. So they're a mess.
Yeah, I think
Broncos
some of these
are a mess.
ex-players that get into broadcasting, they got to be careful about their word choice and just the way they, rip players. And Steve does it all the time. He makes it personal. Dennis Eckersley started doing that when he first got into broadcasting. He tore apart Chad Kruger one night. I told him at the break, you're going to the Hall of Fame. Don't get into it with Chad Kruger. Don't bring yourself down. And that, Well,
didn't that happen on the plane, right? David Price, he'd ripped David Price.
He did.
And he got on the plane.
Years later with Boston.
Red Sox train.
That was that. I mean, that's why, I could see when you're interacting with a guy late at night traveling or something, but to do it on the air, I mean, some of these guys, and I don't know what his bosses think of it, but they're getting a lot of clicks today, but just to rip players, it's just too much, John. The athlete of yesterday has got to just be a little bit more discerning. You can criticize a guy, but just your word choice sometimes. What did he get on him about initially? Just not being a tough guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jerry Jeudy is probably the anti-Steve Smith, right? Steve Smith was a late-round pick, I think 6th round, and out of Utah. Nobody expected anything, and he just, ice up, son, and just all the different ways that he tried to compete and motivate himself versus Jerry Jeudy, who first-round pick, who has all the talent in the world, and Steve Smith, I think, perceives him as soft. So I think that's where it comes from.
Just got a text that my car alarm is going off. Why is that?
Do you need to go check on that?
I don't know. Tim Ryan just sent me a text. That's the first time Tim Ryan has texted me. Let me see.
Since when?
Since August 13th.
He's worse than Jimmy.
Why's my car alarm going off?
Can I ask you this since you brought up car alarms?
Can I do that on my app?
You should be able to turn it off on your
app.
What
do? What do I hit?
Does anyone look like when there's a car alarm going off? Because I think this is what our country's become is like if there's a fight or if there's someone breaking into a car, people will video it, but they won't get involved. And so like if someone's car alarm is going off, it's just an annoyance. Nobody really looks at it.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the meeting room. They're starting to get ready on a Friday. You turn off that damn car. Who's driving a dirty Tesla? Why would it go off? I went away. Did somebody pull up too close to it?
Did somebody, if you touch it or bump it, does it go off?
Tim and his F-150 came to park next to me, and he got too close to my car.
That's probably what happened.
Tessie needs her space.
Well, what, he's got Blue Thunder? He's got Blue Thunder working?
He's got F-150. No, he takes the truck.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. The Blue Thunder is the Corvette.
Yeah,
that's a different deal.
How do I turn this off?
You can't do it from your app?
Well, I mean, it never went on before, so I don't know. There's got to be a way to do it.
Does it just go off after a while? Because
I've never had it go off before. This is the first to me. I never had it happen before.
All right, we got a ton to get to. We will get to the 49ers another day, another story about Brock Purdy on a national level. We'll give you that. More on baseball, NFL. There's a lot of stuff going around as we're a couple of weeks away from the trade deadline. Plus, I thought of but you have to approve this. I can't just move forward with today's poll. You have to approve today's poll because in some way, shape, or form, it has to do with you. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's all I got. All right, we'll do it all coming up next. We'll figure out Papa's alarm. It's Papa in London on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers and the Browns. The 49ers healthy, the Browns not so much. That story and more trending right now in the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I guess the laugh says it all. I've had people close to George reach out. Could you talk to, we try not to muzzle our players. There are consequences for actions. We'll see if they're I have not received anything yet. I usually do, but the one thing with George, you never know. You always know there's never like malice. He just likes having fun. He really, he loves like community. He loves looking up at the scoreboard, firing up our fans. And a lot of it's authentic, but George thinks about stuff like this. And that's why Kyle says that's WWE stuff. He likes the show. And what I appreciate about him is he knows his history. I had no idea that Gary Plummer wore that shirt back in the 94 championship. And when I talked to George about it, just passing in the hall, he said, yeah, my inspiration was Gary Plummer in the 94 championship. So I appreciate that he knows and likes his history. We'll see if there's some consequences. He didn't mean anything. You see him after the game. He's like he reminds me of a hockey player. He goes and kicks ass and then hangs out with the guys after the game,
That was John Lynch this morning with Murph and Mac. You can hear that at KNBR.com, that podcast. It has come down, and George addressed this yesterday in the locker room, too, and he said, I'd do it again, and whatever, it's probably coming. He knew it. 13,000. I don't know how they come to this number. 13,699 for abusive language for his profane Dallas T-shirt displayed after a touchdown last week. 13,699 for George.
Okay,
that's the fine.
I thought it was going to be about 10,000. They got him for 13.
Yeah. What's with that? Why is it? Do they have a system? I wonder.
Yeah, there's a system that varies on field fines, which I think is closer to 10. This is a different category, though. This wasn't like a personal foul or something. And like Trent Williams got fined for slapping Ashawn Robinson a few weeks ago against the Giants on Thursday night. He really should have been kicked out of that game. I think his was like 10,600 and something, so I don't know. If George didn't, if he didn't show the shirt and didn't tell everybody about it on McAfee, they wouldn't have known, right? And it was an homage to a guy who used to be in the radio booth for the 49ers after his playing career, Gary Plummer. Why do I bring that up? Because what's the fine that we're going to levy on Tim Ryan for a erroneous text to me that my car alarm is going off when it's not going off at all? I walked out to the car and the security guard, I'm like, is my car alarm going? And she said, no, it's not been going. I've been here the whole time. The flashers were on, which is not a biggie, but there was no car alarm going off. What are we finding him? The Kittle fine, 13,000 for T-Rock. What's he doing? Is that a prank on me?
So what was he just giving you grief for it?
I have no idea. He won't text. I guarantee he won't text me back to again. I got your car alarm is going off. I texted him. It's stop ? Call me. I called him. Nothing, and I will get nothing. But he had me go out to my car to check on the alarm, which was not going off. So
I wonder if he was just messing with you.
No, I think he saw the flashers going and he thought the alarm was on. I don't know. Okay. Is his hearing that bad? My hearing's bad, not his. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway.
Okay. All right. Just double checking with him. So, again, the fine for George Kittle, $13,699. As far as the injury front, no, by the way, we will we'll give you a poll at the bottom of the hour that I think you're going to like a lot. But the injuries for the Browns, they keep on coming. So Deshaun Watson, Mary Kay Cabot joined us yesterday from Cleveland.com, been covering the Browns forever. It's official. Deshaun Watson is not going to play, so that's P.J. Walker who's going to start. Joel Bitonio, their all-pro guard, he's not going to play.
Wow.
Jack Conklin, their right tackle, is already out.
What
Nick
about
Chubb
Njoku?
Is already out. What about who?
David Njoku, the tight end.
He is unlikely to play, according to Mary Kay Cabot.
Wow, because of a fire pit burn 2 weeks ago.
If people haven't seen his face, he finally posted. So he came in like a
mask,
like a Michael Myers Halloween mask last week, so that he didn't have to show
of the Flats.
Yeah, and then he finally showed it on social media, and it looked really bad, and I guess it's blistered up and everything, so now it's too painful to put on a helmet for him.
He can't get a helmet on?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. He can't get a helmet on.
Oh, he put a mask over underneath the helmet.
Yeah, I don't know. They're saying it's not. He's probably a no-go.
So their Nick Chubb is one of the best players in the NFL. Their $230 million quarterback, fully guaranteed, not playing. Their best offensive lineman, Batonio. I mean, he had a streak of like 102 in a row starts. He's not like Joe Thomas, but Batonio is their rock, so they'll play Michael Dunn, I think, at left guard. What about Ethan Posick, the center? Is he going to be able to go?
Did not see that one, so I'll go back.
And no
Conklin
and no Njoku?
Right. So
wow, double Amari.
Yes.
And deal with Elijah, and they'll line up Elijah more like Debo. They'll move him around. He'll be in the slot a lot. They'll jet sweep him. Occasionally, he'll motion into the backfield. I do like. I've been telling you this for years, John. P.J. Walker. I do like him, and he actually played against the 49ers last year when we were in Charlotte on October the 9th. Remember when Baker Mayfield had a terrible game and wound up spraining an ankle very late, and P.J. came in, and the 49ers wound up sacking him twice in that game, and Demetrius Flanagan fouls lit him up. But I like him a lot. You know that during the pandemic, I was enamored with the XFL for whatever reason. There was nothing else to watch. And I think he was the best player in that league for the Houston Roughnecks. He led the XFL in passing yards and passing TDs. They were 5-0. The league shut down early, but I think he was going to be the league MVP. And then, he got Carolina, brought him in right away, and he's been here and there and a little bit of everywhere. And I actually watched him this morning. He beat Tom Brady and Tampa Bay last year when Steve Wilkes took over as the head coach right after they fired Matt Rule. So Baker got benched after that game, or maybe it was the ankle injury. But PJ, he can throw the ball. He has got a good arm, a live arm, very accurate. He'll run zone read. He's a good athlete. The one thing is he's short. He's 5'11". So I saw a couple of his shots get blocked, but I am a P.J. Walker fan. I don't know why they traded Joshua Dobbs. That's amazing to me. Why they got rid of him and sent him to Arizona, who knows? But, wow, Batonio, Chubb, Deshaun Watson, Conklin, and Njoku. What else? Miles Garrett.
And Miles Garrett's banged up. He might be like a Micah Parsons. You talked a lot about it last week and then into this week when you saw his performance. If you don't have the explosion, you don't have it. And I think there are 4 elite guys right now. Bosa's one of them, Garrett's one of them, Parsons one of them, T.J. Watt. I think those 4 guys are ahead of everybody else.
Max Crosby's pretty good.
Yeah, and Crosby's right there too. You're right. I'd give him credit. But Myles Garrett might be the most dynamic of them all as far as strength and speed combined.
He and Nick.
They are. I mean, man, he's a specimen. So
no doubt.
If he's not right, I mean that's another thing. He
might
be out
be
there,
though. He hasn't played in a couple of weeks, so we have no way of knowing. And Micah's injury was just a week before, and you could see it in the game. So we'll check that out. But Njoku can't go either. I was hoping to see that mask on. Wow.
All right, Matty Mioka is going to join us early today, because he's got to get out of here too. So he's going to join us around 10:50. He's got his 5 out to watch versus the Browns. Plus, we'll talk about the injury front. But coming up next, you don't want to miss that. I like this poll, and because Danny is out today, I will have the big poll responsibilities for today, and you're a part of this.
I'm skeptical.
You're a part of this. Why were you skeptical?
John Lund's big poll?
Yeah, my big poll.
Oh, boy.
And it's very cold in here.
After all the years you've made jokes about that part of your body, we cannot call it a big poll, John.
I just get out of the pool. It's very cold
I think it's like, what's the opposite of a big poll?
A tic-tac?
Like a straw poll?
Straw poll.
What else could it be? They have caucuses, they don't really have.
Oh, the caucus. Well done there.
No, I could say it like McAfee says everything. Championship.
Yeah, just
championship.
Yeah,
we could call the caucus the day. Yeah. We could inflect a little different on that.
He's a Western PA guy.
Does he do that for effect, or is that the way he talks?
I lived in Pittsburgh. He's from
Seriously?
Western PA.
Championship?
It's called you're in Pittsburgh. They call it a yinzer. You're a yinzer.
What does that
mean? And that's the accent that's Western Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh area.
Is that a county there?
Yeah, no,
Yinzer
it's
County?
just they just call a yinzer when you're from Pittsburgh or that
they
Western
talk
PA.
Like that? They say championship.
That's the accent, and he's kind of for effect. He's overdoing it, but that's
so.
Where
How
he's
do they
from.
say caucus is yinzers?
Yeah, I don't have the accent down.
Well, I could say it. But I just finished my training.
Yes, I get
my
you.
DEI.
Yeah, so did I, by the way.
And it wasn't on
Thank you
harassment
very
or anything.
much.
It was on privilege. So
Yeah.
this white man won't make it if we do that.
You
So
got to be
I'm not gonna
careful.
do that.
You got to be careful.
Anyway.
All right. The poll will debut for this Friday, coming up next Friday, the 13th edition, by the way. I don't know if you are superstitious or whatever the case may be. But
we're going to get on an airplane and fly all the way across the country?
On October 13th?
I'm worried about
Friday?
the 5-0 record here. You know what I've always thought? If I perish on a charter with a team, I'm merely going to get and others.
Yeah.
Who's the?
You're not going to be a
Who's
headliner?
going to be the headliner? Brock Purdy?
Yeah,
Nick
right
Bosa?
now.
Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah.
Fred Warner?
You're an and
Hall
other.
of Famer
that's
John
too bad.
Lynch? Kyle Shanahan? And others.
Yeah.
That's what I won't even get a footnote.
You get some on your Wikipedia page, probably.
But when they do the story tonight, it'll be
you're right.
and others.
Yeah.
And that's the worst thing ever.
And others.
You guys to
I
more
never
my
thought
passing.
about it like that.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
you don't
an
want to
and
pass.
others.
That's a good point. You don't want to pass with all those other famous people because you will get an and
terrible.
others. That's no good.
So would the winning streak be ended if that happens? Or how?
Yeah.
Just kidding. We're going to
you were morbid today.
Well, I got to get on an airplane on Friday the 13th. Good thing I'm taking Bosa with me.
Yeah, that's right. All right, we will unveil. We'll do the opposite, actually, of that. We will unveil a very positive, actually, Friday the 13th, Danny's Big Poll. We'll do that coming up next, and then Matt Mayoko will join us this hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, getting ready to go on an airplane to Cleveland on the charter. What's the worst part about a trip? I don't get to bring my sleep number bed. I got a few carry-ons, but I can't bring the sleep number bed. And going to Cleveland, it's going to be cold this weekend. You get a lot of benefits from a sleep number bed. Temperature benefits is one. From adjustable firmness to new temperature benefits, Sleep Number smart beds help you sleep just right. Obviously, the adjustable firmness on each side. 80% of NFL players have a Sleep Number bed. So do you have one yourself? If not, take advantage right now. It's the lowest price ever for a Sleep Number bed. The all-new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $880. Plus, you get special financing for a limited time. So check it out at sleepnumber.com and also at Sleep Number stores. And there are many around the Bay Area, like the one in the city center in San Francisco, the corner of Masonic and Geary, right next to Target. That's at 2675 Geary Boulevard. So Sleep Number is also, and this one hits close to home, lost my brother to prostate cancer a number of years ago, the official crucial catch partner of the NFL. It is all subject to credit approval. See store for details only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The GOAT is out.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We have the poll to unveil, and then we'll talk to Matt Mayoko at 10:50. The Browns have all sorts of injuries.
Something? Are you chewing gum? What are you doing?
Am I chewing gum?
I don't know. It sounded like you were eating something.
No, I'm not chewing any gum. Yeah, it could have been just the way I'm talking, which is,
Okay, it's all right.
Very interesting poll today. You're a part of today's poll. Without further ado, you're part of today's poll.
Why am I in the poll?
This is a good poll. I'm very
interested. Does it have anything to do with my car alarm going off erroneously?
No.
By the way, Tim just called and explained. So
he called you back?
He did.
Is that how he starts every conversation when he calls you?
No. He's not Woody Woodpecker, so he didn't do that at all. He was into film session. We both agree P.J. Walker's way better than Dorian Thompson-Robinson. It's not even close. And he's played against the Steve Wilkes defense from practicing against it last year and also being with the Carolina Panthers. But he was going over. I was told him that Njoku's not going to play. And he said he may be their best player, David Njoku. So I don't know. They don't have the quarterback. They don't have Chubb. They don't have the left guard, who's a great player, the right tackle, and the tight end. So they're pretty banged up. So how am I in the poll?
All right, let's do the fancy open, and then I shall explain.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, coming in for Danny on Danny's Big Poll. He is out today. Which birthday party from this week's birthdays would you most want to attend? Which birthday party from this week's birthdays would you most want to attend? George
Kittle, Greg Papa, Jerry Rice, Steve Young.
You're right.
And it's Jerry Rice's birthday today?
Yes, right. So George Kittle was October 9th. Yours was October 10th, and we toasted in the studio. Steve Young's is October 11th, and Jerry Rice's is today, Friday, October 13th. So Kittle, Papa, Young, and Rice, all birthdays this week. How about that?
Three of the greatest 49ers of all time.
And
two Hall of Famers and a future Hall of Famer. And a guy that's going to bring the Gold Bar whiskey, and we're going to have a hell of a time. And the birthday is going to start on October 10th, and it may end like October 20th.
Well, that's why I put a birthday party, because I think you.
I would vote me.
I would vote you, too.
No, I would. If it wasn't me, I was out with Jerry Rice one night. It was Fred Biletnikoff. We were in Chicago. Fred Biletnikoff. We landed late on a Friday night, and we hit the streets right away with Biletnikoff. And Jerry went to Ditka's, and Jerry Rice and Mike Ditka were both there, and that turned into a rager. So I would vote Biletnikoff without a question.
I've been out with you plenty of times, and I'm not trying to influence the vote here. I can't remember a time where I either A, didn't have a really good time, which is pretty much every time, and B, most importantly,
I wound up paying for the entire night.
Yeah, that's B, and then C, maybe encountered something that I just never like there is no predictability to being out with you.
Right.
Like none.
But you're biased. You're biased.
I am biased.
It's not, how farsed up we're going to get.
It's the experience.
I think they would all be, Kittle would be a hoot.
Kittle would be
Who knows what would happen with Kittle?
Yeah.
I mean, he's just perpetual fun.
Yeah.
You're talking Jerry Rice and Steve.
What would Steve's birthday party consist of?
I don't know. Are they Church of Latter-day Saints allowed to drink? How's that?
Sure.
Probably big love, like 8 wives.
Steve's a fun guy.
I love Steve Young.
Steve's a fun guy. So I think Steve would be really fun.
So not me. I would say, because I've hung with Steve and Jerry. We've had George. I'd probably pick Kittle. Would be my choice. I don't know.
All right, I just posted it, so we'll get a few votes in, and then we'll discuss. But like I said, I've been out with you on plenty of occasions. Now,
don't steer the audience, John.
I'm not trying to, but
I'm just looking to avoid not finishing last. I'm thinking I'm going to finish last.
I don't think so. For those who know,
you think I win?
Well,
it depends what kind of time do you want.
Right.
Like if you had let's have a a Q&A at a big hotel in San Francisco, and let's invite George Kittle, Steve Young, which the 49ers did recently with Steve, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not getting anybody. I'll see you at the bar, at the intermission. But just hanging out randomly, we'll have a good time. I guarantee you we'll have a good time. But I would pick probably, I don't know, Jerry Rice is Jerry Rice. Come on.
Yeah. No, I've hung out with Jerry before. I have not hung out with Kittle. I have not hung
out with all of them.
Yeah.
I haven't hung out with Kittle. We travel, so it's more of a business trip.
Right.
I don't know.
See, but I've hung out with you in really fun places. Like, I've hung out with you here lots of times, but
Vegas,
we've hung
New Orleans,
out.
Miami.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We've been to Vegas, New Orleans, Miami,
Walnut Creek,
New York.
We've been to hot spots.
And there are times, I mean, the Clevelander, Patty O'Brien's in New Orleans. I mean, so I'm a little,
house in New Orleans,
right, at 3:30 in the morning.
Okay, take me out of it.
I mean, I'm biased.
Take me out
because we've done some things where I went, wow, I don't know that that's legal.
Young and Rice, which one would you pick?
Well, I mean, Kittle's the obvious one, right? Because I got to think that if Kittle's having a birthday party, it's going to be pretty wild, and I like wild.
Okay, are we doing it in Nashville? Are we doing it here?
Fun.
Is Mom and Dad coming? Is Claire coming? What's the deal?
I'm sure she is.
Well, it's his birthday party, so they're all going to be there.
Probably.
Right.
Yeah, but I think he's going to act the same no matter what.
We should have had a huge joint birthday party.
That would have been amazing.
Kittle, Young, Rice, Pepe.
That would have been a good time.
That would have been fun.
Yeah, that's it. Those were the birthdays this week. George was October 9, you were the 10th. Steve was the 11th. Jerry was the 13th. I bet none of those guys had Gold Bar whiskey delivered to them right in the middle of what they were doing.
Well, Joe didn't have a birthday, but Joe has the Golden Joe.
No, but I bet like George Kittle didn't stop practice to have whiskey in the middle of it. Like,
and the only reason they picked the Joe for the Golden Joe is Jerry Rice said no.
Exactly.
I want more money.
Thanks for that.
So Jerry and I are close. What, Steve's like a year older than me or a year younger? What was it?
Steve's a year older, 1 year older.
Jerry Rice was born, where were you in 62? Jerry Rice and I am 3 days older than Jerry Rice.
Is that right?
Why does he look so much better?
And Kittle just turned 30, right?
Kittle turned 30.
Yeah, Kittle's just 3.
And I think Steve Young is 1 year older, right?
62. Yeah, I think he's 62.
Right.
Yeah, so.
That's a good one. Any early returns on that one?
Let's play. We'll get some more returns here. And Walter says we have some birthday party sound from Kittle. Is that true?
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
I can definitely see that.
That's it?
I can definitely see that.
That's it?
That was a Burgundy
Ron
party.
Burgundy?
That was one of the best scenes of the movie.
Yeah.
I could see Kittle
Was he
doing
in the
that.
shop last night for Thursday Night Football, Will Ferrell? I think I saw him in the shop with LeBron.
Oh, really? I saw him. I sent out a video earlier this week. He was DJing at a frat party at USC, which was pretty funny. I thought that was good. But anyway, all right.
He acts like he went to USC. He went to Chapman, didn't he? Chapman's a very good school. But I don't think he went to Chapman.
Yeah.
Or maybe his son did.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have
a friend of mine graduated from Chapman, and Will showed up at the. Did Will go to USC or Chapman?
He had to have gone to USC.
I know.
Didn't he?
For some reason, I think he has a tie to Chapman. Maybe just his son went to Chapman.
That's funny you say that. I've got a really good friend of mine who's probably listening, and I always thought he went to Stanford because everything he had was Stanford. And one day I went, dude, did you go to Stanford? He's like, no. I'm like, kind of passes himself off like he went to Stanford.
It's like Tirico because his son's a senior at Stanford.
Right, so
he's wearing all the Stanford stuff. I said, you could barely get into Syracuse.
Good act like he went to Stanford. All right, the poll is up.
That's a good
vote
one.
now.
That's a good one.
Again, Danny's big poll. Danny's out. Which birthday party from this week's birthdays would you most want to attend? It's on Twitter right now at John Lund Radio. KNBR will retweet it as well. George Kittle, October 9th. Papa, October 10th.
Will Ferrell went to the University of Southern California.
Oh, he did. Okay.
He did.
Jerry Rice, October 13th.
Delta Tau Delta.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So maybe that's the one he went to. So, anyway. Oh, we're getting a lot of responses, too. Not only that.
And the birthday party?
Yeah, Johnny Y says, are the Osmonds performing at Steve Young's party? That's
wow.
Come on. Well, that's an unnecessary.
No, but Pat Boone will open and close.
Well, come on, man. Steve likes to party. I know.
And Fred Warner will give the
Fred Warner, another
Give the
BYU
toast.
guy. Yeah, he's a fun guy.
Yeah.
All right, we will get the latest from the 49ers from Matt Mayoka. All these injuries for the Browns. How can the 49ers take advantage, and what is their health situation? We'll find out the latest from Matty next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, getting ready to fly to Cleveland for a Sunday morning football game. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season well underway now in the month of October, so now is the time. What are you waiting for to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects? Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals? Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 regular season games in the NFL, playing an extra one the last several years. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. So support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Interesting. First and foremost, I give all the glory to God, when it happened, my eyes were open. So I saw everything, and I really should have been blinded. So, luckily I'm not. So, I give all the glory to God.
That is David Njoku. Reporters just talked to him at his locker, the Cleveland Browns tight end, who was injured. He had a bonfire going on, and it blew up right in his face. And as he said, he had his eyes open. He said he should be blinded. He doesn't look so good.
It was just a fire pit in his backyard, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess. But I guess he poured something on it.
Lighter fluid, probably.
Yeah, and anyway, so it blew up in his face. And he is questionable. Deshaun Watson is out. That means P.J. Walker is going to play. Joel Bitonio, he's going to end his long streak of playing. Jack Conklin is already out. Nick Chubb is already out. And the line is already up to 10 for the 49ers. Going to Cleveland, and Matt Mayoko will give us all the latest on the 49ers. He's got the 5 to watch in this game as well. And he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, as he does every Friday. What's happening?
Nothing too much. How are you guys doing?
Just hanging out, Look at this team all banged up and the 49ers being all healthy. That's kind of a change.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan was asked that question this week about, have they done anything differently to avoid the injuries? And, his answer was not really. It's been the same. They've tried to look at everything that's happened over the last few years and even as it's happening. And, is there anything that could have been done differently to avoid those kinds of injuries? And, basically the answers generally always come back as no. The soft tissue injuries are one thing, but, some of the other sorts of situations like broken bones or, torn ligaments, those things are just, bad luck. So they've been fortunate through 5 games, and I'm not sure exactly what Dre Greenlaw's status is. The hamstring situation could prevent him from playing in this game, but with Elijah Mitchell returning to practice yesterday, those two would be the only 2 people likely to be on the injury report today.
Man, the big news is Aaron Banks. We thought it was a bicep injury on the right side, but it's higher in the bicep and really not. It's up on the shoulder. So, and he was a full go in practice. We expect him to play. So as usual, you have your 5 49ers to watch this week, and it's the usual stars. Number 1 is interesting. We'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
But number 3 is the new guy. Randy Gregory. So you think he's going to play enough to be one of your top 5 to watch for on Sunday, Manny?
Even if he plays 5 snaps, he will be one to watch because, now I'm assuming he's gonna suit up for this game. Seeing that last week they bump up Austin Bryant for the game, and so by the fact that they released Kerry Hyder. They expect Randy Gregory to get in there and play. There's no reason for him not to get out there and play this game. He might not know the system, but as a rush end, I don't think he really has to all that much. He's not going to be playing base downs. It's going to be very simple whenever he's out there. Put a hand in the dirt. Line up on the other side of Nick Bosa, put a hand in the dirt, and go get the quarterback. So I think it'll be interesting to just kind of see, how his get off is. If he's able to create any kind of disruption. So, literally, if he plays 1 snap, if he plays 25 snaps, anytime he's out there is worth kind of keeping an eye on to see how he does.
Matt Mayoko is joining us for the latest on the 49ers as they head to Cleveland. Early start, 7 o'clock for the pregame right here on the Sports Leader. And, of course, Tim and Greg will have the call for you all afternoon on Sunday. Randy Gregory this week looks like he's going to get you a chance to play. What do you expect his role to be?
Well, I think, I don't think he's going to compete or anything like initially to be a base down guy. I think Cleveland Farrell is just fine with what he's doing. Where the 49ers need a little bit more juice, maybe a lot more juice, is that edge rusher spot opposite of Bosa. And, it started off good with Drake Jackson getting the 3 sacks week 1 against the Steelers. However, since then, I don't know that he's touched the quarterback, and I don't know that any defensive end other than Bosa for the 49ers has touched the quarterback in the last 4 games. They have tremendous push on the inside, no issues there, and even the guys beyond the starters are guys who are getting the job done. But if there's one area where the 49ers could improve, it'd probably be that. The guy on the other side of Bosa is going to be facing a lot of single blocks, man to man. He's not going to be doubled much at all. And so there are some tremendous opportunities for those guys, and Gregory gives them the opportunity to be a guy that can really get after the quarterback and disrupt the game. So I would expect that initially it's going to be just situational pass rusher, an uncluttered mind to just get out there and go get the quarterback. And then if he proves that he can take more on, if he proves that maybe he can be an asset to this team on more than just third downs or more than just second and longs, sure passing situations, then he can work into that. But I think initially it's just get after the quarterback.
So he's number 3 on your top 5. Number 4 is, I think, the matchup. But it seems like it's been the matchup for him all year. McKivitz had more of T.J. Watt opening day, and with Aaron Donald, he kind of avoids Trent smartly. But last week it was Micah Parsons, and he went over McKivitz's side a little bit to open the game, and boy, Trent just whooped his ass. They all did. Micah did not have a good game. But this week, and he's played Micah before, obviously, in the playoffs the last couple of years. He told me the other day, although he's got a detailed scouting report on everybody, and he actually scouted Myles Garrett when he came out as the number 1 overall pick in 17, Matt, he's never played against Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is so big at nearly 280 pounds, and he has the Micah Parsons get-off. So that's a great matchup, especially, going on the road. You have to use a silent count. How do you see Trent Williams against Myles Garrett on Sunday?
It's hard to ever bet against Trent Williams, and I bet you people in Cleveland would say the same thing about Myles Garrett. It's hard to ever bet against Myles Garrett. But the reason I like this so much is because Garrett, I mean, unless they change their whole approach, he's almost always on the defense's right side, so going up against the left tackle. He plays a little bit on the other side, but not much. So clearly his best side is that side. So, I mean, I kind of look at it as, a fastball pitcher facing a guy who hits fastballs, like strength versus strength. And that's probably one area where, if the Browns are going to have any opportunity, they need a huge game from Myles Garrett going up against Trent Williams, and that's no easy task. And then on the other side, it'll probably be Colton McKivitz and Zadarius Smith a lot. McKivitz has definitely proved that he can hold up in pass protection and in run blocking. So he's played very well, and I think the 49ers offensive line as a whole has played it very well and certainly exceeded the outside expectations through 5 games. I don't know if they've exceeded the internal expectations, but remember, I mean, anytime people were talking before the season about, any potential weaknesses of the 49ers, the offensive line as a whole was one area that people brought up. And I don't think the 49ers ever felt that way, that was a weakness of the team. So, yeah, that'll be certainly a matchup to watch. 2 guys who are all pros. And, I mean, they'll probably just kind of negate each other at some point in this game.
Matt Mayoko is joining us, of course, 49ers Talk Podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area. You also hear him with us numerous shows, and he will be with us before the game on Sunday, so make sure you tune in because he'll have the latest on that.
Bright and early, John.
Way
early.
Early. So you come in early for us.
You're doing a red eye tonight, right?
I'm doing a red eye. Yeah, I'm at a charity golf tournament right now.
Is that right?
Yeah, So Jim Capu was a police officer in Vallejo, and he was killed in the line of duty in 2011. And I'm good buddies with the brother-in-law, and so I've gotten to know the family very well. And I've been angling to get in this tournament and raises money for the Police Athletic League. Last year, I finally got the invite, and the night before the tournament, the 49ers trade Christian McCaffrey, and basically I had to call and say, I know it's a great cause, but the 49ers just traded for Christian McCaffrey, so I'm going to have to work tomorrow. So so I called John Lynch last night, and I said, whatever you do not trade for anybody. No, a week ago I said, do not trade for anybody next week. And he said, okay, then I'll hurry up and finalize this deal for Randy Gregory. So that's how that happened.
Wow.
Okay.
That's hilarious. So most of the injuries for the Browns, obviously Deshaun Watson, the offensive line, Nick Chubb, they're on offense. But Jim Schwartz defensively, they give up less than 200 yards a game. We're assuming Myles Garrett's going to play in this game. They're, with all due respect to Dallas, and especially after the 42 points, this is the best defense they're going to play. Kyle Shanahan said it this week, and I saw a number that said Jim Schwartz or Kyle Shanahan is 1-8 versus Jim Schwartz defensive coach teams, and has only scored 20 points I think one time. So how does Kyle attack this really good defense?
Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, a good offensive line, and Brock Purdy behind center.
Well done. Well said.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know all the specifics of each of those games, but the 49ers are rolling. That offense is just so difficult to defend, and with the quarterback who's able to just basically see the game in real time like the head coach wants him to, absolutely, the Browns are a good defense. Are they the best in the league? They might be. I don't know that they've faced an offense anywhere near what the 49ers have to offer on Sunday. So I don't see that as being a big deal, because I just think that the 49ers offensively right now have answers to anything a defense throws at them. And they have the quarterback who can make those adjustments on the fly, see it in real time, deliver the ball with timing and rhythm and precision. So, it's going to be a good test for them. I think they go into this game probably understanding that they don't have to score a lot of points. I don't think the Browns I think the Browns offense is going to really struggle against the 49ers. So as long as the 49ers just kind of, manage this game and don't turn the ball over and don't give the Browns any easy scoring opportunities, they should be just fine.
All right, that's why I love you, because you take us inside football. You got your top 5 49ers to watch. You got Big Brain Brock, number 2. Number 2, because you're going, is it because he began his career as a Cleveland Brown? Why are you going T-Gip to Sean Gibson, number 1?
You know why? Because I think that people don't talk about him enough. And I think that, this is a good opportunity to kind of highlight what he's done. He's coming off a game where he had an interception. But he's just been kind of the quiet guy on that defense, total pro. He's the guy that came in and supplanted Jimmy Ward. I mean, think about that. Jimmy Ward was a really good safety here, really good player for a long time, and he kind of found his niche as a safety. And Jimmy Ward, he made it through every coaching change that the 49ers have had, every defensive coordinator change. Everybody wanted Jimmy Ward. And then Deshaun Gibson came in, when the 49ers, when they were training or working out against the Minnesota Vikings, they had him out on the field one of those days, and John Lynch saw all he'd had to see and sent him home and said, join us in Santa Clara next week. And once he got there, he was the starter. And it's crazy to think about how good this guy has been when basically his career is over. So in a game where P.J. Walker will probably struggle, there will be opportunities for guys to make plays. And the one guy back there who is really an underrated playmaker is Deshaun Gibson. So it was done kind of with a little bit of a hat tip to where he's been and what he's been doing. So I felt like Deshaun Gibson earns that right to be number 1 on the list this week.
I'm with you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You got a pick last week.
He did, yes.
All right. I can
and
live
he's had
that.
a lot of picks. How many do you have? He had like 5 last year, which is crazy. I mean, this is a guy and you know what? There was a time when he was with the Cleveland Browns that he was a top 100 player on that NFL, top 100 list. And, he signed a contract with, I believe he went to Jacksonville after that. He kind of kicked around
Houston,
a little bit.
Chicago, and then the Niners.
Chicago, and then everybody he was an afterthought. One of the things that Trent Williams said, I was talking to him last week, and he said that, why he likes John and Kyle so much is because he goes, a lot of teams, when a guy is on the street and remains a free agent, a guy who's been in the league a long time, a lot of teams will just automatically write him off. Oh, this person's still available in the middle of training camp, and he's how old? And none of the teams that have had him before, they don't want him either, and they just immediately write him off.
Yeah.
John Lynch and the 49ers went into it with an open mind. They saw him work out. They said, hey, he can help us. And the next thing you know, he's starting at free safety for the team. So it really is a meritocracy where the better players play, regardless of where you're drafted, whether you're drafted number 3 overall or 262, the better player is going to play.
T. Gipp wasn't even drafted. He's an undrafted player to Cleveland in 2012. And why is he here? Because Kyle Shanahan. They're the best year. You're talking about him being a top 100. He was a Pro Bowler in 2014, had 6 interceptions, and that was the year Kyle was the offensive coordinator. I talked to him I talked to him a little bit yesterday, but he didn't want to, play in the Browns, so he didn't want to rip him. But we got into the Ray Farmer and the GM and just the whole thing with Johnny Manziel and ownership, and he got out of that contract. Has he ever privately confided in you about that you can share with us that 1 year that he had in Cleveland when he got out of the contract early after just the 2014 season being their OC?
Kyle? Oh,
yeah.
It's a fascinating story.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the first times I met Mike McDaniel, he was telling me, he goes, you know what my claim to fame is? I go, no. And Mike McDaniel told me, and I forget the number of points. Was it 36 or there's a specific number? But Kyle Shanahan went to management and provided a list of, and I forget what the exact number is, but let's just say 36 reasons to let him out of his contract. And McDaniel, with a big smile on his face, told me I'm the one who put that list together for Kyle to get out of the contract. And so, Mike Pettin was the coach then. They let him out of the contract, and I don't know the specifics of why he wanted to get out, but that was, the Cleveland Browns were basically a burial ground for any coaches and assistants at that time. So he got out of that contract after 1 year with no strings attached, and that enabled him to go to Atlanta, join up with Dan Quinn. 2 years later, they had that dynamic offense, that Ryan MVP, and then from that, he parlayed that into getting the 49ers head coaching job.
I think the reason he wanted out was Johnny Manziel.
Well, I do know
and Ray Farmer, the GM.
My God,
that was a bad deal.
Yeah, I do know that he, as a lot of teams do, they have their coaches after the season, rank the players at their position group. So Kyle put together the list of quarterbacks, the draft list of quarterbacks, and I think he had that was the Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo draft.
Yep.
And so I'm pretty sure he had Derek Carr maybe as his better, the better quarterback, or Jimmy Garoppolo up there too in that first or second round group. And then he had Manziel maybe 4th round or something like that. So when they drafted him in the first round, he was not pleased with that, and the fact that they kind of force-fed him. And by the way, have you seen the Johnny Manziel documentary?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Sad.
You forget. You forget the flags.
Was, huh?
It was Jimmy Haslam obviously just said we're taking the guy, but the red flags before the draft were incredible, and they still took him.
His father said, "My son's an alcoholic. Don't draft him."
Yeah,
so it's just
he couldn't pass a drug test. He couldn't pass a drug test before the NFL draft. They were hiding him.
There were times when in real time you knew it was bad. And there are times when you know something's bad, and then you find out later, maybe it wasn't as bad as But this was one where you knew it was bad, but then in retrospect, you find out, oh, no, it wasn't just bad. It was
It was sad.
horrendous.
It was sad. It was sad.
And it was sad.
So this morning on Good Morning Football, you guys see Peter Schrager pulled some video, and Kyle was the OC in Cleveland, and Mike McDaniel was the wide receiver coach. First of all, they looked like they're babies. And they had a play where they brought Manziel over to the sideline. Brian Hoyer was the quarterback, and they had Manziel like he was standing on the field, and they were talking to him or yelling at him, but he was actually the lonesome end. And he was on. You remember that play? I forgot.
The best play ever had.
You know how they say that everybody, like there's no new plays in football. I think they copied that from John Steffen of the Richfield Raiders flag football team, 8th grade, when a young, feisty, fleet-footed Matt Mayoko
You ran that
the same play. Yes, 100%.
Did it work? Because Kyle's play got flagged. It didn't work.
No,
it didn't work. Your play worked?
We alerted the high school students who were the referees in that game.
Alert.
Yeah, I'm not going to go off the field.
Who's the 49er fullback? He got into trouble for domestic violence right after. Remember they ran that play
Bruce
with
Miller.
the fullback?
Bruce Miller.
Bruce Miller?
Yeah, they ran that with him with the lonesome end where he stood all the way out. So he was like standing out of bounds, and then they snapped the ball and they threw it to him. So anyway.
There you go.
All right. Before you go, I got a question for you. It's very important. Our big poll today.
Oh, boy.
So 4 famous 49er birthdays today, and the question is, this week, the question is, whose party would you most want to attend? Are you ready?
Okay, yes, I'm ready.
George Kittle, who was October 9th.
Okay, I don't know if I can hang with that.
Greg Papa, October 10th.
I could hang because was he paying like he did?
Yeah, exactly. That's
it's
the
like
whole
we're in
key.
Chicago after the Giants-Cubs, man. I'm picking it up for you.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
If you want to slow it down a little bit, Steve Young, October 11th. And today, Jerry Rice, October 13th.
61 today, man.
So Kittle, Papa, Young, or Rice, whose party would you most
Don't worry
want
about
to
paying.
attend?
You're going to be comped no matter where you go.
Yeah. You're not having to pay anything.
Don't worry about that.
Man,
and we're going to get you an Uber home. Don't worry about driving.
That's a tough one.
We got you. We got you covered.
Where are you going?
Steve's party would end at like 8:30, so probably not.
Mine would too, but it'd be 8:30 in the morning.
Would they be serving whole milk or 2%?
Oh, come on, man.
All right.
Steve would have a spread.
You're harsh.
I'm going to stick
so
up
is
for
that what it
Steve.
has to be? We all have to get farsed up, Steve, and tell great stories. Come on. Depends what kind of party you want.
Yeah, just be different, man. It's okay.
I would be Jerry's party. Everybody would be talking to Jerry. He would be the
They're listening to Jerry.
I would be in the corner, bored out of my mind.
Wow. Harsh.
Okay, so let's eliminate
all
that.
right. Two of the greatest players in the history of the franchise you just disparaged.
The only reason I wouldn't do Papa is because I've been in that situation so many times, and there's no freaking way my liver can hold up a chin. So
you're going Kittle?
I'm going Kittle.
All
Yep,
right.
I'm going Kittle.
It would be wild.
And you know what? He's got a super cool family too.
Yeah.
So I would be. I think that'd be my answer.
Wow.
Okay, please don't cut this up for some
Yeah.
No, I don't want
Jerry and Steve are never talking to you again.
Show.
I don't
Steve's in bed by 8
more,
o'clock drinking
more
homogenized milk.
people coming at me with yelling like
Yeah.
"Hey, Darnold" or whatever stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny, man.
Good answer.
You're the best.
Thank you.
Well thought out. Matty, thank you, man. We'll talk to you on Sunday. Safe
Sleep
flight.
on that plane. Do you sleep on red
great.
ice? Can you sleep on red ice?
Oh yeah, I sleep. I can sleep. I could fall asleep right now. I'm
wow.
You're playing golf, though, aren't you?
Yeah,
right
it's
now?
just because you're on this show.
Well,
that's all
but
you're saying. You're bored of
I do
us.
have a Bloody
I see
Mary in
that.
my hand, so I might
Yeah.
be falling asleep earlier.
That's good.
Than later. But no, I can sleep. When I get on a plane, I cannot not sleep.
Really?
The problem is,
Oh,
no,
wow.
I fall asleep immediately.
You're one of those
So,
guys that does the head bob right away? You
Oh
start-
yeah, absolutely.
Do you have the neck roll on? Do you wear the
I'm
neck roll?
catching- No, I don't want to bring that.
You don't go Leighton Vander Esch?
No way.
You don't
No,
wear that?
geez, too soon on that.
No way do I go neck roll. I don't like to be look
No.
people are looking at you.
The problem is when I sleep, it's not real good sleep. So when I land, I'm still as tired as I would have been.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at least it cuts the amount of time on the flight down too. Like a 4-hour flight will feel like a 20-minute flight to me.
Wow.
All right, brother.
All right, Matty. Thank you, man.
Okay.
We'll talk to you Sunday.
Take care, Matty.
All right. That's the great Matt Mayoko. And make sure that you're following him. Make sure that you're listening to the podcast, the 49ers Talk podcast, and NBC Sports Bay Area, and we will have him on bright and early on Sunday. I can only think of 2 flights that I slept on, and both were because of you.
Wow, I'm getting ripped here.
One was New York City. No, this goes into your birthday poll. One was New York City when my flight, I think, left at 6.
Saturday
and I think,
morning going back after the Super Bowl?
We got back from the night before at 5:30. My flight, I think, left at 6:30, so I was racing to the airport. And then the other one was coming back from London, and I had the full seat on the Raiders chart, and I slept on that one because that was like 13 hours. But I think that's the only 2. In New York, I was lucky, too. I had the whole seat.
And you also took Dennis Allen's seat since he wasn't
wow.
He wasn't on that flight.
That was not good.
No.
That was not
He got DB Coopered.
Hi, everybody. We've got an extra seat up front. We fired the coach.
And he's doing pretty well with Derek now.
He is. But that was awkward. That was awkward, man.
So was the game. They couldn't deal with
Tannehill
bunch formations.
Oh, jeez.
Remember, the Dolphins would line up. It was Bill Lazor was their OC. They'd line up 3 receivers in a bunch, and the Raiders would have one guy over the 3. I'm like, that ain't gonna work.
It was unbelievable.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah, he's a defensive guy. It's like, oh man, dude, that is not good. All right, we will update you on the poll, update you on the Browns injuries, and Maddie talked a little bit about it. The 49ers are staying remarkably healthy. We'll get into all those conversations as we get you ready for the Browns and the 49ers on a Friday. It's Papa and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Hall of Fame and Super Bowl winning quarterback Steve Young, who's in the poll today because his birthday was October 11th. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to review the 49ers 42-10 win over the Cowboys and look ahead to the Browns. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are offering a free live CLR custom lens replacement webinar coming up Thursday, October the 26th at noon. A webinar is a great and easy way to learn about CLR right from your computer or your phone. So find out. It's a great chance to learn all about CLR's procedure I had and John Lynch had, custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have. Like, what's the difference between LASIK and CLR? Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? I could answer all that, but the webinar will be much better. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's the free live CLR webinar, Thursday, October the 26th at noon. Space is limited, so register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Out of the shotgun, here comes a 49er blitz from Tashawn Gibson. He'll be in on the sack here. Tashawn came from free safety. They haven't blitzed him a lot. Warren Burks also came from the linebacker level, and they got all over P.J. Walker.
Man, that's sack number 5. Quietly for the defense.
Oh, P.J. Walker got lit up by Demetrius Flanagan fouls. COK, what a big hit that was. Linebacker came in the middle, and just a frontal shot on P.J. Walker.
Yeah, sack number 6, and D'Amico Ryans is not calling off the dogs. And Flanny fouls just right up the gut and blast P.J. Walker.
Wow.
There you go. P.J. Walker is going to be the starting quarterback for the Browns. No Deshaun Watson, Joel Bitonio, Jack Conklin are already out. Jedrick Wills is struggling at left tackle. No Nick Chubb in the backfield. Safe to say the Browns are banged up. By the way, career-wise for P.J. Walker, 228 NFL throws, 57.5% completion percentage, 5 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He is a mobile guy, too, and he's a little undersized at 5'11". So that's what the Niners will face on Sunday.
And as you heard, we saw him almost exactly a year ago to the day. It was October the 9th last year in Charlotte. And it was Matt Rule who was the head coach, and Baker Mayfield got pummeled. You heard Tim with the sack count. Baker got sacked 4 times, and they took him out with about 2.5 minutes in the game. And P.J. Walker came in, and the one that Flanagan fouls hit him on a middle linebacker blitz. He just destroyed him. So, COK? No, he was fine. He got up, but, man, he got lit up. So you know that I have a P.J. Walker crush going back to his days with the Houston Roughnecks. During the pandemic of 2020, we didn't have a lot of sports to watch, so I watched the XFL. And he was by far the best player in the league. I think he was going to be the league MVP, but they shut the league down early. But he led the XFL in passing yards and passing touchdowns. He was 5-0. He's been a Carolina Panther throughout his career, and we did see him a little bit in 21. Made a start in 20. And then last year, actually, after the 49ers, hit him hard, Baker got benched. They fired Matt Rule. Steve Wilkes took over as their interim head coach, now the 49er DC, and they started P.J. Walker the next week, John. He beat Tom Brady, and I actually watched the game back this morning. I watched a couple of his starts, and he threw the ball really, really well. DJ Moore, he hit him on a post route in the back of the end zone. He hit the tight end on a corner route. Tremble, what's his name? Tremble, the tight end in Carolina.
Tommy Tremble, yeah.
Yeah, just a beautiful throw. And they won. They beat Tom Brady, and I think he's got a good arm, a powerful arm for a guy that's not even 6 feet tall. Tremendous accuracy. I know the numbers as far as overall in the league at under 58%, but I see him with some ball placement. Some of that is he gets his shot blocked. He's 5'11", and he is undersized, so that's probably why he's had to bounce around a little bit. Chicago had him in their training camp this year, and then he wound up with Cleveland once they curiously traded Joshua Dobbs away to Arizona. I'm not sure why they did that, because they like the rookie, DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and now Deshaun's hurt. But anyway, the 49ers know him. He knows this wide nine because he practiced against it with Steve Wilkes when he was in Carolina. So a lot of familiarity, but now it's official that P.J. Walker will make the start, and the curious case of Deshaun Watson continues, John.
Yeah, and there's not a team, honestly, I don't want this to take too long, but everybody has kind of a quarterback curse for a certain amount of time, but nobody like Cleveland. I mean, they thought that Deshaun Watson was going to be the answer, and he just hasn't been. But since they took Couch in 2000, and I'm just going to say the main, so Couch, Kelly Holcomb, Trent Dilfer, Charlie Fry, Derek Anderson, Brady Quinn, Colt McCoy, Brandon Whedon, Jason Campbell, Brian Hoyer, Josh McCown, Cody Kessler, Deshaun Kaiser, Baker Mayfield for 4 years, Jacoby Brissett, Deshaun Watson. I mean, they can't get it right. I mean, that's just since 2000. They have multiple times, a lot in that list that I just showed you or read for you, multiple times. Those are first rounders. I mean, Couch was a first rounder. Dilfer, Garcia, of course, a former 49er.
Wasn't Couch the first overall pick?
He was. Brady Quinn was a first rounder. Manziel was a first rounder. Whedon was a first rounder. Campbell was a first rounder. Deshaun Kaiser was a second rounder. Mayfield was a first rounder. I mean, they have put, obviously Deshaun Watson was a first rounder. They have put a lot of resources into the position to try, but Deshaun Watson is just the latest in a disappointing string of Browns quarterbacks. It's just amazing that they haven't been able to get it right. And now again, instead of facing Deshaun Watson, who hasn't been very good as a Brown, it's P.J. Walker. Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, with Deshaun, he's by far the most skilled of any of those players. So I think we haven't seen enough of him. And obviously going back to his Houston days in the 2020 year when P.J. Walker was, ripping up the XFL, Deshaun Watson was ripping up the NFL. And then, all the situation, the allegations, and just went hayward. He didn't play for 700 days. He missed a whole year. He was suspended for 11 games to start the next year. So I think he's by far the most skilled. He's had some good moments and bad moments in his time, but I think he has a chance. Now, does the fan base take to him? It was a controversial move to give up 3 ones and give him $230 million fully guaranteed, which has never been done before in the history of the NFL. But the Niners get a break that he's not going to play. His last game out, we watched against Tennessee, and that's where he got hurt. In the third quarter, he stayed in the game. His stat line was good. He made some really bad choices with the ball. He got all turned around. He was facing his offensive backfield, and he decided to throw the ball to Elijah Moore. It's like, what are you doing? So they gotta coach that a little bit. So you went back to really the line for this franchise because – to me, they're the Baltimore, Ravens. After 95, they moved away. Art Modell moved them. They came back in 1999, and their quarterback right then was Tim Couch. Doug Peterson is now the coach in Jacksonville.
Isn't that wild?
And it's, when you look at the history of this franchise, and to me, 49ers and Cleveland Browns goes back to the All-American Conference when they were in the league before the NFL from 46 to 49. The Niners were a great team in that league, but they could not beat the Cleveland Browns, and it was Paul Brown who founded that franchise, and it was the quarterback we never talk about because it wasn't just pre-Super Bowl era, but he was pre-NFL. Otto Graham was one of the winningest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL, one of the best, those 4 years in the All-American Conference. Then when he came into the NFL, he dominated, and they won the NFL championship, but after that, John, it's just a long list of Milt Plum and Frank Ryan. Bill Nelson was a guy that I remember well in the late 60s with Leroy Kelly after Jim Brown retired. And, on to Mike Phipps. Brian Sipe, Red Right 88, the interception against the Raiders in the Ice Bowl and Retigliano. On and on. I mean, going back from the early days when you get into the Super Bowl era, who's the best quarterback they've ever had? Bernie Kosar?
Probably, yeah. I mean, in the 80s, they had Bernie Kosar. That was
How about
about
Jeff
the only time they won.
Jeff Garcia? Jeff Garcia was.
He just wasn't good there.
He was good in Detroit.
He was better.
In Philly.
But yeah, Cleveland, he really struggled. It wasn't an offense that was built for him. Obviously, they're trying to throw the ball down the field. I remember that because I was back in that part of the country. But he just wasn't very good.
How about Spurgeon Wynn?
What are the Brady Six?
Where did you get Spurgeon? Out of Lake Erie?
Oh,
Did you
yeah,
catch Spurgeon?
bad.
Is that where they got him?
That was bad. and I'll readily admit, you and I talked about this yesterday. I mean, in 2020, before all those issues happened, when Watson threw 33 touchdown passes and ran for another 400 and ran for 7 touchdowns, I mean, and there was a discussion of the 49ers, that was kind of the time where they were teetering with Jimmy and probably needed an upgrade at that point. And the 49ers were looking into Watson, and then once all that stuff happened, obviously they didn't. But, I mean, I was all for it. I was like, this guy.
Oh, they were in, yeah.
Right. And at that
because
point.
he has to be traded.
Right.
Before
and at
all those allegations came down, he had it with Houston.
He sat
has
out.
to be traded.
And at that point, I mean, you could make the case certainly that he was the second best quarterback behind Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they were kind of neck and neck a little bit. Mahomes was better, but Watson was right there, and all these problems happened, and he just hasn't recovered. And I understand last year, not coming in late and all the issues and all those kind of things, but this year he hasn't looked very good either. So it's been a struggle for them to find a quarterback.
Brandon Whedon.
Oh,
and I'm taking him when I have my birthday party.
Oh.
I'm bringing Whedon with me, John, and it could get a little dang.
It could. Think about that.
How am I doing in the poll, by the way?
Oh yeah,
Kittle's the guy that I got to beat out.
I'm just trying to tell people that if they were to go to a party with
what
you.
What if I hand out Zenny eyewear to everybody that comes in? Or
you're on the right track.
Take down Kittle?
You're on the right track. You're in the game. You're in the game.
Oh, no, I'm finishing fourth.
No, you're not. Again, Danny's big poll for Friday. Which birthday party from this week's birthdays would you most
Jerry
want
Rice
to
is
attend?
61st today.
George Kittle was the 9th. Yours was the 10th. Steve Young was the 11th, and Jerry Rice was the 13th.
Today.
Kittle does leave. Yeah, Kittle does lead at 49%, but you're right there. You're at 31%. So you've still got time.
He's
you still
me.
got time.
I can't even win on my own show.
Jerry Rice is at 17%.
Right.
Steve Young's at 6%. Come on, people.
So what does
Steve
it
Young
say
is fun.
that I'm slaying the goat?
Yeah, you're way over.
I'm way
Jerry.
ahead of the goat.
17% for Jerry, only 6% for Steve. Come on. Steve's fun, man. Steve would be fun. It just depends on what you're looking for. And, So, yeah, I mean, you're in the park. If we can just, like I said, I've championed for your cause, but I just don't think people realize what a party that is thrown by you or led by you or that you're
I'm throwing it. It's my birthday party.
No, you're the person
it's
of
your
celebration.
obligation to throw it for me.
It's going to be good.
Up, right?
It's good. Yeah, it's going to be really good. So.
And we are bringing Brandon Whedon.
Yeah, Brandon Whedon, no Johnny Manziel.
So today is Friday the 13th, by the way.
Yeah.
I got to get it on an airplane a little while to bring the 49ers with me. Wow.
You a little nervous about it? This is the second time you mentioned that. You a little nervous?
No, I didn't realize it was Friday the 13th until I got TikTok this morning. So when Jerry had his birthday in 62,
yeah,
it was Saturday the 13th. So Jerry was not born. I would have felt much better if the greatest of all time was born on a Friday the 13th, but he was born on Saturday. In 62.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Maybe I'll drive. Maybe I'll drive to Cleveland.
It's going to be, you better get going.
But what game am I going to have to announce? Yeah. The Niners got to get there safely.
I'm just telling you that a party with you, I've attended many times events with you.
But it's Kittle.
And we've
Kittle
had a good time.
Kittle in a route.
Kittle right now. But,
it's a route, like the
you'll
Cowboy
get your
game.
votes. We'll get your votes back.
Damn,
right,
he scored 3 touchdowns the night before his birthday. That's why.
See, that's exactly
why
what
he's
people,
winning.
They have a lot of love for him right now. Exactly. If he wouldn't have that night, you'd be killing him. All right. The Browns with a lot of injuries. The 49ers, not so many. That's been a good theme throughout the early season for the 49ers. We'll tell you just how important it's been. We'll get into that. Andrew Siciliano at noon today. We haven't talked to Andrew in a few weeks, so I'm looking forward to getting not only his perspective.
He's a big Brown fan
on the 49ers, but exactly right. Yeah, he's a Cleveland guy. Yeah, so we'll talk to Andrew Siciliano at the top of the hour. Get some more Browns and 49ers on you. It's Papa and Lund on a Friday. Vote for Papa. Only here on the Sports Leader.
That's a tough one.
We got you. We got you covered.
Where are you going?
Steve's party would end at like 8:30, so probably not.
Mine would too, but it'd be 8:30 in the morning.
Would it be?
Just had my 61st birthday. Maybe it's time for me to retire. And whether you are retired or planning on being retired, when you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk, or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. Huge Bay Area sports fans. Who are the Giants going to hire as manager? That may come up. There's no cost or obligation, so call them today. 866-496-2300 or visit online o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is that a big sigh of relief to hear about Aaron Banks?
Yes. Anytime it's the bicep, we were obviously nervous about it, and still an injury, but not as bad as it could have been.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about injuries, and I was thinking about this today because you know what Week 6 was in 2022? You know what game they played in Week 6 of 2022? A year ago.
Last year?
Yep, Week 6. Southern part of the country lost a game badly.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Absolutely. So a year
Nick
ago,
Bosa didn't play. Charvarius Ward got hurt in the game. It was a week after Emmanuel Mosley tore his ACL.
You're nailing it. So
I've been there.
Out of that game, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, Emmanuel Mosley, Jimmy Ward, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa didn't play. So they had a ton of injuries. They lose in Atlanta 28-14.
You are jinxing everything. Why are you bringing this up?
But think about this. Trey Lance was already on IR at that point. We had yet to see one Brock Purdy. But this season, as far as injuries are concerned, IL guys, all right, injured reserve guys, I should say.
Yeah.
IR. Aaron Rodgers, Nick Chubb, Jack Conklin, Trevon Diggs. Barkley's been on it. Kupp. James Conner just went on it. J.K. Dobbins, Matt Milano, Tre'Davious White, David Bakhtiari, Anthony Richardson, Mike Williams, Jalen Ramsey, blah, blah, blah. We can go on and on and on. It happens every year in the NFL, and the Browns have a ton of injuries going into Sunday's game. Deshaun Watson's out, Joel Petonio, their guard is out, Nick Chubb is already out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And during the press conference this week, wasn't yesterday, it was the day before, they asked Kyle if he was doing anything differently. I talked to Tim a little bit off the air about it, and he said maybe they're giving some more veterans some days off, but other than that, not a whole lot. It's just luck of the draw. And so I'm not saying that the 5-0 record for the 49ers is because they lack injuries. They're an extremely talented team, but I think you and I had a conversation about this a lot right coming into the season. They're very top-heavy. They're paying a lot of guys a lot of money. They have a lot of guys that they're paying at their position that are nearer at the top. So depth is kind of an issue with the 49ers, and they are staying healthy to this point in the season. And I think
it's a long way to go.
Absolutely, but I'm just saying to this point, and who knows what happens in the future, but you always look back on a season, and the healthier your team is, the better they have a chance, especially if they're talented like this team. So in 19, they go to the Super Bowl. In 20, the Jets, the Giants, those injuries and so forth. But I think you can attribute some portion of the 49ers' success in being 5-0 as being one of the healthier teams in the league.
Without a doubt, and they're the most loaded roster. They have 8 guys in the top 79 for the top 100 players. But they always, Trent Williams does really not practice on Wednesday. They took George Kittle off the field this past Wednesday when he was back on Thursday. But really, guys do get hurt. Trayvon Diggs got hurt, obviously, in a practice at Frisco, the Stars. So these guys study it. Ben Peterson, Dustin Little, they study it backwards and forwards. They analyze everything they do. I don't think they're really doing anything differently, except that when they play tackle football, their guys have not so far in a wide rash gotten hurt. And a lot of it is just fortunate. And the other side of it, the teams that they played have been hurt. They played the L.A. Rams, and Puka Nacua and Tutu Atwell went off, but they didn't have to deal with Cooper Kupp. You played the New York Giants, and you didn't have to deal with Saquon Barkley, and you didn't have to deal with their Pro Bowl left tackle, Andrew Thomas. How different would that game have gone? And Arizona didn't have Kyler Murray, and I think Dallas, Trayvon Diggs obviously tore his ACL a week and a half before the Niner game, and that's a huge loss. Their defense has not been the same, and even guys who pushed through injury, Micah Parsons, I don't think was right last week. If we see him in January, it could be a different guy, and you've delineated the injuries for the Cleveland Browns, and we're talking some of their best players. Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Joel Bitonio, their left guard. He's the modern-day interior version of Joe Thomas. Jack Conklin. And Njoku's not playing, or they're not saying yet, John?
They're calling him questionable officially. So that's a 50-50. So we'll see.
And I wonder, how's he going to breathe? He's going to be able to play the snaps. He's going to have to wear a mask to protect those facial burns. Those are gnarly. So But all that being said, I mean, the best thing is, and you bring it up with the performance staff here, they don't want to talk about it because, I mean, it could be right around the corner. I will tell you, if this team stays healthy, and they're just not going to, but if they don't run into a 2020 type of year where you lost your best players, obviously Nick Bosa and Jimmy Garoppolo and George Kittle all got hurt that year and early in the year, this team's going to win. If this team stays healthy, they have the best roster in football, and I think they will win. So what you're talking about is the whole secret sauce here to this team winning the 6th Lombardi is staying healthy. I mean, last year they had, they went on to their third quarterback. They had 2 cards come on the field to take off quarterbacks, and they wound up getting the best play out of the third one. We thought Deebo Samuel, that game against Tampa Bay, the way he reacted, the way Trent Williams reacted, the way they brought the card out on the field, you thought Deebo's done for the year. Deebo's done. And he wound up missing time, but he did come back eventually. So, I mean, that's it. But it's one of those things where you're cognizant of it because it's obvious, but it's looming. You never know. And, this field in Cleveland will be a good field, but you could have rain on it. You go and you play on turf fields like the one in Minnesota the week after this game, the one in Seattle, the one in Philadelphia, the one in Arizona. You got a lot of, field turfs coming up later in the year that could cause problems. So, they've gotten breaks. And, even, the Aaron Banks one, the beginning of the week, they thought for sure it was in the bicep. It wound up being up high in the bicep, so it's more a shoulder, and he looks fine. But John Feliciano played well at left guard when he came in. Then when they pulled everybody and Brendel was out and John went back to center, Matt Pryor came in. Who knew Matt Pryor could play left guard like that? He's played right guard before, but mainly a tackle. But he was mauling people inside. So, they're not really doing anything differently. They track it all. That's what they, the catapult system they have when they watch them in practice. They have if they're hurt, they wear the catapult vest. Because they don't have a jersey on, you can see it. But every practice, they put the catapult vest underneath their jerseys, and they track everything they're doing. If they're running fast enough, if they're more susceptible to injury, so they'll pull guys out here and there. But beyond that, once you get into a game, you wind up just playing through it. So let's just face it, luck with injuries is going to be a huge factor in this team's ultimate success or non-success.
Yeah, and look, I'm not bringing it up to jinx them whatsoever. It's just I was thinking about this morning because the Browns are so banged up, especially on the offensive side of the ball, and I thought, you know what? A year ago this weekend was that Atlanta game in which they were missing all those guys. Mariota started, 13 for 13. Nick wasn't in the game. Armstead, defensively had a ton of injuries. Trey was already on an IR at that point, and I thought, and then the next week Kansas City beat them 44-23, and then they didn't lose the rest of the year. They won 10 in a row after that point. So that's, and they had a ton of injuries, and that's the last couple of years before this year. That was one of the reasons, or the main reason maybe, why the 49ers lost games, because they just had so many injuries. And I just mentioned all the guys on IR for other teams. The 49ers IR right now consists of Cam Latu, Sam Womack, Danny Gray, Darrell Luter Jr., and Robert Beal Jr. And again, I'm not saying those guys aren't good players. It's just I think it's safe to say that in Latu's case, Beal's case, I think those are kind of redshirt years, and they're figuring those guys out and getting them in the weight room and so on and so forth. But they haven't yet had the key injury, whereas a lot of these teams, if you look at Buffalo, for example, to lose Tre'Davious Wright at corner and to lose Matt Milano, and the quarterbacks are obvious what's going on with the Jets. But, when you lose two key players like that on the defensive side of the ball for Buffalo, it changes a ton for them.
I don't know if they can overcome it. Honestly,
exactly.
Tre'Davious White, and he's had, from an ACL to an Achilles, that young guy's a shutdown corner. They just can't afford to lose him. And the whole trip to the UK for Buffalo was an unmitigated disaster. To lose the game and then lose Matt Milano early in the game, you can't overcome that. And if you want to deal with Kansas City and Cincinnati, and at some point Kansas City's offense is going to get humming. They're winning. And I'm more concerned that Spags has that defense playing so well. That could be a real issue. But Milano is just he's their Fred Warner. He's just a fast linebacker. He's a modern-day Urlacher, the way he's able to run, or a Miles Jack and better. So they just can't overcome it. So, actually, it was before the Atlanta game. Nick got hurt in the Carolina game.
Right.
And then didn't play in the Atlanta game. And that's the week they wound up going to the Greenbrier And then Emmanuel Mosley tore his Remember he had a pick 6 last year against Baker Mayfield, and then later in the game, he wound up, tearing his ACL, and now Emmanuel Mosley's torn it again with the Detroit Lions. So let's just hope we're not, as we're talking this, and you don't want to speak it into existence, and because if it rains a little bit, you'll be on a natural field, and that's a good field in Cleveland, but could be a rain game. It's going to rain hard on Saturday. I wonder if that's going to impact the walkthrough, but right now we don't know what Sunday's going to be like, but injuries in the NFL are just around the corner. So
yeah,
you
just when they happen, right?
Yeah, and you can't, honestly, and Sam Darnold's a quality player, but I thought Sam at some point could push Brock. It's just, Brock is just so good. So, this franchise has in recent years, has a history of losing that position. If you ever lost that guy, I'm not sure how it would go.
All right, our good friend Andrew Siciliano. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. We're going to talk some Browns with him and obviously expand the lens out a little bit, talk all of the NFL. Our good friend Andrew Siciliano, NFL Network. He's going to join us at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your old pal John Lynch here for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some aren't even based in the entire state. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been here for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured over $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I mean, I think it's pretty simple, this game, and we're going against the number one defense in the league, and you turn on the tape, and that's what they look like. They're going to be there at the end of this year because this defense is that good. And when you have a defense like that and a team who's dedicated to running the ball, and that's a very good recipe to get to the playoffs and win in the playoffs. And I know it hurts them not having Chubb and stuff, but regardless of the back, they still commit to it, and they got guys who can do it. That's why they're top 5 in that, and they've been that for a long time. And Deshaun, the plays he can make, hopefully for us he's not out there. But these other guys can come in and do stuff just like you guys saw Dobbs do. Right. And when you play good defense and you run the ball, that gives any quarterback an opportunity to make plays.
That, of course, was Kyle Shanahan. Lead us into the Browns and the 49ers, and that was earlier this week because it is official. Deshaun Watson will not play. P.J. Walker is going to be the starting quarterback for the Browns. They got a ton of injuries on the offensive side. Obviously, you already know about Nick Chubb, Joe Patanio, who's a long streak for the Browns along the offensive line. They already have Jack Conklin out on the right side. So defensively very good, but offensively they're going to struggle a little bit, and they've got a lot of injuries. Let's get into it. Andrew Siciliano, our pal from the NFL Network, at Andrew Siciliano, he's going to be in the booth for the Browns radio network, so you're going to see him on Sunday Pop, and he joins us courtesy of the Umagesai. What's happening?
How are you, boys?
Good, how are you?
Papa versus Siciliano.
Yeah.
Sunday.
The Italian Sunday dinner throwdown. Yeah,
both
buddy.
of you. So wait a minute. So
just don't hold on. Don't T.J. Watt me and punch me in the throat like you did Zay Flowers last week and get away with it without a flag.
You need your
That's
larynx.
right.
I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna hit you low. I'm going to low blow you.
Great.
So you were born in Reston, Virginia, correct? But
according to Wikipedia, yes.
So not true. Not true?
I mean, Alexandria, Virginia,
Okay.
but raised in Reston, yeah.
Okay, but you love the Cleveland Browns. Did you live in Cleveland? Were you there? Why are you a Brownie?
I never did. So it's child abuse, one could argue. But my father, born and raised in Cleveland, Cathedral Latin and John Carroll and like the whole nine.
Right.
And he's Cleveland through and through, and raised his kids in suburban D.C. because that's where he was working, and met my mom and stayed there, obviously. But he raised us Browns fans, and diehard Browns fans, even though Joe Gibbs and Joe Theismann and Doug Williams were winning Super Bowls right down the street.
Right.
We were Browns fans back in the day, and we'd go to Cleveland to see games. We'd go up there to visit my grandmother for all the holidays, so I feel like I spent half my life there. During the summer, he would drop us off in Lakeland at training camp, and I would get Bernie Kosar autographs and Kevin Mack and Ozzie Newsome and Ernest Steiner and Reggie Langhorne and Webster Slaughter, all those guys. This is a dream come true, honestly. I hate the circumstances, if I could say that. As you well know, Jim Donovan's fighting cancer, the iconic voice of the Browns, just world-class human, world-class broadcaster. I hate that I'm being called in under these circumstances. But it's a little boy's dream come true. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, well said, absolutely. The big story around them right now is, especially offensively, just these injuries. I mean, Watson's shoulder now looks like Batonio's streak is going to end. It's just amazing. The weird situation that happened with Njoku, it's just offensively, there's tons of injuries.
Yeah, I mean, as much as this defense is playing lights out, although they did have a pretty bad, second quarter, end of the first quarter against the Ravens where they got gashed for the first time, really the only time all year. I mean, if I had told you in August that they would, go into a game week number 6 without their right tackle, their left guard, their quarterback, and their running back, all 4 of whom are, among the highest paid players on their team and the most decorated players on that side of the ball, I think we'd say it's disaster. If I threw in the fact that it was the 5-0 49ers, we'd probably say it's even worse. But I think the fact that the defense is playing as well as it has been playing, that second quarter against the Ravens aside, I think it's not nearly as bad there, at least the attitude, as one would assume. I'm just sitting here, in full disclosure, guys, I'm in West Lafayette right now, getting ready for Purdue and Ohio State tomorrow in Peacock with Kyle Rudolph.
Well, we got a busy weekend.
Yeah, we got a busy weekend, and then driving through the night to Cleveland Saturday. But as I sit here watching press conferences from the Browns locker room, I mean, it sounds like Mardi Gras in the background. I mean, it's as loud as I've heard a Friday podium. Their podium, I don't know if the Niners do it this way, is in the locker room for the players, and you could barely hear guys talk. They're laughing and joking so loudly behind them. So hopefully that's a little insight into the mood of the team, because they'll need a positive attitude certainly on this one.
Yeah, so you got as we called them when the Cuse rolled in there and beat them, Purdon't, 35-20. So you were good when you dropped Webster's Slaughter on me. I thought, okay,
yeah,
he's the guy to ask. So we got your affinity for the Cleveland Browns. You went to Syracuse like I did, and probably the greatest player in the history of SU football, definitely. And the greatest player not only in the history of the Cleveland Browns, and in the NFL period, we lost the great Jim Brown. So when I think of SU and I think of Cleveland Browns, the helmets, are they the same? The Syracuse helmet and the Cleveland Browns, and we know the Steelers have the steel logo on one side and black on the other. Why are the Browns logoless? And is the Syracuse helmet the same as your Brownies?
It's actually a different orange. And funny story, we'll tie SU into this. When I was a freshman, I had to go into that Chase Bank there. I don't know if it's still a Chase, but the bank across from Fagan's to open up my first. Oh,
I know the bar. It's a bar there, John. We know
Fagan's. Right, and I walked in there, and I'm a nervous 18-year-old kid sitting down signing all these papers, and I look up. And they had a big orange helmet framed like a painting, whatever, behind the counter or a photograph. And I said, ma'am, like this older woman giving me all this paperwork. I said, that isn't an SU helmet. She goes, yes, it is. I go, no, ma'am, someone screwed up and they hung that's a Browns helmet.
So what's the difference? The color?
It's just a different.
Yeah, it's different orange.
Yeah, it's a different tone of orange. And the SU one's got the orange, the blue stripe in it. The Browns one has the brown stripe in it. But it's just a slightly different tone. But guess what?
What?
The Browns are wearing the white hats on Sunday.
Are they?
Ooh,
yeah.
I like those.
Are they going all red? That's why the 49ers were practicing red offense. I didn't figure that. Are they going white out?
All white everything. Yeah.
We're going to be able to see the numerals?
That's a great question.
Sometime when Arizona came in, they've gone all white. I couldn't see their numerals.
Let's go back to week 2. Hold on, because the Monday night.
It's a brown with the orange outline.
Yeah,
absolutely.
when Chubb got hurt.
Brown, week 2, Steelers. I'm doing a Google image.
I'm looking at it right now.
Can I see him, John?
Yeah, it's a brown numeral with an orange outline.
So I'll be able to make it out?
Yeah, you're fine.
It's because of Dr. Craig Bindi and the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Yeah, there you go. Way to work that in.
Yeah, wow.
NIL deal. Yeah, well done.
So you got to be excited doing this game. Have you ever done a Cleveland Brown game, even TV preseason or anything?
Well, the only one we were there because I did the Rams, as you know. We were there. It was a Manziel game, one of those years.
Wow.
the Rams in the preseason. I think Sam Bradford might have blown his knee out in that game.
Wow,
maybe Kyle was the OC. Maybe Kyle was the OC there.
I don't know.
14 or
This is
15.
Pre-Kyle.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe it was Kyle.
Because Kyle was in 14 when they drafted Manziel, right?
Yeah, you know what? Then it must have been Kyle as the OC. Yeah,
Wow.
there you go. Yeah,
That's
I mean, I was there with the
crazy.
Rams. I mean, like the ties, obviously, between these two teams run pretty deep. We had the whole York family coming back to Ohio, too.
Yeah, Youngstown. So just overall with the league, because you're still working, I see on Monday night after the game's over, doing the best post-game show out there. Is the
You're too kind.
No, I agree. I'm sorry. I'm with you. I got to get my Siciliano. I miss you. Is the NFC West, because Orlovsky said this the other day and he came on with us, is the NFC West the best division in football? The Niners may be the best team. Seattle's still solid. The Rams are better than we think they were going to be, and likewise with Arizona, Andrew.
I never thought we would include Arizona in this conversation, but the fact that, I mean, you guys just saw them, they're given a puncher's chance every time they go in there now. I guess you'd say no. I'd also argue for the AFC North. Even though, like, you look at the new NFL.com power rankings, which if you want to, plug, Eric Edholm and yours truly do those, of course, on Tuesday for the podcast on your favorite NFL podcast platforms. The Steelers lead the AFC North at 3-2, yet they are only number 20 in the NFL.com power rankings. But if you think that Joe Burrow and the Bengals are kind of back to being close to themselves the way he was moving last week, which to me was the most important thing, not the score, but the fact that he moved well, then I would argue the AFC North is pretty darn formidable. But you don't have a 5-0 Niners team in there, no, clearly.
But I think any of the teams could win the division, right? I mean, if Burrow gets healthy, with Cleveland's defense, if they can get healthy, Pittsburgh, I mean, anybody could win it.
Absolutely. And the Ravens, if they had just not dropped 4 touchdown passes last week, if Rashad Bateman or Mark Andrews or Nelson Aguilar holds on to any of those, then the Ravens would have done something which is bonkers. The Ravens would have won 3 division road games, swept the road portion of their schedule in the division in the first 5 weeks, which had not been done since 1994 by any team in the league.
Wow. I know you're going to go in a few minutes here, but we'll visit for about 4 or 5 more before. You got to talk to Kevin Stefanski via Zoom.
We got our Kevin Stefanski pregame interview for Sunday. Talking about the fighting P.J. Walkers.
Yeah. So what's up with Deshaun? Is that, him just feeling pain and not being able to play? Is there a disconnect with the medical staff? He's been cleared to play and he is choosing not to play. What's going on with Deshaun Watson, Andrew?
So I hesitate to say choosing not to. I do think semantics here actually matter a little bit. And when you say now you didn't say it. I mean, they said it medically cleared to play. I don't know. I'm just stepping back from the Browns a little bit. I think generally speaking, when an NFL team says a player is quote unquote cleared to play, that means doctors have determined they are not risking further injury if they go out there and play. So whether it's liability-wise or just being honest with the player about whether or not you're going to get hurt more, that's what cleared to play means. Doesn't mean the guy could throw. So I think they told him, you're not going to get hurt anymore if you go out there. But then when he went out there, he's like, I can't throw. I'm no good to you if I can't push the ball downfield or if I can't even, hit something intermediate. And I think last week he basically led them to believe all week that he would be okay, and whether or not he was just wired in the way that, heck, I once went 12 hours in a car with a collapsed lung because I couldn't fly. I'm always going to be able to play. Like, that's just the way he thinks he is, like any good athlete, elite athlete thinks. And then he got out there and went, oh, bleep, I can't do this. Like, my arm is dead. Or I don't think he refused his services. That storyline to me is kind of baloney, if I could put it that way. And when he's ready, he's ready. I think the better question is how long. How long is it going to take for him to be ready? Because they just came out of a bye and he's not ready. He didn't practice all week. This is one of those rare teams that comes out of a bye seemingly less healthy than they were when they went into it, because Bitonio got his knee scoped and now he can't go this week. So I think the better question is, when will he be back, not why can't he throw now?
Andrew Siciliano joining us, William, for another minute or two. He's got to run off. He's going to talk to Kevin Stefanski. He's going to be in the Browns radio booth this weekend, opposing Papa. So there you go.
Yeah.
We'll arm wrestle at halftime.
Yes, there you go. Give us a national view of Purdy because, as you well know, when you get in a certain market and everybody loves this guy, and then anybody who says anything that's not glowing about Brock Purdy, like we had Dan Orlovsky on yesterday, and he kind of comped him to Mac Jones, and everyone went, "Oh, how can he do that?" But just from your perspective, what's the view on Brock Purdy, especially going against this good of a defense?
I think Brock Purdy's fantastic, and I push back against anyone who wants to try to knock the kid down. Like, there are 2,200 active players in the league, something like that. Like, if you put them all in a store, all right, not to dehumanize anyone, but you took away all the labels, and you took away where they went to college, and you took away the price tags, and you only put them in the store and said, here's how they're playing, you would take Brock Purdy in the top 15 or even in the top 10. He's playing lights out, and I don't care where he came from anymore or how much he's making or if he has roommates or any of it, right, or what kind of car he drives. He's playing lights out. And for people that want to say, well, Kyle Shanahan schemes everything open, it's an easy offense, and he has all the answers, that's great. There are plenty of quarterbacks who have played in this system. If Kyle, quote-unquote, gives you the answers to the test, that still couldn't take the test, right? So good for him, even if he is getting stuff schemed up for him well, for making every throw and making it look nearly flawless. So I'm a huge Brock Purdy fan. The fact that he looks like he's 12 makes it even a better story.
And every time he plays, they score at least 30 or 35 or 42. But this,
I remember seeing him. Hold on, Greg. I saw him at NFL Honors last year with his parents,
right?
And it looked like a kid showing up for like homecoming,
right?
Like it was so cute. Like some of the women at work, like, oh my God, look at him with his parents. He looks like he's 12. Like, isn't that adorable?
Yeah, our quarterback's a killer. You know that. He may look like he's 12, but he's a killer. So this matchup, I know you got to go real quickly. Give me a scenario where Cleveland, without an injury, a big injury for the Niners, give me a scenario where they win the game.
They force some turnovers and get on the board early and make the Niners, abandon the run. And, I could see a scenario. P.J. Walker plays turnover-free football. It's not as if the guy has never started. I mean, you really want to bring it full circle for the Browns. He once came in guy came in Carolina because Baker Mayfield was benched, and now he's here. I mean, it's some of the storylines here are kind of nuts, but P.J. Walker can play a little bit. He can certainly do better than DTR, which is really disappointing 2 weeks ago. I love that kid, both on and off the field, and I think everyone was kind of surprised the way he performed, and some of it might have been it was a total surprise, and they thought Deshaun would go, and he didn't get a lot of time to prep. But regardless, I think P.J. Walker has to play mistake-free football. They got to be able to run the ball some way, and they have to force turnovers. I mean, Myles Garrett was talking today about his little Halloween graveyard he always puts in his front yard in Cleveland, right? And someone said, is Brock Purdy going to be in your graveyard? And he just laughed it off. I said, well, I haven't put the graveyard up yet. So, but someone said, is this defense against Kyle's offense, is it like Ali Frazier? And he goes, it's Ali Frazier. It's Hagler Hearns. It's take whatever you want. But they're going to try to take the fight, certainly, to the Niners. And this defense, I'll say this, before that bad quarter against the Ravens, right, where the game and after that, the game felt absolutely over. I have never watched a Browns game, even when they were 0-16, when you went, this game is over at halftime. But the way that offense was incapable of getting a yard with DTR, the game was over. But before that, and before the Ravens gashed him in the second quarter, this defense was arrogantly dominant. I mean, they were laughing at their opponents, and that's the kind of performance they need, knowing it's not going to be the same. I mean, to do that to the Niners would be stunning, but they need that swagger, and they need to force a couple of turnovers early.
Great insight as always, man. Enjoy. Thank you so much, and congratulations. I know, like you said, it's under the circumstances you want, but very cool for you. That's great.
I'm excited. Papa,
see you Sunday, bro. See you Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Sounds great. So he's going to have a busy weekend. He's got Purdue, Ohio State on Saturday. Then he cruises on over to you and in Cleveland, and he'll have the radio call for the Browns. So
the last time the 49ers played the Browns on that Monday night when Nick Bosa planted the flag in Baker's back, Andrew flew up for that game from L.A.
That's right.
To watch the game as a fan.
It was over after one play.
Now he's gets to go in the Cleveland Browns radio booth and live out a childhood dream. And We miss him on Sundays. It's just not the same with the Red Zone without Andrew, but we knew it would be on to bigger and better, and he's got a college game on Saturday on national TV, and then he rolls right into the Cleveland Browns radio booth, so he's doing great.
That's good stuff. All right, we will get you ready more for 49ers and the Browns. Bottom of the hour, we're going to get you ready for Mike Sando, who's going to join us at 1:15 from The Athletic. Wrote a piece on the potential of Brock Purdy. I don't think it's a rip piece at all. It probably won't make 49ers fans happy, but he's got a comp on the high side. He's got a comp on the low side. He's on at 1:15 at 12:30. We'll explain that piece to you, but we have our league championship series. They are set. We'll get into that, how it affects the Giants. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Alex Smith told Murph and Mack why Brock Purdy has proved he's in the upper echelon of NFL quarterbacks. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. If you're a regular listener to radio, we thank you. We need the ratings. And you may have been hearing about TimberTech lately. F.P. Santangelo talks about TimberTech all the time. So local contractors and professional builders choose TimberTech for their clients because they offer natural-looking composite decking without the maintenance of wood. TimberTech also offers the largest selection of colors and textures, making it easy to satisfy the homeowners and builders you're working with. So why am I going on and on about TimberTech at a Golden State ad? Your local source for TimberTech is Golden State. With locations and the largest inventory throughout the Bay, you're going to find a good selection of truss joist as well, producers of the best framing components in the industry for walls, floors, and roofs. Truss joist is engineered for excellence. So to save time and money, talk with your rep at Golden State. And remember, you can start an order or request a quote at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, customers have relied on Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think we're similar in a lot of ways. We enjoy wine. We both love to fish and hunt. And, we're both competitive on the baseball field.
Height. I think you have him in
the biggest difference is he was a good hitter.
He was a good hitter.
The difference was he was a good hitter.
And as good of a player as Dusty was, and he was by far a better player than Boch. Yeah. Dusty may be a better manager than he was player.
Bochy definitely is a better manager than he was a player. I mean, he wasn't bad.
Not even close. He was a third catcher. He'd play on Sunday.
I always like to look at these now that we have a Final Four, and I think Farhan probably knows this, but I've been saying go get Blake Snell and go do this and go do that, but I think it's pretty clear that when you look at these Final Four, and you and I have had this discussion a lot, and if you want to get into what the Giants may do in the offseason, I mean, you look at the dynamic lineup that you saw from the Phillies last night: Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Baum, Stott, Realmuto, Castellanos. I mean, you don't get a break until maybe March at 8.
How many of those guys they buy?
Let's see. Schwarber they bought, guys. Turner they bought, Harper they bought,
Castellanos
Baum and Stott are guys that they brought up. Realmuto they bought, Castellanos they bought.
Yeah.
But that's tough for them to do. The Astros lineup: Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Tucker, Abreu, Brantley. I mean, maybe you start to get a break with, I don't know, McCormick. Pena's pretty good. I mean, you're looking at regular guys who are in the lineup every day: Simeon, Seager, Garver, Garcia, Carter, Heim, who the A's had. He's really good. Nathaniel Lowe down to Young at 8. The Diamondbacks aren't as good, but they hit 4 home runs the other night with Carroll and Marte, Pham, Walker, Moreno, Gurriel Jr., etc. They're not quite as dynamic, but I think what we're seeing in the playoffs, and we certainly saw it last night, and Atlanta got knocked out with this kind of a lineup, is that you got to have a regular lineup and you got to have a lot of punch in your lineup. That's not new. I understand that. But as I'm looking at the Giants lineup versus these lineups, I mean, guys that are hitting 7 and 8 in this lineup would be hitting 2, 3, and 4 in the Giants lineup. So if Farhan has a charge this offseason, and there are many opinions, you can't do it all in one offseason, but he's got to get a combination of whatever young guys he thinks can be this way and go out and get 2 or 3 bats. And you just made a great point, which is you got to buy a lot of those guys, but if they won't come here, then you're going to have to trade for them because everybody in the Final Four has a dynamic lineup.
All right, so how do you deal with a dynamic lineup like that? You either outslug them or you pitch and you shut them down. And I also look at the other side of it, and, Justin Verlander's going to pitch game 1 of the series for the Houston Astros. And Dusty's got depth in his rotation, obviously. Is Max Scherzer going to come back at some point and pitch for Boch?
Boch was saying that they're working him.
I think he threw a bullpen yesterday, and it probably wouldn't be game 1 or 2, but maybe be later. So I think they bring Eovaldi back for game 1. He pitched on my birthday, which was Tuesday. He'd be on his regular turn to start on Sunday, and he went 7 strong. So game 1, you're looking at, I mean, they could go Jordan Montgomery, Andrew Heaney, guys that haven't pitched, recently. Dane Dunning could also go. John Gray, he hasn't pitched in a while.
Yeah.
And then Scherzer. So I think Eovaldi, certainly Jordan Montgomery, Andrew Heaney could be in the Bochy mix, and then Dunning as well. Although he's not a long guy, he may just be an opener. And then Max Scherzer, I mean, could you imagine if Bochy rolled out on Sunday night for Game 1? Max Scherzer against Justin Verlander?
That'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
How great would that be?
Yeah, that
so
would be.
I just, Philadelphia, you mentioned their lineup. I think right now they got the 2 best pitchers in the sport, at least that are left standing, with Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler's stuff is just, wow. He is just overpoweringly good. And Philadelphia's bullpen, which didn't used to be good, they've got such high-velocity guys, and obviously with Craig Kimbrell, they bring him to the 7th yesterday, John. So I hear it, and these lineups just buggy whip you. I mean, Philly had a game where they had 6 bombs. Castellanos and what he's doing, and he was so awkward last year, his first year in Philly. It just didn't go well for him. He was awkward, and now he's locking in. The post-game interviews are awkward. He doesn't seem like he wants to play. But he had 2 home runs last night. He had 2 home runs the game before. So in a 2-game span, and Castellanos went 2-2. The only other 2 guys in the history of postseason baseball, Reginald Martinez-Jackson, who before he had the 3-homer game in Game 6 against the Dodgers, he hit a home run on 1 swing against Bob Welch in Game 5 at Dodger Stadium in 77. And a guy that I remember so well because he beat the Giants in the 71 National League Championship Series and all the great Pittsburgh Pirates they had, and Roberto Clemente and Willie Stargell. The first baseman then was Bob Robertson. It seemed like he had a home run every time up. He had 4 in that series, and obviously 4 in a 2-game span, John. But Philadelphia, I just the combination of their lineup from top to bottom, their starting rotation, and those 2 guys in particular, and their bullpen, and then their maniacal fan base. When they were at the Vet, they were good fans. Going to Citizens Bank Park, these Philly fans have just gone Philadelphia Flyer kind of energy. Do you realize the highest postseason winning percentage by venue, more than any ballpark in history? Shea Stadium, Yankee Stadium, Busch Stadium, Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. The Philadelphia Phillies have won 70% of their home games at the bank in South Philly. Wow.
When you watch that, you can tell the energy in there. And your team, that's the difference is in baseball, like you can sit at a game, and I've sat at these playoff games, and I'm thinking of the A's against the Rays in their last playoff game that they've played. Like they never gave the fans a chance, and it was packed. They never gave the fans a chance to cheer. But it seems like in Philadelphia, obviously, you've got to have runs to cheer, but that place is buzzing all the time. And so it is tough to win.
It's intimidating.
Yeah, absolutely. It reminds me kind of, and it's a different type of a venue, but like when the Metrodome was rocking, it was just so loud in that place, and the Twins never lost because
that's how they won the World Series that year in '91. Did they ever win a road game?
I don't know if they did.
I think they won every single home game, and that was a weird venue because of the roof, and there was always allegations about them turning the air conditioning on, and it would blow out when Herbie and Kirby were swinging, and they turn it off where the opponents were. But that was like a hockey crowd. I mean, it was like watching the old Minnesota North Stars or the Minnesota Wild now. These Philly fans, they're like watching the Flyers and the Broad Street Bullies. I mean,
the energy is huge.
I think it's even more intimidating than an Eagle Crack because the outfield is right on top of the playing field. They're coming right, and they don't have plexiglass like in hockey to keep them away. They're like coming over the wall.
I would hate to play outfield in that place.
Well, how about just pitching? And they're intimidating. You make one mistake with soft muscle tissue, just one little tactile mistake, and you put one down the middle of the plate, they're going to hit a bomb. And their guys, they have kind of a hockey player vibe with their hair and their swag, and all of them from top to bottom. They are just a combination of lineup, of starting rotation, and those 2 guys in particular, Wheeler and Nola. The bullpen, their bullpen for years was bad. They blow the game in the bullpen. Now they've got nothing but hard throwers coming out of the pen. And they've got home field against Arizona, John.
They do, yep.
If they meet either Texas or Houston, who has home field in the World Series?
They had more wins than either of those teams.
Really?
Right?
Texas won 90. How many did Philadelphia win?
How many did they
So
win?
Philadelphia would have home field advantage the rest of the playoffs,
I think so,
including the
because
World Series?
Houston and Texas both won 90. and Arizona won 84. I think the Phillies won more than
Philly won 90.
So who would have home field? That's right. All three of those teams won.
Well, who won the All-Star game this year?
Did they?
Thank you, bud. How would that be determined?
Yeah, I don't know that.
That's already been predetermined. We got to look that up. If Philadelphia hosts if they have home field advantage in the World Series, and the Arizona fans were into it against the Dodgers, but not like the Philly fanatics. They're going nuts.
No. Let me see how this goes here. Yeah, I got to look this up because that's right. They did win 90. So you got 3 90-win teams and an 84-win team. So let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I am wondering.
So
you might be wondering.
Why does Texas have home? Who has home field advantage for the Texans? It should be Houston because they won the division.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No, the game is at Minute Maid. Yeah, Houston does have home field. Yeah. So if it's Philadelphia and Houston or Texas, who would have home field in that?
It says here Phillies.
Okay.
Says
what's the tiebreaker on that?
Astros won the AL West and got a bye. They're the 2 seed in the NFL. The Phillies, blah, blah, blah.
Phillies didn't even win their division.
During the season, Phillies went in and won 2 of 3 in Houston from April 28th to the 30th.
Wow.
So that's the tiebreaker.
So Philadelphia would be a wild card team that would host the World Series over the Astros, who won their division.
Because they won 3 games. They won 2 out of 3, April 28th through the 30th.
Yeah.
How about going back to April for that?
That could decide the whole thing.
I mean, at the time, are you ever thinking to yourself, hey, that Astros-Phillies 3-gamer in April could decide who gets
They
home
all
field
count,
in the World
John.
Series?
They all count.
That's crazy. But that's what it
I'm
says
picking
here.
Philadelphia. Let's just let them win their World Series and keep them out of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, see, I'm all for that. Yeah, it was weird watching that game. Like I said, I don't like Philly anything sports-wise, but they're a fun team. And I even liked them. Although we have had this conversation many times. It always is weird to me how big the parties are between each round. Like, it's not that way in any other sport.
The goggles and the champagne.
Yeah, like the 49ers, if they win a divisional round, so they, I don't know, sake of conversation.
Yeah, when they won the NFC West in Seattle, they passed out T-shirts and hats.
Yeah, okay. But when they beat Seattle in the divisional round last year, they didn't pour champagne on everybody's head, did they?
No, that was the wild card round.
The wild card round, but that's what it's like.
You know who always
baseball.
You know who always laughed at that was Steve Kerr.
Yeah, it's
He's
weird.
like, do they get the goggles and spray champagne? Do they go skiing like after
the
every
Warriors
time
do that
they
once,
win?
right?
The Warriors do it at the end when they bring out the Larry.
But
so they don't do it for.
Yeah.
We won the Western Conference Championship. They don't.
Right, you're going to the NLCS, which is really cool. But like they had They had big tubs of Budweiser in there, and they did the whole deal, and they had the goggles and the champagne, and they're doing chants.
The one that I always remember because they were so young and frisky was the 2000 Oakland A's. When Jason Giambi and Xavi and Mulder and Zito and those guys, they had to beat Texas the last game of the year.
Yeah.
And Tim Hudson threw a great game. Billy Koch froze Frank Catalanato in a big curveball. And you went down in that clubhouse. That really was a frat party.
Yeah.
They went crazy. So fun.
I know that, and this was worth it now that you think about it. Was it 12 that they came back and they beat Texas for the division? That was fun, that afternoon game. And I went into the clubhouse that day, and they were partying, and I thought that was pretty cool because they came back. But
Hamilton, remember the center fielder took that terrible route?
Remember he dropped that ball in center? And
he take a bad route and it soared over his head?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Those are fun. Those are fun
That
teams.
was cool. Like, you win a division, it's 162 games. I get it, like that. But every round is kind of like, man.
What does Dusty and Boach do? Dusty sits in the back and lights up one in honor of John Lee Hooker and Jimi Hendrix.
Right.
And Boachy breaks out a beer and a vino. Gets a little Philly cheesesteak.
That's classic. Classic. All right, we'll update the poll. It is a great poll today. Papa's involved in the poll. Let's see if he's gaining any ground on this thing. And then we'll start getting you ready for Mike Sando, who's going to join us at 1:15. Had a really interesting piece in The Athletic highlighting Brock Purdy, his ceiling and his floor. We'll discuss with him at 1:15. We'll get you ready for it. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
ask you, Marty Lurie, does River Islands have a pizzeria? I'm sure they do. They got everything at River Islands. But do they have Tony's Pizza like they have in the North Beach? The best in the world, ranked number 1. It's the best pizza I've ever had. It's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time faves. And also, don't forget about the other restaurants that Tony has, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic. They are mouth-wateringly good. A little spicy, so be careful. Save room for dessert, because Tony is super delicious. Holy cannoli for Clay Thompson and tiramisu. And then in the morning, if you want to change your palate a little bit, wake up in the morning and stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, the pastries, the New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And also, with the Warriors coming out to play now and the 49ers at Levi's, the Giants will be back at Oracle. Don't forget about Tony's fast and casual restaurants, the Slice House, locations throughout the Bay Area and all the sporting venues. No matter where you go, you got to get Tony and Tony's Pizza, the number 1 ranked pizza in the world.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund, Mike Sando at 1:15. We'll talk about his piece coming up next.
I'm going to eat a Sando.
What?
I'm going to eat a Sando.
Yeah, what do you got? What,
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A still on the plane?
Chick-fil-A.
I did try their new pimento Chick-fil-A the other day. It was okay.
They put pimentos in the Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I'm sticking with it regular. They're doing this thing where they put like a pimento cheese sauce on a sandwich, and I thought, okay, let me try that. Yeah, I'd just go with the original.
That good?
The original's good. I don't know. I wouldn't mess with the other one. Danny's big poll. Danny is out today. The poll today: which birthday party would you most want to attend of this week's birthdays? George Kittle's birthday was the 9th. Yours was the 10th. Steve Young the 11th. Jerry Rice the 13th, which is today. 50% for George Kittle. You, though, are all the way up to 34%. Let's see. Jerry's down to 13%. Steve Young, 8%.
No, Jerry. Isn't that perfect? Jerry's birthday is the 13th today.
Yes, 13%.
And Steve wore number 8.
Yes, Steve's
so
at
perfect.
8%.
So if you were to attend at one of the birthday parties, what would you bring for
Well, it'd be very
the
different based
celebrant?
on where I went.
What would you bring? Would you bring a billy goat? Bring a goat into Jerry?
Bring that goat fuel so I can mix some drinks with his goat fuel. You know,
Steve Young, you'd bring a big monkey to put on his back.
There you go.
George Kittle, I think I'd probably bring Micah Parsons and Gary Plummer together.
Probably need one of those Salvation Army big buckets because he's got a $13,699 fine to pay.
That's petty cash for him.
Yeah,
that's one Zenny Eyewear commercial for him. Why did he get fined more than the $10,900? Thought he was going to get the $10,900. Why is it over? Why is it $13,000?
People act like no one uses the F word when everybody does.
But I thought the guideline was $10,900 and not $13,000.
I think it's the F word because they probably are not happy with that word. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be 100%.
But there seemed to be guidelines where that would be the figure. I think they were all saying it would be close to 11,000, and now it's over 13. So
I know that they're doing an extension with Roger Goodell, so maybe they need to pay that. What is that? $70 million he's going to make or whatever.
Is that what he makes?
So they gotta. He's
going to make $70 million annually.
I read that the other day.
Wow.
Ooh. Wow. So and then there's George. To yours. You're the man who.
What would you bring me?
You would be very difficult. You would be very difficult to buy for, because I remember my dad. I would always go to him on his birthday or a special occasion, and I'd say, "Well, what can I get you?" And he says, "Well, I have everything," and he's right. He has everything, and if he doesn't have something, he buys it. He's one of those guys.
I'd say just give me money. That's the one thing I don't have. So everybody's taking my money. I haven't spent any of it.
You know, it's funny that you say that.
And every time we go out for my birthday, I'm the one buying. So just bring me an envelope. Treat it like a Jewish wedding. Just bring me an envelope. Do you like pina coladas? No, I don't want that.
Everyone has alligator arms around you.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because I asked my stepdaughter, her birthday is Monday, but she's having all of her friends over Friday, which means I'm leaving the house right after
the show. Her birthday's the 16th?
Yeah. And so I said, well, what can I get you? And she goes, well, money is always nice. I said, okay.
The color's perfect. It matches everything. You don't have to worry about a size. You never have to exchange it. Question is how much you going to give her. Give her like a gift card to, how old is she?
She's going to be 14.
14.
Yeah. What is the number for 14? Like $100 or more? I don't even know.
That's a lot.
Is it?
Yeah.
$100 is too much for a 14-year-old?
Yeah, that's too much.
Oh, okay.
Well, get her a gift card. Get her a gift card at Chipotle. What do you get? Perfect. I'm going to buy you a week worth of lunches at Chipotle.
You know what's amazing is they spend tons of time at Starbucks, and I'm like, just what a 14-year-old
Get him a gift card at Starbucks.
Jacked
there you go.
Jacked up on coffee at 14.
I was there this morning.
Yeesh. Yeah, I'll probably just give her cash. If somebody gives me a gift card, I never use it. It's like I throw it in a drawer, and then where is that thing? I don't know. I'm not good at that. I'm going to go ahead and say you're not good at gift cards either. Am I true? Am I right?
Well, I think they're impersonal, so I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But
I would never give you a gift card.
No.
I'd give you straight cash.
Well, what would you give me the gift card to?
Yeah.
The Gold Club? Do they have gift cards there? Could I get $1,000 in singles?
Where are you gonna use the card? Where are you gonna flash the card?
I don't know. Give me a gift card at Tony Gemignani's.
Now that's what I'll do. Yeah, that's the idea. You made your own birthday. That was amazing. What was that, Tuesday?
Elliot took care of me.
You just called Gold Bar and went, hey, bring over booze. I was born at 12/18. Come over.
It was perfect, wasn't it?
That was amazing. Yeah, they set
Elliot
up and everything.
Sam came right in the studio and started pouring us the Golden Joe.
What was so great about that was I think we came back for break at 12:17 and 15 seconds. You were born at 12:18, and you started having a cocktail right at 12:18. Your exact moment of your birth, which was amazing.
During Game 5 of the 1962 World Series.
That was great. All right, we'll come back, and we will talk about Mike Sando's piece, and then he's going to join us at 1:15. We got a foreplay for you, but coming back, you don't want to miss this. I don't remember. Did I send you this today? So this guy, a Broncos fan, and he actually replied to me because I just said how great this was. He actually has a great singing voice, And it's an Adele song, that song Hello by Adele. I'm not going to try to sing it because I can't. But that song Hello by Adele, and he did it to as a disgruntled Broncos fan. And I got to say that it's really, really good. He's got a very nice voice, and I know you appreciate those kind of things.
Okay, and I'm a big Adele fan.
Yeah.
My daughter did her Adele special on network TV.
Oh, is that right?
In L.A., remember that beautiful venue they had in L.A. in the hills? She did that.
Your daughter was part of that?
She produced that, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, we're going to play this for you, and I think it is well worth your time because it's pretty funny, and we've all been there as a disgruntled fan. We're not as a 49er fan base, of course, and not as a Warriors, but maybe the Giants. But this is a disgruntled fan. Thursday night, of course, the Chiefs extended the misery of the Broncos to 1-5. And we'll play that for you coming up next. Then
how many times in a row has Kansas City beaten Denver?
Oh,
Mahomes has never lost to them.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that crazy?
Is that unbelievable?
That's crazy.
What in the name of John Elway is going on?
And Sean Payton sure as heck didn't have help last night. So play that for you. Then we'll get into the Sando piece. And then we'll talk to Mike Sando himself at 1:15. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers and the Browns. The 49ers healthy, the Browns not so much. That story and more trending right now in the all-new KNBR app.
home, throughout your home. Listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm in Colorado dreaming of the team we used to be when we were better than the Chiefs. I've forgotten how it felt before Mahomes entered the league.
There were certainly a number of things that you're frustrated with, but I was very comfortable with what type of game was unfolding. That's an explosive offense, and I think we did a pretty good job limiting the explosive plays. And then
Broncos country, let's ride. I've heard this said 1,000 times. They laughed and pointed after each loss. It seems like their fan base feels no remorse. Broncos country, let's ride. I've heard this said 1,000 times, but never. I'm sorry for breaking your hearts. It don't matter, it clearly doesn't tear us apart anymore.
How about that dude?
Wow.
How good is that guy?
He sings better than Adele. Who's that guy?
His name is Jeremy Nichols, and it's at Jeremy Nichols. You can see him performing.
He's a 49er running back.
Yeah, that's why I thought. That's why I clicked on
Mick
it.
Nichols.
Yeah, he was Mick Nichols, but when
he still is.
It's funny you say that because so I clicked on that because I'm like, why is Jeremy Nichols, Mick Nichols, singing a Bronco song? And then I watched this thing a couple times. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, this dude is good. And then I reposted it, and he hit me back, and he's like, hey, thanks, man. I said, we're going to play it on our show today. But anyway, that dude could sing, man.
And he's got pain in his voice. He's singing the blues.
I love the Bronco country, let's ride. He gets the Russ in there a little bit. Oh, my gosh.
He could. That was a great Adele song. He'd also do under song Skyfall.
Yeah.
When We Were Young.
Oh,
Russ
man.
And Russ is playing better. He just didn't play well last night. But really, it's Sean Payton. And his mismanagement of games, and they were a good defense last year. They gave up 70 points in one game, and last night they hung in for a while. You know, when Cortland Sutton went up and made that one-hand catch, and they made the two-point conversion, you thought, can they come back? And they wound up the answer being no. So anyway, now the question is they're getting rid of players. Randy Gregory is a 49er now, and they're going to get rid of Frank Clark. How much more will it go? Those wide receivers think they're all for sale. The question is, in watching them play last night, they still have talent. Justin Simmons, the safety's a great player. They got good players. That Patrick Surtain son is the real deal. That guy as far as moving his feet and man matching, I think he's the best cover corner in football. And we saw him last year in Denver when the Broncos beat the 49ers in week 3, 11-10. And he can tackle because he's so big and strong. I think everybody's for sale except him. But if somebody made an offer, you never know. I'm not sure why they would trade him. But he's a hell of a player. But now the question is, what is how much does the Payton, Sean Payton, and George Payton strip that team down?
Yeah, that's what they got to do. I mean, in watching the game last night, and you said this a little bit earlier, I mean, the Chiefs aren't playing great right now. I mean, if you're going to get the Chiefs,
they're going to figure it out.
You better play them now because, like
their
you said,
defense is good.
By the end of the year, they're going to figure it out. Their defense is playing better. Mahomes is not going to play like he's playing. I mean, he lobbed one that Justin Simmons intercepted quite easily last night, and they actually pulled that thing to 16-8 after the touchdown catch you're talking about. And what ultimately
and a two-point conversion.
Yeah, but as you said, I don't know what Sean Payton was doing. But that 3
called
points...
Called a timeout with 18 seconds to go in the first half when they were getting ready to punt. Now, his line was Andy was going to call one anyway, but let Andy call it.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I have no idea.
So he cost them 3 there. They ended up losing, 19-8. And so, anyway, they're a mess. They're 1-5, and they gave up all those picks for Wilson. They gave up all those picks for Peyton, and they're a mess. But, I was flipping back and forth last night between the baseball and the football, trying to get it back. And like you said, the only problem with that is, and I like that it's on Amazon, I get it, but they're two different apps. So like usually if you're watching a different game, you just flip back and forth. But nowadays you got to close one app, open another one. It's like, come on, man, you got to figure that out.
So what games are we looking at this weekend? Seahawks-Bengals.
That's huge.
Is a good game. That kicks off the same time as 49ers and Browns.
Mm-hmm.
So that's is that on local TV on CBS while we're on Fox? Saints-Texans is a good game.
Yeah.
What else we got? Lions-Buccaneers, surprisingly.
Yeah.
A good game.
Baker's playing decent.
So do you realize the New York Jets have never beaten the Philadelphia Eagles? I mean, never. They're 0-12 against that franchise. Gangrene against gangrene. That's shocking, isn't it?
By the way, the national game's not phenomenal. Sunday night Giants at Bills.
Oh, I like that game. That's the
Monday
Super Bowl
night
25
Cowboys
rematch.
at Chargers.
You don't like that game? That's Dallas against Justin Herbert.
I think that's a desperation game. One team's 3-2, one team's 2-2. Imagine if Dallas loses that game and goes 3-3, and they've
long
got
way
a
to go.
really tough schedule coming up. So
Long way to go.
That's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, those Jets. That's not going to be good. I always look at who the Eagles are going to play to wonder if they're going to lose. They're going to New York, but they're not losing to Zach Wilson.
The Jets have never beaten the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, that's
amazing. They don't play that often, obviously, but wow.
Oh, look at this one. Do you remember this game? Patriots-Raiders?
I do, John. I ignored that game. Tuck you.
Even last year, that game was a classic. Jacoby Myers.
They played in the preseason. I remember them playing in Vegas in the preseason.
Man.
That was the worst play in the history of football. And what happened to Chandler Jones after that? He's the one running the wrong way now.
Right. Yeah.
Wow, what is happening with him? Poor guy.
And as you said about the Seahawks, people care about it because it's in the division, but there's a little trash talking going on, and it's not Devin Witherspoon, the rookie corner for Seattle, who had that pick six against the Giants on Monday night. His teammates, DK Metcalf, was saying that he's going to lock up Jamar Chase, and then Jamar Chase heard about it, and he's talking trash. So
DK Metcalf's going to lock him up?
No, DK said that
Devin
Witherspoon was going to lock him up, and then Jamar Chase heard it and went, oh, yeah? A rookie's going to lock me up? Okay. So now that's going back and forth. So, yeah, it's always something, right? Everything goes viral.
I don't much care what they say. I don't care. That'll be a good game, though.
Yeah.
Commanders-Falcons will be a good game.
Yeah.
The morning games are better. I'm going to miss all these games.
All right, let's get into it. It's foreplay time. Pop and London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get into the foreplay, and then Mike Sando is going to talk about the piece he wrote about Brock's floor and ceiling. It's a nice piece. We'll do that at 1:15. Let's hit it.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let's hear from Brock Purdy. Lots of Brock talk on the national stage. By the way, what did Tony Gonzalez call him last night? And then Richard Sherman came back at him. We may have to play that for you. That's pretty funny. But here's Brock Purdy himself from the podium, more comfortable in his second year in the system.
Yeah, I think honestly just, the second year in with this playbook, just for how familiar I am with the terminology, the concepts, how we tie things together, I feel like just the experience has sort of helped me to be able to just play. Kyle calls a great game and stuff, and so for me, I obviously trust in that, and they help me break it down obviously throughout the week, so I know what I'm looking at, and I'm prepared for different situations and stuff, so got great coaching. They allow me to just go out and play come Sunday. And, I guess my second year into the system, I feel like I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with it. So still areas to grow.
It's not only what he says, but I think the reason why, and you say Brock Purdy is the least of your worries going into a game, isn't he the ultimate slow breather? Just in hearing him talk.
People have been calling him a robot, and even George Kittle called him that. I think that dehumanizes him a little bit. He is a real human, and he does, he emotes, but you don't see it. He's just unflappable in every way. He really is Buster Posey at quarterback. I mean, there's nobody else. And I had a long talk with Fred Warner yesterday, and you'll hear it on that. I think it'll play a little bit later on after I leave you at 1:30, John, to get on the bus. But I said, Brock's the leader of the team. I mean, you're the leader of the defense, and George is so boisterous on all. He said, it's what I'm saying. He's got this. He's just in his quiet way. He's unflappable, and he is a human being. He does have emotions, but he doesn't show them, and he doesn't play like that. And also, we're going to have the Kyle interview on Sunday before the game, and Game Plan will have an NBC Sports Bay here tonight. Just we get into great detail about that play that you were talking about, and he is getting better in his second year. His knowledge of it, and that first touchdown pass to Kittle, and they set that up because they knew Micah was off the previous play, didn't come in, slow developing play, out of a shotgun, 3-step drop, out of the gun. Here comes DeMarcus Lawrence and steps up in the pocket, dips his shoulder to get around him, and that's the growth, where last year he would not step up in the pocket, he would retreat in the pocket, and he would get to his left. Now he's stepping up, climbing the pocket. So I'll be anxious to hear about Mike Sando, who had him, tier 3? Was it 3 or 4? And that wasn't him. But if you were to re-poll those GMs now,
we need to ask Sando that.
5 weeks in, where would Brock Purdy be?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, the way he is playing in all regards, and he's saying they coach him hard. They get on every single thing he does. The Kubiaks and obviously Greasy's really hard on him, and Kyle, they call it out. He could have 2 or 3 bad snaps in a game, and he's going to hear about it. And that's how he's getting better. And there's no question. He takes to hard coaching. He's incredible. He's the perfect quarterback, I think, for Kyle Shanahan.
Dante Whitner was on yesterday with Murph and Mac, and he, of course, joins us every Monday to review the game. He previews with Murph and Mac. He reviews with us, and more Brock Purdy on Dante on the potential that Brock leads the 49ers to the Super Bowl.
You're like, man, he's a lot better than we ever thought he could possibly be. We lucked up on this one. That last pick, that Mr. Irrelevant, we thought we were probably just throwing that pick out the window, and it turned out to be a hidden gem. So amongst each other, they're whispering that, they understand that, and if he continues to play this way, there's no reason why the 49ers shouldn't be hoisting the Super Bowl when it comes time in Vegas.
Keep preaching, Dante. Keep preaching.
And it's easy to say they lucked out. They actually had a 4th-round grade on him. They studied him. Steve Slowick went, they looked at him a lot at Iowa State. And his senior year wasn't as good as his junior year, but they were on him the whole time, and they didn't wait until signing him as a free agent. So it's easy to say they took him at the right time. They didn't have to take him earlier in the draft. They took him at the very last pick of the draft, and they didn't know what they had. There were a lot of comps to Nick Mullins right away when they chose him, but maybe the nicknames are similar, John, a little different, but and we may see Nick, when they go to Minnesota a week from Monday. Who knows what's going to go on with Kirk Cousins? He's the backup there, but he is just, what a player. I mean, it's just amazing. And we'll talk to Mike Sando about one of the great stories in the history of the NFL. There have been some guys that have started quickly and didn't fade, but outside of injury, I don't know how this guy doesn't sustain it. He's just built for the long haul.
By the way, this is the perfect time to play this. The nicknames, I think, Walter, you have it. Brock rhymes with a lot of things. I think you can be creative. You and Tim have been creative about
Tony
it.
Gonzalez had a few last night.
This is great. It's Tony Gonzalez, and then listen to Richard Sherman's response. This is pretty funny. This was last night.
Brock the Rock Purdy. The way did you make that up? I don't know why I said that. That's not his nickname, guys. I just said it.
And then Carissa Thompson jumped
The Rock
in.
is too easy. I mean, you got to expand on it, man.
It's Rock with a B on, and it's Brock.
Yeah, so come on.
How did Tony get into Cal, honestly? Because he was a dual sport, Mooch snuck him in.
We'll leave it to the Stanford guy to go, bro, really? The Rock?
Anytime
That's
Tony Gonzalez, he says some things that are like, seriously, bro? They're all laughing at him.
Well, that's why
he's got
like,
the Harvard
really?
guy, Ryan Fitzpatrick, next to him, looking at him like, are you serious? And then Sherm from Stanford, and then even Andrew Whitworth with his hoodie.
They were busting his balls on it. They're like, dude, Rock.
He says some of the goofiest stuff ever. The night they were playing Cal versus Stanford, and they had the all-time leading Cal rusher or something, and he goes, Marcus Allen. I'm looking at him like,
dude,
okay,
unbelievable.
Namdi was on that one. Namdi, awesome.
Yeah. All right, here's George Kittle. This was yesterday. Things have changed, but he was interviewed in the locker room about the shirt. Hadn't heard from the NFL, and he said he'd do it again.
I've heard nothing. Yeah. What are your expectations? Probably to get a fine. I mean, I wore a personalized T-shirt. Maybe an appropriate word. Dallas. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You said that, not me. So, I mean, it is what it is. It was a decision I made. They want to find me, they find me.
Have you heard from any 49ers of the 90s?
Through social media and stuff like that. That's about it, a little bit here and there. I'd love to talk to Gary Plummer and just get his vibe.
Would it be worth it?
100%. I'd do it again.
$13,699. $13,699. So he knew it was coming. And he said he'd do it again. So there you go.
Yeah.
If I had to find him $13,699.
That's how he found it on social media with Gary Plummer?
Yeah.
You better be careful when you track down Gary Plummer. You never know what topic will come up.
Watch your Google search.
Yeah. Good player,
and finally,
though. Good player.
Let's tease this because you're going to be playing this. You're going to be playing this on TV. Here's a little tease of your interview with Fred Warner on PJ.
Well, this is on radio only. Kyle was on.
Oh, is this radio only?
Radio only.
Okay, radio only. Here's Fred Warner. You talked to him yesterday, and PJ Walker is going to be the starter. The 49ers have had problems in the past with mobile quarterbacks. Here's Fred's response.
Yeah, I think the fact that you just mentioned it, the ability to run the football adds an extra element that we have to account for every single play, you know, whether it had been Deshaun or if it was PJ or the rookie, you know, that extra element makes it so you have to really be detailed in where your assignment is every single play, because if you don't have a guy on him and he happens to pull it, that could be an explosive run right there. So, you know, we just got to be on the details and make sure we're doing our job.
Anything else you want to tell us about that interview?
I think that's the one thing in practice they honestly, when I finished the interview, because we did it yesterday, and I took it as though Deshaun ain't playing, it's P.J. Walker. And as soon as we got done, Fred said, have they declared Deshaun out? I said, well, no, but they will tomorrow. He didn't practice today. And Kyle the same. So they really went into it. I think they're fully prepared for Deshaun Watson to shock us. I mean, 2 weeks ago when he played against Baltimore, they would kind of surprise the Browns coaches by not playing. I mean, you also have to look at it as though he's just going to come in and pull a Willis Reed and play. So I know they've been preparing for Deshaun Watson if, in fact, he does rise above it. Evil spirits come out and play. But either way, they worked on the zone read all week. A lot of it was Sam Darnold simulating that. So the one thing, you know, Richard Sherman has been harping on him, and we saw Sherman before the Giant game this year on Thursday Night Football. He kept harping on it to me and during the pregame show. What's the one area the 49er defense struggles? Running quarterback. Justin Fields last year in Chicago. Even the year before on Halloween, they beat him. But that run that he made when he changed directions like 5 times, and I could still see Eric Armstead trying to run him down from behind. Yep. And then Russell Wilson in Denver last year just made one big third down run just like Russ. Marcus Mariota in Atlanta. And then obviously in the Super Bowl dealing with Jalen Hurts. And this year it was surprising that Daniel Jones didn't run. But Joshua Dobbs did run. He ran. And the Carolina Panthers will run. They're going to break out the Cam Newton playbook where they're going to go QB power. And they run P.J. Walker with just QB power. He'll run zone read. He'll run QB sweeps. They do it all. So I think the one thing they worked on, whether it was Deshaun or DTR, or now it's going to be P.J. Walker, John, they're ready for the quarterback being live in the run game on Sunday.
All right, let's talk to Mike Sando coming up next. Of course, does a great job. National NFL writer for The Athletic. Wrote an interesting piece about the ceiling for Brock Purdy. Maybe it is Joe Montana. You probably won't like the floor. We'll get into it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Hall of Fame and Super Bowl winning quarterback Steve Young, who's in the poll today because his birthday was October 11th. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to review the 49ers 42-10 win over the Cowboys and look ahead to the Browns. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
No, he's not an elite quarterback. He's a product of the system. It's more credit to Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's not, in RC, you'll appreciate this. In the biblical term, the devil told God that Job, the reason why he serves you is because you give everything to him. He said if you remove that hedge from around him, he will curse his very maker.
He'll curse you.
He said you can take everything but his life. Took his kid, took his sheep, took all that. Job was still faithful.
Never cursed him.
I'm not so sure that if we remove Debo, we remove Kyle Shanahan, we removed Ayuk, we would still see this Brock Purdy. He's a product of the system. Now, that's not to take away from what he's doing. It's okay for him to be in the MVP discussion and not be Patrick Mahomes or not be Tua or not be an elite quarterback. He still has to go out there and operate. He just doesn't have to do as much as, say, those other guys.
When is the conversation going to end? It's a big national topic.
That? Was that Mr. Ed?
That was Shannon Sharp, of course. Now with ESPN. It's never going to stop the national conversation. And our good friend Mike Sando from The Athletic, who does a tremendous job, covers 7 on Thursday, a daily NFL destination, in-depth analyst of football's biggest stories. He does that each Thursday. And this week, 49ers Brock Purdy could be the next Joe Montana or Tom Brady or Dak Prescott. as Mike says in the piece. It's not meant to be a buzzkill, but an apt comparison. And the great Mike Sando joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. That's exactly how I read it, too, just like that. Because everyone's like, ooh, and then
you had a dot. You want Herb Kane on it.
And then everybody went, oh, Dak.
Oh, come on. Shannon Sharp was making a good case till he said Tua. I mean, do we think Tua is doing something?
Right.
I mean, come on. It's the same offense and everything. And this is the age-old debate, and look, it is a great situation, right? So if you look, Tom Brady did not look great in 2019 when they had no one around him. So you have to have guys around you to do well. And I think, we just need more time to see Brock Purdy in more situations when it gets a little harder, and then you can cement it even more. But God, what more do you want the guy to do in 10 starts? I mean, he's been pretty much flawless, like Kyle Shanahan said.
Well, when you include the playoffs and coming off the bench to beat Miami when Jimmy got hurt, they were down 7-3. Really, he's 13-0 in a game where he's played the majority of the snaps, Mike. But the comparison to Dak, and I read your piece. I mean, we forget Dak was not a first-round pick. He was a fourth-round pick, number 135. And his first year after Tony Romo got hurt, and what a story it was, he went 13-3, and he won the NFC East and. Put up some numbers, some NFL rookie record numbers, and won the Offensive Rookie of the Year, something Brock didn't play enough games. So is that the point where it was a quick start for Dak? And, I mean, Dak got a 4-year, $160 million deal in March of 21, so it's not so bad. But where's Dak at now is the point.
Yeah, well, a little bit. I mean, to me, the comparison is just, hey, look, division of credit in the NFL is hard to do. And so I think that the case for restraint on Purdy is, well, my gosh, he's got the best play caller in the league. He's got Christian McCaffrey. He's got George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. That's amazing. Well, that's what they said about Dak. Oh, he's got 3 all-pro offensive linemen. Zeke Elliott's leading the league in rushing. He's got Jason Witten, Des Bryant. Well, a lot of guys would look good in that situation, and that's true. You would look better in that situation than if you were in a really bad situation. Mac Jones, if he was on the 49ers right now, may not be doing as well as Purdy, but he's doing a heck of a lot better than he's doing right now in New England, right, with what they've got. That's just a fact. So I thought I was just trying to find some sort of comparison for starting hot when you weren't expected to be good. You weren't even the player your team wanted because they didn't want Dak. They were trying to get Paxton Lynch, shows what everybody knows about quarterbacks coming out of college.
Wow.
And then was gangbusters. I mean, Dak was 17 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, almost identical stats to Purdy, and people wrestled with it. I went back on my notes. People, golly, he's doing great, but it's so good around him. It's the ideal situation. Wait till he has this happen. Wait till he has that happen. And so look, he's probably not going to have 200 touchdowns and 20 interceptions for his career, right? If we just extrapolate out, it's probably going to level off a little bit at some point, and the situations will get harder, and we'll have a fuller evaluation then. But he may do great then, too.
Right. Mike Sando joining us from The Athletic. Great piece that he's got out on Brock versus Dak. And as you said, you got a chart in there that shows their first 10 games and how similar they were. I think one of the points you make that's really interesting to me is you've got what Brock has proven, and then you said what he hasn't proven. And in this part, it's really not his fault. But like you said, when you're checking off these boxes, I didn't know this number. So that he's attempted only 5 passes all season long with the 49ers trailed on the scoreboard. Conversely, Kirk Cousins has attempted 161 passes while trailing. Now, there was a game, obviously, last year against the Raiders in which he was trailing, and he had a 2-minute offense, and he had to score, and you talk about that in here. But you're right. For the most part, because this team is so good, he hasn't had to come back a whole lot. He hasn't had to play when his team is behind.
And when, the hardest time to play in football is when, when they know you're going to throw and they're pinning their ears back on you. And we see that when the 49ers have a team in that situation, it's lights out, right? I mean, Bosa's going crazy, and there's not, that's hard for everybody. I mean, most teams lose the game, even the great quarterbacks, when you're losing the game late. It's fun when you come back and win it. So, some of that to me, some of my research was like, hey, there's been plenty of Super Bowl winners lately who haven't had to overcome a ton of that in the playoffs. So I don't think there's anyone who should be saying the 49ers can't win the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy until he absolutely proves and checks every single box. It's just, how high do you go in your praise given all of those circumstances? is always a kind of an interesting discussion, isn't it? I mean,
well, yeah. It reminds me of the line when they asked Johnny Unitas, John Elway had the record for the most come-from-behind wins in the fourth quarter, and they asked Johnny, why didn't you have that? He said, I never fell behind. I didn't have to come from behind. So, and the thing about the Niners, Mike, their first five games this year, their opening possessions, they've gone touchdown, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, touchdown.
Yep.
They've only trailed. They trailed briefly in L.A. Week 2, 17-10, and they came right down and tied the game at halftime on the Purdy plunge with a second to go in the first half. So I remember having you on last time, and it was your tier of quarterbacks in the offseason. I don't know if and again, he was unproven then. He was coming off the UCL. I mean, just if you had to guess, the same coaches, executives you spoke to for that preseason, what tier would they put Brock Purdy on now?
I think so. At that time, he came in between tier 3 and 4. Tier 4 is basically we don't have enough information, so he got a lot of those. People I kind of like what I saw, but I'm going to reserve judgment, give him a 4. I think he would definitely be maybe in that tier 2, bottom of 2, top of 3. You would think, right? That's kind of where Kirk Cousins has been. Wouldn't you feel good enough now to say he's that?
Yeah. So who would be tier 1? Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Hurts, those guys.
Yes. Yeah, Allen, Hurts, and so. Yes, it was all of those guys, Mahomes, and I think we can all, acknowledge that those guys do have a special talent that probably goes beyond, right? I mean, I think if we were to put together for their last 10 games the highlight wow plays for all of those quarterbacks in Brock Purdy, you would see a difference, right? You'd be able to see, oh my gosh, Justin Herbert, this pass, he flicked the wrist around the defender and he threw it harder than some starting quarterbacks could throwing it as hard as they could, and it hit the guy right in his face for the touchdown. There are some of those special talent, tier 1 traits that not everybody has. But get this, Drew Brees, what do you think about him? He was not one of those wow factor physical freak guys, but he was tier 1.
Or even Joe. You compared him to Joe. Like, go back to Super Bowl 19. Yeah. And if you had to pick, it was Joe Montana against Dan Marino. I mean, everybody would take Marino. He's big and strong. That quick release makes any throw, and Joe's the skinny legs. And Marino was a great player, but Joe won. He won 4 Super Bowls. Dan got to 1. So how do you evaluate them?
Well, who allowed the fewest points in the 80s?
The Niners.
Yes.
Niners defense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, certainly wasn't Miami. Certainly wasn't Miami. Now that 84 49er team is one of the great teams of all time. It's 15
very
underrated,
in my opinion. It's very underrated. I've done some research into dominance, like who are the most dominant teams, and you can find ways to measure it by point differential and all that. That was one of the truly most dominant teams. But it'd be funny if Joe Montana was coming up now as a 3rd round pick or whatever, people be saying, but he's got Rice. He's got
system quarterback.
That's what it would be.
But Bill Walsh's thing, and it's funny though. Back then, and to some extent now, but if you won championships back then, you were a legendary quarterback. Like Terry Bradshaw won 4 with the Steelers. But do you think there were some other factors besides Bradshaw that made that team good? If you were to think of, you think about the greatest defense of all time, allowing 9 points a game. Do you think that is a factor? So these are all fun discussions to have.
Absolutely. The reason I like all your pieces too is because you put obviously your logic and your experience, you put in the numbers and some of the analytics, but you go out and you talk to people in the league. And one of the quotes you have in there on this come from behind thing, you said Garoppolo was good. You talked to a defensive coordinator. You said Garoppolo was good until he had to come from behind, and then you talk about it. And I think that's what's important here is that if my big comparison right now is Jimmy ran the same offense with a lot of these same guys. And I don't have near the trust. And now I watch Jimmy as a Raider with his feet moving the way that they do sometimes and his inability to hit certain throws and everything. And I'm watching Brock, and Jimmy makes the position look so hard to play, and Brock makes it look so easy and smooth. So I understand everything about Kyle and the players around him. But a guy who played in this very same system as recently as last year isn't the same. And I think it goes beyond Kyle not being with him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I think I think Brock Purdy is better than Jimmy was when Jimmy was on the 49ers too. I just think he is. I mean, it's just an evaluation of watching him, to me.
Right.
You're right. It does look easier. And I think he does some nice, he just has an ease and a feel. I thought that touchdown pass to Kittle where he kind of escaped the pocket. Remember that one?
The first one when he stepped up in the pocket.
Yeah, ran over to the right.
Yeah.
Didn't it just look so natural?
Yeah, and that's something he had a hard time with last year. He would retreat in the pocket and then go to his left. This one, he stepped up, climbed up, and he ducked his shoulder under DeMarcus Lawrence. And, Jimmy was playing his best football when he got hurt last year. But Brock's they're scoring 30 points every time he plays, with the exception of the Seattle game when he played with 2 fractured ribs, the Dallas playoff game. I mean, they're averaging 33.4 points a game. That's why this matchup on Sunday in Cleveland, Mike, because Dallas's defense, I think, was pumped up by some bad offenses and quarterbacks against them. This Cleveland defense looks like it'll be a challenge for Brock.
It's really good. That's why it's such a disappointment, not from a 49ers standpoint, that Deshaun Watson's not going to go, because I feel like if Cleveland can't score, I'm sorry, the 49ers are going to just, how the game's going to go. Eventually, they're going to get some short fields, and they're going to might be slowed or stymied by Cleveland. But you can't. A defense isn't going to hold off the 49ers unless you're putting some drives together yourself, right? I think that's a real problem for Cleveland. So I agree with you, though. I thought, for it being 30-7 in the first game, Pittsburgh's defense actually was okay. I thought it was.
They had their moments.
The other way around, that it could be that type of a game where in the end you still get them 30-7, but it may not be as good as some of these others were offensively. I just don't know how Cleveland's going to do anything offensively on the 49ers. But you're right, that's been a good defense, Cleveland.
Sure. Mike, thank you so much. As always, our pleasure to welcome you to the show, and as always, great piece. We appreciate it.
Hey, I hope maybe you'll have me on in the future. We're saying, hey, Tier 1, Brock Purdy, huh?
How about league MVP and Super Bowl MVP?
Oh, that's the trajectory. That's the trajectory.
You never know.
Tier 4, Tier 3. Here we are.
Absolutely.
We'll
Thank you, Michael.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
That is Mike Sando. Make sure you follow him. Writes a lot of great national columns, writes a Monday column to recap everything over the week. This Thursday column that he writes is called Cover 7. And again, 49ers Brock Purdy could be the next Joe Montana, Tom Brady, or Dak Prescott. So make sure that you check it out. All right,
Who made the most money of all those players? Tom is a broadcaster, $137.5 million, but Dak's got a $140 million contract. Incredible.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm leaving you after Sando.
Yeah.
To get a Sando.
Yeah.
I'm going right to Chick-fil-A.
You're going to run right to the
plane.
plane.
You familiar
with
Chick-fil-A?
Yeah.
2:00 bus rolls, John. So wish me luck.
All right, man.
Friday the 13th. Do I have any rosary beads in this? Mama Papa gave me. Mother Teresa gave me rosary. All I have is Gold Bar whiskey in my bag. If we start shaking, I'm doing shots.
That's a good start.
On Jerry Rice's birthday. So.
This is your captain speaking. Drink up, smoke them if you got them.
The captain likes us. He took us up to do the flight deck.
Oh, that's right.
Last time we were on a plane, right?
Wow.
Going to L.A.
All right, man. We'll talk to you
Sunday morning.
Have a good time. Have a great call. We'll talk to you
All
next.
right, brother.
All right, that is the
make sure I win that poll, by the way.
Yeah, I've been trying to push.
I can't lose to Kittle.
Yeah, we'll talk to him about
All
that.
Right.
All right, more on the poll. We'll tell you that. More on a little bit on what Mike Sando just said there. I want to get some thoughts out that I was making some feverish notes as Mike was speaking as well. And yes, we are. We've got our antennas up when anybody tries to criticize Brock Purdy in any way, shape, or form. So we'll discuss that as well. At the top of the hour, you got Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Roll Pal, John Lynch here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. This is crazy, but did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the state of California. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, he's not an elite quarterback. He's a product of the system. It's more credit to Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's not, in RC, you'll appreciate this. In the biblical term, the devil told God that Job, the reason why he serves you is because you give everything to him. He said if you remove that hedge from around him, he will curse his very maker.
He'll curse you.
He said you can take everything but his life. Took his kid, took his sheep, took all that. Job was still faithful.
Never cursed him.
I'm not so sure that if we remove Debo, we remove Kyle Shanahan, we removed Ayuk, we would still see this Brock Purdy. He's a product of the system. Now, that's not to take away from what he's doing. It's okay for him to be in the MVP discussion and not be Patrick Mahomes or not be Tua or not be an elite quarterback. He still has to go out there and operate. He just doesn't have to do as much as, say, those other guys.
That was Shannon Sharp, and that is a familiar. We just had Mike Sando on the show. Pop is off to Cleveland. He's jumped on the plane. Look, the only knock you can have on Brock Purdy right now, let's be honest, is that he has played 12 or 13, if you want to include Miami, in which he came in and they were down 7-3 and he had the majority of the snaps. The way Pop likes to put it is, if he has started and finished and played the majority of the snaps in a game, he's 13-0. Can you know if a guy, all these comparisons of Joe Montana on the good side, or the kind of the Kurt Warner story coming from nowhere? And in Mike Sando's piece in The Athletic, who we just had on the show, go to KNBR.com if you missed it. In Sando's piece, he said he could be Montana, he could be Brady. Again, that's because he was drafted so late. Or he could be Dak Prescott. And when people hear Dak Prescott, and he, in his piece at the beginning of it, if you're not a subscriber to The Athletic, it's well worth it. He's great. But he talks about Dak, and he looks at the first 10 games, and he says, look, they're remarkably similar. Brock Purdy was 10-0. Dak was 9-1, and they go down the numbers. The touchdown passes, 17-2 for Dak, 20-2 for Brock, and he just goes through the first 10 games and through all this kind of stuff. And so they are remarkably similar. So it is, even though we, I think, as the Bay Area, we get very defensive when someone suggests that Brock Purdy is not going to be Montana or Brady or somebody great. Here's the likelihood of it. He's somewhere in between. Because to say that he's going to be Montana or Brady suggests that he's going to win multiple Super Bowls and become one of those two guys, in whatever order you want to put. They're the first and second best quarterbacks by the majority of people on their quote-unquote lists in the history of the game. So to say that Brock Purdy is going to be one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the history of the game, probably not. Is he closer? I mean, again, I'm not doing this as a buzzkill as what Sando said is the likelihood, if you're betting in Vegas, is that he is probably closer to Dak Prescott. Do I think he's going to be better than him? I do. But this premise of, and here's what I found funny because I saw this today when Shannon Sharp first said it. Shannon Sharp's in the Hall of Fame. Who was his quarterback? John Elway. He was a Hall of Famer. Hey, Shannon Sharp, would you have been as good without John Elway? If, I don't know, name a quarterback out of the, pull one out of the sky. Bubby Brister played for the Denver Broncos at one point. If Bubby Brister was your quarterback, would you be in the Hall of Fame? I don't know. Questionable. He was really, really good. He was a late pick out of Savannah State. In every professional sport in which a team is good and wins championships, you've got great players around you. So go to the greatest basketball player. What most people think is the greatest basketball player, Michael Jordan. Didn't win championships until he got Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant and Phil Jackson. It's everything around you. Does Steph Curry get downgraded because he's got Draymond Green and Klay Thompson? I've never heard that. And he's got Steve Kerr, who I think is a really good coach. If Steve Kerr didn't have the type of players he had, if Steve Kerr had taken that job with the Knicks, Steve Kerr would probably be out of a job. No, he would have been out of a job, and he'd either be doing TV or another coaching gig. So I can go on, and I can come up with a million comparisons to that thing. So the only thing to me on a national or local level that you can question it on Brock Purdy, because it's kind of like a game when pundits say, well, they're not very good because look who they've played. It's all we've got to go on. The teams that you've played, that look, you're 5-0, 6-0, 7-0, you're 1-4, 2-4, whatever the case may be, but look who they've played. They play that game in every sport locally and nationally. They're really good because of who they played. Look at the easy schedule or look at the hard schedule. Brock Purdy gets downgraded somehow because he has Kyle Shanahan and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey, and everybody says, well, if you put him here, well, who the hell knows if you put him here? I know this. Patrick Mahomes, to me right now, is the best quarterback in the NFL, and it's not particularly close. But I do know this, that when he had Tyreek Hill stretching the defense and Travis Kelce underneath, he was better. He's still really good. They still won a Super Bowl last year, but it was a little bit harder. And even if you look at Mahomes, Travis Kelce's going to the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he makes Mahomes or Mahomes makes him, but they're both probably going to go to the Hall of Fame. Brady didn't have the greatest wide receiver core. One year he had Randy Moss, but he had a Hall of Fame tight end in Rob Gronkowski. Manning had a Hall of Fame wide receiver in Harrison and a really good one in Reggie Wayne. Montana, I don't often hear, maybe they did at the time, get downgraded a lot for Rice and Taylor and Craig and Waters. Aaron Rodgers had what's going to be a Hall of Fame wide receiver in Devontae Adams. And when he won a Super Bowl, he had Donald Driver, Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson, and James Jones. That's a pretty good receiver core. We were just talking to Mike Sando about Drew Brees because the biggest comparison that I've seen so far to Brock Purdy, because he's a little bit smaller, is Drew Brees, doesn't have the strongest arm. He had Jimmy Graham. He had Darren Sproles. He had Marcus Colston. Remember that playoff game, that divisional game against the 49ers? Of course you did. They had a ton of offensive weapons. Again, I'm not saying that Drew Brees isn't good and isn't a Hall of Famer and he's got tons of passing yardage records and all these kind of things, but he had a lot of good guys around him. Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the league right now. He's got Chase and Boyd and Higgins and Mixon. Marino had the Marks brothers, Clayton and Duper. So that's just the football equivalent of it. If you give me a great quarterback, I can give you the players around him that made him really, really good. Now, I remember one year that Peyton Manning had a bunch of injuries and didn't have Marvin Harrison or Dallas Clark or any of those guys, or Edgerrin James, and he still made others around him. There are elite quarterbacks in the history of the game, and I would, on one hand, say they were Marino, Elway, just because of their physical attributes that they had. Peyton Manning, maybe not the physical attributes, but he was big brain Brock, to use Papa's term, before that. I mean, he just knew the game so well, studied it so hard. I knew guys that played with him that it was just legendary. So they had those special skills. Now, look, could Brock have those skills? Yeah. And it's a lot of fun watching him. I think he's really good. I think he's underrated, although now it's getting to the point where it's so oversaturated from a national standpoint, and that whole Joe Flacco term is being used, whether a guy is elite or not. Here's what I care about, and this is Dante Whitner said it the other day. Can he lead them to and win a Super Bowl? And the answer is clearly yes. So whether all the national guys, and by the way, I worked for ESPN for years, and they do research every single day, not weekly, not monthly, not yearly, every single day, and they look at Q ratings and what's popping, and now with social media and all the different things, and they have people who do the analytics for this, and they determine every single day what they should be talking about. And Brock Purdy right now, because I've got people that I've talked to back there, he's number one on the list. So he's constantly being talked about, constantly being evaluated, constantly is he elite, all these different things. They're coming up with all these discussion points in a national standpoint. And some of it's fun, some of it's not. But here's the reality of it. And this was what was fun about having Mike Sando on. He actually talks to people in the league. What really matters is, A, what Kyle Shanahan thinks, and they love him. And that's not even a strong enough word. They absolutely adore, love, whatever term you want to use, Brock Purdy because of what he does for the organization. And he does fit. And I don't care what he'd be doing with another team or what another quarterback would be doing here. And if it was so easy, then a lot of quarterbacks before Brock Purdy would have done special things. And I know they added McCaffrey, and I know they've added all these different guys, but they still had a pretty good core with guys like Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and a good offensive line before Brock got here. And Jimmy was good in the Super Bowl year. They were, I think, second in the league in points per game. But I think you would agree that Brock taking it to a different level and Jimmy Garoppolo he did not inspire that confidence. So, look, I think Brock Purdy's a really good quarterback. I think he can win a Super Bowl with this team. And whether he's elite or not, I don't care. I don't buy the comparisons of it's just Kyle and it's the guys around him, because I just gave you a list of guys who do that. And Steph Curry's got guys around him and doesn't get dinged for it. And Jordan had guys around him and doesn't get dinged for it. And all these other quarterbacks and all these other sports. I mean, go back to teams that have won multiple championships, and I can show you multiple guys that will go to the Hall of Fame from those teams. Nobody does it by themselves. If you look at Sean Payton last night with the Broncos, he was really good and really smart when he was with the Saints and Drew Brees and all that offensive talent. He looks really dumb with the Broncos. I can give you 1,000 examples like that. Coaches who go to other places. Why do you think Phil Jackson never coached a team that didn't have Jordan or Kobe? Because he knew that if he had crummy players, he wouldn't look so good. That's how it works. Brock Purdy's got a lot of good players around him. He shouldn't be dinged for it. There's only one thing to me that you can question about Brock Purdy. It's not arm strength. It's not where he was picked. It's not the players around him. It's not Kyle Shanahan. It's whether Brock Purdy can sustain what he's done over a short period of time for the length of his career. He's played 12, 13 games. If you add the playoffs, you add that Dolphins game, 12, 13 games. You can't make, no matter how much you love him, you can't say unequivocally, he is it. He's the guy. He's really good right now. He can win a Super Bowl. But if you talk to me in 2 or 3 years, you go, okay, he is. Mahomes has done it long enough. It's got to take a couple years. I forgot who we had on the other day. Might have been Orlovsky yesterday. Somebody who has actually played the game said it takes about 2 years. So he's about, a year plus? Remember, the Dolphin game last year was week 13. That's it, week 13. So if he takes them through the year, does what he's doing right now, and they win a Super Bowl, there's not going to be any questions. And these stories and these national thoughts of he's not this or he's not that, or this elite or that elite, it's not going to matter. Who cares? Because he will have won a Super Bowl, and then there's no questions. Some of it is just hating. Some of it is ESPN saying, you take this side, you take that side, because that's how it works. Anyway, just some thoughts. Hit us up on the text line. We're live on YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll give you a few remnants before we get out of here as well. Are we going to talk to Copes, did you say? We may talk to... I misheard you. I'll do that coming up next. It's Pop and Lund at the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers and the Browns. The 49ers healthy, the Browns not so much. That story and more trending right now in the all-new KNBR app.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's going on? Thanks for joining us. I just saw this. I should have known this in prep that I saw this, and then we didn't get the audio from it, so you probably don't want to hear it if you're an A's fan, especially 22 years ago today at the Coliseum was the Jeter flip that got Jeremy Giambi. Rest in peace, Jeremy Giambi. Don't want to be mean or anything, but still should have slid 22 years ago today. Baseball-wise, we got to do a little baseball today, but the Final Four are set, and I don't think this has ever happened before. You got an 84-win team, Arizona, which had the fewest wins to get into the playoffs, and then 3 90-win teams in the Phillies and the, of course, Astros and Rangers, who will square off in the ALCS. The 4 teams with the fewest wins get in, and they knock out all the 100-win teams. Of course, the Dodgers in there, the Braves won 104. They lost last night to the Phillies, and you also had Tampa winning 99 games in there. And so all the least teams, and that's why we're going to hear this all season long, you just got to get in, just got to get in. The 4 fewest win teams got in, but it does matter. I know that Jim Bowden and others have complained that the 5 days off was too much, and some of the bats got cold. That's the way it goes. I mean, when you're Atlanta and you win 104 games, you got to find a way to win that game last night. A ton of energy in that park, so that was a fun series to watch. So baseball-wise, they're going to have a few days off before that one as well. As far as football is concerned, we will see you on Sunday at 7 a.m. We will be here bright and early with Dennis and Copes and I for the Browns. And I was just telling Walter this during the break. I don't think the 49ers are going to lose this game. There are tons of injuries. If you're just tuning in now, Deshaun Watson officially out. They're not going to go with Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the former UCLA quarterback who found out just minutes before last week that he was going to start and played horribly. So P.J. Walker, who played in the USFL and played, actually, Steve Wilkes was his coach in Carolina when he played, so Steve Wilkes is going to know him. He's got a little bit of mobility, but not great numbers as an NFL quarterback, so he's essentially their third stringer. Got cut by the Bears in preseason. So he's going to be the quarterback for the Browns. Plus Nick Chubb is out. Joel Bitonio is an all-pro guard. He's out. Jack Conklin, their right tackle, is already out. And DeJuan Jones, the big rookie out of Ohio State, is going to have to be tasked with Nick Bosa. That's going to be tough for him. So they've got a lot of injuries, especially on the offensive end. Over their last 3 games, they're averaging 17 points a game on offense. So they're not a huge threat offensively, and then defensively, Cleveland's really good. These kind of games make me a little bit nervous, and the number is up to 10, so the 49ers are 10-point favorites. It makes me a little bit nervous in these games when everybody is pointing like this is going to be easy, this is going to be easy, this is going to be easy. I don't think they're going to lose. I do think it's going to be a tougher game than everybody thinks. But then again, last week I thought the same thing. I thought that they would beat the Cowboys, but I thought it was going to be a tough game. Obviously, it was not. But 10 a.m. starts, going across the country, all those kind of things are never easy. In fact, the 49ers plane is taking off at 2 o'clock, so they're just getting underway. They'll do a walkthrough there. But I think it is going to be a little tougher than we think it's going to be. So, again, Sunday morning at 7 a.m. we'll be there. And then finally, Jerry Rice. And we did the poll. In fact, let me do the poll before we get out of here and update that thing. Jerry Rice's birthday today, the GOAT. And this week, George Kittle's birthday was the 9th. Papa's was the 10th. Steve Young was the 11th, and Jerry Rice was the 13th. So today's poll, Danny was not here today, so I subbed for Danny in the big poll at John Lund Radio. Which birthday party from this week's birthdays would you most want to attend? George Kittle is going to win that at 59%. It was kind of close early in the show. You had Papa and Kittle kind of going back and forth, but Papa's dropped all the way to 18%, Jerry Rice 15%, and Joe and Steve gets the low number today at 8%, which I think is ridiculous. Steve would have a fine party. Thank you very much. So, again, 59% Kittle, 18% Papa, Rice 15%, and Young 8% all had birthdays this week. And you can continue to vote on that even though we won't be here for you. Thanks to Walter and Kyle, right? Walter, Kyle was with you today. So, Walter and Kyle, much appreciate everybody. Had great guests, as we always do. You got Andrew Siciliano and Mike Sando and Matt Mayoko and those guys joined us today. So much appreciated those guys. And as always, they did a nice job for us today. We appreciate it. Pop and Lund, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Have a great weekend. 7 a.m. We'll talk to you. Tolbert and Copes coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you today on our broadcast. I was going to say fine broadcast. May not be. Who knows? Don't know.
It's our program.
Determined.
On our program.
Our program with a U.
It's our program. Welcome to our program, folks.
We are going to have, early on, do our handicapping. A little pro, a little college. Dennis Shanahan, as always, will help us cover the NFL, and then Dr. Bob Stoll will help us go over some college and a little NFL as well. It says right here we're also going to have Dr. Bob Costas. Didn't know he got his doctorate, but congrats. That's pretty big news.
What series was he on? He was on the call for one of these series. So was the Twins? Oh, it was Dodgers, Arizona. Oh, that's why he's got free time. Yeah.
No, okay, very
he's
good.
got time to kill.
Yes, everybody has time to kill.
Right, so they're all done. Yeah.
No more series. Well
Snooze.
done, baseball. Thank you, Manfred. Tim Ryan will join us, talk a little Browns, 49ers, and Marcus. Marcus will join us at 4:50, talk a little Warriors and Niners, and it's Marcus, so whatever the hell we want to with the Niners. You know what I hate? I hate when you put on a Band-Aid and you kind of overshoot or undershoot the wound, and instead of getting that little soft, cushy, gauzy part on the wound, you get the actual adhesive on the wound. Not good, because once it's on, there's nothing you could do about it.
No,
it's over.
That's a straight to the shower, and we're just going to bathe until this thing comes off. You know what I mean?
It's like over. It's oh God, dang it! I go, that just sucks.
Get some skin.
Because you know it's going to hurt coming off. It doesn't matter. Like, do it now, do it later. It doesn't matter. At some point, when this Band-Aid comes off, I'm not going to be happy. It's going to sting, and it might just rip the wound back open again. So God, just dummy.
By the way, on my guest sheet, I don't know if your guest sheet says this. It says Dr. Marcus. It says doctor for everybody on mine. It says Dr.
Really?
It says Dr. Bob Stoll, Dr. Dennis.
Yeah, I don't get doctor for everybody.
Dr. Dennis Shanahan, Dr. Bob Costas. I am Spartacus, Dr. Tim Ryan, and Dr. Marcus Thompson. Of the guys on the list who don't have doctor normally in front of their name, who's the closest to getting it? Who would you most like if you were to say if one of them came on and was like, I'm on the path? It's got to be Marcus Thompson, right?
Yes.
Plus, I like to call him Doc. That'd be cool. Doc Thompson.
Doc Thompson.
He should be roaming a sideline somewhere.
Yeah.
Doc Thompson. Some like a Conference USA team or something for like the next 30 years. He just runs Valpo somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Something for Marcus. Doc Thompson, his fourth straight tournament appearance.
I like it.
But yeah, we got plenty of football. It's a fun football Friday. And you know what name didn't show up on the list? Dr. Harmony.
Oh, that's right.
Dr. Harmony. She's here. I haven't seen her yet. She hasn't. I haven't seen her roaming the hallways yet. So
well, she's a proctologist.
She kind of learned. Oh, okay.
Maybe a urologist.
All right. Okay. Okay, Harmony. We don't need you. We don't need you egging her on, Tom. We don't need you egging her on. Did you catch any of the Thursday night football? And then we had baseball last night too. I
caught zero football.
It wasn't good football.
I was grinding the baseball.
See,
game.
I was happy you said that last week on Friday. You said this is how you know you're a sports fan. This weekend, you're not just diving into, and I get it. I know the vibe of when like your team in baseball is going bad, and the Niners heat up. Like, you think about the juxtaposition and energy when you, like, flip over from a Christian McCaffrey 60-yard touchdown run against the Steelers, and it's like, all right, Webb, 2-1. Giants haven't scored in a week. Let's see what happens here. It's like, you're like, I can't come back to this. It's going to kill me. It's going to kill me. Same as if there's like an anemic offense in football and you like flip over to a Warrior game and Steph's trading threes or something, right? Like Thursday night football is coming up and you got Warriors winning games. Like, I got to watch this. The energy sometimes will dictate where you go when you're watching a game. But last weekend, I embarrassment of riches. Getting all the playoff series plus college football plus the NFL on Sunday. And by the way, we have another 6 a.m. game. I thought I wouldn't be up for this week, and then I remembered we're on the air at 7.
So you're going to be up.
So at least I get some football on while we're on the air. So should be a fun week, but not. We don't get series start until Monday, right? Is that when the NLCS starts? Is Monday?
I think so.
ALCS does start Sunday. See why they're doing that. Yeah, that's good. Let's start it with a football Sunday. That's good, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Good move.
Perfect.
Good move.
Thanks a lot, Manfred.
All because they want to end it on a certain day so they can – because the deal is they always start the World Series on like a Tuesday, right, and then end it on a Sunday. Is that the way it goes? Or vice versa? I can't remember. I don't know. Baseball's got weird days. Like, they matter. They act like their days matter. It doesn't really.
We'll get into this at some other point. We don't need to get into it today or certainly at this time, but I'm excited for these matchups. I mean, I know everybody wanted to watch the Braves, but the Phillies are a fun watch, and I like watching Arizona. I know people want the Dodgers, but hey, what are you going to do?
Arizona's fun to watch, man.
Arizona's a better team, so I think that'll be a fun series. And then the Battle of Texas, Dusty and Boch going at it. I think that'll be a fun one. Two really, really good offenses. Houston's been the dominant team in the American League, and the Rangers kind of had a bobble too at the end of the year. They went into a nosedive and then pulled out, and then were leading the division, and then lost it.
They led it for an insane number of days, I think, this year. Like, it was a wild number of days considering they lost on the last day. And some people were like, did this benefit the Rangers? I'll tell you what, I'm all in with I don't like the rest and rust thing. We've talked about it. But now it's become too much of a thing. Like, now we're acting like it's the end-all, be-all reasoning, and that's not what I'm getting at. 534 real quick on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Derek in my ear is like, hey, log in. Look at the text line there, top one. Check it out. He goes, Tolbert, Adam Copes is the Jerry Judy of the show, is he? I was like, whoa. What are we going, Steve Smith on me now here? No, I'm not. By the way,
I don't even know what that means.
I don't even know what that means either. Is that
I kind of know what it means. Like, we heard but I don't know in relation to the show.
Derek, by the way, is the one below it I wanted you to read. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Man. 650 says, Tom, any comments on the WNBA Finals? Have you been following the Aces, and who are they playing? I know, like, Game 2 was last night.
I have not. Didn't the Aces smash them in 2?
It's a best of 5, so I know they play.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
Game 2.
I did check in on it just for a couple seconds.
No joke, I did. I popped in for a minute. Yeah.
Thank you. The Aces were up like 17. I was like, all right. All I know is, I'll roll through WNBA scores occasion. You just kind of can. I know Liberty crushed the East and the Aces crushed everybody. But like every time I'd roll by an Aces score, 40-24. 52-31. They just smashed everyone, and Wilson's got to be the MVP.
She's a monster.
I watched one, not a full game, but some of it. Yeah, she's really good. That team is really good.
104-76 was the final. Yeah, and it was Wednesday. It was Wednesday. I can't remember if that was last night or 2 days ago.
They're good. I know they have stars too. Like the Liberty have Ionesco, they have Stewart, but the Aces are they're just rolling people, absolutely rolling them. So no, I probably will not watch the.
Text line. We did check in. How about that? Bet you feel bad about that.
If it gets to game 5, I'll probably watch it. But what are the chances of it getting to a game 5? I'd say slim and none, slim left town.
I will tell you this: it's a tough draw for the Aces and the Liberty on Sunday at noon.
Yeah, that's.
Dude, we're looking at a series clincher at noon against the NFL. Like, come on, what are we doing, guys?
No, that's not gonna.
And the NFL's like corner of the market on the day. Oh, come on, Lou. Trying to talk to Tom. Lou just jumps up in the middle of the camera.
Lou's like, what up? Because Lou's like, you know what?
It's 2:10. It's lunchtime. It's lunchtime for Lou. Lunchtime for Lou on a football Friday. A whole lot of fun stuff coming your way. Stay tuned. Dr. Bob Stoll at 2:30, getting you some of your bets for this weekend, college and NFL. Then Dr. Dennis Ranahan, Dr. Bob Costas, Dr. Tim Ryan, and Dr. Marcus Thompson. It's an embarrassment of riches. We're going to be the fools for the first time ever on the show today, Tom.
Dr. Giggles. Not Dr. Giggles.
Nice.
Dr. Giggles is
Dr.
back?
Giggles.
Oh, what about Dr. Lou? Dr. Giggles.
407 says, Cobes, calling you Jerry Judy means you're just a guy. Yeah, I'm a jag. I'm a jag.
Well, you're a jag?
I'm a real jag, aren't I?
Dang.
I'm not a show. I wouldn't have watched
Mr. T and the Jag.
Now back to Fabian and the Jag, dude.
Like a Cop Buddy movie.
Yeah, dude.
Fabian and Cobes.
Fabian and the Jag. The Jag, dude. I like just a guy. I like that.
Jag and T.
Yeah. I'm like, whoa, what's up? Jag and T. I'm going to order one of those tonight. Can I, straight up, please.
Nice.
I'll take it up, not on the rocks. I'll take a Jag and T. It's ridiculous. It's a Friday. It's definitely a Friday. It's a fun, fantastic effing football Friday. Harmony is here. We got a great guest list coming your way. Let's get into the 49ers and the Browns when we come on back before we talk to Dr. Bob Stoll about your bets for this weekend. Jim Schwartz with some ownership over Kyle Shanahan. Are we making too much of that? We're not going to see the starting quarterback in Deshaun Watson for the Browns. Don't have a starting running back for them in Nick Chubb. It'll be Jerome Ford. Let's talk about this. What is the best matchup we're watching for in this game? We'll talk about it next. Tolbert and Copes, Friday afternoon. Be a lot of fun today. A whole lot of football on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's Sports Leader.
John Lynch, Joy Murphy back this morning to discuss the 49er win against the Cowboys and George Kittle's fun after the game. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's just Coach Shanahan, putting his guys in the best position. It's changed a little bit, depending on who his quarterbacks have been, the way that they, the way that they run things. And Purdy is a extremely accurate passer. He's got a quick release. And he anticipates very well, and he works the ball around. I think a little bit overplayed is the whole point guard thing, but he does. I mean, there's a reason it's a cliche, is because he does look like a point guard out there. He's finding the open guy. He's getting rid of the ball quick. He's putting the ball in position for guys to be able to run after the catch.
It's the voice of Jim Schwartz, defensive coordinator.
The Ducks just scored. Anybody that's ever watched an Anaheim Ducks game, score a goal, this is what they play.
Oh, gotcha.
And when the Chargers...
That's inside Garden Grove, folks.
And then when the Chargers scored a touchdown in San Diego, they would play this
really?
Too. I don't know if they do it anymore. It's probably not up to them. It's up to the Way crowd, since they never play at home anyway. But
we played on a Friday.
Yeah, I think that was a Ducks thing first, then a Chargers thing, but I could be wrong. Could have been a Chargers thing, then a Ducks thing. But I know it's a Ducks thing. Ducks score, that's a song they play.
I thought they played Ducks Fly Together. Ducks Fly Together. No?
Hockey.
No, Thank you.
I don't think, no. They don't sing.
Yeah, you got it, Grandpa Joe. You got it.
Hockey. You're in the know.
This
you
guy.
got it.
This guy. That was Jim Schwartz you heard coming in, though, over the great Anaheim Ducks song on Brock Purdy, talking about how he distributes the football. So we talked a little bit yesterday about Kyle Shanahan's record. Did you say it was 1-8?
I think it was 1-8. Yes, 1-8
in his career.
He'd scored
and again,
20 points once.
And I don't think he's beat him since like 2000. I think it was like when he was in Houston. It was like 2013 or something like that. It was like a decade ago. The last time he'd beaten him, which is a long time. So I wonder about that in terms of like. Sometimes it's schematics, sometimes it's talent. Like he was in Cleveland, and he was in Houston, and he was in some scenarios where maybe you just don't have great teams. Also, Jim Schwartz is a respected defensive coordinator. He's been around for a long time. Wasn't he with Philly last year? He was a D coordinator against the Niners in the NFC. No, 2 years ago? No, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry. That coordinator, what's his name? He went to Arizona, right?
Yes, Gannon.
Jonathan Gannon, right. That was 2 years ago with the Eagles. Anyway, he's been around a long time, and Niner fans remember him from the Harbaugh incident. Which, by the way, was my first ever 49er press conference as an intern. That fall.
Really?
The next day, yeah. I went with Tanika from the morning show. I went down to hear what Harbaugh had to say on that. But here he is talking about Brock Purdy, and he's not the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's ever had. He's certainly, as a head coach, a part of the best, operating the best offense Kyle Shanahan's ever had. As an O coordinator, I think you'd have to say the Super Bowl year with Atlanta. I wonder about where schematics and talent intersect in this game, where knowing each other, and Kyle said to us yesterday, you can't hide anything. He goes, people act like you're going to hide a bunch of stuff. Everything's on tape. Like Kyle kind of played it down. I'm sure that's a little bit of a oversimplification, but I also think that at some point, it's just going to come down to the players executing, holding onto the ball, not creating more variables and extra possessions within the game. Is that where you are? Can you have that big of an advantage as just a mindset coaching guy when you've both been around this long?
I don't know. I don't think so. It comes down to execution more so than anything. And I don't know what to make of the 1-8 record. I mean, it is a fairly large sample size. It's not a small sample size. But I think to truly kind of appreciate the context of it, you'd have to go through every game, look at Schwartz's defense against Shanahan's offenses, like who was the better unit coming into that game. What did the defense do against the other offense? How did the game kind of set itself up? Were there injuries going into the game? Were there injuries during the game? Were there weird penalties? You really need, but the only thing that makes you pause a little bit, again, is it's 9 games. That's not a insignificant sample size. So when you're talking about 1-8, and maybe even more importantly, only scoring over 20 points once in those 9 games, you can't just dismiss that. If it was like 3 games, then yeah, it's like, okay, whatever. But I mean, 9, that kind of goes along the way. And look, each one of them have grown. They're not the same guy they were when they first started. I'm sure they're similar. They have their core beliefs and how they run stuff. But I don't know. I don't know exactly what to make of that. But again, for me, it's not insignificant just because it's 9 games and Schwartz is a really good defense. I mean, Cleveland's a really good defense. They have
talent on the defensive side.
Defense. Right. So that's what makes it interesting. But again, if I don't know that I want to, but if I wanted to get in and you could go through the play-by-play of every game that you'd have. First off, you'd have to find.
We'll do that next. No,
no, we won't.
Yeah, we'll dive into every play Kyle's ever called against Jim Schwartz next. I'm with you. The funny thing about it, and this is why I'm with you, where I don't think it's majorly significant. I don't think it's a huge story, but it's not insignificant is a good way to say it, because there's only so many ways to play defense, right? There's only so many things you can do on defense. And Jim Schwartz doesn't run a super unique defense. It's fairly similar to the one the Niners run, as far as I know. And again, I'm no expert on this, but the wide 9 stuff where you try to get guys on the outside, you want to sort of spread out the front in front of you and force them to protect a little bit wider when guys come from the outside. We see Bosa do that. Myles Garrett's going to line up opposite Trent Williams a lot when he does that. But when it's one defensive coordinator, one defensive-minded guy, because it's not like they don't see this defensive style. It's that they do, and Jim Schwartz is throwing wrenches into his plans. I mean, the other note, too, is didn't you have the note where it was like one time in those 9 games they've scored more than 21? It's
correct.
Once?
Yes.
That's significant. That's where now the context of that note carries a little bit more weight.
Exactly.
Because clearly he understands. I mean, like baseball, you see it all the time. Weird guys own weird guys. Like, like the guy who, like,
I know what you're saying.
Some great hitter may tell you that the weirdest guy he ever faced is some nobody pitcher.
That guy that
but he's 0 for 10.
490, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just didn't see him. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm with you. I don't think it's insignificant.
It'll be interesting. I think the interesting part for me will be to watch how the game unfolds early. Like if there's something the Niners are having issues with earlier, the offense doesn't look quite right early. I think that's something worth paying attention to. Now, because we're not watching the All-22, we're watching the broadcast feed, you're not really going to get to see exactly what's happening in the defensive backfield with the linebackers, if they're dropping into coverage, how deep they're dropping, how they're passing off coverages, they play in zone, they play in man. That we won't get to see. But if the Niners are scuffling a little bit, then it's definitely worth paying attention to, because then you start looking and going, oh, man, he's had trouble with Schwartz's defenses in the past, and they haven't scored in the first quarter. They got 3 points in the first quarter. They don't look like they've looked early this season, because they've looked pretty dominant early this season, right? 30 points every game. They're just steamrolling everybody. And if they kind of get off to a slow start, then, yeah, I mean, I'll be watching for that, absolutely.
Also, Cleveland hasn't played anybody, really, in terms of offense. Again, when they saw the Bengals, it wasn't the Bengals that came out last week, right? Joe Burrow was much different week 1. They saw a pretty good offensive performance from Baltimore, and that's about it. And I'll give them credit on that one, because Baltimore is a good offense. I just think they haven't clicked yet. So we'll talk more about this, but they are the number 1 defense entering this game in football. They did have the bye last week. You talked about that situation for them. There's some variables here. Niners haven't left California in a month. It's going to be a little bit rainy, so some of that may play a factor. I just kind of think they roll in and just bulldoze them. Spread's up to like 10.5 now. It was at 5 2 days ago. Once they say Watson is out, then the spread went on up. We'll talk to Dr. Bob Stoll about this when we come on back, get you some picks for Saturday and for Sunday. College football, some good games on the slate tomorrow, and then we'll get into the NFL. Some really weird games and weird spreads, it feels like, in the NFL for Sunday. We'll talk about some of these matchups, and then Dennis Shanahan doing the same with us at 2:50. Tolbert and Copes, it's a fun football Friday only here on the Sports Leader. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Ska and Football Friday. A fantastic, fun football Friday. We like to get you some gambling advice. Dr. Bob Stoll, we had to reschedule with him just a minute ago. We'll reschedule for 3:30, but no need to fear. We're going to get right into the betting advice with Dennis Shanahan in about 15 minutes or so. He's going to join us at 2:50. So we got that coming right around the corner.
You're specifically going to want to pay attention.
Oh, I heard. I heard I need to listen up for Dennis.
There's some funny stuff and some interesting Niners Browns thoughts. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
That's
All
what I
right.
just said.
Dennis Shanahan. You said interesting, and I colored that in with some concrete detail of interesting. Dennis Shanahan, 250. Dr. Bob Stoll at 3:30. Bob Costa is going to join us at 3:50, and then we'll get into some more football with Marcus and Tim Ryan a little bit later. So just a little bit more then on what's going on this weekend with the 49ers and the Cleveland Browns. So yesterday you said, have you come off of that at all, or do you still think the Browns are in a good position? Because I felt like when I reflected on the show last night, Tom, when I thought about our discussion back and forth.
Yes.
You said you thought the Browns weren't in I can't remember the terminology you used, but you thought they weren't in
situational.
A terrible situation, right? You thought it wasn't bad.
No,
said,
I think it's a good situation.
That's
It's a
what
really
you were
good
saying.
situation, yes.
Coming
Very
off
good.
the bye, Niners have a big win. They haven't left
Not only coming off the bye, getting your head stomped in before you go to the bye. They got beat 27-3 at home by the Ravens, crushed them at home. So not only you have a bye, you're sitting with that loss for a week off the bye, and then you get to come at home too. So yes, I still think it's a great situational spot for them.
And I was sitting there and I was like, dude, they lost their starting quarterback. They don't have their starting running back. It's the best team in football in the 49ers, it's one of the best. They haven't seen a talent this good on both sides of the ball. I just can't imagine them scoring enough. I was thinking about it last night. Is most of your thought on the situation based on gambling psyche? Because it is a mindset that I would take if I were gambling on the game. And I am, by the way, the other direction.
Yes, you are.
On the Niners. Great value, by the way. My value got better yesterday. I got it at 5.5.
Oh, yeah. Value keeps getting better
5.5 on
by the
Tuesday.
day.
So your logic on that is a lot about positioning in upset town, right? In the ability to...
Correct. It's just mindset. Are you coming off a loss? Are you off a bye? Does the other team have to travel? Is the other team coming off a big win? Was the other team on national TV? There's all those things that factor in. It doesn't have as much to do with the lack of talent or the lack of Chubb or the lack of Watson, because those are already going to be baked in to the point spread.
Right.
Those are already baked in. So it was 5.5. The Chubb loss was baked into that. Now it's 9.5, 10. The Watson loss is baked into that. What we're talking about with your bet is different because that's not what the line is right now. That's a totally different.
It's an early
wager.
line.
So
Yeah, one of the best feelings ever. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the best feelings ever. And trust me, when you lose with it, you're like, that's pretty sweet. I can go to the closing line
Sick
value
loss.
bank again. And guess what? There are no withdrawals at the closing line.
Stop by the
value
cashier.
bank.
They're like, sir, you have
Nothing.
ticket to cash? Nothing to cash. I just want to let you
Nope.
know. I got great value on that loss.
Clink. Now at 10, it's all baked in. So at 10, I would not touch the game because I'm not getting in front of the 49ers. I'm just not right now. They're like a steamroller.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't take them in this game now. If I can go back and take them 5.5, yeah, I would take them. I'd always enjoy 4.5 points of value, but at 10, I'm not going to take them. Because at 10 points is a ton.
That's a lot
of points when the total's 36. It's a super low total, too.
It came down last night after the line went up. The total came down.
Yeah, and the defense is, Cleveland's defense is good.
Yep.
That's a good defense. So
they're allowing fewer than 200 yards a game right now.
Yeah.
That's the best in football.
If they don't turn it over and do like a bunch of stupid stuff, then it could be hard for the 49ers to win by 10 points if they got to drive, 70 yards at a crack. It's not going to be easy against that defense, but they could. And if they get behind early and they got to throw a little bit more than they're comfortable throwing, and P.J. Walker is going to be the one doing the throwing, then yeah, I think the game could get away from them. But, suppose the Niners turn it over early and the Browns get up 7-0. And now you got to battle that defense, and Cleveland can become a little more conservative, where everything they do isn't to stretch the field, it's just to try to pick up first downs, shorten the game, bleed the clock, play field position. If we got a punt, that's fine. Let's make them drive 80 yards at a crack and see if they can do that. Then it becomes a much different game. So, yeah, right now, if forced to, I would probably take the Browns plus the 10 because I like the situation, but I don't have to because there are other games on the board, so I don't have to.
That's unless Harmony takes one. Then you got.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I guess I'm gonna I will have to pick one for the contest. So yes, that's one of Harmony's games. I think she's she usually gives me a call in the morning on Friday. Yeah, it's a blocked number because
it's like laying next to Derek. Yeah, she calls.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly.
I'm here with Derek. Yeah,
that is really disturbing.
You're gonna call. It's blocked, but it says 696969. Yeah.
59.
So yeah, we go over the games, and she doesn't tell me what's going on. She just says, "Here's the games." She goes, "Here's the games, big boy," and I go, "Okay, thank you," and I write them down, and then I go off and decide who I want to pick, and then she goes off her day and makes her money the way she does, and
she makes her money, and then she makes us money.
Give it to me, Daddy.
Harmony will be by a little bit later in the show. She'll be by. Actually, a little bit. It'll be at 5:30. Harmony's going to come on by. We'll do that in some soup du jour like we do every Friday to wrap up your betting advice. Still to come, Dr. Bob Stoll at 3:30. Dennis Renahan next. Just looking at some of the other games for this weekend, Tom. Not a great slate in the NFL. I said there were some weird games out there. We get a third straight week now of a 6:30 a.m. kick. Ravens-Titans. God, the Titans are such a snooze.
I know.
They're just not fun. That's not fun to watch. There's nothing amusing about the Tennessee Titans. And they were in an AFC Championship game, what? 3 years ago? 2 years ago? 3 years ago.
Yeah, when the Bengals beat them?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
I guess, yeah, that was when they went to the Super Bowl, right?
Wild, yeah, they lost to the Rams.
Yeah.
That's right. So 2 years ago, it happens fast in football.
They were the number one seed.
Yeah. Tides change quick, man. They don't have a quarterback. They were the one team without a quarterback, and they went in on the running back, and now, Derrick Henry's still okay, but the game script dictates a lot of what they can do offensively. Then when we get into the rest of the game, Seahawks and Bengals is an intriguing one to me. That's one of the most intriguing ones in terms of who are these two teams right now. And I don't know that we find anything out by this, but I kind of want to see what they do. Seahawks off a bye, Bengals off of their first big performance of the season.
Yeah, I think Seattle's pretty good. I do. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. Geno Smith is for real. I mean, he's not one of the elite guys, but he can certainly get it done. And the defense is young. It's athletic. I do. I like that team, and I think this is going to be a really interesting game because Cincinnati kind of started looking, or Burrow, maybe more specifically, kind of started looking healthier last week against Arizona, and I would suspect he'll just get healthier and healthier. Chase busted out. I'm not sure if T. Higgins will be back this week, but again, we've seen that offense, and it's a dynamic offense. It was surprising it took them a while to get going, and I think that's a good game because I think Seattle is good. I think the first week of the season we're like, maybe Seattle's not who we thought.
Remember, they had zero rush. They had no pass rush.
The Rams went up there and smashed them, just smashed them. And the Rams always play them well, but didn't expect that. Well, come to find out, the Rams are a little bit better than we thought they were. Not great, but better than we thought they were. So what happened the very next week? People are down on Seattle. They go into Detroit and win the game. I think that's the only game Detroit's lost. Yeah. So they lose, and they don't lose at home very often. Right. Yeah, don't lose at home very often. So Seattle beat them there. That was a really nice win by the Seahawks. So I kind of think now we're back to where we thought we were in the NFC West. So Niners, it's the Seahawks. There's a gap between the two, but those are the top two. Then the Rams, then Arizona. But I think everybody's, though the division as a whole is better than I thought. The Niners I thought would be good. I think they're a little bit better even than it's hard to believe, but I think they're even a little bit better than I thought they were. I think Seattle is a little bit better than I thought they might be, and so with the Rams and the Cardinals. So a division that I didn't think was very good, I think is much better now, and we'll have a little more clarity after this week with Seattle and Cincinnati. Although I'm with you. I guess the one thing we would learn is if Seattle goes in there and wins this game, then you start taking them seriously in terms of a team that could really give the 49ers some problems in the division. And maybe not so much they're better head-to-head, but you got to keep pace. You got to keep winning. You're not going to get separation for them in the win-loss column. And then for Cincinnati, you lose this game, you start looking at the win-loss column. You're like, God, we got games to make up here. Like, we can't afford to be dropping these games at home. The one thing you do have going for you is the division's kind of a mess anyway. Pittsburgh's leading that division. I think it's 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 2-3, or
the AFC North. It's 3-2, 3-2, 2-2 because Cleveland's off the bye, and then 2 and 3 are the Bengals in the last place. I was going to ask you this actually. I was looking this morning. How'd you feel about a bet on the Bengals to win the division?
Not great, but not as bad as I could be feeling right now.
It's like plus 4 and change.
No one's got any separation. No, you mean they're plus 4 right now?
Yeah, like take them now.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
I'd throw like $50 on that. Have some fun.
Yeah,
why not?
I mean,
I was like, dude, they're in last place in the division. They have the best quarterback in the division, probably.
Yep,
it's him or Lamar, right? So I'll take my chances with that. If they, I would rather have a team peak late than peak early, right? You want a team that's going to round into form, and if he's getting healthy, the question is, does he stay healthy? It wouldn't be a big enough bet to worry about it, but I just saw good value, Tom. I can't, you know me, I can't get away from the good value.
Can't get away from the good value.
Sniffed it out. I was like, they're in last place. There's probably some good value there.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably get in on that. So, Cincinnati's an interesting one. So I like that. That's sort of a good tester game. And also, Niners are going to see Cincinnati in a couple of weeks. I feel like they play Seattle like twice in a 3 or 4 week period because they play them on Thanksgiving in Seattle. I'll get you the Niners schedule here, but and then 2 weeks later, Derek said it. Yeah, just a couple of weeks later. So Seattle also not necessarily the same team you're going to see when the Niners play them in a month and a half, right? Or a month and about a week or so, 5 weeks. So we are into the thick of it, though, in terms of the NFL. I was just looking at records across the league right now. I believe because of games played in the bye for Seattle Niners, the NFC West has the best winning percentage of any division in football. 11,
really?
I believe so. 11-8 is what they are right now.
Wow.
And the NFC East is 11-9, but they haven't had a bye yet, like Seattle. So interesting, pretty incredible. Two divisions with the 2 undefeated teams. Somebody asked me earlier in the bullpen, when's the Niners? Like she said, if they win this game and it's a blowout, and this is like kind of goes the way people, with the way the season's been going, what's the next game you look at and you go, that's a huge test? And I said, Cincinnati is kind of the one I look at, and I go, that's no gimme because of who Joe Burrow is and because of what that team's been capable of last few years.
Who is it between this game and the Bengals?
It's at Minnesota, Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Next Monday. No Jefferson.
It's funny because I think they're no Jefferson, which is huge. They could be in dire straits, too, if they lose to the Bears this week.
That's not going to happen, is it? They could, too. That's on the table. The Bears' offense, they're both
I think it's on the table. Yeah. I mean, no Jefferson on the road. They're a passing team, and if that weather is bad, they're going to be affected more than the Bears because at least the Bears can run it with Fields. I mean, you drop back and just run if it's hard to pass. So I don't know. Thank you.
Pass.
I don't know because if they lose this one, you could see like the head start kind of like the eyes going cross-eyed, looking like what the hell are we doing here? So I'm
kind of looking like that anyway. They're 1-4. They're in last place. I'm like this. They're in the last year of the Cousins deal. Like this is.
Well, it ain't good.
If
they lose this one, then it could just get out of hand.
This is not good, folks.
Not good, folks.
It's gone from bad to worse. All those one-score games. Meanwhile, the Bears were just 1-4. It seemed like they're like on the uptick, right? The offense has been electric for them last couple of weeks. We can talk more about some of these games with Dennis Shanahan and Dr. Bob Stoller. We're going to join us to talk a little bit about the gambling slate this weekend. Just quickly here on some of the other college games you got coming up this weekend too. The college slate features Oregon and Washington. By the way, Stanford at Colorado tonight. That's a Friday night game. They play this. No? Oh, sorry. You mean no, like we're not watching it.
I'm not watching.
No, okay, good. I thought you were saying no, like I was incorrect.
I'll probably click it. No, I'm just.
I was confused. I was like, wait, am I wrong? I was like, is it not?
You're not wrong.
No, you're right.
You're not wrong.
Yes, Tom. Yeah. No, you're right.
I mean, look, there's nothing else. I'll probably. That's why I was mad at baseball. I'm like, let's go. You kidding me? No baseball.
It's all Manfred's fault.
It is Manfred's fault.
Eat me, Rob.
No,
USC Notre Dame this weekend. Nice helmet game. That's one of your helmet games. SC Notre Dame.
That's a great helmet game. That was one of the first games I remember watching when I was young. Anthony Davis, Sam Bam Cunningham, I think Lynn Swann, Pat Hayden. That was incredible to watch. And I still remember I was up in Northern California. I was in Pinole. I'm not sure this is the first game that I'd watched USC Notre Dame, but in Pinole for USC's comeback, I want to say it was 24-0 Notre Dame at half. And I think USC went on to win 49-24. or 49-27, something like that. Anthony Davis started off the second half with a touchdown return.
24-0, 55-24 was the final.
That's what it was, 55-24.
Holy crap, dude.
55-20. That's a hell of a second half right
25 years ago. We didn't execute.
No, it was longer than that, 25 years
excuse me, this is when
ago.
the article was written. My apologies.
Okay, yeah, it had to be like 45 years ago, maybe?
Yeah, at this point. So
it was like in the mid-late 70s, I would think. But yeah, I remember watching that game as a kid going, oh, man, because I was a not a USC fan, but it was awesome. Now that I think about it, I was like 10 and I hated Notre Dame for no reason. There's no reason to hate Notre Dame when I was 10. Why would I hate Notre Dame? But I still hated him. That's a good Tom Tolbert. Good boy.
That's good boy. Good for you, Tom. Yeah. Good on
you know
you.
what? I appreciate that about
Great
myself.
job, brother.
Yeah, just you hate Notre Dame without even knowing why you're hating Notre Dame. That's good stuff right there.
It's like wearing pinstripes. You just know it. You just know it.
I was just super pumped that they are kicking the crap out of the Irish. That was fun.
Good deal. Helmet game. Van Rapport said, quote, we didn't execute on special teams. I'd imagine not. Blowing a 24-0 lead. When we come on back, we will talk to Dennis Shanahan. Every week he joins us, Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com, and he'll give us some picks for the NFL slate this weekend. We'll see what he thinks about the 49ers and whatever else he's got to say about what we should be listening to. Tom said some interesting stuff we got to get into here. So Dennis Shanahan next on the Sports Leader. George Kittle was fined $13,699. That seems specific for his F Dallas shirt after the win over the Cowboys on Sunday. Totally worth it. And again, it's not my money. Check out more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is Friday. That means a football weekend is fast approaching, and we always like to look at the NFL games from a handicapping slant. Maybe we can make a little money. Maybe get this thing turned around, get it head in the right direction. At some point, it's going to happen. No better time than right now to do it with Dennis Shanahan, Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com. Let's go over some games, and let's get some winners this weekend, Dennis. What do you say?
Well, I noticed something. You know, I thought our picks were off, given we've had a horrible start to the season. But turns out we're doing fine. It's just the wrong teams are winning. And I say that obviously in jest, but at the same time, what I'm pointing to is on the site we go through the casinos and do a scan of the casinos to see where the action is. And usually, if we see public action on a team, we're looking then for the movement on the spreads and things like that. And usually, the public aren't going to win many of those games unless they're picking the very best teams. They can win with the 49ers and the Bills and the Dolphins this year. But nevertheless, of the first 5 weeks, the three top picks of each week for the public, they're 13-2 straight up.
Wow.
And 10-5 against the spread. That's like a GPS for me. I'm following that in exactly the wrong direction. I wanted to go to Candlestick Park and ended up at the Oakland Airport. It's like, so as tough as it's been, in some ways, okay, our picks aren't winning. So what do the books do? Then they start cranking the spreads up on those favorite public plays, and they get them both ways. Both they don't consistently win that much, and then the spreads make their haul, because they've also made them the wrong side of the plays with the bloated line. So we'll see if we can take advantage of that for the next few weeks and turn around the difficult start we've had.
No, when the public's winning, I'm not. That's just a simple matter of fact and never stays that way. Let's kind of jump around here and go to Detroit at Tampa. I don't know if this is going to be the ceiling for Detroit as far as point spread price. Maybe it goes higher. It's pretty high right now. But they are playing outside, and Detroit's usually a different animal outside. And look, aside from the fact that Tampa got beat up pretty good by the Eagles on national TV, they've been pretty solid this year. I mean, they battled. Baker Mayfield isn't the same Baker Mayfield. The defense is pretty decent. And I just wonder if it gets a 3.5, I might have to take that one. I might take it at 3 anyway. But I'm just wondering if we're seeing the peak of the price for the Lions on this one, because it's hard to go against them, Dennis. They're like 13-1, I think, the last 14 against the spread, which is pretty impressive. I don't know. What do you think of this one? I mean, I'll be curious to see what you have to say, because I kind of want to take the Bucks, but maybe you could talk me out of it, or maybe you could just push me into it.
Yeah, well, talent and situations are on the opposite side of the field in this game. I'm watching Detroit real good because they look so good against Kansas City on opening night. Yeah. And I said, man, and a team that has a great finish like they did last year, winning 8 of their last 10 games and then missing the playoffs, normally have a less of a record the following year because expectations exceed actual talent. In the Lions case, when I saw them play the Chiefs in that opening game, and knowing that coming into that contest, those defending Super Bowl champions at home were 14-3 against their opponents, I was thinking, whoa, Detroit looks good. I mean, all those last place finishes gave them a lot of high draft choices that they've stockpiled, and the trade with Los Angeles, which gave them more picks. And who would have thought that the Rams, the year after they won the Super Bowl, would have been a high draft choice? But they scored that too. And so there's so much talent on this Detroit team, and yet this is a bad spot for them going into Tampa Bay, a road favorite outdoors. Yeah, that's not a situation I want to bet into. But I won't be on the Buccaneers. Okay. I respect the Lions enough to say, well, let's see how that works out.
Okay, let's go to another game that it'll be curious to see what you have to say. Patriots Raiders. Did the Raiders win that game last week, or did the Packers lose it? I'm not so sure which one it was. I know this. There's not a chance in hell I would lay points with the Raiders. I'm not really sure I want to take the Patriots here. This might be bottom for them. They might be tops for the Lions. This might be the bottom for the Patriots after just getting absolutely smashed. But they've looked so bad, and Mac Jones has looked terrible. I just feel like I know you have a coaching advantage here. I think you do. And he's got to know McDaniels inside and out. How do you see that? I think the Patriots is the only way to go on this one. I'm just not sure if I want to walk through that door and all of a sudden I'm down 21-0 again.
Yeah, it's a little tough to go on a team that's lost their last two games by a combined 72-3.
Yes, it is.
And their only win was against the Jets, and that was narrow. Wouldn't have covered the spread without the late safety. Hated that. Nevertheless, you get a situation where you can't take the Raiders as a favorite. And that Monday night game, we laid off it. But for people that wanted a side, I said, well, it's got to be the Raiders simply because of the records coming in, where Green Bay had already won 2 games and the Raiders only won. I didn't think Green Bay was good enough to go into the Raiders' home field and pull 2 games ahead of them, even though they're not in the same division. I understand what I'm saying on the win-loss record. Mm-hmm. So I thought it was much more likely that those 2 teams would come out of Monday night both 2-3, and that's ultimately what happened. But as you said, it wasn't easy to get there, and it certainly, no, you don't lay points with the Raiders. I kind of like a team that was just outscored 1,000,000-3 in the last 2 games. With Bill Belichick, and it's funny because I started this year saying don't bet on the Patriots because even though they're bad, their opponents are still playing those uniforms, and those uniforms beat them for 20 years. And so even though there's different athletes wearing them now and not nearly the teams that Belichick was coaching during the Brady years, it's still a situation where I think people can get up for the New England Patriots just naturally, just because they hammered on them for so long. And that's why often a dynasty like that can really go south when it goes the wrong way. But yeah, I think this will be a play for us. We'll be on the Patriots on Sunday.
Interesting. Any interest in the Niners game? I mean, they're laying 9.5. It went from 5.5 to 9.5 with the news that Watson's out, Walker is in. I'm not sure what the weather is going to be like. To me, it's still 49ers or nothing. I'm not getting in the way of that train. I just refuse to stand in the way, and I think you feel the same way of the 49ers right now. It's a great situational spot for the Browns. They just don't have the horses to keep up. But I don't know. I don't. Now that I got to 9.5, I'm not sure I have any interest in this.
All right. I know the gate crossing is down, but if you don't mind, I'd like to step around it and get right on the tracks here, because we've got a situation that's just too good, good. And so you take the Cleveland Browns, who've now lost both their primary offensive weapons, or 2 of their best offensive weapons. They lost Nick, Chubb to the injury that cost him the season, and he was great running back and important on that thing. And Deshaun Watson, who is the difference maker, from the quarterback position, and they lose them both. And they're playing the team that is invincible, in quotes, right now. You also have a situation where the last time the Cleveland Browns played a game was 2 weeks ago. And they got clobbered 28-3, I think, by the Ravens, right? Got clobbered
27-3, yep.
27-3 by the Ravens at home. So now you've got a Cleveland team with 2 weeks to prepare for the 49ers, coming off a home loss. And, okay, they're going to have P.J. Walker playing quarterback for them. But here's the situation with the Niners. And you know that I'm a fan of Kyle going all the way back, and Brock Purdy's the best I've ever, all that stuff. I love the Niners. I love their offense. I love their defense. They look like a Super Bowl winner to me. But, when we were talking last week about just lining up, by the way, Pam, my wife, pointed out recently, you'd have top pick winners if you just pick the 49ers as a top pick every week. You know that. Yeah, thanks, Pam. Just make the mashed potatoes. I'll meet at the dinner table. But in any case, In this situation, you know how we always talk about, well, there's that team that's great, and they're 14-3 or 12-4 against the spread. Yeah, that's exactly what they are, but they're not 17-0. And so this is the spot where you've got the 49ers where they clobber Pittsburgh on opening day 30-3, and that was when we didn't know how good they were or that Pittsburgh was a little bit more suspect. They were close against the Rams in Los Angeles. They were actually farther ahead than the final score, but they won the game handedly in Los Angeles. They come home and they blow away the Giants, and then they cover a 15-point spread against the Cardinals, where it could have been a letdown given the Cowboys were next on their schedule and they were 3-0, and they cover there. And now they play the Cowboys, and I thought they would blow away the Cowboys because I thought it was the best spot of the year for the 49ers motivationally, where their talent coupled with the motivational edge you get playing a quality team like Dallas. Then that game comes so easy, 42-10, and it wasn't that close. And so now you turn around a situation and you go to Cleveland, and I looked at the opening line of 3 and went, well, that's not enough. Then it went to 4.5. I said, well, that's enough. Then I almost bought it at 7 on Wednesday night when it went to 7. And I said, ooh, that might mean Deshaun Watson isn't playing and the books are protecting themselves. And then, of course, today they've announced, boom, Watson is definitely out, and the line jumps to, as you said, 9.5. I've seen 10. So we get a situation where if we're talking a motivational play in this spot, and it's on Cleveland and against San Francisco, and then everything happens during the week to load up more motivation for Cleveland, given now they have to compensate for not only the loss of the running back for the season a couple weeks ago, but now they also have to compensate for the loss of their quarterback. Where do the Niners hit a sprocket here? I know we've been saying every week, oh, they're just good enough, they'll be perfect, and they'll overcome it. This is just such a trap. And I think it's one of those games that when someone bought the spread early and got 4.5 or 5 or 6 or something, and now they're sitting there going, oh, no, I've got a horrible play because they're going to win that bet too. I think Cleveland is going to be right in this game until the end. And if they're not, I'll be under my couch in the living room.
All right, we'll go get those mashed potatoes and see if we can get some winners this week. Thanks, Dennis.
Have a great weekend, Tom.
All right, you too. We'll talk to you next week. All right, coming up, more Copes and Tolbert right here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson is officially out for Sunday's game against the 49ers. P.J. Walker expected to start at quarterback for the Browns. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
watching that tape, man, you got to look at this dude and say, oh, he is garbage. Like, we should really tear him apart.
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh, my God.
You're an average wide receiver that they eventually will move on, and when teams call me and asking, should they trade for you, I will say no. Don't trade for Jerry Jeudy because he's mentally unable to handle constructive criticism from people who watch specifically, can he be a wide receiver? He could be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3. Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
A lot going on there. You got that was Steve Smith yesterday. If you missed it, we played that near the end of the show, right before the kickoff of Thursday Night Football. That was Steve Smith on the field, like behind a desk, with Mike Garafolo talking about his interaction with Jerry Jeudy, where he had kind of made some negative comments about Jerry Jeudy on his podcast, then tried to go up to him and apologize, I guess, before the game yesterday, and Jerry Jeudy then got into it. That was his response. Before that, you heard Dante Whitner there talking about Dak Prescott. So it's a couple of former players talking trash about current players, right? Which is so funny because in the medium we're in, Tom, like, I'm always wary about what I say about a guy personally or how I am critiquing somebody because it's easy to have somebody turn around and go, well, you didn't play. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm first to tell you, no, I don't. It's not my job to know. It's my job to have an opinion. I'm just sitting here telling you what I think about stuff. So it's interesting, though, because there's a lot of pushback when players like Dante Whitner, who was one of the most respected defenders of his day, if he said that stuff about a guy when he was playing, people would be like, oh, he's a hard-nosed player. But because he's saying it now about Dak after a loss, people, and I get it, it was harsh. Saying a guy sucks is something you and I don't think would say about somebody when we're talking about an athlete, except for Deshaun Watson. That guy sucks.
Well, he just sucks.
That's not about football. That's it. You just suck. You suck as a guy, as a person.
Yeah.
Pretty good football player. Right.
Here's what I've always said, that I try to always keep in mind how good everyone is that plays at this level.
Right.
Everyone is incredible. They're all, most of them.
Steve Young was talking about it yesterday with us.
Yeah, if not all of them, are the best in their high schools, the best in their city. One of the best in their city. I mean, one of the best in their state. One of the best at their college. I mean, you're the elite of the elite. So these are all good. So when you say someone's not very good, I hope people realize I'm saying it in the context of the sport.
Right.
Not of like how, because obviously everyone that plays is elite. Everyone across the board, whether you believe it or not, these are all the best of the best in the world in their chosen sport. So, I mean, when Dante says that he sucks, I mean, I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think Dak sucks. I think he's a little overrated. I don't think he's like one of the top 10 guys. But
if you weren't a Cowboy, he wouldn't be talked about.
He can win.
He is.
Yeah, you can win with Dak Prescott.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that. So. The Jeudy thing's a little interesting because, first off, I don't think he wants any part of C. Smith Sr. That's a dude I don't think a lot of people want any part of. That's a tough dude right there.
And he's small.
That's a really tough dude. Like, he gets after people. But something happened that, like, the current generation of players don't want criticism from the older generation of players. And I think what happened was a lot of times the older generation of players got upset with the adulation some of the players of today were getting, and they kind of got forgotten, and people forgot how great they were. So I think they, in defending themselves, kind of cracked back on some of the younger players, and they didn't want to hear it. And then the term old head, which I'm not even sure where the hell that came from. I don't even know who started that. I heard it like a couple years ago, and now it's just like a thing now.
You just heard it? Yeah, you are an old head.
Yeah, I am an old head because I just heard the term old head.
I think I heard it in college. I think it's been around. It's not one that I'd go to.
Hasn't been around a long time.
People use it, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard it. But, I mean, then you get guys like, J.J. Redick saying stupid stuff about plumbers, and that was just dumb. And J.J.'s not dumb. Like, he's a smart guy, and I've listened to him talk. I mean, he knows basketball. Right, Bob Cousy's play. He's like, he didn't play against anybody good. That's just dumb. That's just dumb. So if you're if you're older the generation, you're like, well, come on, wait a minute. That ain't. No, that's not the case. So there's like some sort of divide there. But you listen to Larry Bird, and Larry Bird last year was saying, all these people are cracking on the younger players. These guys are incredible. They're incredible players. They really are, and they are. but so are the older players.
Yeah.
Like, if everybody could just realize these guys are all really good, and I know some people want to have the stupid argument, oh, this guy would kill back in 72. Well, yeah, of course he would. I always say this. Look at all the training. Look at all the dietary things that he knows the other guy doesn't know. Look at all the weightlifting.
And you have an off-season job because you wouldn't be making $40 million a year, right?
And you got AAU. You got travel ball. You got to play ball 12 months a year. I mean, just, again, everything is
It's incomparable
different.
because of how
but
different the eras were. Right.
Are you telling me that Ted Williams, if he grew up today with the same mindset and the same training or did a different training than he had in like the 40s, wouldn't still be able to kill it?
Yeah,
of course he
yeah,
would.
roll out of bed and hit.
Of course he would.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn couldn't hit today? Of course he could.
He could teach hitting. I mean, that's what coaches are, right? Is guys who are within the game. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that people who are older don't know anything about it and that people who are younger are willing to accept it because that's what coaching is. Quite literally, football, sometimes it's a little bit different, but you're still schematically trying to do things and get guys better, make guys better.
No, I was just going to say, so I try. I mean, I criticize players. You have to in this job and in my job. And you got to criticize decisions they make. You got to criticize plays they make. But I always, try to keep in context. These guys are all really good. These guys are all really good. That could have been a boneheaded play. That could have been really stupid. That could have been, but it's just one play, and the guy's a really good player. Even if he doesn't play much, even if he only plays 1 year, there are a lot of guys that never get a chance to play a year at the big league level. So I think when it gets personal, then it kind of crosses a line. But I think with the younger generation, sometimes their skin is kind of thin.
Yep.
Because of the way they're brought up and grew up. Like, the older generation had to deal with a lot more criticism growing up and a lot harsher criticism growing up.
I would challenge it's different.
From their coaches.
Oh, from the coaches. I would say that the younger players have to deal with criticism. I wonder if for the younger players, this is something I'll ask you, excuse me, as it relates to you as a broadcast. Did you call games with Chris Webber?
No. Chris was playing when I was calling games.
Excuse me, Chris was playing when you were, like, Did he get upset about things that were said during games, or did players get upset?
Yeah, he got upset with me.
You? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I forget what I said about him. But I actually went and apologized to him. I go, I think I was a little too harsh on that. I just want to let you know that I said this, and I wanted to tell you to your face, and I could have said it a different way. Blah 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 blah. And he accepted my apology. And then he said something like 2 months later or whatever. So to me, great player, kind of a con man in a lot of ways. So, but I forget what I said.
Was it that
about him? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Because he has a gripe then, a little bit.
I think it was like, a big shot in the game. You don't want him taking it or something like that. And I remember he said, what does Tom Tolbert know about it? What does he know about our team? He wasn't very good at basketball anyway, which is so stupid because you got to be good at basketball to talk
have
basketball,
an opinion, and that's the thing that doesn't make any sense.
Steve Kerr's pretty good, pretty knowledgeable at basketball. He wasn't the greatest.
Some of the best coaches ever were guys who
Popovich,
weren't great. Yeah,
pretty good coach. Pretty good.
Was Phil Jackson any good as a player?
I remember him playing in the NBA. Yeah, Phil was a solid NBA player, but he certainly wasn't a star. So
Pat Riley, great.
So that whole thing,
guy,
exactly. So that thing is kind of dumb, but yeah, it's just I think it's different because the players of my generation before had to deal with a lot more criticism and a lot harsher criticism from the coaches.
Sure.
It was a lot harder. Practices
media was harder too.
Were a lot harder. I think media is harder today.
I think it's broader today. Like it's everything's microscope now. I
think now everyone has an opinion today. Like the players of today know everyone's opinion because they're all on social media. So when
a player talks about
Joe
them,
from Montana's cracking you know about it because it's on your Twitter feed or it's on your Instagram and you're reading it because that's the one thing they cannot do. They cannot scroll. They got to read everything. Like these players, digest all this stuff, and I don't know how they do it. All this negativity, and it's funny too that no one really responds to or cares so much about the positive feedback they get on social media. But boy, the negative feedback they get, just, I mean, they internalize that, and I don't know if it fuels them, or maybe it fuels them in a good way, maybe it fuels them in a bad way. But it's interesting, and I don't know, maybe that's just part of the human psyche, that when someone's praising you, it doesn't resonate as much as when someone's criticizing you. And I don't know why that's the case. But, I mean, you look at coaching now, and I think coaching you're better off. I think the coaching is better now, because I think they actually coach now more so. They teach now more so than maybe they did. But I also think there's something to, toughening up, going through stuff, having to suck it up and deal with your coach barking down your throat, or not really barking down your throat, barking, I don't know where he'd be barking. How about just barking at you, since I can't come up with the metaphor that I'm looking for?
Ask Bobby Knight. He'll have something to bark.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like there's something that, like, you look Bobby Knight, you're like, well, what he did was garbage. Yeah. A lot of it was, absolutely. But you look at what he did. That not only did they win, he graduated all his guys.
Yep.
And a lot of his guys are doing great things after basketball. So does the ends justify the means? Not really sure. But again, it's not either one or the other. It's a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Does that work? But we're, more evolved now, and the coaching now is more of a teaching variety instead of, kind of demanding, getting in your face and being vocal and being verbal. So it's just different. It's different nowadays, but I guarantee you, 30 years from now, the guys that play now, they'll be the older players, and they'll be the guys saying, "Oh, back in my day, it wasn't that easy. You guys got it super easy now. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do this." It's just that's the way it goes. But yeah, I was a little surprised, like because if you're Jerry Jeudy, I mean, Steve Smith is a guy that's done something in this league.
Well, let me. He's a Hall of Fame talent. I don't understand, but he should be in my mind. Like at some point,
it'd be easier to accept the apology. Go, I appreciate you saying that. I do, and I thought it was uncalled for what you said, but I do appreciate it. And I don't know. Maybe if he'd have accepted the apology, maybe he could have got Steve Smith to say he was a tier 2 wide receiver.
Yeah, maybe he would have moved up. Let's see where Mike Sando has him if he does wide receiver
tiers. Tier 3.
Why don't you Jerry, just start a podcast, dude. Just say stuff about him on your podcast. Just do that.
That's what they all do.
We're going to catch up with Bob Costas here in just a minute. I just want to make note of this, is because we're talking about the media stuff. What happened yesterday with the Atlanta Braves and Arcia, and I mean, you were the one who called my attention to this with Bryce Harper the other day.
Yeah, that became a firestorm, didn't it?
It's incredible. I want to talk to Bob Costas about this. We'll take a quick break and come on back with him. He was on the call for the Dodgers and the D-backs, but are there things that are off limits in clubhouses? I mean, Arcia quite literally said, "Attaboy, Bryce," and they're acting like he yelled a racial slur that shouldn't have gotten out. Like the things were he said something sarcastically. There was an inside joke, and the Phillies, they're just pissed that they rallied around this thing and it came back to bite him. I don't think anything was crossed. I don't think any line was crossed. I know some players are upset about it. Alana Rizzo of MLB Network kind of gotten some hot water. Had to apologize today because she's married to a former ball player, Chris Iannetta, so she may see it through a different lens. But I think in saying that this is a sanctuary and a sacred place for players, you need to also understand that for a lot of the day, it's a place of work for a lot of people in the media. So Bob Costas, one of the greats, he joins us, friend of the program. Friend of the program, Bob Costas. He's going to join us at 3:50. When we come on back, we'll get more into this Alana Rizzo stuff. We'll play you the sound from yesterday. We'll let you know what the Braves players had to hear. What's up? I'm so sorry. I'm all over the place because I got my schedule wrong here. I was like, wait, Costas is next, and I kept saying Dr. Bob and then Bob.
Dude,
Dr.
the two
Bob
Bobs
next.
Gotcha.
Dude, you guys effed me on this doctor sheet, dude. Everybody's watching the live stream. You can see they put doctor for everything here. We're good, dude. Doctor for everything. We're all good. They join us next. It's Dr. Bob Stoll, then Dr. Bob Costas on the Sports Leader.
right. We've done a little pro football, and now we're going to do a little college football and some pro football. Bob Stoll joined us the last few Fridays. Always fun having him on. DrBobSports.com. I always tell people, a lot of really good free stuff. There's paid stuff, but a lot of really good free stuff, and you can learn stuff when you read the write-ups. The write-ups are really, really cool, so I enjoy those almost as much as the picks. But since we're all here together, might as well get into some picks. What's going on, Bob?
I'm doing all right. I'm going to go to the Zach Brown Band concert tonight.
Really?
Here in Denver. Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
Where are they playing? They're probably a big venue, right?
Well, it's called Fiddler's Green. It's about 6,500, 7,000 people outdoor. It's really nice.
Now, I think I'm right on this. That's country, correct?
Country, Americana, folk,
Okay.
Yeah, Zach Brown Band does a little bit of everything. But yeah, I guess it would be considered country.
They got something for everybody. Everybody's welcome.
They do. It's a little bit of a jam band.
Okay. Oh, I like jam bands. I enjoy the band The Jam. Anyway, let's move on. Let's get to some games. Let's start. I was going to start with the biggest games, but I want to start tonight because I know there's a game you like. I like it as well. Utah State at home against Fresno State, and this line is about where it was a couple days ago. Dropped down, then it bumped back up today. I think it's about 5.5, maybe. Utah State getting 5.5. Utah State's been playing pretty good football. I mean, offensively, man, they just put it on the Rams last week. 630 yards they put on the Rams. They only got outgained by 100 the first game of the year at Iowa. Now, Iowa's no offensive juggernaut. We all know that. But to be able to stay within 100 yards of a Big Ten team on the road, I thought was pretty impressive. And James Madison, they got behind. They rallied back and then lost that one by a touchdown. But I think they've been getting better. Like, they've been playing some good ball. And Fresno's coming off their first loss of the year up in Laramie to Wyoming Cowboys squad. How do you see this one? Because I know you like Utah State, but I'm curious your reasoning. Because I just think Utah State is maybe a little underrated and maybe getting better as the season's progressing.
Yeah, they're underrated. I mean, they put 70-something points on a decent FCS school earlier in the season. Yeah. So them scored a bunch of points on James Madison, who hasn't lost a game. They almost won that one. James Madison's undefeated, so that's a good. And then Colorado State, a solid team, and they whipped them last week. The difference in the offense, Cooper Lagasse is back at quarterback the last couple games, and they've been moving the ball. I mean, he's completing like 68% of his passes, 8 yards of pass play. They should Fresno, even before last week, was a very mediocre team when you look at their yardage stats, and now they lost Mikey Keene, their quarterback. I mean, I don't think the backup. He played a lot last year, and I don't think he's that much worse. Maybe 1.5 points worse than Keene. But I was liking Utah State even if Keene was playing, and doesn't look like he will. Utah State's underrated. They're one of those teams like 2 years ago, great. Last year I thought they were overrated and bet the under on the season win total, and they were terrible. Then this year they bounced back. They have a good coach. They were due for a bounce-back year. And defensively is where they've really improved this year. And with Cooper Lagasse back at quarterback, the offense is humming right now. So I think this game should be more like a pick 'em, or maybe Fresno by 1, and they're getting, if Utah State's getting 5.5 points, I think it is right now. So, yeah, I think it's a good bet on Utah State getting points.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's go to the bigger games on the slate tomorrow, and then we'll move into maybe a little NFL. Let's start with the two 12:30 games, although I think North Carolina might be a 4 o'clock game, so let's go to the 12:30 game, Oregon-Washington, a massive game. Who would have ever thought a massive game in the Pac-12, the border war between Oregon and Washington? This one I couldn't even I'd just have to flip a coin, I think, if I was going to wager on this one, because it does seem like a coin flip game to me. Both teams have been extremely impressive. How do you see this one?
Yeah, the Pac-12 has just been ridiculously good this year.
Yeah.
I mean, every week there's 2 or 3 really good matchups. This is the best one of them all. These are the top 2 teams in the nation in compensated yards per play differential. Washington first, Oregon second in compensated yards per play differential. They may be the 2 best teams in the nation, actually. So one of them will emerge as the best team in the nation, I think, after this week. Both are strong. Obviously, Washington is the second best offense in the nation, slightly behind LSU, who just passed them last week. But Oregon ranks fourth in offense in my ratings. Ducks are better defensively. They rank sixth best defense in the nation, and they've played some good teams and held them down. Whereas Washington's defense is good, but not at quite the elite level. They're a top 20 defense in my rankings, but not quite the elite level. I mean, overall, from a line of scrimmage perspective, Washington has been a bit better, and they are at home. But Oregon is better in special teams. I think the line is about right at 3. Except when it comes down to, you're right, it's a coin flip as far as just looking at how good these teams are, and 3 is probably the right line. But when you get 2 unbeaten teams, both 5-0 or better, underdogs are the way to go. Underdogs with 17 points or more when both teams are unbeaten, 5-0 or better, are 53-27 against the spread going back to 1980. That was Oklahoma last week.
Yep.
So if I was going to bet the game, I'd go with the trend, I guess, and lean with Oregon. But either side, you can't fault it. I think it's a great game to watch.
Oh, you told me that last week. I did like Oklahoma, and then you gave me the stat. I was like, well, hell, I'm going to go ahead and take a shot at it. And lo and behold, there it was.
That was fun.
Always nice when a plan comes together like that. It really is. All right, Miami, North Carolina is an interesting one.
I love this matchup.
In that, I think North Carolina, this is a really good. I'm curious how Miami's going to bounce back. By the way, from that, I can't even begin to explain how bad that was. You'll remember this game, Bob. The only one I can compare it to,
Oregon and Stanford.
No, not that one. That one's more recently. This one's 25 years ago or 22 years ago. Do you remember the Baylor UNLV game?
I don't think I do, but go ahead and refresh my memory.
So Baylor, Kevin Steele just took over, and I think it was his 3rd game there, and they were up 5 with 30 seconds left. Could have knelt on the ball and won the game. They're at the 5-yard line, 6-yard line, UNLV's 6-yard line going in. And he wanted to instill some toughness in his team, play the full 60 minutes, all that.
They had no timeouts, by the way.
No timeouts. So he hands it off. They run it up the middle. Fumbles. UNLV picks it up at the 1, 99 yards the other way, touchdown, they lose. That was the worst one I've ever seen. So I was like, surely that'll never happen again. Well,
the thing is, Mario Cristobal's done this before. When he was at Oregon, they had a lead on Stanford.
Yep.
He decided to run the ball. They could have run it down to about 2 seconds. And I think in that situation, they could have just had their quarterback run backwards 20 yards and then fall down, and run up the clock just running backwards. But he decided to run it. Stanford got the ball, scored. I think they kicked a field goal to tie it, and then won in overtime.
Correct.
Dude, how do you not learn your lesson?
Mario Cristobal obviously needs a few math lessons every few years just to kind of keep up.
If I were the quarterback, when I was a quarterback, I was always aware of the situation. I'd be like, Coach, I'm sorry, I'm taking a knee. I'd have just overrode everyone on the sidelines and just taken a knee.
Yeah, well, he needs to keep up with the trends in math.
It's called victory formation. It's called victory formation.
It's there for a reason.
And they named it win.
Right. But anyway, they take that off that loss. They go up to Chapel Hill to take on a North Carolina team who's been playing some pretty good football. How do you see this one?
So psychologically, just getting the psychological out of the way. I mean, there's still hope. They can win the ACC.
Yeah.
If they win this game and beat Clemson and win the championship game, I mean, they are the best team in the ACC. It's just a matter of can they bounce back. I think they can. They're better than North Carolina. I mean, that game last week should not have been close. They had outgained the Yellow Jackets by 270 total yards at the time when they should have knelt down. 270 yards. They just interceptions. The quarterback that doesn't throw interceptions threw 3, which is weird. It was just a random game. But look at this team. I mean, North Carolina's strength is the quarterback, Drake May.
Yep.
And he's been good. He's averaging 8.2 yards per pass play. Great. It'd be less than that if not for that tipped pass that went for 77 yards last week. But nonetheless, Tyler Van Dyke for Miami is averaging 9.2 yards per pass play. North Carolina's running game has not been that good. Miami's got a better running game. Defensively, North Carolina's defense better than it was last year. They're about half a yard per play better than average defensively this year. Miami's defense is about a yard per play better than average after compensating for opposition. And it would be better than that if not for that 74 yards in 4 plays last week. So, Miami is better throwing it, running it, stopping the run, and stopping the pass. They are the better team, and the reason there's value here, I took 3.5 early in the week, but the reason there's value, even at +3, is because last week they just a tight game that should not have been close, and they lose the game. I think their public perception is down on them. But Miami is a better team than North Carolina, and if they come to play, I think they'll win the game straight up.
Interesting. All right, before we get to the pros, let's go to the last big game of the night, the rivalry game between the Trojans and the Irish. I was liking the Irish here, Bob, but God, it's been a brutal schedule for them, and this is like the tail end of that schedule, and they just got mopped last week against Louisville. So I've seen these games before where USC's more athletic, they're more high flying, and then Notre Dame just beats them by running the ball, maybe gets a turnover or two, and picks up more third downs. I've seen it before where USC just seems to be better and they're not better. Now Notre Dame is favored in this game by 2.5 points, so be that what it is. But how do you see this one? I don't know that I have a great feel for this one.
Yeah, Notre Dame is, like you said, except this year they have Sam Hartman at quarterback, and he's good. I mean, he's going to be an NFL player.
Yeah.
He's not as good as Caleb Williams. I mean, but USC's not really. I mean, they're elite offensively. I mean, they're ridiculous. But they haven't really faced any good defense. The best defensive team they played might have been the Wildcats last week. That young Wildcats defense is pretty good. I mean, they're better. They're solid. And they struggled a little bit in that game. Notre Dame's defense is certainly the best defense they have played so far. And so that'll be interesting. That's strength against strength. USC's offense is better than Notre Dame's defense. But nonetheless, on the other side of the ball, Notre Dame's offense is 1.4 yards per play better than average. That is better. The best two teams that USC has faced offensively in the last 2 weeks, Colorado and Arizona, the best two offenses that the Trojans have faced, they gave up an average of 6.1 yards per play and 34.5 points per game in regulation, so exclude that overtime points last week. So giving about 35 points a game to Colorado and Arizona. Notre Dame's offense is 0.8 yards per play better than the average of Colorado and Arizona, which works out to about 5 points. So Notre Dame could score 35 points here and certainly surpass whatever Southern Cal gets. And they're going to be able to run the ball, and it's bad weather. I mean, you're looking at wind and some rain, and USC can't stop the run. And Hartman is smart with the ball, and he'll connect when he needs to. And I mean, Caleb Williams is going to do Caleb Williams things, and that might pull it out. But I think Notre Dame should be favored by 5 or 6 points, not 2.5. So I didn't make it a bet, but I lean with Notre Dame for sure at -3.
Got it. Maybe I will go with Notre Dame. All right, real quick, before we go to the NFL, I got to ask you this because you mentioned Arizona. Just from a numbers standpoint, to me, last week when they played USC and they scored at the end of the first overtime, don't you go for 2 there?
Yeah.
You're like the 21-point underdog.
Yeah, I was watching the game, and you got to go for 2. I mean, but their 2-point play didn't work when they went for 2, so maybe they would have ran that same 2-point play, a little sweep to the left. That didn't work, so you can't say, they might have won. And we've got Arizona. You're probably with me on this. I got Arizona's win total over 5. Yep. They've got 3 wins, and 3 of their losses. I mean, they lost by 7 at Washington, closest anyone's come there, and 2 overtime games.
Yep.
USC and Mississippi State on the road. I mean, come on, Arizona. I mean, they're a good team. That's a bet that should win, and I'm like, get to 6 wins. Come on.
Let's go.
I mean, yeah, God, I'm just like they're breaking my heart so many times. Like, come on. But anyway, they are a much improved team, and I like the backup quarterback, and he may keep his job if he has another good game this week.
Yep.
Talking to Dr. Bob Stoll, Dr. Bob Sports. You can get some of your picks there. Lots of good free stuff. I just pulled up the website here. Tom and I have been talking all week, actually, about one, because we're in San Francisco, but the 49er spread, which was at like 5 or 5.5. And when did I say something to you about it, Tom? Tuesday?
Yep.
I was like, you looking at this spread? I said, that's too weird. I said, it's so weird. I was like, the Niners are so good. I was like, I know it sounds like weird spread. They don't know about the quarterback. I just took it. I was like, I'm going to get it at 5.5, and either way, I'll be comfortable with it. It's up to like 10 now, or 10.5.
Yeah,
after finding out Watson. You been following this, or is there any value on either side of this still?
Well, there is now that it's at 9.5. I mean, if I had 5.5,
I feel great. Yeah, I feel fantastic.
San Francisco too.
Yeah.
But yeah, with Watson out, Cleveland's got a good defense, so they might be able to hang in the game with that. And Tyrod Taylor's not a scrub. I mean, he's been a decent quarterback throughout his career, has plenty of experience, has been a good backup, has done pretty well when he started some games. So it's not like they're ridiculously bad on offense. They're going to struggle, but they're not terrible, and the defense is solid. I get that the model with Watson out has San Francisco by 8.6 points. There's been a little bit of an overreaction. A lot of that is they just look so good against Dallas that, that the market is maybe a little bit overexcited about the Niners. But they've played 3 straight home games. How cushy. And now they're going on the road in Cleveland for the first time. They haven't been on the road in a while. And as it turns out, road favorites of more than 3 points that are coming off 3 or more straight home games that have won the last couple at least are 19, 43-1 against the spread. So it's not a great spot for the Niners going on the road after some easy, home wins. Also, teams that have won back-to-back games and scored more than 30 in at least 2 or more games during their winning streak also tend to struggle in non-division road games. So it's a letdown spot for the Niners. And I think there's a little bit of value on Cleveland, even with Watson out. At the line up to 9.5. At 10, I get interested. Yeah. At 10, I might bet Cleveland, and it's 10 at a few books already. It might get to 10 by Sunday morning. I'm sort of holding off. Maybe I'll get 10, and I haven't decided if I'm going to pull the trigger at 10. But I would certainly rather have Cleveland plus 9.5.
Well, the starting quarterback for Cleveland's P.J. Walker. Does that change your mind at all?
Oh, they went with Walker. I thought it was Tyrod Taylor.
No, P.J. Walker.
No, then I'm going to have to adjust my...
Tyrod's a giant, I think.
Oh, wait, the line's 19 now. No.
Yeah, that might have been why I got an extra point. All right, well, nonetheless, the trend still applies.
Yes, it does.
And now I'd probably have San Francisco by about 10 if it's Walker at quarterback.
There you go.
I still feel good about my 5.5. I'm still liking that.
Yeah, I think you ought to be. You ought to feel good about that.
I like your bet, yeah.
Oh, man. One last quick one before we let you run. We always appreciate the conversation. Baltimore, Tennessee, I think we're on the same side on this one. Baltimore shouldn't have lost last week. That wasn't fluky. That was a typical Baltimore-Pittsburgh game is what that was. Yep. But still, there's so many things that had to happen for them to lose that game, where if it goes halfway right, they probably end up winning by 10 instead of losing by 7.
Yeah, I think Harbaugh said, there was one of 15 different plays had we made, we would have won the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they dropped 7 passes. 3 of them were touchdown passes that they didn't get back. I mean, Lamar Jackson actually had a good game despite averaging 5 yards per pass play because, if you drop, 1 or 2 passes, fine, but you dropped 7 passes and 5 of those were 10 yards or more down the field.
Yep.
So Jackson would have had a great game if his receivers didn't fumble the ball around. It's not a great matchup for Tennessee. I mean, Derrick Henry is wear and tear gets the running backs at this stage of their career, and he's averaging 3.8 yards per carry, career low. Ravens are 3rd in the league in defending the run as far as the expected points added per rush allowed. And when you put that kind of pressure on Ryan Tannehill, he just doesn't perform generally in obvious passing situations. He's great in play action, which is why he works for Tennessee when they're running the ball well. But if they're not running the ball well, Tannehill really struggles. And I think that's going to be the case against Baltimore's run defense. I like Baltimore here. Obviously, the funny thing is, the last time they played in England, they got crushed. I think they lost by 30-something points to Jacksonville. Harbaugh's like, no more of that. We are leaving on, I think they might have left on Monday morning or something. Mm-hmm. They spent 6 nights. It's the earliest anyone's left. They practiced all week. They moved the medical. They moved the entire operation over to England to make sure it was like a normal practice week, but on England time. So I wonder how that's going to play out. It can't hurt. They're going to have a little more acclimation to the time zone change. And my ratings have the Ravens by 8.5. I think it's clearly a bet on Baltimore.
Bob, thank you so much. It's always a lot of fun catching up with you and getting your insights on the football Saturday and Sunday. Have a great weekend, and we'll look forward to talking to you next week.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it.
Great stuff. Dr.
And enjoy
Bob
Zach Brown, or whoever it is.
The Zach Brown Band. Yeah.
Zach Brown Band.
A little bit of something for everybody, apparently.
There you
Zach
go.
Brown Band. From one Bob to another, Dr. Bob Sports for Dr. Bob Stoll's picks. If you want to get
Dr.
more
Bob Costas.
information there, and Dr. Bob Costas. I don't know why I'm rolling with this riff. Bob Costas, friend of the show, joins us next on the Sports League.
Dr. Giggles.
According to Susan Slusser, the Giants interviewed third base coach Mark Hallberg for the open managerial position. That story and more are trending. Is it, though? Is that getting the traction? How about this? You can get more information on the Giants interview with Mark Hallberg on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Nailed it.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's always fun to welcome to the show a man who was on the call for the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers, and he's done a few more things than that. If I listed them all, then we'd be saying goodbye, and that would be the end of the interview. Bob Costas. Bob, what's going on? Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Hey, Tom. Hi, Adam. How you doing?
Good.
Welcome
So I've been talking, well, not all year, but the last 2 months about how it's been pretty amazing what the Dodgers have been able to do without a starting pitching staff. I mean, to get 100 wins with, I think they had 3 guys that started over 20 games this year, and one of them's getting Tommy John surgery in Gonsolin, and it finally caught him. Like what didn't catch him during the regular season finally caught him. Like, and it caught up to him in 3 games. That really was the story, wasn't it? Freeman and Betts didn't hit, but they were played from behind the entire series.
Playing from behind the entire series and playing from behind before they took a single at-bat in the first 2 games. So, yeah, you take a look at all the losses to the pitching staff, mostly through injury, and then you have, if you want to go back a couple of years, you have Trevor Bauer, and then you have Julio Urias, and who knows if he'll ever pitch in the majors again. Highly doubtful he'll ever pitch for the Dodgers again. So during the regular season, the Dodgers have been excellent. That's clear. 100 wins the last 4 consecutive full seasons, not counting 2020 when they won the World Series, and 5 of the last 6 seasons. But now, in the last 3, they lose to the Braves, who now are a powerhouse despite the defeat to the Phillies. It's clear how good the Braves are. They lost to the Braves in 21, and they were 18 games better than the Braves, not in the same division, but 18 games better over the course of the season. Then the next year, they're 22 games better than the Padres. The Dodgers won 111. They're 22 games better, and they beat them 14 of 19 head-to-head during the season, and they lose in 4 games. And in this case, the Diamondbacks, they're 16 games better than them. The D-backs won only 84. They play fewer games within the division now because of the closer to balanced schedule, but they beat them 8 out of 13, and the last 5 in a row went to the Dodgers. And now we get into the postseason, and they get swept. We all know that anything can happen in baseball. It's an entirely different sport than the other 3 team sports that we follow closely in North America. But after a while, there's a pattern there. If it was just this year, you could chalk it up to, hey, Dave Roberts and everybody did a great job. They took a patchwork pitching staff. They not only won the division, they won 100 games. And now we see what happens when neither Kershaw, Miller, nor Lynn can get them even into the 5th inning in decent shape and have them be competitive within the game. That could be a one-off. But the troubling trend overall is what has Dodger fans up in arms. If it was just this year, that'd be one thing. But it's the trend, I think, that bothers them.
So I was going to ask you this. I'm glad you brought it up because you always hear, like, the postseason baseball is a crapshoot. You did 5-game series, 7 games, but there is a trend here. So I'm trying to figure out, what is the common thread? Like, is there something you could look at and say, this needs to be fixed or that needs to be tweaked because they've been so dominant? They're not just getting to the playoffs. They're dominating their way into the playoffs and then losing. So I can't figure it out. But I'm wondering, is there something that you look at or that other people have looked at and said, well, this seems to be a common thread between the regular season Dodgers and the postseason Dodgers? Because if we can't find anything, I don't even know where the Dodger organization would begin.
Well, it's pretty clear. This year, it was the state of the starting pitching and the health of the starting pitching. So that's what they have to work on. But you're not going to turn around and say, hey, Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, both of whom had seasons good enough to win the MVP in most seasons. I don't know where they'll finish this year. Probably Acuna wins it. You're not going to say, well, we're disenchanted with Betts and Freeman. And even though they lost something in each of the last 2 years to free agency with Corey Seager and with Trey Turner, still they scored 907 runs. They were plus 200 and something in terms of the run differential against their opposition. So you can't say that overall offensively there's a problem there. They had 4 different guys drive in more than 100 runs. So, and their bullpen, by the way, in the second half of the season and in these 3 games, They were playing from behind, so it's not as appreciated. Their bullpen did a very, very good job, by and large, even in these 3 games. So I'm not smart enough, and I'm not entrenched enough. Oh, you laugh at the idea that I'm not smart enough? For once, I'm not smart enough, Tom, and that makes you laugh?
Yeah, because it's so ridiculous. That's why I'm
a hilarious notion. Yeah, a hilarious notion.
I don't know the damn answer is what I'm trying to tell you.
Talking to Bob Costas on the Uber guest line. Love getting Bob on. We've been through a year now. I think we talked to you at the start of the season or right as we were getting going about all the rule changes and what it was going to feel like. I got to tell you, the pitch clock thing didn't bother me at all throughout the regular season. And then last night, while I was watching the Phillies, I was kind of like, I'd like it to breathe a little bit more. Did you have any feeling on that in the postseason, or did you have any feeling on the rules once we got into the playoffs?
Well, first of all, I'm with you. I thought the rules were overwhelmingly successful, especially the pitch clock and banning the shifts and the 2 disengagements and no more than that per at-bat, which made base runners more adventurous. I think all those things were overwhelmingly successful. I didn't feel it at all in the 3 Diamondback-Dodger games. Maybe, and maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention, maybe in a game that was filled with drama like last night with the Phillies and the Braves. And the first few games, I was only looking in on them because I'm preparing to do my game while that game's playing out, like the epic game that the Braves won on that crazy play, the Michael Harris catch and Harper being doubled off. I'm just looking up at a screen and seeing it without any audio, so I'm not following it moment to moment and pitch to pitch, so I wouldn't have a real feel for whether there were some moments where you said, hey, just for this once, turn the pitch clock off. Is that possible? Yeah, I guess, but 99% of the time, it's been effective. You know that the Players Association actually asked that the pitch clock be extended in the postseason. And Central Baseball said, no, this has been so successful, we'll keep it just the way it is.
Now, this is another thing. I have an answer for it. I'm curious if you would agree or you even think it's a problem, because the team's getting all this rest is obviously an issue. Baseball, as you mentioned, it's a different sport than the rest. You can't it's not basketball. You can't go out and get a few shots up and feel like, okay, maybe it'd take me 2 minutes to get back into rhythm and we're good to go. I mean, it's a different deal. But I don't know how to do it unless you go back to the 1-game playoff. But you can't do that because you can't ask a division winner to be in a 1-game playoff. So here's my dumb thought that I just thought of. The 3 wild card teams, the bottom 2 wild card teams play a 1-game playoff. The winner goes to the best wild card team, and then whoever wins that goes to the number 1 seed, and then 2 and 3 will play each other. And I'd also like to extend it out to 7 games if there's a way to not extend the schedule. I just think if you sit out, you need to have some time to get into the flow of the series. Now, it may not have done the Dodgers any good. Hell, they didn't win 1 game in the first 3, so I can't say that is. But I don't know, do you feel like this is a problem at all? Because I'm watching a really good Dodger team, offensive team, not be able to hit. I'm watching a historically good Braves team set the record for home runs in a season, can't hit. I'm watching a 100-win Orioles team, can't hit. And it's just, now the Astros did win, and they had the break, but 1 out of 4, with all the teams, Bob, that have won 100 games, and now they are out, I'm not sure that's the way to go.
Well, first of all, where do you get off reading my mind? Because that tweak to the postseason format is exactly what I've been thinking and in a few places saying. Now, let's not go overboard because of what happens in only a couple of years, because this format with the 3 wild cards per league has only existed since last season. But this year is really extreme. Not only are the top teams out, but the teams with the 5 best records were combined 1 and 13. 1 and 13 in the division series. The Braves win in Game 2 against the Phillies was the only victory among them. So it would be an overreaction to say the sky is falling here. But the most important thing among those you mentioned, not the only important thing, but the most, is the division series has to be best out of 7. And when I say that, it's not a reaction to what's happened this past week or the past 2 years. I've been saying this for 20 years, ever since the institution of the wild card. Why should the one round that's guaranteed to include the third best division winner plus a wild card, why should that round be best out of 5, the one subject to the more fluky result? Now, best out of 7 doesn't always mean the best team wins. You're not going to go play best out of 9 like it's 1919. Right? Best out of 7 is the classic distance, and it's a more legitimate test. When you play best out of 5, and especially when you have multiple off days, if the Diamondbacks and Dodgers had gone the distance, they would have played 5 games with 3 off days in between the games of that series. So that's a distortion. You can get through that series with 3 starting pitchers, one of them starting only once, and your top 2 each starting twice. If it goes 5, that's a bit of a distortion. So you need to play 7 games, both in the division series, the LCS, and, of course, the World Series. And what you suggested, I think, is the best suggestion. I had a few thoughts earlier in the season about 2 out of 3s and how you'd seed it and whatnot. But what you suggested gives the top wild card an appropriate advantage. In most seasons, the top wild card is better than at least one of the 3 division winners.
Yeah.
Sometimes the top wild card is the second best team in the league, like the Dodgers only 2 years ago won 106 and the Giants won 107. Yep. So what you want is a playoff format that doesn't give undue advantage to the teams that did better in the regular season, but gives them an appropriate advantage, and doesn't so handicap the people who came in the back door that they have no chance, because them having a chance with a roll of the dice is part of the appeal of baseball and part of what keeps fans interested in their team grabbing, even if it's the last playoff spot in the league. But you do want gradations of advantages and disadvantages up and down the playoff format, and what you just said does it and has the extra advantage. If you played on Monday night, assuming the season is still going to be scheduled so it ends on Sunday, if you had the second and third wild cards play their game on Monday night and then go to the home field of the top wild card and play Tuesday, and if there's some travel involved there that's hard for whoever survives the first wild card game, too bad, because you came in the back door. You're lucky just to be there. But the top wild card is almost always significantly better than the second wild card. Think of the Phillies this year in the National League, or the Rays, even though they didn't do well, Rays significantly better than the second and third wild card. So that top wild card, in what you outlined, much more concisely than I'm doing it, that top wild card has the advantage of only having to win 1 game. The survivor of the 2 and 3 has to win twice, and that's appropriate.
Yeah.
All right. Then, as you said, they could reseed. One of the things you want to avoid, though, I don't want the wild card team to be playing in the division series against the team from its own division.
Okay.
If we can possibly avoid that.
I'm with you. I like the old format of that. So we get Red Sox, Yankees in the LCS. You'd get a potential Giants, Dodgers LCS. You're setting it up for great rivalries late in the postseason.
That's right. And you also don't want to have to turn around less than a week later and play a team that you might have finished 10 games in front of or even more. Let them get through a couple of victories in series before they get to you. But the most important thing is that you'd be able then to start the division series on Thursday. You'd have 3 days off instead of 5 days off. So what Tom is advocating, and I'm seconding what he suggested, actually addresses, at least a little bit, the rust versus rest argument. Nobody, despite what's happened to the top seeds this year, nobody would say, yeah, I don't want to get rusty. I'd rather subject me and my team to the crapshoot of a 2 out of 3 wild card series. 100 times out of 100. You know, it's like the people who talk about sudden death in football, and they go, hey, stop them. Just stop them. 100 times out of 100, if the rule says if you score a touchdown, the game is over, which is what it is now in the regular season, not anymore in the playoffs. 100 times out of 100, I don't care how good your defense is and how lousy the other team's offense is, you're going to take the ball. Period. And there's no, despite the rust, there's no one in their right mind that doesn't take the bye. So the Tolbert-Costas plan addresses all of these various inequities brilliantly.
Costas-Tolbert 2023 for baseball, that is. Bob Costas with us. What is cool, Bob, is we were talking the other day about how eclectic all the different teams that are in the playoffs, how they were built. how the Phillies are like a team that's almost entirely guys who are, brought in from outside the organization. The Arizona Diamondbacks are homegrown. The Dodgers have done it from all over the place with superstars and homegrown talent. The Astros, 7 straight years, means they've done it a variety of different ways now that they're back in to the LCS. For all of the 3 true outcome stuff, we get to the playoffs this year and we're looking at some of the best teams, and there's still a bunch of ways to the top of the mountain.
There are, and I like a more textured game. I don't like an all or nothing, home run or nothing game, but it remains true that not just this year, but significantly and over time, the teams that out-homer their opponents, not just in the postseason, but during the course of the regular season, if you out-homer your opponents, you're going to win a significant percentage of those games. So you still need Sock in your lineup, but you also need some table setters. Diamondbacks led the major leagues in sacrifice bunts this year, and they were second to the Reds in stolen bases. They swiped 166. So they've got some texture in their team, and obviously they can hit the ball out of the park. They hit 4 in 1 inning to win the clinching game. But I don't think you want a team that's all or nothing. You don't want what the New York Yankees have become. Of course you want Aaron Judge, but you don't want a bunch of other guys who have excellent exit velocity and may hit 30 home runs, but bat 190 or 200, clog up the bases, and aren't athletic in the field. You don't want that.
No. No, you got to have athleticism in today's game. Just circling back real quick, because you mentioned football, just as an analogy, 49ers, have you been watching football this year, and you have a thought on them? I mean, they've been incredible to this point.
They have been incredible, and people who know the game better than I do tell me that right now they're the best team in the league.
Yeah, they are. They've been firing on all cylinders. It's fun to watch them. They are very versatile, which is kind of a fun way to watch a football team. I wanted to ask you,
how amazing is the Brock Purdy story, even from a distance? You know,
it's
I
great.
used to be around football a lot with all the coverage on NBC, and now it would be exaggerating to say I'm a casual observer. I didn't watch a single play last night of Broncos, and I'm forgetting who they played.
Don't worry about it. You didn't miss
Don't worry,
Kansas
worth
City,
remembering.
Right?
Yeah.
The only reason I watch is to listen to my pal Al Michaels on Thursday night. And last night I didn't even hear a word that Al uttered, but don't tell him that. Anyway, I'll make it up to him. I'll make it up to him next week. But isn't the Brock Purdy story amazing, considering Kaepernick and others, considering those who have run through there, much bigger, bolder names, and here's Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, and he's leading the best team in the league.
Yeah.
No, it's been an amazing story. Don't feel bad, Bob. I was watching the baseball game. I didn't watch a second of the football game.
I watched a lot of baseball last night,
And I tell people this. I go there about 4 times a year where you find out whether you're a fan of a sport or a sports fan. Like right now, if you're a football fan, you probably watched Thursday Night Football. If you're a sports fan, then you watch the playoff game because it's the playoffs. Like, why wouldn't you watch the playoffs? Like, I love watching baseball, but when it's Stanley Cup playoff time, NBA playoff time, that's what I'm watching. It's the playoffs. That's the best time of year. So if it's a baseball game, and I want to get to that. Phillies win. You did the Arizona series. How do you see this one shaking out? Because I see teams that go about it a little bit differently. Like, I'm really impressed with Arizona. I'm impressed with their athleticism. I'm impressed with their outfield. It is tough to get a ball to drop in that outfield. The back end of their bullpen's been good. Fott's been good. I mean, we know about the 2 starters, Kelly and Gallen, but this ought to be I know people like, everybody wanted Atlanta, everybody wanted the Dodgers, and that's true. But I think people that follow baseball understand that this is going to be a really fun series to watch, and I give Arizona as good a chance maybe as Philly. I know Philly's favored, but I think it's going to be a fun series. In watching Arizona, what were you impressed with, and what do you think they do that may give the Phillies some issues?
Well, getting back to a point you made earlier, and I left this part out, and you just alluded to it. They can play small ball, the sacrifice bunts and bunting for hits and stealing bases, but they also led the majors in fewest errors made. They almost set a record. The Orioles in 2013 booted only 54. This year, the D-backs made only 56 errors. And it isn't just the balls you don't misplay. It's all the balls you get to that would be scored hits. Or it's Gabriel Moreno behind the plate. When he catches, they're 20 games over 500. And this year, when he didn't catch, they're 14 games under. That's a Yadier Molina type split. Yep. They averaged something like 4. The ERA of the staff was something like 4 when he caught, and above 5 when someone else caught. That's the kind of differential Molina had all those years with the Cardinals. So that doesn't show up as errors, but obviously him behind the plate has a significant effect. And he also led the majors defensive runs saved as a catcher, which is something that's measurable. So they do all those more subtle things extremely well. There's a whole lot of energy, and they've got some momentum now. But having said that, the top 2 starters for the Phillies, when they come at you with Wheeler and Nola, and Ranger Suarez is no chump either, with all due respect to Merrill Kelly, who pitched well in his one outing against the Dodgers, Gallen's their guy. And after that, there's a fall-off. They started Fought in Game 3, and Fought for the year was 3-9 with an ERA of almost 6 and up and down 3 times between the minors and majors, but he gave them 4+ shutout innings. So he did very well while he was in there. I don't know if you can count on that going forward in a 7-game series against the Phillies. And Citizens Bank Park will be a madhouse in the first 2 games, as it always is, and the first 2 games we played in Philadelphia. Do I give the D-backs a chance? Of course. Anyone who's watched what's happened in this postseason and doesn't give every team a chance is nuts. But the Phillies deserve to be favored.
No, there's no doubt about that. Bob, we always appreciate your participation. It's always great catching up with you and getting your insights on baseball, and I promise I will try to stop stealing your ideas.
But they're great ideas. So
man,
you might as well.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah. Might as well steal my ideas.
Bob, thanks so much, man.
Thanks, Bob. We appreciate it.
All right, Tom.
All right.
Thanks, Adam. Have a good weekend.
See you, man. Great stuff.
He's fun to talk to.
The great Bob Costas, man. He can break stuff down in a fun way, and then he'll crack some jokes on himself, too. Yeah. Great stuff there. And back into some football now after we dipped into some baseball there with Bob Costas. A whole lot of good stuff coming your way. We got to get into the 49ers and the Browns defensive lines. 2 of the best defensive lines in all of football, and the Niners are kind of taking a page out of the L.A. Rams book from a couple of years ago when they went to the Super Bowl and beat the Bengals. We'll talk a bit about that when we come on back. Then we got Marcus Thompson joining us, a sound soiree, Tim Ryan getting you ready for Sunday, and then Harmony's Hard Locks of the Week. That's all coming up. But next, where do the 49ers rank in terms of defensive line status? Can you ever have too much pass rush? Probably not. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
John Lynch, Joy Murphy back this morning to discuss the 49er win against the Cowboys and George Kittle's fun after the game. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
we want an embarrassment of riches up front. That's the way we're driven. Used to be, I feel like when I played, you could have Warren Sapp, and if you had one dominant player, and then, man, it sure be nice to get a Simeon Rice, which we did in our Super Bowl year. And you had good players to complement, but you didn't have 8 deep. Nowadays, it feels like, in our league, you gotta come and wave.
Dude, Tom is getting mauled on the video stream. Like, the Niners are hoping to maul P.J. Walker at quarterback for the Browns. Lou, all overtime. It's not even lunchtime, Lou. Come on. Last 2 days, right about this time.
She's already eating.
She's all like licking your face and all up on your chest. Good stuff there. If you're watching the live stream, we are streaming live.
Get off me, fool.
KNBR.com. YouTube stream on the KNBR page. Twitch as well. And you can catch some of the zoo that Tom has going on each and every day while he's doing the show from home. Then he just sits down on the lap there. There you go.
Chill.
There was John Lynch talking about building the depth at the defensive line, which has been a calling card for this team for years. Now, it's incredible to me that they've had this depth with the variety of guys that they've had, right? Because so many of them are names that I didn't know. I mean, you got to be real inside football and really love football to know defensive linemen and offensive linemen. The big-time pass rushers, your T.J. Watts and Myles Garrett and top-end draft pick guys, Nick Bosa and whatnot. But when you get to the interior, unless you're a huge name or a huge star or a big-time player, people don't know who you are. So for the Niners to find success and depth, like how many times did you see Niners sign former first-round pick to defensive line? You're like, who is it? Like, I've never even heard of Charles Menahu. Yeah. I didn't know who that was. I didn't know who that was. Guy got a contract. Guy was great for the Niners. Kevin Givens shows up, big time. I mean, they made a trade for him from the Jets a couple of years ago. So they've added so much depth to this team, and now Randy Gregory is the latest addition. I kind of look at depth now on the D-line, and we talked about this as the trade deadline approaches. Teams in the NFL now use it the way baseball used to, where you kind of view it as we got a window here, and guys are going to get expensive, contracts are going to change. We need to go for it if we can go for it. So 2021, last two years, teams have done this on the D-line. 2021, Rams traded for Von Miller to join Aaron Donald and Leonard Floyd. By the way, in 2019... didn't they trade to get, was it Dante Fowler? Is that the guy's name? Was he an edge rusher?
I think you're right.
Outside linebacker?
Right. Yep.
Edge rusher for the Falcons? Is that right, Jackson?
Oh, with the Falcons? Okay.
He's from Jacksonville. We'd have to look at exactly who it was. I want to say the Rams made a move. I think they did the same sort of thing when they had, like,
was it Dexter Fowler?
He was Dexter. I'm going to look at.
No, he was for the Rockies.
Oh, thank you to Dexter Fowler, the outfielder dude. Yeah, center fielder. Yeah, I was like, Dexter Fowler. I don't think that's who that was. No, it was one of those years anyway. It was when McVay first got there and they started to make
Ricky Fowler.
Thank you. Making the jump.
I'm sorry, I'm out of Fowlers.
You're good. I'm out of Fowlers too.
That's all the
By the way, I
Fowlers
got one more. Fowler. Nearly killed her. Thank you, by the way. Both guys in my ear at the same time. And then Derek and Jeremy Fowler. Not because Jeremy Sapp. Yes, PN. 2021, then the Rams traded for Von Miller to go with Aaron Donald and Floyd. Last year, the Eagles did it too. The Eagles added Robert Quinn and Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph. Remember they have, what was it, 5 guys with 10 sacks or 7 guys? They had 70 sacks total on the D-line entering the playoffs last year, which was incredible. Niners, of course, traded for Randy Gregory, like great value there, whether it works or not. So the question is, with the $40 million in cap space, are they going to continue to build? And if they build, where do you go? Because people go, nickel corner, maybe add some depth here and there. I don't know that depth in football helps you right now. I mean, it always helps you. I don't know that it helps you more than it does if you're a competitive team than on the defensive line. Even if you got a good one, it's like adding pitching to pitching. To me, that's how I view it come trade deadline time. And so you look at the best teams and the best D-lines in football. Niners have now Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, Farrell, Kinlaw, Jackson, Gregory. Eagles, Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Derek Barnett, and Jalen Carter. Bills, Von Miller, who just came back last week, Greg Rousseau, Ed Oliver, Tim Settle, Leonard Floyd, and AJ is it Espinoza? And then the Browns, Myles Garrett, Zadarius Smith, who, by the way, that's the guy opposite Myles Garrett, who that's probably the bigger concern this weekend for me is Zadarius Smith. Talk to Tim Ryan at 4:30 here in just a few minutes, but talk to him about that matchup between Trent Williams and Myles Garrett. Zadarius Smith might kind of be the X factor here for them in terms of pass rush.
He's good. I don't know what happened to him. He was like really good, 3 years ago with Green Bay?
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened to him for a couple of years. Like, I've kind of lost track of him. He was all over my screen a couple of years ago. But to answer your question, where do they go? I don't know. They've been so dominant so far. Like, there's not a hole that I look at and go, boy, they really, if they could take care of this, then they would be the team to beat.
There's no hole.
They are the team to beat.
They are.
I mean, they are the best team in the NFL right now.
So don't let anybody catch you is my point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't
just
let
keep
anybody
running.
get
Don't
better.
look back.
Right, so here's the thing.
Just keep going.
Guys are going to become available, right? Christian McCaffrey was acquired last year, and the Niners had to do it the way they did it because they didn't want the Rams to get him, right? And thank God they did it that way. They got aggressive, and they got Trent Williams. Washington traded Trent Williams away, and the Panthers traded away Christian McCaffrey. Two guys likely going to the Hall of Fame. If I'm looking at where else they add here, I want one of these three names if they become available in trades. Chase Young, Montez Sweat, or Danielle Hunter.
That would not be bad. And
now, Danielle Hunter's on a 1 year. Montez Sweat, I believe, also a 1 year. And I'd have to look at Chase Young again. I don't believe he's guaranteed. I don't think he's guaranteed anything after this year. They may. I'm going to have to recheck that, actually, on Chase Young. Montez Sweat and Danielle Hunter, absolutely 1 years. And you're not owing anything beyond this year. So it can be hey, we're all in. We've got a window here. Let's go pick up that rental player like the Dodgers did with Yu Darvish. Like, if you've got a team like this, why not add to your riches and make sure that not one of these other teams like the Eagles goes and adds one of these dudes.
Yeah.
You're in an arms race now, and you've got the cap space to do it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they want to get rid of those guys because it's not like baseball where you just start selling off parts. I mean, you can have a bad year but still keep guys and try to build for the future and get better. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read much about Chase Young, and are they going to resign him? I have no idea. I know the dude's a monster when he's healthy. I mean, this guy is just. You put him on the other side of Bosa, have the Buckeye connection. Oh, jeez.
He's a free agent after this year. Yeah,
that would be a nightmare, absolute nightmare. But I don't even know what he might be a guy if you get in here. And again, this is all pie in the sky type stuff. But if you get in here, you may be able to sign him at a reasonable price because he's been injured so much. I don't even know if he'd be up. He's probably not going to be up for a big deal the following year. But I haven't watched the Commanders enough. I don't know how good he's been this year. I don't know what his pressure rate is. I don't know how many sacks he has. But I know him and Sweat are good. I know they're both really good. So I don't know. But I would never argue.
He's got 3 sacks already.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah, Chase Young.
That's the one thing I would never quibble with signing defensive linemen.
Nope.
That's like the one position. If you're going to get defensive linemen, I'm like, cool. Go. It's like arms in baseball. You're going to get an arm? Yeah, go get him. We're good. Can you get another arm? Fine. Go get another arm. That's fine.
If your offense sucks, you're like, what do we do? Let's go get more D-line. That's what I said about the Giants at the deadline. I'm like, God, they can't hit. Maybe we should just go get more pitchers. Just go do that. Why not?
Exactly. Because you're only going to play so many cornerbacks. And you don't rotate in cornerbacks. You don't rotate in linebackers.
Receivers,
you don't rotate in safeties. You don't rotate in offensive linemen. It's like, hey, go get another offensive lineman. But we already have 6. We can't use him. Well, I'll get him anyway. No, you wouldn't do that. Receivers, there's only one ball that goes around. Quarterback, absolutely not. And then running back. I mean, if you wanted running back depth, that's fine. But you already got running back depth if Mitchell is healthy. But McCaffrey's been incredible. So, yeah, I mean, defensive line, that's where you just rotate these guys through because you want to keep them fresh. So the more pass rushing threats you have that are fresh, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't know what names are going to become available, but, yes, I would never. Again, it's like getting arms in baseball. You want to get more defensive linemen in football? Go get them.
Yeah, the Niners did. Randy Gregory, who, by the way, is going to play this weekend against Cleveland. So he'll be out there, and we'll talk to Tim Ryan about it. Actually, I had this conversation with him earlier. We did get into this about how much we might see him and what he likes about Randy Gregory. He didn't say temper your expectations, but he gives you kind of an outline of what to look at. And by the way, you mentioned Elijah Mitchell. Elijah Mitchell, limited practice participant today, so he's getting more healthy. Greenlaw, who was out of practice a couple of days ago, limited yesterday. Also limited today with a hamstring, but trending in the right direction. Nobody else. Aaron Banks was a participant. He was good to go, and that looks like the only other injury we might have been concerned about. So good news for the Niners heading into Sunday. Lucky, fortunate, all good stuff. Going up against Cleveland, looking to make it 6-0. Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday. 10 a.m. kick, 7 a.m. pregame. He'll join us next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, I know on a Friday, tough to think about retirement, tough to think about the difficult decisions you got to make in life, but that's where we all want to get to, man. We all want to get to retirement and have a life and a lifestyle that we dreamed about, to be able to enjoy it. You work hard for your money, you earn your money, put your kids through school, all this stuff. You want to retire and you want to live a little bit. So why not have somebody who can help you out, put you on the right path, and guide you to make sure you're doing just that? So whether you're retired already or you're planning on being retired, you want to know that stuff. If you're paying too much in fees, taking too much risk, are you going to be able to live that lifestyle that we just talked about? Well, for more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people in the Bay Area just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give him a call. Greg is awesome. He's easy to talk to, and his team wants to help, plus no cost or no obligation. Call him today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC. All right, week 6 of the NFL season, and it's always fun when we can talk to Tim Ryan. We do it each and every week. Throughout the NFL season, Niners, hey, Tim, I was thinking about you. I thought you might get a kick out of this one. You know how they got nicknames, like affectionate nicknames for stadiums around sports? Like if you're at Wrigley Field in Chicago, they call it the Friendly Confines. I just found this out this year. Did you know they call, where the Browns play in Cleveland, the fans are calling it the Factory of Sadness? That's what they've referred to it as for the last decade plus.
Factory of Sadness.
Not only do they know sadness, they create it, they build it, they've got an assembly line for it, Tim.
Oh, man. The poor dog pound in the Factory of Sadness.
Pretty
they
funny.
Might have to make a commercial out of that.
Yeah, they probably could. So what are we looking at this week, man? I mean, the one thing that stands out to me when I look at this game is variables on the side of the 49ers, and it's just because it's a quarterback maybe that you weren't expecting to play initially when you look at the schedule. No Deshaun Watson this week. There's going to be some funky weather. First time they've left California in a month. I look at the game and I go, they should win this game. They're the far superior team. However, variables in football are weird.
Yeah, well, no doubt. Now, week 1, great in the AFC North at Pittsburgh. Week 2, not so great, really on both sides of the ball in terms of the execution that we've seen all season long by the 49ers in the Rams game. I think when you look at this matchup, obviously the 49ers play well on the road. We've been able to do that over the last several years. This one, with all the moving parts on offense for them, can present a challenge. I think the biggest thing, if in fact it's P.J. Walker, to me, I think the reason he gets the call, number one, Dorian Thompson-Robinson had a really rough time against Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. And clearly the guy was very good in college in terms of running and being a dual threat. It's not the same up here now in this Sunday afternoon league, and he had a very rough game. I think P.J. Walker gives him the best chance. Again, now the guy's a veteran. He's been around. He started 7 games in pro football. It won't be too big for him. But he's the only guy there that really knows how to throw against the Steve Wilks defense. And I know Coach Wilks has changed up a lot and has really adopted the 49ers scheme in many, many ways. But a lot of the coverage looks, a lot of the combination coverages, a lot of the things that they do on the back end is Steve's specialty. Some of the exotic pressures. And P.J. Walker has had some looks at that, certainly in Carolina, and certainly when he was throwing for the scout team in Carolina. So I think, again, Copes, it's like it always is now with this team, with this roster, with this firepower on both sides of the ball. It's about the 49ers. It's about executing. It's about playing your best and getting better every week. And that means every day in practice, both physically and mentally. And with the leadership on this team, I can't fathom how that doesn't continue, even with all these moving parts at Cleveland versus the Cleveland Browns.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I was listening to some of George Kittle's comments this week. He was on with Murph and Mac earlier in the week, and he was talking about there was like a Dan Orlovsky comment about Brock Purdy, and basically George Kittle was just saying, does Brock Purdy have things to improve on? Of course, he's not perfect, but we all do. And I'm listening to the way George Kittle talks now, and he's not a different guy than he was when he got to the NFL. He's always been that same sort of fiery football spirit dude. But I wonder what that level of leadership does to a locker room, or what it means in 2023 relative to what it meant in 2019. There's something fresh about the first time around when you're in the heat of battle and you're playing meaningful games at the end of a year. But to your point, Tim, about leadership, I mean, that seems like, everybody's happy about the 5-0 start. Nobody is satisfied.
Well, this team, a lot of these guys, Copes, as you know, have been to the top of the mountain and have come up short.
Right.
And they know what that feels like. 3 NFC championship games, losing in the Super Bowl. There's still players that, and the leadership, a lot of them that were here for that. And some guys were young. Deebo Samuel was a rookie. So you look at Trent Williams, you look at who wasn't here, but he's obviously got great leadership offensively. You look at George, you look at Deebo, B.A., Brandon Ayuk is quiet in terms of his leadership, but he's certainly got it. This team is sprinkled with a lot of them. McCaffrey and his skill sets and what he does and the belief in him. And I think the biggest thing is watching these guys prepare every day. This gets to the point in the season now where guys are nicked up. This team has been very fortunate, and let's knock on wood that it continues in terms of, the health. But you watch these guys and the best players. Why are they the best players, and why are they at the top of their game? Copes, it's their preparation. Mm-hmm. And it's not just, digesting the adjustments and the game plan and the playbook. Watching these guys physically do it. Someone asked me yesterday, are they doing something different? They've been able to stay. Why have they stayed so healthy? Well, number one, they've been lucky and fortunate, and that's part of it.
Yep.
But number two, the way these guys work every day. Brock Purdy still prepares pre-practice. And I wish people could see it's not just go out to practice like you're in high school and get in stretch and then go practice. The preparation, the warm-up, the dynamic warm-up, the exercises, the strength training, all of this stuff that happens pre-practice. I promise you, the weight room in the field is full of guys, and not just, the guys that are at the top of their games that are over there doing their routine, they don't stop. They know what's gotten them here, and they're sticking to it, and that goes for everybody on both sides of the ball. So these guys, and they know that if you don't go out there and do what you're capable of doing with attention to detail, any team in this league can beat you. And I think that's a huge feather in their cap as they take on every opponent. They will overlook nobody.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line. Niners and the Browns, 7 a.m. pregame on Sunday right here on KNBR. So tell me about Randy Gregory and how he fits into that puzzle, because I'm watching videos yesterday, and I was getting fired up, dude. I've never been so fired up to watch a video in silence from the distance of just like, dude, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa like pretending to like, you know, they're like shadow boxing themselves in kind of pass rush moves, and they're talking to Gregory, and there's cool videos that are coming out like that, but he walks into a team with expectations. He's a vet. He's got a skill set. I'm excited for what this potential could mean for the D-line. What are you looking for, and tell me about him as a player.
Well, a couple things. His highlight reel is obviously impressive. He's a finisher. He's much stronger than you think. I mean, you can see the playing strength, but that guy in the weight room, I don't think people would look at him because he's lean and he's long to have the type of power to move iron that he does. And I'm very keen on that, and he does have it, way more than you would think. So he's got that, you know, that pop to him in terms of just rugged strength. I would say this about him. I don't want to say lower your expectations. I would say expect him early on here as he gets, you know, accustomed to what the 49ers do on defense. Expect him to do his thing on the, you know, the obvious pass rush downs where he's running the corner and he's going to be a handful for offensive tackles. But I would also caution people on early downs that he's still got a lot to learn, man, the way the 49ers run this system and what Chris Kasarik asked out of those defensive ends. And it's not just line up and play the guy in front of you, and I'm talking about some of the running plays. You know, if you're lined up, for example, at left end and the tackle blocks down, well, a lot of people, you know, it's easy. You just squeeze it down. Shrink that gap if they're running over there because there might be pullers coming at you. But with the 49ers, depending on the down and distance, depending on the backfield set, depending on where the running back lines up, depending on where the tight end is, that stuff's all fluid. It's not the same. There's a lot that goes into it in terms of where you fit based on what you see post-snap. And this guy's been mostly a 3-4 outside linebacker. Now he's had his hand down in the dirt, rushing the passer in the sub packages and the nickel stuff. When it's, you know, truly a 4-man front, he's been on a lot of 5-man front teams, a lot of 3-4 teams, 3 down, you know, 4 linebackers with the 2 stand-up guys on the edge. So there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be different for his eyes. And I don't think they're going to throw him out there early and count on him, you know, being totally on point mentally. Now, once he gets it, you're going to start to see him becoming more of a full-time player, you know, and getting 35, 45, 50 snaps, depending on how many the 49ers face that day. But I would say the expectations here in the next couple of weeks as he starts to transition is expect him to do his thing, you know, on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 plus when he's rushing the passer. Otherwise, there's still a lot to learn for Randy Gregory, but I know they're happy as hell to have him. And when you consider what they got him for and the team that he's a piece of the puzzle. Mm-hmm. When you think about this team and where you can put him and where he can fit, and there is no doubt now he can finish when he gets in that role.
Yeah, it's an exciting prospect potentially because, again, you mentioned it's low risk, high reward here. A few more minutes with Tim Ryan. Just want to get a thought from you on, one, Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator. I mean, one of the best in football, and he and Kyle have gone head-to-head for years, and Kyle doesn't have great success against him. I just want to get your thought kind of on that and what sort of challenge he presents. But before that, Myles Garrett against Trent Williams, that's a pretty cool matchup. That to me is like seeing a power like Randy Johnson go up against Barry Bonds or something.
Yeah, that's big on big, mano-y-mano. And this Myles Garrett's a different animal than, you know, Micah Parsons and some of these other guys that Trent has been playing against. Trent's going to be fine. And Myles Garrett does like to line up at right end, which is going to be on the left tackle. And there is going to be a lot of situations where Trent has got to handle him one-on-one. Again, that matchup, as good as Myles Garrett is, and he might get him once or twice, and sometimes that's all it takes for a defensive end. But I like Trent in that matchup.
Yeah.
And they'll move Myles Garrett around. But they got to have a protection plan for him when he's not at right end. When he's standing up over the nose, he's got this little crossover move like he's dribbling to the rack, right? He wants to go one way and fake back and cross it over the other way, and that'll be a handful for Brendel. Running backs got to be on point when they're helping out. So you got to have a plan for him when he's not over Trent. But I love that matchup, and I'll give that one to Trent, over the course of 60, 65 plays in a game with maybe 30 passes. Have always been a fan of Jim Schwartz. I've known Jimmy for a long, long time. Knew him when he was a coordinator in Tennessee, doing games on Fox. Always had a lot of respect for him. Did a lot of his games when he was in Detroit as the head coach. And I think it's partly why Kyle has always liked this system, and for his own defense with the 9 techniques, with the wide 4-man front defensive ends that are high octane, attack, penetrate. What do you need to do as a 4-man front? You got to hold up versus a zone running scheme. That means you got to penetrate. You got to get in between those combo blocks. What do you do against a stretch, which has been the 49ers' bread and butter over all the years? You got to play with 9 techniques that are going to set an edge and force it all back inside. And he's always been able to do that, whether it's been Vanden Bosch or whoever he's had, rushing the passer, and Ndamukong Suh on the inside. But on top of that, when you're filtering everything back to between the tackles, you better have defensive tackles and inside linebackers that know how to fit it up and know how to be there, because everything's coming back to the inside. That's where I like the 49ers in this matchup. Copes, all the run wrinkles, it's going to look like this, but it's going to be that. They're going to practice against what they think is coming, and there's going to be a wrinkle to it. And that's the beauty of the complexity of the 49ers run game, week in and week out, and how these guys, from an aptitude standpoint, can process and execute, their blocking points and their aiming points. So I think that as good as Cleveland is on defense, and they are really good when you watch the tape, and they're number one in a lot of categories.
Yes, they are.
They faced Joe Burrow week 1, who wasn't right if you watch that tape.
Right.
We know what Kenny Pickett is, and the Steelers defensively were able to win that game. Ryan Tannehill, we know what he is. Baltimore was the best offense that they faced, and Lamar had himself a good game. They have not faced a balanced attack like this, which is the best in football, both run and pass. So I'm looking forward to, once again, seeing, Brock Steady having a Brock party and going and doing his thing against his defense. They want to smother you on defense with their pass rush and with their man coverage. So there's going to be a lot of matchups where it's going to be tight man. They're going to be hipped up, and it's not going to be Brock as much throwing to spots in, voids and zones. It's going to be Brock putting it on the money versus tight coverage. And, you look at Newsome, you look at Denzel Ward, you look at their nickel when Emerson comes in and Newsome goes to the inside, these guys can hip up and play tight coverage. But as I like to always say, a great throw beats good tight man coverage, and we're going to have to see that in this game on Sunday.
It's going to be a lot of fun, man. It seems like every week we learn something new. When you got a good team like this, dude, you just get more and more excited every week to get back on the field. And we just want to do our part, man. We want to contribute to the factory of sadness for the Cleveland Browns. So, Tim, have a great trip, man. I'm looking forward to it. We'll talk to you on Sunday.
Cope's always good to hear your voice, buddy.
Oh, he's the best. Brock Steady. What do you say? Brocktober, Brockhart, I don't know. All that good stuff. Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday, 7 a.m. Pregame, right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680. Myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund. And just like we are each and every day throughout all the shows on KNBR, we'll be live streaming YouTube, Twitch, KNBR.com. Check out the video stream starting at 7 a.m. If you're up watching a little London football, you can check in with us on the pregame show for the Niners and the Browns. And then we'll be back on the live stream after the game, taking your calls and getting you ready for the afternoon slates and into Sunday night football. All right, more to come here. It is a fantastic, fun Football Friday here on Tolbert and Copes, and it continues next. One of our favorite guys. He joins us every Friday from The Athletic, Marcus Thompson. He's with us next on The Sports Leader. George Kittle was fined $13,699. That seems specific for his F. Dallas shirt after the win over the Cowboys on Sunday. Totally worth it. And again, it's not my money. Check out more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.